see what's happening. It's hard to step away from the internal fight, right? Whether you say it out loud or do it or not, you know it, you see it. And I think that's what's going on around us is, like I just said earlier, everyone knows something's wrong. They may not understand it's just the politics or whatever. They may not understand NASA or flat Earth, but they know corruption. They know the system is fucked. They can't even get help themselves. For heaven's sakes, we're giving help to people that are not even citizens. They're talking about, I think it's Illinois, giving immigrants the chance to be police officers. We're talking about absolute ridiculousness that they see on everyday level. How much they pay for their food, how much they pay for their gas. People know something's wrong, right? That they're being controlled by design in some manner. But when you go to talk to them about it, that's when there's a total shift because they will still go back to somehow, and I've done it so much, that there is an authority that cares. And it's not an authority of the creator. It's not an authority even within it. You trust yourself. That you're trusting a system of some sort. These people have so much power and pull on individuals. For us, maybe not. But at the same time, they do. Because every day I have to get up and I have to tell myself, who's paying for this roof over your head? Who's going to pay for that food? I have to live and do this damn grind, right, of life to survive in this society. Period. So people are going to have to do it and go back to what they're in, shut off that mind, and live in their rat cage, regardless. And some people just don't want to talk about it anymore or work at it anymore because they know that's their life. They don't feel like they can't accomplish an end game. Well, how do you stop corruption to this level that you can't even find out where it began? I don't even know who that they really are. We have names and power and chess pieces that have been moved. But the actual king person at play, who's, I don't want to say king, that's actually the wrong word in my mind and my heart. But the person that's controlling it all, it's probably one, could be two, I don't know. Could be a ton of people. We have no idea who they are. How do you stop that? It's been going on for so damn long. So do you put your energy and effort into it? Do you waste it almost? Because that's almost what you do. Because waking up people up, right now is a wonderful thing. But you have to somehow go back to sleep and live in it. We all have to do it. Even if you go off grid, you still know that you're living in this place and that you're controlled. You're still got to pay taxes on that land. You don't have any freedom, really. You have freedom with what you control in your own life and you make yourself free in. Letting go in a way too in your mind makes you free. Not allowing them to have that space. But that, like you said, yeah, that negativity, I think everybody battles that on an everyday basis. Even if you don't speak it, it's within. You hear it, you see it, you know it. How do people
Yeah.
not know something's wrong?
So, okay. So what if? And I'm not saying I know. I don't. I don't have anything. I'm just trying to figure stuff out. Just like we're all in the same boat. I'm just exploring possibilities, like which would be better. Because as of late, like I have, it really seems like focusing on, you know, you're right. You can't change it by focusing on it. There's nothing that we can just go out here and pinpoint the corruption is, or I mean, we know where some of it is. We can identify a lot of it, but that's not, the head of the snake. So, what if
Now, what are you going to
instead
do about
of
it? Even if you could
talking,
find the head of the snake, what are you going to do? Like, what
I
would you
mean,
do? Like, what could we do, right? Like, you could kill off the head of the snake, is what I mean. Like, there's still
Right.
going to be like another head that grows in place of that, right? If it's the same system and stuff, and we're not going to like force the system to change, but we could change on a small level, and that's
Mm-hmm.
the real win. It's not about like getting everybody to change or getting everybody to be aware of what we know. Because think of how many hours it took to figure out what you know, all the hours of like sifting through the different videos that are like half subterfuge, controlled opposition and shit, right? Took a long time, and like
Mm-hmm.
you're not gonna like make somebody do that, right? You'd have to actually want to know, which is what we're the curious people that wanted to know, right?
I mean,
Other
really,
people
they've been
have to
searching
like
this for how
ignore the
long? We still
TV
don't know.
first, right?
We still
And we
don't
still
get
don't
it
want to
all.
know, probably. And there's probably things we wouldn't want to know, probably. If we really knew the truth.
No, honey.
Maybe.
Yeah. It's sinister ass shit out here. When you got people going missing in Haiti and stuff, we already know what goes on. I'm sorry, but people take your
Yeah,
organs, sex trafficking. There's so much sick stuff that you
sure.
wouldn't even want to wrap your mind around it. It's
Right?
damaging to your heart and soul here.
We all got
We
a
even know.
threshold. Like, if there's lizard people, for real, if people can morph into lizards,
Mhm.
I'd probably rather not know. If that's not going to affect me the rest of my life.
What I
I
was
prefer not to know, maybe.
what I was saying was, instead of like once you recognize it, if you talk when you talk to someone and you point out you point that out, you point out what you recognize and what you're aware of, but then following that up with possible solutions to make changes, like just within yourself and and other people within themselves, what they can do that's good, what you can do that's good, and sharing that and focusing on that. There has to be some effect that diminishes some of the power that they get from everyone constantly being focused on what they're doing and making the changes individually from
Hmm.
where everyone is at. I so wished I was younger. If I could
Amen.
just, I mean, I so wish I could, because I'm just not a candidate to run for office or run for sheriff or anything like that. I mean, I don't know.
You got my
Maybe
vote.
someone would vote for me. What would I
Oh,
do?
honey, I'll vote for
I'm
you
not
too.
in these like league of bureaucrats. I don't even know the first thing. But
And you probably wouldn't be
I
able to
mean,
make the change that you'd want to make. It would be way too radical for what the system would allow, to be honest. Not
maybe
to say it's
those
not
are the
worth
things
a
that we
try, but
need to be learning. Maybe those are the things that people need to be uh, looking into and exploring. What all that entails, what's required, what knowledge a person needs to have, how all
Yeah.
that functions, so that someone could be educated in a way that where they could make change.
well, they made the game, like I always say, they made the game board a spinning freaking ball, right? So the game board itself is so fictional, so crazy and stupid and false that all the legal fiction and all the lies, like that are within the game, then kind of pale in comparison, right? So it's like if you realize that you're not on a spinning ball when you're in office, it would be like, wait, how do I like make the kind of change I would make, because that would require maybe people start realizing that we're not a freaking spinning ball to begin with. Let's start from there, but that's not going to happen anytime soon necessarily. I don't know. It would be like it would actually take restructuring things from the ground up. Is what I mean. With the game board that's a little bit more a little closer to what we actually experience. Maybe I don't know.
I mean, if we could gain that knowledge and be educated in what would be required to make those changes, then when we did try to wake people up and we did share some knowledge about things that we're aware of that's going on, and directed them in, like, well, hey, if you want to check it out, you can look for yourself. Look here and tell them what to look for, where to look, whatever, if they're interested. But to follow it up with possible solutions, and maybe, and then talking about intent and good changes, ways to change it, ways to affect the education system for parents who have children in school, or anyone who pays taxes really should have a say in it, and especially parents have children in school. There should be some changes that could be made within the education system, or even within the political party systems, where be it doesn't matter whether it's sheriff, whether it's city council, whether it's mayor, governor, senate, and like, you'd have to probably start low and work. But if that was the conversation, more so than just like beginning pointing it out, but then followed up with that, when that individual walked away from you, what would they be thinking about? It would be thinking about making changes and how they could possibly do it. Like those would be the thoughts in their mind. Not like, um, oh, we're defeated. There's nothing we can do. There's all this corruption. We can't, like, if they could walk away with possible, and if there were enough people walking away from conversations doing that, I mean, there would have to be some change. If nothing else, just simply in diminishing the power. I don't know. Um,
I totally get you because the educational system is where the programming really begins. But if you look at it, a lot of people already are quite pissed off about the educational system. They know it's wrong, know it's happening, what's being taught to our kids in school. And I'm not even talking about when it comes to the books. I'm talking about how they're really bringing in genders and everything. I mean, I'm sorry, if the last 5 to 6 years, I've seen my nieces and kids and every single person around me talk about, even at work, you can't say heard and please consider me as a they. It's already happened, that shift, and people are pissed about it, and but at the same time, it's still happening, right? But a lot of people are like, why is this happening? This shouldn't be happening. Why are my kids speaking this way? But then they're being told on TV and everywhere else too that they're offended. You can't offend people. You have to, protect their feelings, right? We're getting too freaking into feelings now. It's not like when we grew up where, yeah, I have a backbone. You can say words. Words don't hurt me. Now words hurt people. So we're talking about a society that's being accepted as we're being little babies, and we're
I
not
think
going to change
feelings are.
anything in that way.
I think feelings are a good thing. I think the feelings when if a person only if a person has control over their own mind. So if their
Hmm.
mind is being controlled by someone else, and they can be manipulated so that their feelings could be emotions could be
Yes,
manipulated through things, and then they can be yeah, their thoughts and intent and everything's hijacked at that point. It's like they're just brainwashed. If you're
hmm,
not in control of your own mind. However, if people could be woke up and have to know and realize that there is this attempt, have their mind controlled,
yeah,
that they should be more aware and vigilant, about controlling their own mind, then feelings would be a good thing, because if they had good intent, they were in control of their own mind. Because I'm finding that emotions are really very closely tied to intent. That their emotions they're useful. We have them for a reason. It's just that we're not.
absolutely.
It's the brainwashing that that's when the emotions are, um, a tool for the enemy to use. So they're no longer your own. That's when they can hurt you.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest fight within is not even fighting they, it's not even fighting individual in the street, it's fighting yourself within. Whatever's going on, that programming, that brainwashing, the intentions, emotions can be a scary thing or a great thing. They can help you, and they can also destroy you. Because a lot of times you'll be in a fight or someone says something and it's the reacting on these emotions that we got to be careful of doing. Because in the moment you feel a certain way, and in these moments we think, well, I'm right, my feelings are right. Oh, that's a perspective. And somebody might take it differently, hearing the whole situation differently. You know what I mean? They heard it from a different perspective. Your emotions, because you feel a certain way, are not legit. You can't say that that's how it is. So people need to start realizing too, in those moments that you feel a certain way, you need to stop, think, process that stuff for a second, because your emotions can change. A lot of people are living on emotions, and emotions can run high, and that's what they want. You guys, they got everybody in this uproar, right? We're agitated and money and strain. So these emotions we're acting on are not actually, I don't think, our own. Like you said, they're being manipulated. So when you manipulate emotions, that's when it's an issue. So I think everyone around here has emotions in society, but they're being manipulated right now, and everybody's on a high alert and they're ready to jump. There's just fighting. There's so much disruptive behavior in society right now. I don't know. I live in a big city, so I'm not sure. Some of you guys might live out in the country, but right now it's not just questionable. I'm shaking my head every day, going, "Well, it's only a matter of time for this bomb blows up." And we're at that stage. You don't have to focus on the shiny objects. Just stop for a second, breathe, and look around. It's just, yeah, it's baffling. I mean, we're how many years later? We've all kind of known each other for quite a while in here. A lot of us, at least, have been around, and we've accomplished a lot within. I know that we've accomplished a lot with some other people, and have them have a different perspective, maybe, right? An open mind, at least. But how much have we accomplished in the bigger picture of society and the world? I don't even know if we've even hit a little bit of a notch in that yet, and that's where we got to figure out maybe how to fix that. I mean, does that start just focusing on yourself only and fixing within, and then that projects outwards to everybody around you, right? Might be in
Yep,
a,
that's the best way to go. Yeah.
that's the only thing that I can
Campaigning
do.
and trying to convince people in large groups and stuff. Going out with, like, I mean, there's certain effectiveness to it. Like Wits'
Hmm.
tour, going across country. That was effective. I think for sure more people were
Right.
doing that, talking to people in person, especially when it was like, the big game. He was including a lot of the stuff about the pandemic, and it made sense
Right.
because it was like, wait a minute, they're not even telling us the shape about the world, the right shape of the earth. It is kind of like a
Yeah.
emergency moment in some ways, but not with like the group, not with the organized fucking rallies they give us. They always like organize shit or do some kind of like agent
Yeah.
provocateur George Floyd psyop to get people to like start looting instead of like actually doing something that makes sense for awareness, right? Putting bricks on the street to intentionally for people to use. That's the kind of
Well,
they
that's
give
the
us the
thing. They've
revolution.
confused
They
the
plan our
shit out of
revolution.
people.
That's the craziest thing. They actually organize fucking pink hat rallies for like
Hmm.
protesting Trump, and it's all a joke on the people wearing the pink hats,
I mean, even when you go out and you
pussy
do
hats.
work,
They call them
you
pussy
you
hats.
got
Think about it. They
you
call them.
got
They have
people that are
women wearing
paid.
pussy hats through the streets, right?
Yes.
Because he said grab them by the pussy, and now they've
Right.
got that. And they probably think about when they made that up. They're like, oh, we'll get it to seem like just a Facebook idea, like this really strong woman. We're gonna take our pussy back and own our pussy by wearing pussy hats and all these pink hats
I
thrown,
totally forgot about that, to be
through
honest. I
through New
really
York.
did.
Think about how funny that is.
I forgot all about that statement and all about that. See how much shit that actually
Trump was
goes
probably up
down.
in his hotels laughing his ass off.
It's ridiculous. Think about all the shiny objects we've had to focus on the last 3 years alone. They've put so many at us in the last 3 or 4 years. It's sickening. I
I think
mean, we've
Madonna
had a
got
lot
up
of bullcrap, but
and talked in
damn.
front of the crowd. Madonna was talking about burning the White House down, right?
Talking about it, right? You actually gotta do shit,
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, she's allowed to do it,
you
right?
know.
Because she's supposed to
Yeah,
do it,
she's
so
allowed
that
to.
other people feel like they can be like, "Oh, Madonna said it, I can say it," and then they're getting arrested, like the people that are looting.
Oh, exactly. If any of us would have said something like that, I mean, think about it. That's not allowed to go down. But however, we can have a celebrity go out there and they can put them on, say they could put them on the news. Then happens to
Yeah,
them
then
because
you
you're
mimic the
allowed to.
celebrity, and you're in trouble. You can't threaten the president's life.
Yeah, yeah, they
Crazy.
have us guys pretty damn well. Yeah,
Yeah, when you could buy the famous people, and they're already bought just by
yeah.
being famous usually, right? Like they know there's a certain protocol they have to go along with to some degree, or they're just not famous. It was so
I
sad.
don't
The
think we
people
can.
that were coming out with like the pro mask, like like wearing like the NBA players wearing the mask on the bench and all
Oh
this
my
stuff that
God,
was
no.
like like totally like giving the idea that they believe it even if they don't probably, or maybe they're
As
just
they
cut
take it
up.
off, then instantly, and they start playing and stuff, like, and then put it like it was
Oh
like back
yeah, that
on
was
right
that
before
one
the
meme,
Olympics
right?
too. Like
Yeah,
seriously,
well,
like come on.
wasn't it like all the world leaders standing up there with a mask on, and then they cut and they just like they all tear off the mask as soon as the cameras stop rolling. But I think they show us that on purpose too. You know what I'm
Of
saying?
course they do.
Yeah.
It's they've actually confused those people so much they even confused the truth community. That I remember all this while I was trying to figure it out and kind of going back and forth against each other. But that's a good thing, to be honest. We all shouldn't disagree. To agree, we should go back and forth and figure it out and find a common ground, right? What we think is happening, because it is again what we think is happening. I don't know, guys. I don't think anybody actually truly knows what's really going down. Besides, we are being lied to, manipulated, and it's by design. Um, you don't know Illuminati. You don't know these books exactly if it's going to play out like that, because everything they show you is on purpose. They do not show you something
Mhm.
unless they want you to see it. They don't have to show you
Yeah,
shit.
absolutely. Yeah, I'll agree with you there for sure. Like, I think
Yo,
they're
hey, what's
faking
So,
the
up?
NASA shit. They're faking the NASA shit on purpose too. Like, all the
oh
wires on
yeah,
the ISS. There's no way those are just mistakes they're showing us. They're faking it poorly on purpose for some reason. Someone else is trying to get in. What's that? Who was that?
Nah, what's up? What's up, Dave?
Oh, what's up, Josh? How you doing?
Hey, dude, this would you guys are right. This whole uh like COVID pandemic thing, right, was really a trip. How it affected like the truth people, right? Like I can't believe that, Dave. We know truthers that got the vaccine, bro. That makes
Oh yeah, wait, hold on. We can't say
no
vaccine.
fucking
We
sense.
can't say the V word or the C word. We have to be careful about
Oh,
that. Use
whatever.
minestrone or some kind of code so we're not, because it could get the live stream just like taken down for a little bit. We say the exact words. But yeah, pandemic we can say. But yeah, we totally
yeah.
like E1. E1 was like all about like wearing the mask and giving like buying the
Dude, he
food, thinking
like
they were going to
flipped
starve
out
us.
at first, right? Like he was
But then
talking
he
about
realized
like
he was wrong and
bodies
he admitted
lying in
to
the
it.
street.
Yeah, he thinks they were actually giving us whatever the thing is with the test. That's where he was at eventually with it. Like it wasn't something that was real. It was what they were doing with the test, which I thought from the very start myself. That makes a lot of sense.
Well,
Shoving that thing way
well,
back in your fucking nasal cavity.
dude, what's even worse is that it's been so long now, right? It feels like it's been so long. And sometimes when I'm out, bro, I still see people wearing a freaking mask, dude.
Oh yeah.
Like,
More so recently, I hear, because of the Canada, they had a bunch of news like scares in the hospitals, some kind of like re-uprise of it.
dude, all they have
Yeah,
to do
but
is
still, ever
whisper.
since, yeah. And that's the
They
worst thing
just
for you.
whisper
Like
the word.
hypoxia is a thing, right? It is the worst thing for your health to do that, for sure.
Well, okay, so here, and then on top of that, they give you the idea of a bunch of pharmaceutical meds that would actually like reverse or like save you from uh what is it
The minestrone.
yeah, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble with that, bro.
The
Yeah, no,
the
I want to
minestrone
say the
is
C
like the
word,
actual
but
thing
like
they're trying to
thing
save you
that
from.
would
We'll call the other thing the jibby jab or whatever. Call it the jibby jab.
well, like okay, dude.
The
I
Fauci
don't
ouchie, I like that one
understand
the best. That was the
the
funniest.
Fauci ouchie is pretty dope.
Oh
Dude, hey, do you remember he's a rapper. Remember Samson?
yeah, that's great. He's still doing some good stuff.
I know, dude. What is it? He's got a song, Dear Fauci. But I don't think the name of the song is Dear Fauci. It's dude, it's so funny because at the beginning of it, he sounds like he's praying, and then he just stops and he goes, "Dear Fauci."
Oh yeah, where he's on his bed, right, on the side of his bed. Is that
I
the one
don't
you're talking
even
about?
do. I don't even know what the video is
Yeah, I
because
think he
I
was
just
praying,
listened
praying
to
on
it
his bed or
on a
whatever.
playlist.
Yeah, he's
But
good.
no, dude, it's like okay. So I thought that that flat like flat Earth was bad for people to like get a hold of. You know, I thought that was hard for some people to get a hold of for some reason. I don't know why. It seems kind of easy to
Yeah.
understand because, dude, if you just look at everything, right, you don't you don't come up with their conclusions, right? Like you'd come up with more of a simple like a child, like how a child would explain things. Because um, that's okay. So being out here and having uh Jenna and Jade out here, right? Dude,
Oh.
hanging out with a freaking 4-year-old and being like, yo, and showing them something, and then them just being like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it really just
Oh,
cuts away
like
up.
even the 4-year-old would get it. Like before, a lot of people out
Exactly.
here would get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. It's funny. That's the psychology of it. You know, like we were talking about earlier. Like it's the confidence game, and it's just like exactly what Elon Musk said. It looks so fake, it must be real, and it's like it's so obvious, it couldn't be real. It couldn't be the truth because it's too obvious, right? It has to be more
Yeah.
complicated. Like,
Yep. Sorry about that, man. I
Yeah.
didn't mean to like cut into your
no, that
guys'
was great.
conversation.
That was perfect. That was a perfect butt in.
The problem is with this, sorry, I'm talking in the back if you hear anything. Most of you, I think, too, can actually get that COVID was bullshit. They can actually understand that. And I'm surprised, but at the same time, I'm talking to a lot of people around here, and they have no problem. They believe COVID was a big game, it's a fear factor, all this stuff. Sorry, you see where I wasn't thinking, my apologies. What's happening, right? It was all a planned thing. Then when it comes down to speaking about the shape of the earth, that's a no-go. It's
Mm.
so difficult to get to somebody on that level because that brainwashing, that programming that started when you were 4 or 5 and all that, they got you when you were young because you were open-minded. You believed in Santa Claus, for heaven's sakes. We believed in fairies. We're going to put, I put my tooth under my pillow. I'm going to get paid. We had an open mind. That was taken away and was given a solid information, a foundation based on programming and bullshit that lives within the brain now. And everything that now you do after that is going to go back to the foundation that they built. So when you're trying to talk to somebody about a foundation and break it, that that's all they know and everything's based upon, that's a difficult one. They're not going to be able to break that as easy as something that they can even see that was going on right in front of their eyes and they've never known about. No one was ever talking about what's happened recently. Okay, no one understood that there's no brainwashing for that. So right now, you can talk to people and break them on that. But when you're talking about a foundation that everyone was built upon when you're young, that's difficult to break, especially when they're older.
Really difficult.
They've
Yeah.
already lived
Yeah.
it for so long.
The conditioning, and it's like I was just talking about this earlier with somebody about how a lot of times we say like you need a replacement, like you're just so conditioned to think that there's a shape to the earth that's like, you know, you have to replace it with a new shape or a new kind of belief about the shape or something. It seems like a tendency is at least that way. And I was saying that's kind of like a language. Like if you can learn a new language, but you're always going to know the English word for that language because that's what you grew up with, right? And there's also that whole thing about like there's some languages you might not ever really be able to speak very well because you're at a young age your voice box or your vocal cords get trained to make certain vowels or certain sounds of that language, and it's much harder to do later in life. But it's similar in the way that, you know, that we're so
Absolutely.
conditioned with the language in the same way. You know, it's like our very language includes the idea of space and being on a ball. In a
I
way.
love that you bring language to that because that's absolutely. Even when I was traveling and trying to do different words, I always go back to what you know. You're like, shoot, I
Mhm,
did it again. You know what I mean? Your brain
mhm.
automatically does it. And I was the same way. Well, okay, then it's not and it's contained, but you're looking for an answer. We're always usually trying to fit an actual here. There's the answer. It can't be open minded. We can't not know as human beings. But I'm fine with not knowing. That is, I think
Yo,
that's the conclusion you have to get to is being okay with the unknown.
Yeah,
so
true.
here's an idea of the whole like why it's like so like ingrained, like what you were talking about, Dave, about like how when you learn a language when you're younger, how it, like you're now like trained like that, right? And so it's
Mhm.
kind of hard for you when as you get older to like adapt your body to be able to make different sounds from that's why like some people can't
Right.
like roll their R's in Spanish and stuff when they get like a
Mhm.
teenager or whatever, right?
Exactly.
And here's a kind of a theory on that, man, is so from the time a child's born until they're about 8 years old, have you ever heard that they're in you know the different brain waves, right? The delta,
Mhm.
what is it?
Alpha. Yeah. Yep.
Delta, uh,
Alpha.
wait, alpha, theta. All right, theta is the
Theta.
one I'm looking for. All right.
Mhm.
Um, when you're born until you're about 8 years old, you're in complete theta stage. All right. And then you like find out that theta stage is the stage as you're being hypnotized. Like, which makes complete sense. If you have kids walking around until they're about 8 years old, pretty much being hypnotized by everything around them. Like it's really like going into your like subconscious, and that's why it's like so important on how you raise kids and how you treat your little ones. You know, like uh, that's kind of where you create the habits. That's kind of where you get all that stuff that people need to unpack when they're older, when they go to freaking therapy. You know, like it all happens from the time when
Really?
they were before 8 years old or whatever. You know, like it's because it's like tattooed on your brain pretty much. And there's almost nothing you can do about it.
It set you in your life. I was born, I remember I'm way born, sorry, when I was younger, 4 and 5, I used to always want to look at everything. I always want to stop for a gas station, go to the bathroom and see what the bathroom's like. My mom said, you had to see everything because you're absorbing all of that. So you're trying to figure out the world. And whatever you're being told, you're almost hypnotized. You're right, because your parents tell you Santa Claus is this and you automatically believe it. You see Disney, right, on TV and you believe in Aladdin. Your brain is just like amazing when you're a child because you can almost absorb anything. But that's when they need to be protected, though. Our brain is at that
That
moment where you need to be fed the correct information and be taught of this place. But that's what they did
And
back years and years ago. They used these different places, right? These asylums, and they studied us. And they knew how our brain worked, and then they used that against us. It's all tactics. So now we got to get them when they're young. So when you look back further to even the whole educational system, that was looked at and found out by the military. Military is like, we want part of this. We can control the people doing this, educate them. So it wasn't for us, it was for them. So they educated us the way they wanted us to be educated, programmed. And now you change that, 8 years old. I mean, when you teach a child music at a young age, look at them go. They fly. I mean, everything when you're taught younger, you're actually bringing that usually when you're older. So it's the fact that we look at our children a lot of times as almost like, oh, it's okay. They're young. They can't do that. Actually, we should be allowing them to do a lot of things. Show them experiments. Get them out there doing things actually with their hands. You know what I mean? Teach them math younger than you think. They can read
yeah,
way
no, let
quicker
them
and
figure
sooner
some
than
stuff
we are
out,
telling
right?
them to. Yeah. But again, we just give them some
Um,
toys or give them a TV to sit in front of. You know what I mean?
well, you know
No.
what? So fast forward to now, right? And why do you think they have drag queen freaking story hour? Because their brain is a sponge. So if you tell them, hey, you're not really a little boy, you could be a little girl when they're like 5 years old, guess what? You might as well have them under fucking hypnosis on a stage in Las Vegas, dude. Getting them to cluck like a fucking chicken.
Yeah, and
Like,
we also know peer
because
pressure is a big thing. So all it takes is one kid at school saying, "Oh, what you wanted to be a boy? You know, come on, wait a minute. What about this gender? What about this?" And you feed into that peer pressure as a child because you want to be part of a clique. You want to be liked and loved. You want to be on the outside and bullied. So all it takes is putting it in there, and then if one person does it, everybody kind of falls in line with it. It makes trends. What they're doing.
well, and honestly, that's probably because they weren't they weren't taught at a young age to think for themselves, like what you were talking about a minute ago, where like you need to let your kids like make mistakes and stuff, like let them go out, let them explore, let them like climb a tree, let them fall out of the freaking tree, who cares, you know, like as long as they don't break their neck. Like, I don't know, hey Dave, you were young enough, how many trees have you fallen out of in your life? How many times have you done something really stupid, dude? I mean, when I look back at my life, I'm like, yo, I'm lucky I made it to 38. I don't know how I made it.
Exactly.
Like,
Rolled off the roof of a garage one time, and I remember being like amazed that I wasn't dead.
exactly.
We were jumping off our roofs into pools and stuff, and mom wasn't around. Like, come on, we were climbing trees. We were out there riding our bikes, like, no hands. Like, hey! Now we want to put training wheels on our kids. I'm like, okay, put a helmet on and your knee brace and your elbow. I'm like, listen, I don't have any of that. I've broken my knees. I busted them. I've broken my ankles. I've had wounds to no end, but I don't know how I made it to 40, but I'm still here. But at the same time, that taught us things in life, and it gave us an ability to accomplish, feel like we're accomplishing something. Look what I can do. Showing ourselves what we're capable as well gives you a lot to look forward to in life and gives you that having confidence in yourself as a human being is important. And I think they take that away from you and they build you to be almost everybody's the same like robots. They don't want you to be unique. They want you to be the same as everybody else. Oh,
Well, you know
I don't
what?
like that.
When okay, so when you okay, because I'm like writing a book, right? And so I've been reading a lot of different like articles on stuff and different like papers on things. Uh, and it's interesting that you talk about confidence right now because that's like the number one thing in both sexes that they look for in like a viable partner is confidence. Like even if you're not all that great at anything, like if you have confidence in what you're doing, it makes a difference. Like I don't know, it looks better to the
Because
people around you. Like,
Yep.
they don't want you to get up every day and look in that mirror and love who you are, know who you are. They don't want you to have any confidence, really. You're weak. Um, but doing things will actually show you that you're like things that you also don't think you're capable of doing. That one thing, oh, I can't do that. I don't try to use the word I can't anymore. If I feel like I can't do something, then it pushes me to do the opposite. Well, now you're going to try. And you're going to keep trying until you do it because we actually can. They don't, like, just in other words, to the astronauts. Well, I can't be an astronaut. That's for them. Well, I can't, understand when it comes to politics because I'm not a politician. I can't understand medicine because I'm not a doctor. In reality, it's just you telling you that you're stupid and don't think outside the box or have common sense or some logic that lies in all of us as human beings. So when you take away the confidence of an individual, you have them in the palm of your hand. They're weaker, I should say. They want you to feel weak.
Yeah,
Oh.
you know what? So there's a book by James Clear called Atomic Habits, and in it he talks about the difference between somebody trying to quit, right, and somebody who has just quit. Because like, all right, there's like two different groups out there, right? There's one person that if you ask them if they have like a cigarette or something, right? One will say, I'm trying to quit, all right? And then another will say, I don't smoke, right? Because one of them now doesn't identify as a smoker. And the other one, even though they haven't smoked for like 2-3 years or whatever, right? Or even if they just stopped for like a year or so, and they say, I'm trying to quit, that's already a completely defeatist like attitude. With the way your mind works, apparently. Like,
Yeah,
sorry,
it
that's
works
all I
in
had
that
on
way.
that.
No,
No,
and
I
on
get
the
it.
same way though, if you're somebody that says you, and not just trying to quit, but if you say I quit, then it's almost like you're committed to it too much in that direction. Like if you say I don't smoke, it's like you're still
Yeah.
like, it's not like you can't ever smoke again, but I mean you just don't, right?
You don't identify with
Yeah,
it anymore. And like,
right.
dude, I think Yoda really nailed it then, right? He said, "Do or do not. There is no try." Right? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
fucking Yoda.
Freaking Yoda. Who would have thought? The Force,
Who would
shit.
have thunk?
Of course. Force makes perfect sense. I think there's a lot to that. Maybe not as miraculous
Mm-mm.
as he could do with the whole Millennium Falcon lifting and stuff, but there's definitely a force
There's-
there that we could use more so than we do. And probably the calcification of the pineal gland is a real thing. That was never
Oh,
really a
absolutely.
sign for sure. It's probably the tuner or for sure. There's like a whole enlightenment we're missing out on from all the chemicals and environment that they put us in.
I agree. I think it's frequency too. They have us at when they took away, or I believe at least, free energy and stuff. They're using energy in this world against us. And I think what Truth Prevails was saying earlier has a lot to do with how we change things too. I agree with her on that because as much as we put out here negative, and that's why there's so many shining objects. There's a lot of negative in the world. It's surrounding us. We could somehow switch that energy up. I don't know, change the frequency. Maybe a lot more people would be different. You know what I mean? So I can't guarantee that, but it feels that way. There's too much negative in this world, and that's exactly what they want you to focus on. I mean, you have to every day to
Oh,
live.
did I ever send you the Abner effect links, Josh, that I was talking about with you on the phone earlier? Did I send you the link
Dude,
for the Abner effect?
yeah. We did. Well, you know what? Honestly, I don't know if it was the Ebner effect because I did start looking up stuff with the Ebner effect last night. I only got through the first like 3 links that you sent out of like the I don't know, like
You're looking at the
13.
water stuff. You're looking at the water video.
Yeah,
The
dude, I was stuck on the
water
water.
river stuff. Yeah. But anyway, I'll send you the Abner effect videos, Stacy, because
And I was stuck on looking up freaking copper cups with a Jenna, bro.
oh yeah,
Because
that's the real
dude,
deal.
I really want to get like a copper pitcher now, like,
Yeah, and
and
structured water with a vortex Schwaberger copper coil contraption, homemade for sure. Magnets with magnets.
dude, I'll send you a picture of the setup when I finally get it set up. Hopefully.
Oh my God! Seriously, perspective. You just saw your
Structured
DM.
water. What?
That beaver thing is freaking hilarious. I'm
Oh
sorry,
yeah.
but it is. I just saw it. It's absolutely
Wouldn't that
brilliant.
be hilarious? Now there could be a guy. Actually, there's a guy
It's
that actually could be like the dude that they say is the Weekend, but it's not the guy actually performing. or the guy that we know in the public usually as The Weeknd. That's Justin Bieber
Right.
as The Weeknd, possibly.
Oh, dude, I got a new
It
one
is
for you.
hilarious.
I got a new one for you. Or I don't know if it's a new one for you. I don't know if you've heard of this one yet. Dude, Steve Jobs is John Lennon.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. No, I don't think so. I think that's
No?
subterfuge. Well, it depends. Some
Okay.
pictures do look that way, but I think the actor playing John Lennon at the very end is not Steve Jobs. Because I could show you a picture of that guy, and he's not at all. It's not Steve Jobs. I think Steve Jobs might be trolling us as Don Pettit, actually. They look a lot alike. If you put a little fake nose on Don Pettit, with, like Steve Jobs, you can't find any history of Don Pettit's childhood. Just try it. I can't find anything either. Pictures of him as a kid. Steve Jobs is a total fucking psyop, though, that's for sure. Miles Mathis piece on Steve Jobs. He's just like the Elon Musk of his day. Like a total fucking, figurehead. Probably didn't come up with any of the stuff that they claim he did by taking acid with his friends in the garage. It's all the story we were given. Probably a conglomerate of people, always profited. And he's just the Elon Musk figurehead that they put out in front of us to make us think that, like one man can succeed from, tinkering with toys in his garage to make the Apple company, right? And then also dying of cancer, like the richest man in the world happens to die of cancer. Well, cancer must be real. Otherwise, he'd have the cure. Actually, he tried alternative cures and he failed. That's why he died of pancreatic cancer, because he tried amygdalin and it didn't work. So that debunks all alternative cancer theories. That was effectively what happened. And Miles Mathis calls him out. He's like, I really hate it when they use these famous people, like, these rich famous people to enforce the narrative of, not having any kind of treatment for this thing that they keep, making money on.
Well, that's
I really
okay.
hope people
Going back
start
to
focusing
the
on the numbers real quick. Sorry, please focus on the numbers of cancer. If you actually guys really start focusing on that, especially since this whole pandemic, and you're going to see it increase more. It is getting ridiculous, guys. I mean, I'm talking about homes everywhere surrounding me and myself and families and friends. So please start focusing on, I don't know what's going on, if it's frequencies or what's happening to us, but I think something behind the
Less
scenes
cancer, you're saying?
causing, of course, not just the food, everything is going on.
You're saying there's more or less cancer?
I mean, it was more. I mean, we're on an increase to no end. And they're not going to talk about it. They're going to just
Probably the
blow it off.
minestrone
That is
helping
a big
with
problem.
that. I bet the minestrone is helping directly with that, for sure.
I think so, but also the fact that there's sugar in everything, and like
Absolutely.
cancer feeds off of sugar. So it helps it
Can't
grow.
survive without it. Can't literally survive without sugar. If
So,
they change their
I mean,
sugar.
If you
Certain kinds of sugar, yeah.
if you check into like stuff like the carnivore diet, where people eliminate like all sugars from their diet and their bodies, like they lose, like they recover from cancer.
Yeah.
And okay,
there's all kinds of work, and especially microzyme, the whole thing about the shop and the environment. You could totally fix it. There's no way Steve Jobs died from that. Go ahead though.
Going back to the cocoa virus, though, right? That's what I'll call it. Back in the
Don't
day,
say
with
virus. Just say
whatever. What the fuck? Virus is now fucking.
Yeah, the V word. The V word in any way. You can't say that V word as a virus or a vaccine. The jibby jab and.
Dude, are they?
Well, it's no big
Okay,
deal.
so
No big
is
deal.
the
We've
next
done
step
it.
that they're gonna give you a fucking gold star to put on your jacket and hide you in a fucking
It's
closet
not
now,
that
or
strict.
what? Like,
It's not as strict as it once was. We're not really that worried, but we're trying not to. That's all.
so okay, so whatever. So cocoa, right, happens, and you get a bunch of truthers that at one point are talking about all natural stuff, right? All natural stuff. But then they bring in this little bug, okay? And now you got everybody talking about how great stuff like hydrochloroquine is and ivermectin and shit, which is still from the same people that gave you the freaking virus in the first place. Like,
yo, what the fuck is going on, guys? Why are you saying V words and shit?
Yeah, I told him. I just went through it with him. He's new. He knows the codes now, except he can't probably say ivermectin either.
Don't say
Like
no
all the
kind of.
official words.
Yeah, man.
It
It
seems
ain't
to
us.
have
We don't
actually
want to
though.
censor anyone, but it's
Yeah.
like the whole all the platforms and shit we use. So
Yeah, we're trying not to. They've been a little bit more lenient, but we don't want to assume anything. That's all. But anyway, so you're right. They probably like, that whole battle about whether that was like Joe Rogan was taking it or whatever else. Like what like who knows how much of that was the things they were giving us to like you know like two bad choices like the whole thing about wars and stuff. They give us two wrong narratives to choose from. Both of them are wrong. Seems to be what they're good at. Two false stories to believe in. You get your choice of this false story or this false story. It's like geocentrism and heliocentrism. As long as you're on a ball, we don't care. There's false dichotomy. Choose between you get a ball or a ball. Which one do you want?
Hmm. Well, it's just like the sugars are too. People don't even know what to do when they go to get, like, make their coffee or something. They got so many different types of sugar for you to choose from. Raw, I mean, the sweet and low, the Splenda, whatever. But in reality, when they go get their food, if you look at the box, almost everything you buy in the store, it's got like 2 or 3 different damn types of sugar in the damn shit. Soybeans, genetically modified, everything you could think of. This has all happened in the last 10 years. Dramatic
and the seed
changes, and we
oils.
wonder why this is on a rise. Come on.
Yeah. And like even if you're
Like
trying to like you buy the toothpaste without the fluoride in, like they put fluoride in all the food and all the fucking mixes everything
Put it
else,
in
right? So
everything.
yeah.
They try to avoid it at all costs. You try to, but you have to come to the understanding that at some point you're going to be consuming the shit. I mean, they're trying to put stuff in our lettuce. They're trying to make everything that like will have grown meat. I mean, for fuck's sake, I don't even know if what I'm eating is even meat. At this point, some of the stuff that we get, I don't know anymore. So it's questionable. People are literally don't know what to do. They're confused about everything. Look at all the stuff that we talk about. It's insane. How
There's
much
also
stuff they have
something
to
to
focus on.
the idea of us focusing on like maybe there is like hormones and shit that actually does affect you. It's not good to eat and whatever. But just by
Hmm.
like acknowledging it and thinking about it is like maybe
Yeah,
that'll make it affect you more just by like they say like smoking doesn't really give you cancer, but the fact that it says so on the box and the fact that you believe it does is what gives you the cancer.
that it can. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not going to say that they don't know. I believe back in the day before they started spraying it and commercializing it, everything they do, like just even cannabis is the same way. When they took it and made it a corporate thing and commercialized it all, you're not getting what you should have, and it's not natural. And you need to find people that actually grow it themselves and don't put that shit on it. So all they're doing is they're giving you something that hey, this is going to cause you cancer. In reality, the very source of it wouldn't have caused you to have cancer. What they're doing to all of our stuff now is giving us cancer and making us unhealthy. I mean, come on, we got 20-year-olds who
It's like
feel exhausted and they're hurting.
yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I was going to send you those. I mentioned your DMs because I was going to send you the Ebner effect,
Yeah.
which is the whole thing about the GMOs. Like you can, this guy noticed that he had this plant that was he had an electric field uh, in his house, right? It was an electric field generator or something like that, and the plant was going towards the electric field, the static electric field. That's what it is, SEF,
Hmm.
static electric field, and the plant was growing towards the static electric field rather than towards the window where the sun is. And then he started
Hmm.
experimenting with this, and he found that he could actually affect the genetic code of the plant and the fish that he was testing, and it would actually go back in the DNA history to access the potential of formerly extinct species and reproduce the extinct species, right? And the
Hmm.
corn would
Yeah.
grow like 10 times like the amount of corn ears and he said, and the two people that were discovered it happened to die mysteriously a couple of years afterwards. So same old story, right? They don't want us to know
Same
that
old story.
a static
Absolutely.
electric field might totally enhance you and the environment and the plants and everything else. And you wouldn't need to buy the GMOs. They wouldn't, if their money's in the GMOs and the pesticides they're selling and making sure they can treat everything the way they want it to produce and give Monsanto where you can't even grow regular seeds in their soil and all that shit. They can't do that.
Yeah.
They can't control it if we know that the static electric fields is the key. That's why they buried it, and it's called the Ebner effect.
Yeah, please. Yeah, did you send that to me? You're going to? I'd love to
I'll send you the
in my
links
spare
right
time
now.
look at stuff like that. Yeah, thank you,
And
sweetheart.
then
Appreciate
I'll have
that.
to send you the microzyma stuff, which I'm all about. The microzyma was like the Bouchamp versus Pasteur germ versus
Yeah.
terrain theory stuff. That was like at the heart of it. The microscopes were showing this shit. Like at the heart of every cell is like this intelligent morphic like creature basically, like that's in communication with all the other creatures creating everything, just like I assumed it must be. Well, we all kind of instinctively assume it must be, but it's pleomorphic. Everything's pleomorphic. It can form
So
into
can we
whatever it
change it
needs to
up from
be.
this medical stuff, please?
Yeah. I'm done. Sorry.
That's how servers begin. Yeah, I know you guys run like 8 servers that got shut down. Let's not do that here.
We talk
All
we
the
talk about all this
asylums,
the other day.
all the asylums, all the Tartaria. You know what I'm saying? All them servers that got shut down over the time. Over time.
Recently? Oh yeah.
Just
Yeah.
over the whatever. Yeah. Let's just not do
I'm
it, please.
definitely not putting it in the live stream. I mean the text
All
chat.
right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
No problem. It's hard. It's just that that's like such a huge part of it. Definitely code
All of
words
it is. Yeah.
need to be used at times.
Oh, it's huge. All that stuff with our, with our
Yeah,
body and shit. And yeah, it's big
that's
stuff,
the
man.
hugest crime ever, huh? Man, it's still like a Twilight Zone. Can't even believe it
I do
happened
I
believe
like
that
hate
as our
not
now.
being able
species,
to talk
though.
about it.
Yeah,
I hate
I
not
think
being
we knew.
able to
I
talk
think we
about
knew
it.
all of this, though.
yeah.
Jimmy. I think you know too. I think back in time, I think we knew all this information, frequencies, all of it, right? The shape of the Earth, everything. I think we actually had all this information, and they had to take it from us, dumb us down, and set us out into a society. And I don't know. If you can go back to all the orphan stuff and everything, right? And I think in reality, they have programmed us into these almost robotic people. And I think at one point in time, people, a long, long time ago, that's why we had almost amnesia that we actually did know. I think we knew a lot of this information, how to grow plants, all of it. I don't think it was a confusion at all.
Yeah, yeah. And it seemed like there was probably like a more of like we were talking about before you came in, like telepathically, like they were, like the 100th monkey effect, where like a certain amount of people realize something just becomes common knowledge. They figured out a way to like confuse our languages to modern day Tower of Babel or something, get us to forget all
And
this
you look
shit
at
that we
everything back
already
in
knew.
time, our buildings, how we traveled the earth, based on stars and everything else. I just think we knew it all. Like, based on logic and based on, I think we were given the information at one point in time and we lived it. And that's been taken from us, our own understanding of who we are as human beings, what even a human is. It's been programmed as what we are and how we function. Um, and whatever this place is, right? They've even lied to you about what this place is. We're even confused about that. That's insanity. I'm not confused. I know I've been lied to, but do I know what this place is? No. Listen, I don't think anybody actually knows for sure what this place is. Besides, we can understand what we are told is wrong. Most of us in here, and we have something that we're looking for the answer. But even when it comes to shape of the earth or non-shape, I don't get matrix, not matrix, all this stuff. Nobody really knows what this place is. I think only thing that we do know is we're being lied to. That's about it.
Yep. It's not what they're saying. We know that. That's the only thing we can all agree on for sure. It's definitely not the spinning ball they said it was. Maybe they get us to worry about what the whole thing is. That's part of the psyop. We can't see the whole thing ever. Even if we thought we were seeing the whole thing, it's probably not seeing it. Never. That's not necessarily important. And it's definitely not a shape because it would have to be like some kind of 3D object. Not an object we're on. It's a realm. At least it's stationary level as far as we can tell. The boundaries might be interesting to explore. And like the outer lands and the outer ponders might be an interesting thing to find out the truth about. But I think there's a lot of misdirection going on, for sure, at the very least.
I think the only way really to break the cycle of everything, because people know something's wrong, like we talked about earlier, is literally something so big as even lying to, because people can understand why would they lie about something like that. So, because it's so baffling. Like, that's the core, right? The foundation we were talking about earlier. So, if they find out their foundation's been rocked, why? I don't make any sense why they do that. But if that is wrong, then they have that knowledge, right? They have to now learn everything over. I don't. For me, I had to. I'm like, if you're gonna lie to me about that, I don't believe about anything you taught me now. How does water work? How does this work? You start really going into breaking down everything that you've been
Mhm.
taught over the years. So that's the only way I think personally that you can shake someone enough that they've been lied to about the foundation of your existence, basically, and where you're at and who you are, is to get the only way to people to snap and to say, well, then now I want the answers. Because there's nothing wrong with us looking for the answers. I think we had it. Are we going to find it fully? No, probably not. But we can maybe get there. People actually want to look. And that's what we're trying to do, looking for that answer. To have a replacement is ridiculous. That's saying that I know. And to sit around here and say I know is insane to me too, because I don't know. I love to know, but I sure in the heck know that we're being lied to. That's it, like you said earlier, and we need to get to the bottom of that. And a lot of people say, well, "Why are you looking for it? You're looking for static. You're looking for this electric universe," because we're trying to just find something, right? Something to lean on, and I think it's what we all thrive on: information. It's the core of us. I don't think we'll ever stop looking for information. It's what everything is. Um, but to find the
Yeah, it's so
answer, I don't know
addictive.
if we
It's
are
like
going to
it's
find it.
more addictive than crack. This
Mm-hmm.
information shit is way, and at least it's not damaging you. It's actually enhancing you. So that's kind of like the best addiction we could have found. But it's just so
It
weird. Like
won't.
your frustration with other people not wanting to know or not being curious. That's
Yeah.
what frustrates all of us more than anything. Like, how would you not want to know if you're on a spinning ball or not? Why is that something that you could go years assuming I'm crazy when I was your best friend in high school? You can go years just assuming that
Yeah.
and not have some curiosity to figure out why you think your friend's crazy. That doesn't make that's why I don't shit like that.
The fact that we even question it, people look at us like, that's like, are you serious right now? I'm like, yeah, I'm very serious. Sorry that you're already in a program, right? That is will not break. You will not even try to think outside that box because anything outside that box is ridiculous. However, everything else you're talking about that goes on in this world is ridiculous. So why wouldn't that be too? Why wouldn't that be added? Everything else you could sit here and mostly tell me is corrupt, but that one isn't. Like it's just like when someone lies to you, lied to you 100 times, but they ain't gonna lie to you this time because you can't believe that. It just doesn't match your foundation of what you know, your core. No, that doesn't align with me. But you've lied to me every other time. But I'm gonna trust you on this one. Like who does that? But that's what society is doing. They know they're being lied to about so much shit, and even they know that the system is backwards and corrupt. But for some reason, they still believe that. I don't, but they believe this, and that you can't go outside of that box. Because if you do, you're crazy. That to me is like it's the most baffling thing of all. You can barely shake that part of it with someone. So yeah, the shape of the earth, what we talk about here, will be going on probably for a very long time. Because I don't know if people can shake that foundation that's already been created for quite a while. That's
But
going
you
to
know
be a
what?
difficult one.
That's good though. That's probably the best thing because if it ever goes mainstream, like I always say, it's because they want it to go mainstream, and then they're going to start attaching a bunch of pseudoscience to that truth, like telling us they know how thick the
Yes.
dome is and exactly how high the ice wall is, and back, all those other claims that go with that truth that they could just start saying, and we wouldn't, if they're unfalsifiable, we can't prove to ourselves after that point what it is because they're already saying it's stationary, which is what we can tell from our personal experience. So, but yeah, it seems like that we could have a lot more fun with this right now. Like we might as well have fun with it. It's going to be around forever, right? Maybe it'll never go mainstream, which is probably best. So otherwise, then we won't know who is lying, what they're lying about. Like it's
Oh
the coolest
yeah.
thing about flat Earth is you can find the cool people, right? Because they're
Right.
not the ones that aren't buying in the mainstream realize that we're not a spinning ball, and it's cool.
Yeah.
It's easier to find your friends that way, or people that are smart enough to have a good conversation with.
At
Oh,
least
Uber,
for
you would
you,
like,
or for us.
Jeremy, you like this idea I had earlier tonight. Like, what about, like, how they do those flash mobs? And you guys know that, right? The flash mobs, remember that? It was like the
Yes.
thing. I don't know why it's not still. I thought it was kind of interesting, kind of gay sometimes, but well, like a flat mob. Like, what about a flat mob? Like, like you set up somebody, like one of your friends that's just in denial about flat Earth, and you get a bunch of your flat Earth friends to like happen to be at a bar with them and then do the whole like flat Earth like dance or flat Earth proofs or something like some elaborate
Yeah.
show that they have to be involved with that shows how, and they would be singled out as the one person that is still thinking as on a ball, and they're surrounded by like 40 people who realize how ridiculous that is. It would be like a way
Well,
of like
I
forcing
think
them to
that's
see
the
it
key.
almost.
When you like when you go to speak to somebody and you're right, like, say for instance, last time I did this was two people, right? I'm sitting in front of them and they kind of going back and forth and trying to debunk me on the phone. And well, this says this, right? On Google. I'm like, well, honey, anytime you Google what I'm talking about, it's going to do that debunk thing first, right? So they're gonna do that. And I'm sorry, I lost my whole train of thought because I got sidetracked over here. You just said something that was put on point. I'm so sorry, Spear. Go ahead, because I literally lost my train of thought.
That's cool. We're talking about flash mob, like a flat Earth flash mob. And then you started talking about
Yeah, I know. What the hell was it? Was something about that though?
getting people to see it,
it.
like surrounded by 40 people.
Oh, yeah, surround people. Thank you. There it is. When you do it alone, it's going back and forth, and it's almost like they can't believe you, and they'll try to debunk you. When you have a lot of people surrounding you, like these tours and stuff that happen, the first one, the Go By tour, what Widget does, when people get together and they talk, not from a crazy point, from a logical point, bounce back and forth, and that energy is good, other people start listening because they're like, well, if it's not just one crazy person. There's a bunch of people saying this. Wait a minute. And it kind of registers different because they don't want to be the one on the outside, on the outskirts. Now they're standing there. They're the one that's like almost peer pressure again. I talked earlier that they are not aligning with the rest. Wait a minute. Because it's people in society have they built that fall in line. And people do. There's a fire, run. They don't look if there's a fire. They just run with the rest of the people. So it takes groups of people, and if they actually knew how many talk like us, and that was really mainstream, or how many people were actually protesting stuff when it was going on in Italy, stuff that was happening. If you saw the levels of people, that's when people start questioning it more. Why am I not thinking this way? Am I the wrong one? So I think that when you get gathered, groups of people, it does help more. Doing it alone, they look at you like you're the outside one. They're the one that's right. Takes more people.
Think of how much it helped just to have like Kyrie Irving and some of these halfway famous people, even if they're not known for science, just that they're famous. Any famous person talking about it is huge for people. It's too bad that that's what they go by, I think. For sure. And it's but I don't know if that's, maybe I think those people might be told to say it. I don't know. Who knows? You never know when it's a famous person.
I think they are too. They're told to tell you, like I said earlier, like you don't hear anything unless they allow it, right? They're allowing these people to speak out because they could just take you and kill you off, right? They could threaten your family, and stuff can happen. I don't know what Prince died. I don't know what Michael Jackson said. I don't know about any of these people. If they're alive, they're probably somewhere else. Okay, living a different life.
I'll tell you for real. I don't think Michael Jackson's dead for sure. Michael Jackson, Prince, nope, those two for sure.
Yeah, you get me? Like like come on. These narratives are going on and on. It's conditioning. The conditioning's been going so well for these people, and we've helped them, not us in general, but yeah, we have it before we became fully. I don't know. I will use the word fully before we started becoming more awake. Because I'm not fully awake. I have no idea what the hell's going on. Hey, that's why I don't even like that word awake. I'm like, am I?
Yeah, I don't like it either anymore. They totally tainted it. It's like fake news. Like you can't say fake news anymore because it's like Trump's thing. You can't say woke because it's either that you're for Trump or against Trump now. That's what woke means. And so, like, it's just like all these words they co-opt. And you're right, though. We can't, like, even if everyone's listening to you, you don't know what the truth is. You just know they're not telling the truth. So it's not like we have, like, this campaign to tell people the truth because we don't know for sure exactly what it is. We just know it's not what they say.
I do want people to remember for your own sanity too, and I try to, because I'm like, we're not getting anywhere. This is all dumb. We've been doing it for so long. But they were already using words, and remember saying that when this all first happened, everything that happened, I won't say anything happened, like flatten the curve. They were literally using our words and then blending flat earthers.
That was so funny. Yeah, that was crazy.
Remember? They were using this. Because in those moments, we were making an impact. So they stopped it. And they wanted to corrupt the brain. Now they're using the word, right? Woke. They're taking everything that we do because they're watching and listening to us. That's why they gave us these platforms.
Well, I think they might have rolled out flat Earth from the start. I'm like one of those people thinking that they gave us 9/11 on purpose, they gave us flat Earth on purpose, and they're eventually going to give us the outer ponders, and that's what this is all leading up to, joining the alien conspiracy.
Oh, that's coming. I just
to
made a
give
comment
us,
on my YouTube today. CNN was
yeah,
posting this shit talking about the stuff they're leaking out right now. Have we
yeah.
captured alien UFOs and stuff? They want you to focus on the alien invasion coming in.
Well, I'll tell you that I
Like,
always
come
point
on.
this out. I got to go soon, but I point this out with that disclosure project they did with Stephen Greer back before 9/11. They had all those officials. It was at the National Press Club, and all those ex-military people saying they would testify in court about what they saw on radar, and then they had the one guy come on and say 57 different species of aliens living amongst us as we speak. This is his claim, right? But then he
Mm,
specifically said we just can't and he said this very specifically, we just can't figure out how it could be that they could look so much like us and come from a planet in space where the atmosphere would be completely different. Doesn't make any sense. So if this is an alien psyop rollout, why are they making sure that we know that they may come from here, not from outer space already? They're already thinking outer ponders, is what I'm saying.
What do you think about all the people lately? They've been doing speeches and then just going silent, and then just staring blindlessly for like 18 seconds or whatever into the camera
Yeah,
when
it's
they're in the
feeding
middle of
into that's on purpose too, to feed us into the idea that we're in a matrix and it's all simulation and things can get put on pause. Someone, Godric was in here earlier talking about a plane in the sky and everything is just like frozen in the sky. I think they give us this shit on purpose too, to make us think that it's all just a computer game we're in and nothing matters. That's what my guess would be.
and then
People might be cloned or robots.
there was another lady doing a speech. There was another lady doing a speech or reading something out, and there's a woman doing telepathic communication to her, and that was I'm not sure what news channel that was on, but I saw it on a channel that's
Explain that again. Wait, what is it? What did they show? Some telepathic communication between who and who?
yeah. There's a channel called Franshot Pearson. His name's Franshot Pearson, and if you go to his channel, maybe like a day ago, there was
Okay,
a
how to spell
video.
it? Franchot. Spell that for me, please.
Franchot, Franchot
Okay,
Pearson,
just like it sounds.
Pearson.
Okay, check it out.
Franchot Pearson, yeah, and he was talking about, because he decodes colors and clues and stuff to do with everything that you can see in the media, like all the news stories, and he thinks that they're all there are so many signs because it's just like it's like a play. There's some sort
Mm-hmm.
of a spiritual war going on, and he can see all of these clues and stuff, and he picks up stuff in the media, like the one I was saying. There's a lady that's telepathic, and I think they're going to be saying like, "Yep, there's aliens. They're here among us, and they have telepathy, and they look just like us." Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the guy was saying. Like I said, he said that it doesn't make any sense that they would come from other planets, and it wouldn't when you think about it. Why would they look just like us? They came from another planet, right? So if they're gonna, and if it's not outer ponders, it's them faking that. I think that they're just gonna fake it to make it seem like outer ponders, and it's all the more convenient that they look just like us because they could just use actors then instead of a guy in like a green alien costume, to fake it. They already have the UFO tech and they already have the directed energy weapon tech, so they've got everything they need, including the blue screen, the blue beam, green screen, holographic shit. So get ready. That's going to be like the outer ponder in the sky giving us the new fucking truth. Or there could be good outer ponders, bad outer ponders, and then we could even have like a judgment day, like acted out, where your social credit score is going to determine your ever loving existence, right? The rest of your existence or something. They could. It's so the potential's so ripe. Actually, Geo came up with the best idea, and then I got to go. But not the best idea. The worst idea that we hope they don't use, which is that that's how they chip us, because the aliens look just like us. Then they have to just, to get your real human pass, you have to be chipped so we can always recognize if you're human or alien. Otherwise, we'll never be able to tell the difference. So they make it like a badge of honor and a way to protect you from them, or protect you from the people that are killing all the fucking aliens that look just like us, except if you have a chip.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't get into the supermarket to buy food because you might be an alien. You know.
There you go. Right. Too good an idea. That's a scary one. I was like, oh shit, that's probably what they're gonna do. Right?
No. Yeah.
I think they
Well,
could so pull off something similar to that. Like maybe not that, but similar. I think they could pull off convincing everyone who is has gotten away from believing or knowing the creator. Those who just think that there is no creator, that we come from the Big Bang. That these beings created us, right, and terraformed this earth for us or something, and placed us here, and we've gotten so far away from what they intended for us in order to get our biology back to the way it's supposed to be, that we have to receive some kind of whatever, be it a chip or you know um, a jab or whatever.
uh yeah, even with the outer ponder scenario, that works. Like the Elohim or the outer ponders, and then the watchers, like outer watchers and outer Elohim, whatever. Like they could, you don't need the Big Bang. Even you could have like a god, a creation story, that just ends up with these other beings that made like a dumbed down version of themselves, cloned these workforces, the Adamic race and the one before that, and then like made Eve from the rib, which wasn't really the rib; it's the exact bone, and supposedly Scripture uses the exact description of the bone that to this day they use for extracting stem cells. So I think this is just an advanced, for sure, an advanced ancient ancestor race. If I had to guess what the truth is, I would guess that's the truth. So maybe it is. But I think they're gonna use like they're gonna fake it, even if it is true, and give us that version of what that whole idea resonates with most people, even if you're a flat earther in a way. You make it out of bounders instead of space aliens. It'll be the best psyop ever. You're gonna love it. I got a front row seat. That's all I'm looking forward to. Might as well have fun with it. I do think we should
It's
do
just
the
crazy
flat
though.
Earth flash mobs, right? Flat Earth flash mobs. Think about that, anyone listening. I hope somebody does it. That would be hilarious. It could
Because
go
this whole Area
viral.
57 and everything that they've done to us, they've corrupted what an alien even is. I mean, people have got this vision because people have like stories of gray little creatures coming out to get you. I mean, yeah, from outer space, right? So people believe in this shit. I mean, honestly, Christians too. I'm telling you right now,
I
up
hope they
until
do. I hope
quite a
if
few of
they
them.
do the alien invasion, I hope they do make it from outer space, because then we'll know how
Yeah,
fake it is. If they say it's outer
right.
pounders, we won't
Actually,
know. I mean, I don't know. If there's probably outer pounders, I don't know if these are the fake ones or the real ones, right?
I believe they've been messing with our genetics. I think there's stuff that we don't, people like us, but we've come from been messing with our genetics. I really do. I think this is just something that this whole story they've given us, right? They've already played this out before. I've seen resets. How long does this go back? I don't know. I have no clue, but I think they've already done all this before, and that's why it can be sloppy. That's why they're so good at it and they're ahead of us. Technology, everything. It's just because they've already done this before. But it's so easy.
Probably had laptops since ancient Egypt at least, and that's why the hieroglyphs were so
Right?
perfect. They were all 3D printed. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, you look at some of our statues and stuff, and I looked at a video about this years ago before this happened, and they were comparing what we can do with 3D printers, right, and how it works, and the little marks it at least because of the printer. And these are the same things and marks that we've got on a lot of our old statues and everything. That's why they're so perfect. Yet there's also these little tiny flaws that a 3D printer leaves, and that's what they were leaving. So when you look at stuff like that, I mean, is it real? I don't know. Right? I can't tell you that. But when it matches up so close to it, I mean, identical, we're talking
Right.
about, yeah, we're getting somewhere possibly. And if these things were 3D printed, think about the knowledge that they had prior. I mean, we just got the 3D printing supposedly not that long ago. So,
Mhm.
no. You know what I mean? And if that's the
Right.
case, for heaven's sakes, guys, no wonder we have these beautiful, unbelievable buildings that I can't even understand how they're built. Sincerely, they're gorgeous. Giants
Yeah.
are like small compared to these buildings they can walk in if they were real, you know? Yeah.
Some of the mountain ranges look too perfect almost sometimes. I wonder if those are 3D printed and there's
Hmm.
like huge labyrinths inside. I'm convinced that people are living underground and in the mountains for sure, like way more than we assume. That would make a lot of sense.
I think there's a little bit of the truth to anything that you hear. I think it's all manipulated, or even the things that we know as possible truth are probably manipulated, right? It's just the truth that we know of it. Um, yeah, I think we'll get somewhere one day, but I don't know. I don't know when that day's going to happen. But I think when it does happen, we're going to be completely have to be ourselves, even who think we're looking for truth, be basically taken back to square one. Like, holy shit, we thought it was bad, but not this bad. I think that's how we're going to respond. Like,
Well, like if
wow.
you found out you're living in Disneyland, right? Like say, like literally, you realize that this whole place is just like Disneyland, and that it was literally created in that way, and it's fake as fuck. It's that fake. Then what, right? Like,
I
so the
know,
truth is we live
right?
in Disneyland. Now what, right? Okay, I
Where
gotta
do you
go.
go from there?
Right. That's why most people don't want to know. I'd rather not know, and I
No,
don't blame them sometimes.
correct. I do. I can understand that feeling when they actually get to that. And that's a choice, right? Whether you want to know more, whether you want to actually find the actual truth. Because for people like us, right? We thrive on that shit. We're like, what, you lied to me? Well, now I'm going to seek the truth until no end. I'm going to die for this truth. You know what I mean? People
Right.
like throw
Yeah. I
yourself
don't feel
into a
like dying
fire
for
for
it
it.
anymore. I feel like just
Not really.
I feel like dying laughing more than anything. I hope I die laughing
Amen.
from this, right? Amen.
Yeah, I get you.
Good night, y'all.
As,
I
yeah, good night, sweetie.
hope
Been a
everyone
pleasure.
dies laughing. Not anytime soon
Exactly.
though. Later.
Bye, honey.
How you been, Stacey?
No, I'm doing good. Been through some crazy life of the field. I was doing that management shit, and then crazy life happened. Literally, I was being bullied at work. Put my head down, kept taking it because I'm 40 years old and I ain't paying up that shit. I see what society is. You know, we know what the world is and how it works. And then I got sat down and told that I was bullying my employees, even though my boss sat and saw me being bullied and told me to ignore it. So I'm going to a court kind of thing right now. Um, I walked away from my job, said I will not sign something I have not done. There ain't no way. So I was baffled, dude. Are you kidding me right now? But everything's figured out. My old boss that I helped run a store with is over there now too, and he's like, Stace, I don't know how this happened, but I'm gonna try to get you back here. I said, I don't even know if I want it. This corporate shit, I've seen how it is now, honey. And I think I'd rather honestly drive for Uber or do something on my own, right? Start a food truck, whatever, because at least it showed me what I was capable of, right? I got out of that at least. But yeah, Jeremy, I was working too damn much, and it takes your soul if you're not careful a little bit away, and you get lost in it. You don't even realize how quick that can happen, and you're like, "Where's me? Where am I at again?" So I stepped away from it and taking some me time, and I'm getting
I'm
back to
telling
work here soon. But I'm gonna do it on my terms. You know what I mean?
you, if you're looking for a good place to work, like schools or being a janitor at a school,
Uh huh.
it's nice, it's easy, it's not too hard. It's a little tough, but
Yeah.
uh,
I ain't worried
you
about
know,
tough. Yeah. I,
you get 8 hours. Summertime's tough. You get a lot of cleaning. The school year is not bad all school year. You know, you get to play on your Discord and stuff. Usually, they won't say anything. Like it's good pay. I'm
wow.
pushing twenty
That's
dollars
okay.
an hour. Like $20 an hour is like the starting pay almost 19, 20. So
Man, that's amazing. I just sent that song go. I'm because you're already mopping. I'm already cleaning toilets because just because I was a cafe manager doesn't mean that you're not taking care of the whole store still, right? Like you still have to get the shit done, changing trash, doing all that. Those are things you do at home. Like if people have a problem with me cleaning a toilet or someone does in reality, I don't give two shits, right? It makes money and it's work. So for me, $20 an hour, you're talking about that. My life doesn't have to be taken away in management because right now the only people really making that much money right this second is people that are going after management roles. I mean, people are making $13 an hour or less, and you can't survive right now on that. It's not going to happen.
no, whatever you do though, I would
So
keep doing Uber or Lyft or DoorDash like once a week at least. Get that extra 50,
yep.
$100 a week. That's huge right there. Doing Uber on the side's huge. It'll pay for the
Yes.
car. You go make $100 a week on a weekend. You know that's easy too. You know what it is. 5, 6 hours out there. You got $100.
Oh yeah.
So
If you do it right and you know the system, you can do it quite well. You have to
yeah,
stick to it. And there's like Uber offers, if you do the Uber thing, promotions and stuff where you can actually sign up for that. If you make enough trips, you get that extra bonus, right, added on and stuff. So yeah, they have options. And even people that don't have cars, I would recommend it, but it's $300 basically to rent a car from them. And you can literally rent the car, but you have to make $300 back, right, for your car. And you're going to have to make money on top of that to survive. So you better be working 7 days a week. But if somebody doesn't even have a
yeah,
vehicle, there are ways of making money.
doing it full time is crazy. Maybe a little bit,
It
but
is.
it's better to just do it on the side. Like you have a full
Yep.
time job that pays all your bills, and then you make 50 or $100 a week, and let that shit pay for the car or be extra money for you or whatever you need, savings, whatever.
Oh yeah. I was doing that just like, oh wow, I want this, I want to go out to dinner tonight, I want to go see my mom. Well, guess what? I was going to work, I was working to work and DoorDash and Uber and all that. I was doing 3 jobs at once. Most of it was my own work. So you can decide when you want to get in that car and drive, make you $50 like you said. Well, there's the stuff I need for tonight. And then go and do it again when you want to. It's nice that you can just have that option to do that. I know these delivery things that kind of destroyed our economy in certain ways and what we talk about and all that. But at the same time, like we've talked about before, it helps you as a person to be able to pick up money out of nowhere. You ain't got it, get in your
Yeah,
house and
it's
drive
huge.
$50. Yeah, it's huge.
If this Uber DoorDash shit was around when I was a kid, I'd be rich right now. Because I would have been
Are you
grinding
kidding
when
me,
I had
right?
time. I had all the time in the world before. I was sitting around thinking, how do I make money? And
Yes.
this would have been perfect. Plus, it would have
Oh
been
yeah,
great
no,
cover
I
for when
agree.
I was selling trees. Yeah, but yeah, think about going to a school, cleaning for a school. There's probably applications everywhere. They're always looking for
Yeah, I looked
places.
into that.
There's tons of schools. Yeah, it's pretty tough during the summer, depending on how the school does it. But my school's nuts with it, so
Yeah.
we got the best looking school in the whole freaking capital district. Because I've been in all the other schools and it's not clean, uh, but yeah, like I said, you hear me, you know,
Yeah,
and
I
I
look at
work
that
for
because
8
most of the
hours.
jobs that I have for an application out there, like in a resume out there, all of them are coming to me because of my experience as management, right? Which is good because that's where the money is going to lie right now to make good money. But honestly, I don't nothing to do with management. I'm so sick of that corporate world that you have to deal with and the presidents of the company and everything. And I worked at a big training store, so I dealt with them every week. And I'm like, I don't want that anymore. Or when my people don't want to show up to work, I have to be there, living at my
So, you
job,
know,
basically. I just went home. Like,
you know what else is banging? UPS drivers. They're making 100 G's a year to be
really?
a UPS driver. Yeah, $49 an
Man,
hour.
that's double my pay, bro. I was making only 50K plus bonuses. Damn.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. It
100
is work
G's.
out there.
What's that?
It is work out there.
No,
Even
there's
100
work.
G's
Yeah.
really ain't much nowadays. Shit. But I mean, but it is more than most people make.
Yeah, no, if you were making
You know what's
100 G's in
crazy?
the 90s, if you were making 100 G's in the 90s, you would have been fucking balling out of control. Now it's like, hey, you're doing all right.
You doing all
You're
right?
doing all right. Yeah.
I would hear like 200 or 300,000 at this point. Where's my money? I know money's sick. I mean, it's the root of all evil. But let me tell you, it is the only way it kind of has insanity. That's where the happiness comes from me, is because it brings stability, and stability brings sanity and peace, right? So it does bring happiness. Um, I sure enjoy being able to pick up and go out and do something with money because you can't do shit without it nowadays. I've already come to the realization that money sucks. At the same time, I sure the hell enjoy it, and I want more of it. And that's what it got us on. You shouldn't be paying for all the shit that we pay. It's just stupid. You're paying to live on the place that you were born. Damn. It's just sad. But you're a lot like, we're kind of money hungry. A little bit. Oh, phone call. Be right back, guys.
Well, there's a difference between. I was gonna say there's a difference between regular people. Like we just want to live a nice life, having nice things, be able to, go out to eat, drive around, see our parents, do stuff. The money hungry people are the ones that are, running all these corporations, politicians, and shit like that. Those people are the money hungry reading. Like if I had a couple 2 mil in a bank, I would just live off the interest. I wouldn't be out trying to be like, I need more money. You know, just want to be able to operate on Earth, eat food, eat good food, and do stuff. That's wow. One of my neighbors looks like Fight the Flat Earth in the face. That was weird. Bless you. Yo, yo. What's up, guys? How we doing? Get it popping. Are you ready to get it popping? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, go. Did you guys hear Dell's thing about this ground raising up at a constant speed? Shit don't really help. It doesn't explain things falling or the density tower getting messed up or anything, so I don't even know what we're talking about. It doesn't really solve any problems. He just says the ground moving up. Don't make sense. I can see if you had it accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared, that would make sense. Kinda. At least you could account for things falling and a density tower getting mixed up and shit. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's try to keep our cool today, guys. What do you say? What's up, Noah? Bless you. Yo, like if somebody's here, like this is an open platform, but if somebody's here, like I don't know, uh, just talking about shit you don't want to talk about, you don't have to talk to them. You know what I'm saying? If the conversations go like in text chat, I don't even know. God bless you, but especially in the VC, like if somebody comes in and they're a big naysayer, contrarian, like we don't have to engage them. We can just carry on. It's all good. We got this. What else though? What do you guys want to talk about? Quad, do me a favor, Quad. Post that thing. Post that image you got, Quad, where I don't know if he's listening or not. Quad, if you can hear me, post that image you got of the ruler. I think it's a sheath and some other thing, and then they're normal, and then you compress them in there, and they're curving. You got that one on hand? We could have used that one the other day. We went over that bullshit ass picture where they squished the horizon, and it was curving. I mean, Aristotle, the sun's, I think it's getting refracted so that only the top of the sunlight can hit the top of the building. You're basically asking why a sunset. How does a sunset happen on flat Earth, really? It's 2023 where you're asking that question? Come on, man. Yo, who cares if Doofus was on for 8 hours? Like, why does that even matter? I've been on here for 15 hours a day before, sometimes 16, maybe 17. It's all good. We can do what we want. Yo, don't insult people, Brundle, please. It's not cool, bro. Because then it just gets all, it's all crazy.
How you doing, Jeremy?
How we doing? Good.
What time is it there? Like 8 o'clock in the morning or something?
9. We're late today. We're all late.
Nice. What are you doing? Going to work?
Everyone slept in. Yeah, I'm about to go to work in like 20 minutes here.
Radio.
I always show up early. If you're not early, you're late. I've done that with every job I've ever had. 20 minutes early at least. Get there, gather your thoughts, smoke a cigarette.
Yeah. It's better than running late and then being on last lap sort of thing.
Yeah, because if something happens or you catch some crazy traffic or something weird happens, like you got that little 20-minute buffer.
Mm.
There have been times where I've been halfway to work and it's like, oh shit, I got to turn around and go back to the house or something. I'm still on time. I can't stand being late for shit.
I went to a casino yesterday for the first time in a long time, 10 years.
How'd you do?
I didn't play.
Better off.
But it was fun to see the, well, it reminded me of me 20 odd years ago, because they've got a card room and they do tournaments. So it was good to see the people playing poker and that. It's quite expensive buy-in, actually, £50 buy-in, because if you have a top up, and probably another buy-in, that's £150 before you've even, with probably no return, most likely.
Well, that would be the ideal job right there. Yes, go whenever you want. I know. Do you know how many jobs there are like that though? Not many. You could do Uber or Lyft or DoorDash or something, but that's a scramble. And yeah, as far as the buying, I mean, that's not really that bad, bro. People be doing like $10,000 fucking buy-ins.
Oh yeah.
Some of these people. Plus, if you were just playing a game of like 1-2, 1-2 no limit, you could lose way more than that.
Yeah, I've played in $1,000 buy-ins in before when I used to play. I mean, but I don't anymore. But the thing is, what I like about this place is it's just off the motorway, So you can just get off the motorway and you're literally 2 minutes away from this place. And then what else I like about it? Yeah, it's 24 hours. It's a 24-hour joint. So there's not many. Like on Sunday, for instance, everything basically closes at 4 in the afternoon. So it's nice to find a place that's 24 hours because I'm kind of on an American time, kind of. And so it's, yeah, Sunday can be really boring. So I don't know. They've got a £20 buy-in on Saturday, so I might go and play in that just for a bit of fun.
What do you work in a graveyard shift?
No, I'm a gentleman of leisure.
I don't know what that means. Is that like a male prostitute over there, or what do you do?
Certainly not.
A woman of the night, or I don't know.
No, it means once
You're retired.
once the essential things are taken care of, like a roof over your head and a meal and all that good stuff, then you can look into things that you enjoy looking into. That's what it means.
So you're retired.
Kind of.
That's nice. Good shit.
Yeah, I don't. Thing is, I don't want for much. So, yeah,
I
don't
hear
know.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I hear that. I've always my whole life tried to keep my bills low. You know.
yeah. I only just got a phone recently. You know, like a mobile phone. I didn't. People would say to me,
Yeah.
like, "How have you gone so long without a phone?" And it's like the only reason I got one as well is because internet banking became somewhat impossible without one. So I sort of had to get one. But now I use it for a sat nav as well. Yeah, I do see the value in it, but I didn't want one for the longest time just because I don't know, like I didn't really need one, I guess.
Yeah. It's just one extra bill.
Well, I consider myself lucky to have come from a time when we weren't looking at a phone all the time, and when the phone rang, you didn't know who it was.
I know. I remember those days. Remember when caller ID got invented, and it was awesome. It's like, ooh, I could see who's calling. Wow.
Yeah, I remember. In fact, I remember the dial. Do you remember that ratchet thing?
Yeah, those phones were ridiculous. I relate those phones to a Nintendo Entertainment System controller because they were fucking unbreakable. That shit used to get dropped. Those rotary phones, oh man, those are rock solid pieces of equipment there.
Yeah, it makes me laugh to think that the emergency number was 999 for us, and it's like the longest.
8 minutes takes you 8 minutes to dial 911. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's funny.
you better mean it if you're going to be dialing that number. So yeah, it was fun. They've got a roller skating rink next door as well. I was like, oh my god, this is I've been roller skating for ages, or ice skating. Owen Benjamin would not be pleased. I would have to pay the gay away, as he says.
Right. I actually did go roller skating a few years back. I brought the kids.
Yeah, it looks like fun. I'm watching it. There's a music video somebody posted not long back, and it's just people roller skating. I thought that looks fun. But anyway, I didn't go in. I went in the front door, but it was like 3 or 4 flights up. So I was like, that's it. And they were carrying some chick out. She'd obviously had a bit of a fall, and 2 people were carrying this one girl. So I was like, oh, I'm not getting in the way.
Yeah.
But yes, you're interested looking at the hope in these young people's eyes. It just reminded me of myself 20 odd years ago. I watched Rounders sort of whatever year that was, late 90s. And then I was like, oh, poker, what's this thing? And then I bought Doyle Brunson's Super System, which is considered sort of the Bible, the poker Bible, if you will. And then, yeah, I started reading lots about it. And then, yeah, I was about 20 years old, and I was like, right, I'm going to play poker then. And that's what I did for a while, for a decade or more.
Yeah, it's about when Texas Hold'em took off
Yeah.
about 20 years ago. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
maybe a little bit before that.
Yeah, well, when it really took off is when Chris Moneymaker won the main event. When Chris Moneymaker won the main event, it were in the noughties. I hate that, but yeah, I think it were the early noughties, something like maybe 05, I don't know. But that's when it really exploded.
Well, Rounders helped to take off a lot too, because that was a big movie, and everyone wanted to, be like Matt Damon.
I'm looking. I need to know what year that is now. "2003" it was. So
Yeah,
20 years ago. Wow, that's when it really exploded. Because you were an absolute nobody who didn't really. I don't want to say he didn't know how to. Well, yeah, I'm going to say he didn't know how to play the game. And what's funny is, once he started to really learn how to play the game, he's not done anything since. He's not got anywhere near winning that tournament again. So that teaches you all you need to know. In that, it's a very simple game, and I could teach it anyone in 5 minutes. It might take you a lifetime to master. And so, when you look at the real pros, the people that get there a lot, and people like Daniel Negreanu, people like that, you realise that there's a lot of skill involved.
a lot of skill. It does come down to luck, though.
Yeah, this is the
You
thing,
know
though.
how many flops I've seen where the person's winning off the rip before the flop, and then once all the cards are over, they ended up losing. Yeah, that happens friggin' time, dude. Somebody catches a river flush, or I mean a straight or a flush or something.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing to remember is the really, really good players are fighting against that element of the game.
Yeah, but you can't stop it though, because once all their chips are in, and now they're just waiting for cards to get turned over. It's like whatever happens in the card.
Yeah, but the point is, especially in a tournament, if you remember that it's a marathon and not a sprint, that you can play what's called small ball, so you can just risk the absolute minimum. That's like, you watch Negreanu, he wants to put himself in the most advantaged position possible, where you can still get unlucky, but it'd be like he's 95% favourite basically, so it'd be very unlikely.
Yeah, the idea is to at least see the flop before
Yeah, don't just fucking keep moving. That's why when you get a shitty player, you're just left with a fucking hammer. If you're a skilled player, you've got many tools you can play with. But if you're a shitty player, then moving all your chips in is not actually a bad idea. It's probably a good idea.
I mean, it just sucks if you got like pocket aces or something, and then some guy's got a 2-10-2 or some shit, and he ends up winning because the flop was 10-10-2 or something crazy.
Yeah, but you can always look at it in a different way. You can sort of say to yourself, you cognitively reframe it and say, well, that guy just probably chips in with a 10 and a 2, so that's the best thing ever, And it's funny when you sit down and you play and you watch people play and the style and how they play. Obviously, if they don't know what they're doing themselves, it's quite hard to get a read on how the style. They haven't got a style. They're just playing the cards. But that's what I noticed for me. Like when I sat down, and I'd be sat down, say, for an hour with the same 9 people, I could get a good read on each player. But how exhausting that is! It's bloody exhausting to just watch every aspect of what each player's doing.
You got
And
to keep
that's
track if they're playing loose or tight.
yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun at all. That's what you realize. It's fucking exhausted.
Then
But
one guy leaves, and one guy comes and sits down, and now you don't know his style, and now you got to figure that out.
yeah, well, it doesn't take long. I mean, this is why I always mention Negreanu, because what he does so well, like me, he just talks and talks, and then the person, he gets to know the person. Oh, hey, Jeremy, what do you do for a living? And if it just happens to, you're a teacher, say, for instance, as opposed to a lawyer, then, you might be, you could apply that to the thing. Before, it's like a data set sort of thing. You sort of apply it until you see something different. So you go, oh, he's a lawyer. He's probably a fucking slimy lying cunt. Until you see until you see, it's just little assumptions you can make about a person before you actually see it for yourself. And then you go, and then you just keep adapting it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
No offense to lawyers. But I wasn't picking on lawyers. I was just using it as an example. So you could say, if you're in advertising, I'd say the same thing. If you were, I don't know, like I said, if you were it's just you talk to people and you get a good feel for that person. That's the point of it. And yeah, I won't blame people for putting the hood up and putting the shades on and not saying a word to anyone. I won't blame them for that whatsoever.
Yeah. And if you wear a mask and shit nowadays, you can't even. You have to go strictly based on previous hands. I know.
Fucking mask. I'll tell you something. If I had a tournament and it were I could impose some rules, it would be that no sunglasses, no masks, no nothing.
You can't even read people's faces now. Yeah, if they got the mask, the hood up, the sunglasses, like, what are you gonna do? You better hope they're eating Oreos or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I might go down there and have a little tournament, bit of fun. I don't know. It would be a big deal for me. The thing is, the gamble's gone. The gamble's gone. I've got no gamble in me at all. It's like
no, I used to be big into that, playing cards, shooting dice, go to the horse races, flip a coin. Like, we'd bet on everything as when we were in our 20s and shit. But yeah, I don't even do it anymore. I haven't gambled, and I don't know. I think I bought a scratch off 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's an interesting little thing, that just the gamble's gone. I don't know I can't really put it in any better way. It's just, I don't know. The interest.
The same thing with me too. I know. Actually, I bet Veach $5 on, and I can't believe I lost this one. I bet Veach $5 on the last president when Biden beat Trump. I ended up losing $5 on that one.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't have paid. I'd been like, "Fuck you!" That was rigged.
I didn't pay him for a week. I'm like, bro, that shit's fucked up, bro. I didn't pay him. He's like, you got to pay me Biden. I'm like, hold on, man. They're gonna overturn this shit any second. So I didn't pay him for like a week or two. I ended up giving it to him. I lost $5, $5 in Bitcoin.
I mean, he could have just gone on the rallies that they had, and nobody turned up to see Biden. Nobody. That's in every place he went. They were just a handful of people, and they were probably paid to be there or some shit.
If anything, you would have figured that Trump would have lost to Hillary, right?
Yeah,
she got a well-known. She got a well-known name. She's been in the Senate. She's been a senator. First woman to run. Like, she should have got it off the novelty of the first woman alone. You'd think.
Yeah, I thought she was going to win for sure. There were a weird moment though where, and by the way, it's all fucking bread and circuses. Most people, I think, know that. But
Oh yeah.
there was a weird moment where she sort of collapsed. Can you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Well, I think that was all staged. But the point is that these people playing these games, they know exactly what they're doing, and it didn't half make her look weak. Do you see my point? So I think, and there was a few little moments like that. I mean, for me, when you hear this Trump saying you can grab them by the pussy or whatever the fuck he said, I thought he's over for this guy. He's fucking over. But no,
No, it's nothing. It's locker room talk.
locker room talk. Jeez, just write it off as locker room talk, and that's it.
It's still pretty still pretty bad, but
Yeah.
I know, I hear you. I don't know. Bro, it's Trump, bro. Like, dude, heads no. I mean, that was the best possible person they could have ran. If it was anyone else, they would have lost. Anyone else would have lost, bro. Trump, he's a household name. You know what I'm saying? Heads know him. We've known him for decades. You know what I mean? He's been a household name for decades. Yo, if Arnold Schwarzenegger was an American citizen, he would have made president. Because we love actors. We love presidents who are actors. He's a household name also. You know what I mean? I feel like he would have definitely made. He was the governor of Cali for a long time. He definitely would have been president if that rule wasn't in place.
I was just looking up this word, kakistocracy. What a weird word. Kakistocracy.
It must be a British word or something.
It means
What does it mean?
government by the least suitable or competent citizens of the state.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's why I looked it up.
Biden's totally incompetent. I wouldn't trust that guy to bag my groceries at the supermarket. He'd fuck around and put the bread on the bottom.
Words are weird, aren't they?
They are. Bro, I got a big issue with this whole Dell thing, Andy.
Why is that then?
Why is he saying this? It doesn't help anything. It doesn't account for things falling.
I mean, it's the conclusion that everybody's upset about, but I mean, what is the other conclusion? Is there anything else?
I mean, just it doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do anything. Motion creates motion, Jeremy. That's why he's saying it.
I know,
Motion.
but if the Earth is rising up at 9.8 meters per second,
he didn't say that though. He didn't say that, did he? He just said at a constant velocity. He's not saying it's accelerating.
yeah, well, whatever. Any constant velocity isn't going to account for things falling because it needs to be an acceleration to account for things falling. Otherwise, it doesn't really do anything for falling objects.
Well, it amazes me how many comments I've seen where they like people say, well, "What about helicopters?" You know, like as if that's a proof against it or something like that. And
What do you mean? What about
do these
helicopters?
people? Well, exactly. They say no helicopters. The thing is,
They're saying the ground would smash into a flying helicopter. That's stupid. That's dumb.
If you're in a lift or elevator, I suppose you call them. If you were in an elevator and you started a drone, is the bottom of that elevator going to keep banging into the drone? No, it's not.
No, of course not. Yeah, that's a dumb rebuttal. My main concern is it doesn't really do anything for falling objects or anything. It doesn't that constant velocity wouldn't mess up a density tower. It doesn't account for falling. Like, it doesn't help at all.
Well, the idea is that it creates the density, the gas layers sort of thing. It's because everything would be pushing down, wouldn't it? Everything would be pressed into the floor. That's the point. And something to me is pressing everything into the floor. So what is it? What's the cause? That's the big fucking question. I don't know. I like the fact that he's investigating. He's got the balls to just go, look, this is the conclusion I've come to, and nobody fucking likes it. I don't care.
I don't know.
I don't care that nobody likes it.
I hear you. It just doesn't. It doesn't help us at all. Like as far as like things dropping and the density tower getting messed up, and I don't know. It doesn't. If you had it accelerating, that would be one thing. Then it's like, okay, that could be the cause for things falling, whether why the density tower gets messed up sometimes, but it doesn't really do anything for us.
Well, like I said before, both the globe and the flat Earth are claiming acceleration on a falling object that's not displacing gases or liquid. And that acceleration is not a thing. It does not
Who's claiming
exist.
that? Who's claiming that?
Both flat Earth and the globe are
No,
both
they're not.
saying.
Who's
Yes, they
claiming
are.
that?
Hold on, what's the claim?
The claim is that things are accelerating towards the Earth. And in this bottle observation that he's showing, you got to claim a uniformed acceleration where everything just falls into everything just magically just falls at the same rate, and it's accelerating. That's the point. Now, what Dell's saying is there's no acceleration. That's what he's saying.
You mean if you put some stuff in a bottle and drop it, they all fall at the same time?
Are they accelerating or not?
Okay, let's break this down. This nonsense, because I'm getting tired of this. He says that the Earth is accelerating uniformly up. Correct?
No, he says it's
I mean,
moving
sorry, steady
at constant
motion.
velocity. Yeah.
Constant velocity. Okay. If the Earth is accelerating at a constant velocity up, why then, like you just said, when we drop something, do we see acceleration?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying to you. Is it accelerating or not?
No, you're not getting it, are you? That kills the nonsense that Dell is selling that you bought. If he says the Earth, yes. If he says the Earth is moving constantly, but yet we see acceleration, then it's game over.
But that's the point, Tessie. We don't. Because things, when they accelerate, they displace gases and liquids. But when you drop something, that does not happen.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
When I drop something, it falls.
Yes,
and it falls. First it stops at 0, then it accelerates down. But if you're saying that the ground goes up constantly, then you got a problem.
No.
Yeah.
Flat Earth's got the problem, my friend. Flat Earth's got the problem because
you got the problem, my friend.
You're saying that things are moving magically.
Flat Earth society right now, yeah.
No.
Hold on,
I'm just some dude. I'm just an individual. So don't put any fucking groups onto me. I'm just an individual who's asking questions.
Well, you're selling Flat Earth society, my friend. If you think the Earth is moving upwards, you're selling Flat Earth society crap.
Well, like I said before,
and I'm going to point it out.
Is a thing falling, accelerating or not? Because
yes, when you drop something, it starts at 0, then it accelerates while it falls. Yes.
Well, it's not displacing gases or liquids, so you've got a problem.
If it's displacing anything, it doesn't
because
matter.
that's what acceleration does.
Hold on, Andy. Hold on. What does that mean? It's not displacing.
If you think about acceleration laterally, for instance, if you accelerate something, it displaces gases and liquids, doesn't it? If you drop a bottle, the water stays at the bottom, right? If you put a weight in that bottle and it falls, because you see just like the density tower, you put a weight in the water and it falls to the bottom of the bottle. But if you drop the bottle, it stops falling. It just stays in the middle.
It doesn't stop falling. No.
Air bubbles rising, stop. Also, air bubbles rising, stop. That's the natural phenomena right there.
No,
You know,
nothing stops falling. Everything falls at the same time when they're in the bottle. This is not rocket science. You put stuff in a bottle, you drop it, they fall together because they're in the bottle.
are they accelerating?
They accelerate because you start at zero and you go when you have a skateboard and you're on a hill. When you first fall off that hill, aren't you going to accelerate a little bit more? You think you're going to continue rolling down the hill at 1 mile an hour? No. Everybody knows when you go off a hill, you're going to start accelerating. There's nothing special, fantastic about that. Now, if you have an acceleration that you see, and you have some dude talking nonsense saying the Earth is going up at a constant speed, but you see acceleration, well, that nonsense dies right there. And like Jeremy says, if the Earth is going upwards, why isn't the density tower displacing? Those two things kills this fantasy. Rebut it. Go ahead.
Well, like I said, the issue is that both flat Earth, stationary Earth, should I say, that's probably better, and the globe, when you're saying something's falling, then it's accelerating, but it's not displacing the gases and liquids. Now, the globe, they know this, and so they put this term in, proper acceleration, right? And they had to do that because that acceleration does not exist. It's not a thing. So they've had, it's just yet another, reification fallacy, in my opinion. But
No, it's
the point
total
is,
sheer.
they have their excuse. What does a stationary Earth have? As
No,
their
total.
excuse?
What the stationary Earth has, nothing's moving. We're stationary, and I can prove it every day of the week. You, on the other hand, with this nonsense, will have to show a density tower while on Earth displacing, and you can't do that. So this is sheer nonsense. This is baller nonsense.
Well, I think it's very simple. It couldn't be more simple, in fact. It took me a while, though, to get my head around it. But I'm like that. I'm not sharp as knife in draw. But he's going off the observation, SE. He's not going, this is not about opinions. This is about observation. And that, to me, or demonstration, rather. So, yeah, to me, there's something to it. But again, we're back to what's the cause? And the conclusion he's come to, everybody's fucking up in arms about it. And I think he's exposing a lot of people, I reckon, in fact.
Yeah, people like you. Yeah, people like you
Me?
and Brian that are buying this nonsense. That's what he's exposing in my eye. Yeah, this is nonsense. If you believe this, bro, I got one eye tilted like slanting towards you. I'm telling you right now.
Exposed as an idiot, I hope.
Yeah, I hope so too. Yeah, I hope it exposes idiots that believe that the Earth is moving upwards. Yeah, I really hope it does that.
Well, look, so you're saying density and buoyancy that's it. That's all. That's what's causing the motion. That's what's causing the vector in your paradigm.
I didn't say anything about vectors or what's causing what. I'm simply stating that the Earth is not moving upwards. And anybody that says so, in my mind, is not logical, is not thinking logically.
No. This is the only logical conclusion. Well, I suppose there could be something else, maybe electrical forces. There could be something to that as well. But you see, if you're going to have acceleration, SE, you need a mechanism. Do you understand?
No, that's all in your brain.
Something accelerates, it needs a push. It needs something.
No, it doesn't need a push because
yes, it
in
does.
this instance, now
it
listen carefully
force,
now.
Man.
Listen, bro. You pick something up, it's heavier than the air. You lift it up, you're supplying the force of lift. You're lifting it up, then you're letting it go, whee, and it falls back down. There's no force needed. Now, if you want to believe this moron called Newton, who told us that things travel forever and came up with these crazy laws, well, I'm going to be here, the logical one, and tell you You've been fooled, bro. You've been conned.
Oh, that's fair enough. Like I said, to me, it's the buoyancy and density doesn't quite. I think there's an extra. It's not quite complete. Let's just say that.
Let's just say it's sheer total nonsense.
Okay.
Let's just say that. I'm sorry, man. I've had enough of this. Sorry, I'm not gonna defend Bull. I'm not. Someone's not gonna put out a stupid story and then expect us to defend it. No, tell him to come in here, defend this story, or stop freaking talking about it, or shut the hell up, dude.
Well, he did go on Nathan's show,
and Del. Sick and tired of hearing that.
He did go on Nathan's show, and he didn't get a bloody word in edgeways, unfortunately. But
yeah, he went to of all the places he went to Nathan to talk. Smart move, Del.
Yeah, tell him to come here and talk about it. We'll give him a fair crack. We'll get him to say his piece there.
You want to defend your nonsense? Come in here and defend it.
You know what? I think I'm going to put a little invite there, but I don't think he'll come, though.
Tell him, as he said, he's tired of defending your nonsense. It's all around the freaking internet. Come and explain your nonsense to us. Come and defend it.
Just tell him to come in and have a chat with us. That's all. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see how it helps us,
crap, man.
And I'll be interpreter for the Americans.
Odysee, I was listening on YouTube now. Could you possibly, you don't have to, but could you possibly summarize what you said in the last 5 minutes for like just a basic summary of it? Because I found it very interesting what you were saying. Sure,
absolutely. This Del business, and I have nothing against Del, okay? He claims the Earth is moving upwards constantly, right? That's his claim. Okay. Now, obviously, when we drop something, we see it accelerate, right? You drop it, it's at zero, it accelerates. Now, those two things do not work together. That kills his fantasy. If something is traveling at a constant rate up, but yet we see acceleration, that kills Del's fantasy. Number one. Number two, shout out Jeremy for this. If we have a density tower on Earth and it's moving up, it should displace the stuff in the density tower. So this nonsense is over. It's over just by those two statements.
To displace the stuff in the density tower. No, I thought that was the idea was that's what's creating weight. That's the idea, right? That's what's creating the density. That's the idea behind it. No, I thought that was the point of it. That's why water's seeking its level. That's why we have a gas pressure gradient, because it's pressing down to the ground. Do you see?
No, you're saying that the Earth is moving upwards. I say
it's
once
a conclusion to a demonstration, Essie. A conclusion.
Don't interrupt me. He says the Earth is moving upwards. I call bull on that, and I challenge him to a debate on the subject. End of story. It's bull. The Earth is not moving upwards. End of story.
Odysee, just also say thank you for clearing that up or re-summarizing for me. So thank you for that.
Yeah, sure. It's not hard, bro. He claims that the Earth is moving up at a constant rate. That motion should be detected. One, by a density tower. If we're moving up, things should displace in the density tower. Number one. Number two, if we're moving upwards at a constant rate and we see things drop with acceleration, that does not work. That kills the story right there. So you got two things that do not work with this fantasy story. Enough.
Well, like I say, when in his little demonstration, there's no displacements of gases and liquids, and that is a big issue for a stationary Earth. A big issue.
It's not a big issue. Gas goes up, heavy stuff go up. Light stuff go up, heavy stuff go down. There's no issue whatsoever.
Like I said, as soon as it's attached to the reference frame, then you get that density tower back. As soon as it's attached to it's attached to the Earth, then you get as soon as it's in free fall, though, when it's not attached to the Earth, That's it. All bets are off. Fucking density and buoyancy cease to be.
That's nonsense. So you're saying if it's falling one way when it's not attached to the Earth, then when it's attached to the Earth, when it's going up the other way, it doesn't affect it?
Yeah, when it's attached
That's
to the
some
Earth, then it's
selective.
in motion. It's already in motion. That's the point. That's already got the momentum, you see. So you could say it's decelerating, I suppose, that when it's falling. You
What are you
see?
talking about, man?
Yeah.
Decelerating as you see, you're in La La Land, bro. This is like
Well,
sheer nonsense.
this is the thing, though. It's like baby steps, because we were all sort of trying to work it out. The people that are corralling you, though, into a corner and saying, this is how it is, and it's blah, 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 blah. Them people we need to stay away from. And you're playing that
No,
role right now, SE.
no one's corralling me, my friend. SC, you know what SC stands for? Stationary Earth. I've had that name for over 4 years, and ain't nobody corralling me. This is my thing. And someone's going to come and tell me the Earth is moving? Well, guess what? You're going to have problems. Okay? I don't care who you are. I don't care how many bananas you have. Come and support. Come and fight for your model. It's nonsense. Don't stay in your perch and say everybody's stupid, right? And then go on Nathan's and try to talk there. You ain't gonna talk there. You want to talk? Come here and talk. Because you're selling nonsense, my friend, and I'm calling you out.
Yeah, I'll shoot him an invite right now. I don't think he'll come.
Pass the message. Yeah, pass the message. He knows where to find me. Enough is freaking enough.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to consider. You shouldn't have to consider every ridiculous idea.
Yeah, man.
Bike rack at 3 o'clock, man.
Can somebody post a link to the just so it's a proper link to the Earth Awakenings? That'd be great.
It's
that I can post in
GG
YouTube comments. I mean,
Earth Awakenings, Sandy. It's just / Earth Awakenings. It's just / Earth Awakenings after the Discord.gg bit.
All right, cheers, right.
Yeah, I think Geo pays like extra a month or something for the permanent link. Like that link will never expire. Like some other links will expire after a day or whatever. This one never expires. Shouts out to Geo.
Got grown adults telling me the Earth is freaking going upwards. Come on, man.
And bro, it would make sense. If he had it accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared, the acceleration.
Yeah,
that would at least that would cover things falling and the density tower getting messed up.
It would still be nonsense, but it would have like some cohesion to it, you know?
At least it would do something for us. Like this right here, it doesn't really do anything.
Bro, with the thing I said and the thing you said, it kills the whole thing, bro.
Andy, you said it yourself. If you're on an elevator and it's just going up, the drone doesn't hit the floor.
Yeah, that's the point. Everything's moving up with it. There's people using that as a rebuttal. People were saying, it's like, what do you think? The fucking bottom of the elevator is going to be banging into the drone? No, not at all. Even when Rachel went on to Nathan's and was arguing it, they were using a hot air balloon as some sort of rebuttal. What? No, the air is going to be used. It's still the reference frame. The air would be used in that situation. If you take away the air, well, that's something different. Do you see? Earth Awakenings.
Somebody post the link. Post the link for Andy so we don't mess it up.
Yeah. Somebody post me a link so I don't fuck it up, because I will fuck it up.
It already sounds like he's fucking it up. I know.
Oh, I am fucking it up. I am fucking it up. God, I'm a technophobe. What can I say? What were you saying, Flatty, there before you got cut off?
The elevator and the hot air balloon both got floors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. The thing is, well, I was thinking about it for months, and it was one of those subjects where I had to put it down for a while because I was like, oh man, this is doing my head in. Do you know what I mean? But
fucking Bandsaw pitched before Bandsaw left. He pitched this to me about a year ago. I'm like, bro, that's Flat Earth Society. He's like, no, I heard this from Dell. I was like, dude.
Oh, Dell's been saying it a long time.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It made me realize that I felt like I needed to go back to square one with the mechanics of motion. That's what it made me realize. I'm like, oh man, I'm such a fucking idiot. I don't even fucking know what acceleration is at this rate. But it's okay. I'm not going to beat myself up about it because I often do. I often say like, oh, that's not a subject I'm drawn to in particular. So I'm not that interested in it. But I still usually know quite a bit about it. That's the thing, more than average. But when you bring it to these sort of panels, yeah, you'll find somebody who really knows the stuff in that one area. So then, yeah, you feel a bit, you're like, okay, I better just. So I think I just tend to try and be a bit modest about it and say, oh, I don't really know that much. But compared to the normies, oh my God, yeah, I know a little bit more than average, probably. But yeah, somebody posting this link, please.
I did it, but I can't tag you.
Oh.
It's at hang on. 1437, 237.
Oh, sorry, Fly. I'm fucking talking.
I can't tag you though, it's weird.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. Oh, I bet I'm in wrong bloody thing. No, I'm not.
Oh no, maybe I am.
Yeah.
I'm in the asylum. Dumbass.
So am I the only one here that thinks this is silly? This upward movement of the Earth? Am I the only one?
No, it definitely does seem.
I'm with you, bro.
It seems absurd when you first think about it. You're like, oh, this is fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I'm with you there.
Like, what would be powering this Earth up? Like, do you know how heavy the Earth is? Do you know how much fuel or whatever you would need to move this thing? It's not. And where would you get this fuel from the Earth that is on it? Like, it's just such a ridiculous. It's just a brain fucking.
Oh wait. So hang on a minute. You're putting parameters on what's outside the reference frame. How did you do that?
If you're saying it's moving, something's got to move it.
Well, hang on a minute. Before, in the fucking globe paradigm, it was moving in what, 11 different vectors? So
that's what makes it bullshit. So dude, why are you buying that one either?
Dude, you're putting parameters on shit. You have no idea. What's holding you flat Earth?
Bro,
what's holding you stationary?
Are you really fighting for an upward accelerating?
No, I'm a fuck. I'm asking questions. I'm allowed to ask questions, aren't I?
Yeah, and so am I. I'm asking, are you trying to justify the entirety of the Earth moving up to explain things falling down? Is that what you're trying to do?
Motion would create the motion, you see.
So yes, that is what you're trying to do.
Motion would create motion. You understand that?
But I didn't ask about motion, dude. I asked, are you trying to justify the idea that the Earth is moving up to explain everything falling down? It's a yes or no question.
What do you think? Do you think the Earth's stationary?
When an object falls down, the object is falling down. The entirety of the Earth isn't moving up. That is the complete opposite of what you see. Yet you're going to somehow try and justify the complete opposite of reality. That's like some kind of devil trick, dude. I don't know, whatever.
Do you think the Earth's stationary?
I don't think the Earth is stationary. I know it is because I can see it not moving.
What's it attached to? You see what a stupid question that is?
What is it attached to? Okay, yes. So because I haven't seen the entirety of the Earth to see the mechanism of attachment, therefore we can conclude that since nothing's holding it down, it could be possibly flying upwards. That's just such a ridiculous logical leap.
No, I'm showing you how ridiculous your first statement was.
No, you're not. You're just
Yes,
showing
I
that you can
am.
imagine. Okay, so I can see my house not moving, right? I can't see. Hold on. I can't see the actual physical attachment from the house to the earth because the house is blocking it. Maybe the house is moving. Like, this is what you're saying. And this is what you're trying to make a conversation about. That's something that is not moving. It might be moving. That's baller, complete opposite brainwash bullshit, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Andy, it was interesting that you mentioned early on that the upward, this whole discussion going on, this whole upward movement is absurd.
Yeah.
If you look at the whole thing of existence itself is absurd. If you really look at
it really is.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not. See, the thing is, if you existed, right, and we exist, we know that, and then somebody told you something ridiculous about that existence, that's what would be absurd. Like if somebody was like, "Hey, I can fly," that's absurd because we know people can't fly. Just like if you said, "Oh yeah, when I see a car drive by, the car is stationary. It's the entire Earth that is like a, mat under it rolling." I'd be like, "That's absurd," because I can see it, right? So
No,
we know what's absurd because it doesn't match reality.
no, I don't know, man. I just think existence is absurd. I can't create existence, so that's why I'm thinking this the whole thing of existence for me is absurd. It's crazy. Like, what do you compare
Nut
existence
inside a
to?
girl.
No, it is it is
Nut
crazy.
inside a girl, you'll create a little person. You can create a person with a girl, I guarantee it. Hopefully.
No, but I can't experience what I've created. So that I'm just saying. I just think the whole existence thing is absurd. It's really awesome. But just the thought of it, I think everyone's going to have their own subjective view of it as well. We can be explained as close as possible to a conclusive, or not a conclusive, but where a lot of people would agree with. Yes, they experience this and that, but I think there's an anomaly. There are a lot of anomalies the way people experience things differently, and that's why I just think it's absurd. I think it's a really awesome place. Don't get me wrong. I just think it's crazy in and its own.
What's the topic of conversation here today?
It was about the movement of Earth or something that's moving up, that's creating something. Issy summed it up, but yeah, my comprehension skills suck a bit. So yeah, I think otherwise than that, it's my open discussion.
Basically, are there ideas that just on the sole idea can be thrown out, right? Like, and that's the ball Earth. A lot of the ball Earth is thrown out just on the idea alone, right? Like space-time. That's just that whole idea. There's no proof of it. There's no demonstration. It's all, so we just throw it out, right? The standard we got to hold to everything.
So what's the topic?
The Earth Dell's thing about the Earth moving
acceleration up of the ground.
But right, if the Earth was moving upward, what would you expect to see other than if it wasn't moving upward? What would be the difference? What would you actually see? You say you don't see it moving.
I would expect to see stars off in the distance moving out of our perceptual view, being that we're passing by them.
Yep, good.
Moving through space.
Yeah, I would agree.
That's an acceptable kind of.
So yeah, I would say star divergence. Yeah.
But for the Earth to move at all, it would be considered physical, or am I incorrect in saying that, or understanding that? It would need to be a physical place, correct?
You get a metaphysical with this, man.
Yeah, I would also expect to see the North Star or Polaris. Sorry, not moving in tandem with us. Kind of like if you rolled a bowling ball down the alley and it hits the pins, and how the pins scatter about in various directions. Like there's not going to be a pin that's going to perfectly track with the ball after the ball hits the pin, if that makes sense.
What if the stars are part of the Earth, so they're moving upwards as well, like they're in the dome
Well,
or whatever some people say?
Yeah, when you say a part of the Earth, there would have to be some sort of a tether, right?
Yeah, like they're part of the same system. You know.
Well, what do you mean by system? Like, there's got to be a connection there.
Well, there's some
What
Bible,
connection?
religious flips. They say that the stars are holes in the dome, something like that. You know.
What was wrong with my question? I don't know why no one answered it.
Yeah, let's go to that. Is the Earth physical or is it metaphysical? Is that what you meant? Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Cool.
like for it to move, does it need to be a physical thing in a cosmology point of view or standpoint? It would need to be something physical for it to actually move, that you can compare it to something else. Or am I
Well, you're standing on it now, aren't you? So it's physical. That's easy. Next question.
I think he was talking about the physical mechanism to drive the Earth in a direction.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Yeah, for me, it's not that easy. So if you guys find things easy, I'm glad for you. But I don't find these things very easy to understand.
No, that's
So
my
that's why
bad. I
I asked the
misspoke.
question.
I thought you were talking about the Earth if it's physical. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. The mechanism is not easy. Absolutely, yeah.
No. So I think Daiso misunderstood me. I think you understood me correctly, Essie. But your comment was a bit, yeah, your comment sucked a bit. No offense, for me at least, but that's my feelings. That's something I need to work on. But my understanding of physical would be an object, but what I understand with my research with science, everything is a vibration. There's no actual physical item there. It's all a vibration in a medium. So that's why I'm asking: does it need to be physical for it to move? I don't. I'm trying to get to that understanding.
Well, I would say yes, because movement is going from one physical place to another. And in order to move from one place to another, you must first exist in a place so you can then be displaced. So if you don't exist in a place physically, how can you be displaced to move physically? So I think it's just ridiculous to try and fathom non-physical motion.
Yeah,
and it
in
would be
order
the
for
same
something
vein of
to be
trying
moving,
to just a non-physical vibration. That would be the same idea. It's just how do you be displaced from side to side if you don't have a set place where you are, which you can then move from?
What would be the
you have to
speed
be
that the
something
Earth
to
is
be
traveling
displaced.
at?
Something. In order for something to be displaced, it has to be something. I mean, I don't even know why we're even talking about this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But what's the said speed that the Earth is traveling upward at?
Well, Dell never made a claim of a number, so he didn't say it was accelerating either, a constant velocity. It's interesting because Rachel, when she went on Quantum Eraser's channel, she were like, well, I'm saying it is accelerating, but Dell says it isn't. So he's making a claim that it's a constant velocity.
Well, if there was a constant velocity, wouldn't it be increasing?
Well, I thought that was the point of I thought that's because, like I said, Rachel said acceleration, and then Adam was going in the direction of, well, when was you born? When was your birthday? She's like, what the fuck's that got to do with anything? But he was trying to take her down the road of, well, can you imagine how fast it would be moving if you're saying it's accelerating now?
Well, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like, what's preventing it from accelerating if it's just velocity?
Well, again, I'm not going to. Dell's made the claim that it's going at a constant rate, constant velocity. I mean, it sounds like you asked what's going on outside the reference frame. I don't know what's going on outside the reference frame at all. So,
yeah, because in order for something to maintain a consistent velocity, it has to have some like a mechanism to govern it. Like
like some sort of either resistance acting upon the object in motion, or some sort of a some sort of a mechanism to govern it from being changing, ever so changing, either speeding up or slowing down. I don't know. I think it's absurd.
Yeah, it definitely, certainly. When you first think about it, it certainly is. You're like, well, no, this is fucking ridiculous.
Couldn't we shine something like at the surface and measure the rebound of it versus something floating having a difference in velocity, like that light rebounding off the surface versus that fixed object that's floating? Does that make sense?
This movement that's been spoken now, where's it measured from? Is it measured from sea level? Sorry, I'm probably going to ask a lot of stupid questions, but I'm just trying to get an understanding of it. Is it measured from, like, for instance, a sea level perspective, and then saying that everything around it is passing us by or moving because of a detectable or measurable movement from that level, or what is this all about?
It comes from pretty much density and buoyancy. If there's a downward vector and then an upward vector with less buoyant things, then motion makes motion. So there must be motion. That's his claim. He said stationary Earth, no motion. Can't have a downward vector because motion makes motion. I think that was Dell's.
Yeah, that's basic.
Okay.
I think he said motion produces a vector or something like that. That's his direct figure.
Motion creates motion. That's what he's saying. And
That's
saying
genius, man. I wish I would have came up with that one.
He's saying flat Earth's got an issue because in this demonstration where things are falling, things are in free fall, there's no displacement of gases or liquids. And you've got to explain that. And as I say, the globe uses this term proper acceleration to explain this. Now, what flat Earth does, stationary Earth, sorry, I don't know.
You know what you sound like, Andy? No disrespect. You sound like a globe salesman. You're a traveling globe salesman.
Well, look, I mean, the other option is electrical forces. So I like that too. So I can entertain these ideas. We have to identifying with them.
Yeah,
Maybe
I can buy electrostatics, directionality, that stuff, which is, but it's more believable than the Earth moving upwards. I mean, that's just total nonsense, bro. I mean, how can you not see that? I don't get it.
Because it's based on demonstration, dude. That's why.
It's based on a dropping bottle, dude. Is
it accelerating to the ground or isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so what?
Well, because it's moving in a uniform acceleration. Everything's moving. The gases, the bottle, the liquid, in a uniform acceleration, which isn't a thing.
Andy, they're in the bottle, so they're moving together. I mean, I don't know, man. I guess I don't get it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Can you recreate it for me on the ground laterally? How's that? Recreate that type of recreate that type of acceleration for me on the ground laterally, please.
How could I do that?
You can't do it. That's the point.
Yeah, but you're asking for a ridiculous thing, bro.
It's based on demonstration.
It's based on
so you're arguing with reality.
You are, dude. Do you not see how you're saying something goes down because something goes up? That's arguing with reality. You're saying, hey, see that thing that goes down? Yeah, it's not because it's going down. It's because something else is going up. That's arguing with reality.
Exactly that. Yeah.
So is the thing accelerating down then?
It's falling. What? I don't understand. I don't understand why reality became so complicated. Like, what's so complicated about an
I'm
object?
going to make a cup of tea. I'll let you think about it. You can worm around with it.
Why the down vector? Why do things go down?
Because it would be chaos if there wasn't a singular orientation. It would be like Inception. You just start walking up the wall. What would stop you from just walking up the wall?
So the answer is because if it wasn't, there would be chaos. But why is it still down?
Well, why is that? Is okay, but how is my answer any worse or better than the Earth accelerates up? Right? Like what
It's
we're
not,
doing.
and it's no different to the globe. It's all just different ideas, man.
No, but you
But
got
you
to see.
you can't be stuck on flat Earth because flat Earth is a truthers. You can't say it's definitely not moving. It's
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah. So can
you
I?
could, yeah,
Can
but
I
then you're
hold on?
stuck in your truth seeking, dude.
Okay, let me ask you this. Can I apply that same logic to like a car that's parked in my driveway? Do I have to assume that the car is moving?
No, just completely non sequitur.
Oh, no, it is. It's the movement of a stationary object. It's a complete direct comparison. Now
You can
you're
see
saying,
that from
hold
all
on.
angles.
Okay, but should I, if you said the car in my driveway is not moving, and I said, yeah, well, you're kind of closing your mind off to possible truths that the car might actually be moving. Would you think that's like a good argument, or it just kind of makes you sound
Non
like you're trying to
sequitur.
argue for the impossible?
Right, you're not stupid enough to even think that's a good answer, a good explanation. You,
Red herring.
come on, man. It's
It's
total
not a
red
red
herring.
herring. If you want to try and make the argument for something
The red herring.
stationary be if you want to make the argument for something that's stationary is moving, then we got to be
Red
able to
herring.
do that with every object.
Right, it's got to be something similar to the Earth. So something that we can't see the edges of, right? So something on the Earth that we can't see the edges of also. Not a car that you can see all the way around.
No. Why do you got to see
Yeah.
the edges? Motion is motion. If it's moving,
Why do
it's
you gotta
moving.
No, I'm
hijack the
saying,
entire chat, bro, to where no one else can get in? Like, bro, take
Bro,
a breath.
why do you always make it about me? It's like you and Witsit and your little crew just cannot stop
No,
talking
it's not,
about me, dude.
dude.
I want
You
$1 for
just
every time you talk about me.
you never
oh,
you
We
never
were
take
doing
a
chill,
breath,
guys.
bro.
Come on. We were doing good. Come on.
Yeah,
Let's not
he
mess
had to
this
talk
up.
about me. He just couldn't keep his mouth shut about me. He's
Yeah,
obsessed
my
with
bad.
me. It's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. My
Okay, then
bad.
that's fine. Okay, then I
Yeah,
want to get in
just
because
try
I think
not talking about me, dude. Just try that. Try not thinking about me too, because I know you just sit
Red
there
herring.
thinking about
I
me like
don't
a
know, bro.
weirdo.
You never stop talking, bro. It's a little
okay,
hard,
I've
but go
been
ahead.
waiting patiently, but yeah, you guys are instead of you guys fighting. So I'm coming here from a non-biased, non-educated point of view. I'm not trying to fight this. You guys might say I'm stupid. Anyways, has
that's
it
me
got
too,
anything?
Beerman.
Has it got anything to do possibly with uh, light traveling to a more denser medium? So let's say anything density being attracted to density. So if something's less dense, it's gonna move to a less dense location, and a more dense object will move to a more dense location. The reason why I'm asking that, I'm just thinking, for instance, if I'm taking a shot put ball, these things that you use in the Olympic to throw that heavy fucking ball or cannonball, it's going to move down through through a medium, but it's going to stop at a more dense medium. For instance, it's going to hit a rock and it won't go through that rock. But if I take a helium balloon, the majority of it is so light, it's going to go higher and higher and higher until it gets to its equilibrium, or whatever you guys call it, to that sort of less dense place. So these objects are sorting themselves out. Don't you? Does that make any sense? That thought process. I probably rambled too much there, but yeah, does that thought process make any sense at least?
I could have a think about that. But my thing is, you can't compare an object on the Earth to the Earth. You can only compare things that have similar size or whatever.
Yeah, so for instance, if I take a glass of water and I throw it into if I take a scoop of water from a swimming pool and I throw that scoop of water back in the swimming pool, it's going to be at the same level of that swimming pool. But if I take a stone that's hovering below that swimming pool, let's say there's something that floats in that swimming pool at 3/4 way down. I take that object out of that swimming pool, I throw it back into that swimming pool. Eventually it's going to get to that same level where it was. So it's meeting up with that sort of um, level of its density. So it almost for me, what appears to be happening is that um, density meets its density, and yeah, it just seems like the world is sorting itself that way out. We at this level because we at this density. If I was heavy, I would fall through the ground. If I was more dense, but I'm not that dense, so I don't fall through the ground. If I was lighter, I'd start floating up. That's what it appears to me, at least. That's why I'm asking this question, and maybe it's a thought process as well. what goes left and right is it's out of my comprehension. I can't even think of why it's doing that. But I'm just I'm just sharing some thoughts and some questions.
So we
Yeah, I
can't
was just trying to.
compare like how a ball or a bowl shape holds water, right? Because we can't, and then we'd be like, you can't compare that to the Earth. Be like, oh well, we don't have a ball that's the size of the Earth, so maybe that ball would hold water. That's such a ridiculous argument. Like we can scale up.
Yeah, not really though, because so you're on an object and you can't see the edges, infinite plane, moving upwards. Do you think you'll be able to feel yourself going upwards without the reference of seeing off the edges, seeing like the stars whizzing by or whatever?
But what I'm
Like,
saying
no.
is, yeah. Well, hold on. You can make a comparable comparison, right? Like, so if I'm on a boat and it's not moving, like it's just dry docked, and to when it's moving, I can tell the difference, right? And to say, oh well, you would need to make that boat as big as the Earth in order to make that argument. I think that's just as ridiculous as watching water roll off a ball and then saying, well, it might be able to stick if you made the ball so big that we can never test it. Because all you're doing is making the test so big that it can never happen, that therefore you can now keep the door open for what you can't prove because it's too big.
But that's the same thing as it not moving. Like
But
you
you can
can't
see it
prove
not
the Earth
moving.
doesn't move.
You could see the car not moving. You could see the tree not moving. You could see everything not moving. So all you're doing is trying to create doubt of reality. And that's, for me, that's dangerous people. People that do that are on a mission. They're trying to
So
gaslight.
that's all. That's all flat earthers do.
Hold on. You're trying to gaslight people into denying reality, in my opinion.
That's flat Earth. You just summed up the whole flat Earth. Well done.
No, because my house doesn't move, and you're trying to convince me that it might be. So to
No,
me,
I'm not.
you're the
I'm just
gaslighting
saying
problem.
you can't compare non-moving Earth to moving Earth from being on Earth. That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Well,
I don't believe
I'm
in
saying
this
you can.
Dell's fucking. I don't believe Dell's upward flying Earth. It's ridiculous.
Well, I think you can compare. So until you can show me that I can look at something that doesn't move and it moves, then I can't accept that the Earth is moving, because you haven't demonstrated the Earth is moving, right?
So
why would I accept
what about that there's a restaurant in a building and it slowly rotates. And if you're not looking out of that window, you don't know you're rotating. You don't feel the rotation.
But again, all you're doing is saying, hey, look, this other object is moving, therefore my house, which is not, is. It's just bad logic to me.
Dude, I was on your side yesterday. You fucking killed Witsit and all his sycophants in that argument, and now you're being a bit silly.
He killed Witsit in what
I think you're
argument?
being silly.
All
If you're saying the
yesterday.
ground is moving, my house is attached to the ground. My house has to be moving by proxy. So this is part of the problem of just saying things and then not understanding the ramifications. It's like when the ball earthers say, yeah, bottom up obstruction, but they don't understand one of the ramifications is that people then have to be upside down under your feet, right? That's
Did
the
you not?
ramification of curving the ground under you.
Did
Listen,
you not
it's
hear
not
me
just your
ask
house
him a
moving.
question? But,
It's not just your
all right,
house.
whatever.
Sorry, Dicey. One sec. It's not just your house moving. It's you. It's your car. It's the grass. It's the sheep in the field outside. It's the clouds.
Yeah.
It's
So a whole
everything.
bunch of things that aren't moving, I have to believe are
yeah,
moving.
but how would you know if they were or not moving upwards? You wouldn't, because I guess it's reference frame. This is the global reference frame position.
Yeah, I
isn't
don't.
it?
That's a Glober word. I don't accept reference frames. There's only one
All right.
reality. Okay, so if I'm sitting in a chair on my porch in front of my house, I cannot accept that any of those objects are moving. I just can't do it.
They're
You can't
not
show it to
not
me.
on the giant Earth reference frame, but from outside the Earth, maybe they are moving. Maybe the whole thing is moving upwards. That's what Dal says. He's trying to explain the
Yeah,
downward.
maybe
I'm not into this
reality
shit.
isn't maybe.
Like, you can't be. This is definitely not moving because you can't test it. You don't know.
Yeah, you can. You can.
But by
So
looking at
you're
object
telling me
next to
you
you, it's
can't
not
say that
moving.
my car isn't moving when it's parked. I can.
Dude, listen to yourself. If everything's moving, you're not going to notice. That's the point. Everything is
So
moving.
now I have to assume that everything that's stationary is moving. Why would I do that? That's such a ridiculous premise to start from.
Who's
Yeah,
the
it's
guy
like the
that's saying
biggest leap ever. Nothing's moving, but we're moving.
Yeah.
Who's the
Sheer
guy that?
nonsense.
Oh,
Yeah.
who is the guy that's saying that we are moving? That's causing all these things to go down. Who is that? You guys saying Dull or something like that?
Dell,
Dell.
Scottish bloke, from his channel's called Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Do you want me to post a link to it?
Yes, please. I would like to get a better understanding of what's actually being discussed here. Because
Okay,
to
so
me it
so
sounds ridiculous.
some guy is saying this, therefore it's true. Is
No,
that
no.
or
No, some
Yeah, that's
guy's
flat
saying
Earth,
this,
dude.
therefore I want to know
That
what
is
he's
flat
saying.
Earth, basically.
No,
That's
some guy's saying
really
this,
just
therefore I would like
That
to
is
know
every model.
what he's saying.
yeah. Every model, every flat Earth argument, some guy on YouTube is saying it, dude.
Lot of
now?
interruptions, guys. You hear somebody talking, try to yield back and let them finish.
Now,
Yeah,
what? Hold on a second. What argument is there for the quote unquote flat Earth?
Laser measurements? I don't know. What
No,
do you
no,
want?
no. I
Mirror
said
flashes?
I asked what argument is there for
Whatever
the
the
flat
grifters
Earth?
on the YouTube videos are saying, I guess.
Okay, so there isn't one. Basically, is what you're saying.
so
Uh,
Yeah,
no,
the Earth ain't flat. Newsflash. Yeah.
I think there's a big
No,
misunderstanding
no,
here.
no, 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 no.
Oh my God.
They're talking about an argument for it. What's the argument for it?
The theory,
There is
whatever,
no
dude.
argument
It was
for
just
it
a
because the
local.
Earth is not flat. Very simple, accurate, 100% statement I made. Listen up, everybody. The Earth is not flat. I dare
Yeah.
anybody to challenge that statement.
no, it
What? Can you
definitely isn't.
define flat?
Yeah, no surface higher than the other. That's one of them.
Is there anything that is flat?
You can make something flat, yeah, sure.
Whoa,
What if
hold on.
what if I gave you a piece of glass that appeared to be flat, and then we zoomed in on a microscope, and we could clearly see that there's peaks, valleys, and troughs across the surface of that apparently flat glass. That's not
Well, I would
necessarily
thank you
flat.
for proving my point then. I would thank you for proving my point.
So do we have anything that's flat?
Technically, no. If you want to go to the microscopic level, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that's kind of like what I'm implying. Like at what scale are we defining this to be flat, right? Like because it's only applicable at a scale rate.
No, but that term is wrong, bro. The term "the Earth is flat" is an incorrect statement. It's as simple as that, man. If you can't understand that, something's wrong here. The Earth is flat is a nonsensical, wrong statement.
Yeah, it's basically pointing at the sea level, as far as I can see. Mean sea level. That's the baseline
Yeah.
of our world. That's
I don't think it's talking about the hills and the mountains and the valleys and the imperfections across the surface. I think it's talking about the overall totality of the surface itself.
It's not flat. The overall totality of the surface is not flat. For crying out loud, man.
SC, well, you said flat is no point higher than the other, but I'd have to argue with that because a wall can be flat, but the top of the wall is higher than the bottom. So
good point. Yeah, good. I said
that
one
is-
of the explanations. Yeah, that's true. Good point. So flat is like an how will you call it? A visual expression, right? It could be flat and on the wall, like right the hand says. It could be flat on the ground. It could be flat in a 40 degree, a 30 degree.
I think you got it with like it's visual, right? Like I don't think you measure flat. Like flat is because there's what do we measure flat with? An angular, I think flat is something you see it and it's like, oh yeah, that's flat. And then if you're like, oh, you go into the microscope and you can be like, oh look, I could see that it's not flat, right? So you it's a visual thing. It's not so much a measurement thing in my eyes.
Agreed. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the problem is even visual has limitations. So when we're dealing with something as grand and as big as the Earth's surface, we can't really compare the totality of the Earth's surface to just vision alone.
But we could see the parts that are lumpy in a mountain and the parts that aren't, right? Like, so that's where I would start. You know, we could clearly see where it gets obviously not flat, right? Now, if you want to get into how flat is this, you know, not obviously curved area, that's, you know, that would be a different thing. But that's where
I
you're
agree. Like I'm looking at mountains right now. It's you know, it's clearly not flat from my visual
So
perspective.
why do you call it flat then? Why?
But again, we're talking about the entirety of it. We're not talking about one small local section of it that has imperfections. It's all imperfect across the surface, but it's the overall surface is what we're
Maybe you're looking for a different term. Maybe you should use the term level instead of flat, because flat is not the right term, man.
Well,
we're talking an orientation of the people, not so much the perfect topography of the land, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, if it was
You're
flat,
talking orientation. When you say flat, you're thinking orientation, aren't you?
Well, he's saying level is a flat line, right? Like flat earth is level is flat, ball earth is level is curved. I think that's where that's what it comes down to in my eyes.
Yeah, you gotta understand, guys. When you say flat earther, right away you're diminishing your character, your argument, everything. When you say flat earther, you lost the argument already in the eyes of the majority of the people. You gotta understand that, man. It's a derogatory term, bro. It was written in president's terms as speeches. It's a derogatory term. Why don't you understand that?
Is a record flat?
Here we go.
No,
Bro,
records are not
Sorry,
flat.
man. You just got to accept what you say and not question it. Got it. All right.
It's closer to flat than a ball.
You're gonna go with the ridges, right? You're gonna go with the ridges. I know where you're heading, bro. It's not flat.
Got it.
No, hold on. Now, weren't there globers in here? Because that's who I was originally asking the question of. I think it was who, Ned? Maybe Ned said something about the arguments for flat Earth, right? So I'm just trying to understand, right, these arguments for the flat Earth and how they're so. Well, I can't remember what he said now. They're terrible or something. And maybe Ned disappeared.
I'm not sure about that. But Dicelo, let's explore your record thing. I'm not hiding or running or shutting anything down. Let's do your record thing. Go ahead.
Or how about a tire? Could you ever have a flat tire? Is that possible then?
Yeah, when the air goes out.
So what part's flat?
The term flat in a tire means that the air is out and it flattened down. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
But did it ever flatten down? Because I mean, as far as I'm aware, it still has a round shape to it.
I agree.
So we can't use the term flat tire because it's not analogous then, I guess, right?
No, but
technically,
what
if there's no... Sorry, Bessie, let me just say, if there's no medium inside the tire would show a flat spot, right? Because the pressure of the vehicle would be sitting down, causing the tire to be flat.
Yeah, but in SE's mind, nothing can be flat. So, I mean, we got to throw that out the window.
It's not in SE's mind that nothing can be flat. In reality, you're the one that brought it down to the microscopic level, right? So
well, that's my whole point.
If we're to believe in our reality, yeah, nothing can be flat. Because
that's the whole point. It's a scalability thing. It's not an overall thing, like in the sense that it's it's perfect, right? You can never have anything that's perfectly flat. We agreed on that. So with that being said, we either remove the word because it doesn't fit, or we understand what we're saying in the sense that it's an overall thing, not the small imperfections in between.
Okay, let's explore those two options, right? You either change the word, you already know the word is not correct. So you have two options. You either change the word, or you continue using the word in hopes of the people that understand what you mean when you say the word And on top of that, you know the word is a derogatory term. You know it's been written in 2 presidents' speeches. You know everybody thinks you're dumb. So it's like going into court and saying, Your Honor, hi, I'm Mr. Dummy, and I'm here to argue. That's what you're doing.
I mean,
You're calling yourself an idiot, in other words, in the eyes of people.
That's their problem.
I definitely get your point. You know, I definitely get the point you're making, but I don't really take offense to it, I guess, maybe the way that you do. I don't know. I don't really let it get to me in that way.
No, it doesn't get to me, bro. I'm just showing a point. I'm just proving an absolute point. Like that's there. That's indisputable. But yet people just don't see it, and they still choose to use the term that will make them look dumb in front of people. Personally, I don't get
Why
that.
would it make them look? But what you're assuming it makes them look dumb.
Right, right. That's the point that I don't get. Like, I don't really give a fuck what people want to think that they know. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're making an assumption.
Really, here's the thing. Why does it matter if you appear dumb to someone who is dumb?
So, Daiso, I'm
That's
going to
not
say,
the point, though.
no,
I want to ask Dyslow while he's still on it, though. Like, I'll go in a sec. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Just
man.
everyone fucking talk. I've been trying for the past 10 minutes. So just everyone.
I just got here. Go
He's
ahead.
been getting interrupted continuously.
Yeah, I just want to say I take fucking offense to the whole flat earth thing, because if I've asked a question regarding the globe, I'm immediately labeled a flat earther when I'm asking a question to get a better understanding of the globe. And same thing with the flat earth side. If I fucking ask a question about the flat earth, then I'm a fucking immediately a glober. So stop keeping calling people names, and people are just trying to ask questions. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to get out there. And when I was asking about the whole video that Andy posted, immediately it was a whole fucking globe flat earth thing. It was nothing to do with that. I was just saying I want to get that information so I can hear what this person has to say. So I'm just trying to get there. Stop labeling people. Some people are here to learn and have a civil discussion instead of.
Can we call you a ping pong ball since you keep getting bounced around from side to side?
100%. I'm happy with being labeled a ping pong ball, but yeah, I'm here for serious reasons, man. Because this is a very interesting place that we're in, and yeah, just stop labeling people and allow people to.
Okay,
ask
but hold on. Let's just take a step back and take a big breath and realize that the mainstream narrative, right, is in fact it's a ball. So if you're going to pick up this gauntlet and you're actually going to fight the fight, making a statement like the earth is in fact flat is the most polarizing and the most opposite position to hold to the mainstream narrative of being a globe. So again, it's not a bad position to hold if you're willing to hold it with strength, understanding what you're actually taking the position against.
Yeah, it's just, but to Essie's point though, it's just not a true statement. Like, so you're kind of starting. Well, I don't know if that's his point. It seemed like his point was more that it's
That is my point. That is my point. You're starting off with not a true statement. Correct.
I understand.
That's my issue with it. Yeah.
And not only that, it's been put out in the public that a flat earther is not intelligent. So you're starting off with a false statement, and you're going in handicapped because the public thinks you're stupid, and you're proving it to them by saying a stupid thing that's not true. So, I mean, what
And
else
then
do you
what
need?
happens during questioning when I declare proudly that I am in fact a flat earther, and then I start asking the person that thinks I'm stupid questions, and they start to lily pad, and we watch them start the shotgun approach, hoping that one of their stupid answers actually sticks.
Good question. But you see, you're fighting, you're on the rebound, you're on the defense already going in, right?
Dude.
And everybody knows how you win is by offense. Ask anybody in sports. You don't win a game by defense, right? You got to be offensive. So you're starting off with a handicap. Why can't you see that?
But is it about
I
winning
do
and
see
losing?
that, and I'm saying that again, choosing to pick up that gauntlet from that standpoint is a choice that I, on my personal level, make because, again, it's a polarizing statement to make. And it's like, well, yeah, let me take a second and let me hear what you have to say.
Yeah. So just to chime in on that note, had that term never came about, flat Earth, I would have never been here. The fact that it is so polarizing, like he's telling you, is what shook me into looking into it. When I first came across it, I'm like, wow, people actually believe the earth is flat. Like, I wanted to dive into the mind of those individuals to find out like how they're perceiving reality. And within that, I found myself on a never-ending journey. So if it wasn't for that specific term, flat earth, I would have never came to this argument and the light of day.
Yeah, I'll give you
I
that
can
one.
appreciate.
I'll
I
give
can.
you
Yeah,
that
I can
one.
appreciate that. That was a good. That was
Yeah,
well put. Because I did
Yeah, I
want to.
think
that was good.
That was what I. Yeah, what I was interrupting for was because Geislow has gotten angry. No, I don't know if angry is the right word, but like adamant about it before, along with Jeremy. You know, when a couple of times where I said, well, it's definitely not flat. Like I wanted to find out why is it that you hold it like to be so powerful, and you made a good point. Yeah, because it is powerful.
yeah, it's
But
definitely catchy.
Polarizing, man. These are the positions that we can hold in order to slap them in the face a little bit and say, "Hey, wake up! Let's have a conversation with it." If you're willing to listen, but then again, if you're willing to just because you hear the term get triggered and then throw me or whoever else says it's flat into just in with the masses, go ahead. It just shows your ignorance on the subject.
Yeah, just to go along with what Dice Low was just saying, if you ever change your name, Dice Low, change it to Dice Low.
All right,
Please.
thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think a lot of people, and that probably include me in this list, go into Flat Earth to disprove it. We were like, this is fucking stupid, and I'm going to disprove it. And then, yeah, you're still here several years later going, yeah, still haven't seen
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
and
do
yeah,
that.
but
I
that's
did what
not
evidence.
wrong.
I did what Geislow did. Like he said, I was like, how are these fucking assholes saying the Earth is flat? And I went looking for the best of the best proofs of where their mind was. Like, how are these people have to have something? Like, where's their best? Like, what do they think this is? Yeah, I didn't really go to debunk it. I did at some points, like try to say, all right, well, let me test this. But yeah, I wanted to find out how they were perceiving this. This was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta weigh the benefits now, and you got one thing that I heard that's beneficial of calling yourself a flat earther, and I can name you a plethora of things where it's not beneficial for you. So it's up to you, man. I'm just putting it
Well,
out there.
I
That's it.
agree. That's two different things, right? Like, so one thing, there's the term, the flat, the Earth is flat. That's one thing. A separate thing is identifying. I do have an issue with identifying. Like before I realized that the Earth is not a globe, I'd never identified as a globe earther. That's ridiculous, right? To like identify yourself around a model, that I have an issue with. So to identify as a flat earther, I think is a little bit creepy and almost puts you into like this. It weighs on your mind that when you identify yourself, you then have to start changing to what you're claiming you are. Yeah, no, that's I think is probably not good.
You know what's funny about that observation is when you look at the horizon line shows as flat.
Yeah, but we know that water is not flat. We know that it's waving around. Why? But
I've got
we
a
know it's
question.
not.
Again, we didn't bring. Hold on one sec. Just give me a second. We didn't bring waves or water into this. We strictly brought the observation in of the horizon line. Right.
I
The
know.
horizon line is that line which is always there whenever you're looking off into the distance. When your eyes are parallel with the ground, you look off ahead, and that horizon line always is flat. Go ahead.
But we know it. But we know it's not flat. That's what the problem. So the last time, like when Dice, this is what I was talking to some Glober, right, just about something real simple, and Dyslow and Jeremy kind of were like, "But it's flat, right?" They were just like trying to remind me, I guess, that hey, but don't forget it's flat, right? But what all I was going over with this Glober, right, was a real simple point. Was he was saying that boats disappear over the horizon, bottom first, because the water is flat, but the Earth is curved, right? And I said, but in reality, right? So like, who's lying to you? Like, who's lying? Because I don't think the water's flat. And he's like, well, so one model will show you a perfectly smooth water sphere, right? A perfectly flat water. And that's the reason that boats disappear bottom up. But in reality, we know it's not flat water. It's just a real simple observation that one's lying, right? Because we can all confirm that the water is not flat. So they're
I'm gonna
giving you like
put.
a false dichot. They're giving you like a false dichotomy of why the boat must be disappearing, and you have to concede and agree that well, the water's flat. Let's start with that truth, but that's not the truth. So it's an issue.
So you're saying that water's not level?
You can use water to establish a horizontal plane, right? But water naturally occurring in the ocean is not flat.
Right.
He's
So
saying that it's dynamic. It's not at rest. At rest, it would be flat, I guess. But when you add the dynamics, it's you got waves and
yeah,
swells.
You
exactly.
have
I was going to
wind,
say.
and you have the sun heating up the water and the gyration and all that stuff.
Right, but if you were to, let's say, take an average, let's say, over, say, an
Right.
hour of time, and you were actually were to observe that level, you would observe it. It would work out to have an average line to it. And I think that's the biggest thing when we just like being again intellectually honest with what we're observing. Yeah, I realize that there's swells involved, but in terms of the overall profile and how this thing sits, making up the horizon in front of us. Horizontal horizon. It just
Now you're
works.
talking. Now you're talking. Yeah. Look, I have no problem of saying this. Whatever I'm on appears to be level and horizontal. I have no problem of saying that. But I have a problem saying it's flat. You know why? Because it's not freaking flat.
Well, like I said, we just need to remove that word because there's nothing that is flat, and that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Dude,
It's
horizontal. Hold on, real quick. SE horizontal is flat. If you say something's horizontal, it's flat. Why do you have a problem with horizontal and not flat when
No,
it's
no, I
like the
said
same
the
thing?
overall, Jeremy. I said the overall thing because we know it's not flat, bro. I could see it's not flat.
Vertical is flat too. So we don't live
Yeah,
on a vertical Earth. So
that's
you
right.
got to be more specific if you say flat Earth, right?
And I disagree. I
Exactly.
agree with you on the overall. What do you mean the overall?
Look, how can I explain it to you? If what we were on is not level, this is me now, just me. I'm just talking about myself, the way I see things. If 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 what we're on is not level, right? I have a glass of water here in front of me, right? If I fill it to the top, right, and it starts spilling out, if what we're on is not level, we wouldn't see water behaving that way. I mean, it's a simple observation, right? Would you have a pool? How would a pool work? You fill it to the rim with water, right?
What are you talking about? Surface tension now, though, Se? Because it sounds like you're bringing in surface tension when you pour water up to the brim of a glass and it starts
no. I
to
think what
No,
he's
no, no,
overflow.
saying.
no, no.
No, I think what he's saying is that you can never have water contained in anything if you don't have flat level horizontal, right? Like the water would always be spilling into the next pool, into the next pool.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
It's a
medium.
very
Well,
simple observation.
but isn't that one of our statements that medium requires containment? So water being a medium would automatically require some kind of a container.
That's another issue, and you're correct about that as well. Yeah.
Well, no, okay. So coming back to the observation is that when I'm standing on a plane, I jump into or standing on the place that I'm in, the plane that we believe it to be. I get into a helicopter. I'm taken up to 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, whatever it is, and all I continue to observe is the floor meeting the ceiling as far as we go. That suggests an infinite plane. The only reason that we can double back and say it's not an infinite plane is because we have the observation of a medium which requires by law containment.
By law. Okay. So you're saying we have full containment, like a dome kind of a thing? Or you're just saying like a soup bowl to contain the water? Because that's
SE,
obvious, right?
if
Anybody knows
if
how water flows. it has to be contained. There's no two ways about it. We could all agree on that, right?
That's well, I said it was a law. You proposed the shape of the container. I only stated the law requiring containment and the fact that we see an infinite plane.
Well, it appears that we see an infinite plane. Yeah.
No, we see an infinite plane. Dude, you can't even say it appears we see because that's what we see. No matter how high we go, we seem to always see the floor continuing to meet the ceiling in a linear, horizontal type fashion. This is the point. The only reason we get to double back and say that there is a container is because we know that mediums require containment in order for mediums to work effectively, or else we would just have a whole shitload of turbulence and clouds wouldn't even be able to keep their place.
I think I can agree with most of what you said there. I don't see a problem.
Hey, I got SE to partially agree with me. That's cool. I'll work with that. I withdraw. Thanks for listening, guys.
Yeah, water has to be contained. I mean, it's not logical. If I have right now, listen, here's a glass of water.
He destroyed you. Just get over it.
What do you mean? We agreed. What
No, I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Like I said, I have a glass of water in front of me right here. Now, if that glass was not there, that water would not be there.
I'm curious about the argument supposedly that the hand destroyed Whitsidon. But I don't want to change what we're talking about at the moment. But if we can get to that eventually, that'd be nice to hear.
Well, I think we're done with this. Water needs containment. Go ahead. I mean, this is not rocket pseudoscience.
I mean, just like one more, I guess if I could stay on just for a little longer. It's just it is so like a T-shirt saying the Earth is flat as a conversation starter, just like slam it, is I'm okay with that, right? But the identifying as your purpose of I'm a flat earther, I'm no longer a husband, I'm no longer a whatever, I'm a flat earther, right? It tells you, you're telling yourself like that this is your purpose, and like it's hard to it is difficult to describe, right? But like SE said, well, I see horizontal, like we don't really see that right anywhere, like in nature too often, at least, right? But we measure these things based on horizontal and vertical change. Like in reality, that's what we do, but nowhere, not nowhere, but very seldom will you find it, anything flat, right? But we're measuring everything based on that. But what the globe does is it flattens. They don't have any depth to anything, right? So it's difficult to get out of that way of thinking. So when you're trying to communicate to somebody that the Earth is flat, right? They can't picture it. They can't wrap their head around it, and it just gets to be difficult, and it's not a true statement because there's none of it's flat, and there's just drawing a circle around an area doesn't mean that that's the entire Earth, right? Like it doesn't have like an infinite plane. Who knows, right? But all of those things are an issue, and it becomes difficult to get across to somebody who hasn't heard the issue, hasn't heard it before.
Let me ask you, Tanks, how would you describe the horizon?
The horizon. How would I describe it? I would say that it's the optical. It's an optical place where you can the light you can no longer see because of the light and the angle and the compression due to your vision.
Would you call it horizontal?
The horizon horizontal, yeah.
It's not difficult, man. This is not hard stuff. Level, horizontal, perpendicular, point A, point B, straight line. This is not difficult. Curve, radius. These are all established facts. Can't argue with this stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's perceived as horizontal, and the reason that we know it, or the way we use it at least, is with those axioms of just, like you said, horizontal, vertical, perpendicular. That's how we measure. Yeah.
Etam Online says it's a limit of view, your boundary. That's where the word horizon comes from.
Yeah, but due to what? Like, that's the difference. Like, why is it a boundary? Yeah. It's due to so many different things, but that's the truth.
Yeah, look how simple this is, right? I used to say this like a while back. I forgot I should say this more. Let's say you're at a beach now. It's a beautiful day. You're with your wife, whatever. You got 2 glasses of water and 2 glasses of wine in front of you. It's a beautiful thing. Sunset. You're looking at the horizon. Now, I ask you this. You look at the wine and the water and you look at the horizon. Is there a difference there in orientation?
Sometimes.
Well, I'm not talking about a freaking if there's a storm or a hurricane, right? You look at the horizon and you look at your glass. You think there would be like in your wine glass or your water glass? You think there would be like a difference between that and the horizon?
Yeah, no, it seems to line up. Yeah. Unless there's a storm. That's exactly what I was thinking. Unless the weather, like a fog rolls in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how simple it is. That's how simple it is, man.
That is interesting, Essie, but you bring that closer to you. It'll always be parallel to the horizon that you see outside there. So if it is curved, if it is not, it'll always be parallel to it. And I think that's where a lot of these arguments come from. I'm not fighting you on this. I would agree with you that yes, the glass of water would be parallel to the horizon that we see visually, but I think it's all visual perspective, and it's the way
Well,
our
that's
eyes
a great point. The parallel, all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon is a great point for you, man. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point.
Yeah, I mean that goes for above sea level and below it.
That's right.
Correct. Correct.
We were just about to talk about you. Are you gonna leave and wait till we talk about you and come back, or?
No, I'm glad. I'm glad
Yeah.
Witt's here because I asked him a question in chat as well. I came across a guy, Niels Bohr or something like that. I tagged you in the post, or I replied to one of your tags or comments. I don't know if you ever heard of him, Witz. If you don't mind changing the subject, guys.
Yeah, just quickly, that invitation to Dell, that's gone. I've just been back and had a look, and it's gone because you cannot post. And maybe you can help me out on this. You cannot post fucking Discord servers in YouTube comment sections. They just get removed. The message. Because I remember I tried to do it on a perspective video, and I kept putting the link 24/7 there, and it would not. It just kept getting removed. So is there any way around that?
Certain channels allow for links. Certain channels have it set up not to allow for it.
Right. Okay.
So, Whitson, have you heard of that guy I posted you in? Niels Bohr. He's a physicist that speaks of, like I say, fuck, I'm no scientist. I can't recall the things like you guys can. But yeah, he speaks of a lot of what you talk about, and with the quantum and the ether and all that. And he appears to go against mainstream's understanding of it. And he's quite recent as well. I think 1950s is when he passed, or somewhere around there. I still need to research more. But have you ever heard of him, Niels Bohr?
No, not off the top of my head.
Yeah, but
Trying
Daiso, to your question earlier, I don't even know that I didn't hear anything about the topic or the argument with right the hand, so I don't know who actually won. But I did hear
Well,
there was some
somebody,
stuff
Oh,
going down.
wait, let
yeah,
me answer
somebody
a
said
question.
that. Go ahead.
Good. Well, yeah, you're talking about Bohr, Bohr. He's like
Yeah.
famous for an update to the atomic model a long time ago. The Bohr atomic model. That's what
Yeah,
you're
it's
talking about?
very interesting. Yeah, very, very interesting stuff. I only recently came across it, and it seems like he talks about a lot of things that you talk about. And I never hear you bring him up, and I just find it fascinating that I'm not saying that you're not smart. I'm just saying that what is considered a physicist agrees or appears to agree with a lot of things that you are saying. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just surprised you don't bring him up in your discussions.
Well, yeah. So I thought you were talking about somebody in modern times, but yeah, I mean, he updated the atomic model because it didn't work. But he believed in some things I definitely don't. But yeah,
He believed
I
in
probably haven't researched his work that much enough.
he believed in spooky action at a distance. He fought with Einstein. He was famous for that. They fought for years over spooky
Smart
action
man.
at a distance. Yeah.
Yeah, smart man. Well, like, yeah, I just found some information about how the amount of energy they found in and like the smallest part of a vacuum is equivalent to, in their model, taking all stars, all energy in space, and putting it down to like an infinitesimally small amount of area. That's how much energy is measured inside the vacuum fluctuations for potential, like the amount of energy in the smallest part. So basically, they're now admitting that there's an infinite amount of energy that's coming from somewhere. So, yeah, I mean, the thing about Bohr, he was trying to save their atomic idea, right? So, I mean, kudos to him for being bold enough to call out that it was wrong, but he still kind of crammed it into their ideas.
Yeah,
he was a
fair enough.
quantum dude. He was championing quantum mechanics, super entanglement. He was up there with the woo-woo crowd. Let's be honest.
That's fair enough.
Well, quantum is kind of woo-woo, dude. Like I just said, like they found that there's basically infinite energy in an infinitesimally small amount of area, right? So, and there's actually a specific number. Like this Aristotle, whatever his name is, this dude's irrelevant. You know, people like this dude's irrelevant. You can't talk in BC, but it's not literally infinite. It's just a mind-blowing number. It's more energy than they claim is in the entire universe.
Nonsense.
It's like insane.
Again. Yeah.
What are you guys referencing? Max Born?
It's 0-point energy, man, is what that is.
Yeah, 0-point energy, and the amount of energy is equivalent to all of the energy in their alleged universe.
Well, that's because there's a misapprehension as to how we determine energy to be as, and that's the problem. Like they got it bass backwards. If you perceive energy as the release of it, then yeah, there's always going to be a greater amount of energy within a 0-point area versus the release of it.
So they're claiming infinite energy now?
No, it's not literally infinite. It's just like a mind-blowingly big number.
Right.
I'll give you the exact number in a second. I'm doing something.
Would say when you got a time when the subject possibly gets on hold, could you possibly try explain to me in a layman's term of Einstein's I would say explanation of gravitational lensing. It's just part of my research that I'm busy doing for myself, and it ties in a lot of the work what I'm doing with refraction. So yeah, I'm just trying to understand it in a much more layman's term. If you do have a moment to try do that for me, I would appreciate it. Just because it appears that you do a lot of Einstein research and understand his work that he's been doing.
Just a second. Yeah. Yeah, so basically it's the idea that the displacement of mass, so a massive object in space, bends and warps space-time. And although the speed of light is constant, the velocity is not constant in general relativity, meaning that that being including direction, that the direction can change while the speed stays the same because the direction changes due to the bending of space. And that when this happens, light will effectively bend around other objects.
Fuck, man. Then it's 100% with the way I think refractions work, and so I appreciate that. That's the way I thought it works. I understand it. I'm having a woohoo moment, maybe tapping my drums too quickly, but I'm so stoked that I understand it that way as well. One day I would love to possibly have a one-on-one with you out of the Discord or someone else that understands this as well, because my understanding of refraction and what I've been experimenting with refraction, I think ties in a lot with what Einstein was talking about with gravitational lensing, and I think it has a lot to do with refraction. So if anyone's into that sort of discussion and willing to have a open discussion about that, I would love to actually discuss that with someone outside of a mainstream Discord like this.
Here's one for you, buddy. Check out the live stream text. That's the latest nonsense, and that's what they call gravitational lensing. Look at that. It made a question mark. They're calling it the question mark galaxy.
Yeah,
There you
so
go.
beyond that stuff, just the understanding of what Einstein,
That's where the Riddler came from.
they may be misinterpreting what Einstein is saying, but I think I understand what Einstein was saying. On my level, at least, I would love to share it with someone that's open-minded, because I may understand. I think I may be understanding it. So I might be delusional. I might be psychotic. I might need to go see a mental hospital. But I would love to discuss it with someone that's really open-minded. That would love to hear, would like to hear my thoughts on it, because I think it's got a lot to do with refraction as well.
I just want to point out that like gravitational lensing has never actually been verified. So they tried to claim that it was verified looking at a star around an eclipse, but when you actually look into it, they didn't see it. They didn't measure what they were supposed to. But even if that phenomenon is real, that's exactly what you would get if there was plasma, specifically concentrated ionization around whatever it is we're seeing in the sky. Certainly, if they're in a fluid-like medium, that's plasma-like, and there's just more concentrated plasma around that source, then light will bend. Light will bend in plasma. The question is,
So
what
with
is
that being
plasma? And that's
said,
ionized gas.
so with that being said, I got a good doctor you can speak to, Cohen. Whenever you're ready, I'll send you the link.
100%, you can send it to me as long as it's in South Africa, because I'm not going to fly up to another country for it. But with it, on a serious note, so yes, so with what he's presenting, if you look, well, I've done a few little experiments, and between every medium, there appears to be some sort of meniscus. So if I take one medium and I mix it with another, there's a meniscus. There's a little curve to it, and this is what I'm saying. I think a lot of his work may be related to it. It might not be 100% the way he's explaining it, but I'd love to share my thoughts with someone that's, like I say, would be willing to listen to the way I'm trying to explain it, because someone with an open mind might be able to say, "Oh, wow, I think I see what you're seeing." Where some people have said they understand it, but it hasn't gone beyond that. But someone with your knowledge, with what Einstein and your, I would say, understanding of Einstein and science and all these sort of things might be able to take it further. So I'd love to share it with someone that's interested in this, because I think it ties in a lot with refraction and the misunderstanding of refraction. Not refraction in the Snell's law sense, but of what we see and why we see what we see.
No, yeah, I'm down, man. I'm down. I mean, I can't do it anytime right now. I have to do a convo with Dave Weiss and this professor in an hour, but
no, sometime later, anyone else as well, just to take it further, because I think there's a lot to do with it, and I think it can take this discussion even further, and we can possibly learn more from it, or it might put my understanding to a halt. But so far, I think it ties in a lot with what Einstein was saying.
yeah, well, I mean, you know my position overall, right? Like, light wouldn't actually be physically bending ever. Light doesn't physically travel, much less does it bend as it travels. But it appears to bend. It appears to curve. And then the question would be, what's causing us to perceive it as curving? Right. I mean, that's
Yes.
my base position. Like,
Correct.
light doesn't travel. There's no evidence.
Yeah, and that's why I think, I understand you probably get a lot of requests for discussions, and all I'm asking is for maybe a half an hour of your time, even if that. I would love to take it a bit further, just to share my thoughts and my research. I'm not someone out there that I would say is going to try waste everyone's time. So I'm taking this seriously, and I would love to hear some sort of input from someone that can understand this and can help me on my path at least.
I want to know
I'm
about
down.
this discussion that Right the Hand destroyed you on, Witsit, because now he seems so emboldened. He's like made his picture to be flexing on you somehow. So I don't know.
Bro, so do you actually believe that though?
No, but it wasn't from him. It was from somebody else had mentioned that their thoughts on the conversation. So that's why I was curious. Like, if it was just him saying
Who
that
is
he
someone
won, then
else?
yeah.
Who is
Who
someone else?
was it? I don't know. Was it you, Cohen?
What's up?
Did you hear who said that Right the Hand destroyed Witsit in the debate they had the other day?
or discussion.
Oh, that wasn't me. I don't say things
Oh.
like that. I don't think anyone destroys anyone. I think everyone shares their input, and you do with that input what you want. I'll never.
I mean,
say
it wasn't like a toxic baller. You're saying it's like a truther.
I don't
That
know,
was
dude.
probably,
Somebody
probably someone who heard the conversation. That's what I think.
planar.
NED.
Oh man,
Nate.
I got stuff to do. I'm not doing it. But just so you know, Daiso, what happened? What actually happened was he denied that density is a thing, and then said that we can't prove density and that we're invoking the heliocentric model to invoke density as if they're somehow connected. And then he said we had to believe in the atomic model to believe in density, for which I told him that's not true. There's actually different interpretations of what people call elements, like Walter Russell's take that everything's intrinsically vibrational. He said to believe in density, you have to believe that there's empty space in between the matter, like gold. And I said, no, you don't. And I said it's about compactness, and if it was vibrational, then it would be like having a higher or lower frequency. You would have more of that waving pattern in a smaller volume if the frequency's
Do you want to
higher.
have the argument, or are you just going to talk
I'm
about me?
actually talking on. I promised
About
it
me.
that
You're
if
talking about me.
you know what's about to happen is you're just not going to be talking at all. Because what's not going to happen today is you're not going to interrupt me. You're not going to raise your voice. I have stuff to do today. I find you boring. Okay, I'm not talking to you. So if you interrupt me again, I'm going to mute you. Okay. So anyway, so like I was saying, if you actually look at the periodic chart as like elements that are vibrational in nature, then you can have different compactness of the vibrations, and that would be what density is in that understanding. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm not debating RTH if whether or not density exists, because his take, and I'm gonna still man it here. This isn't a straw man. I don't have to explain density, and he used my approach that falsification is independent replacement, and I don't have to address the phenomena, and everything's only material. Okay, that's his position. Very profound. Let's all take notes and study it. We don't have to talk about it for 3 hours.
Okay,
Got
and Witz's position is that there's vibration, which by definition means for a physical object to move side to side, to exist in one place and then to move in another. That is the definition of vibration. Now, he will use vibration in a completely opposite way, and he will say, oh yeah, you can have a non-physical thing that doesn't have a unique place and is not moving from one unique place to another, which is the very definition of vibration. And he's going to use it and just bastardize the word and say, yeah, well, you can move something that isn't a thing and doesn't exist in a place to another place that it also doesn't exist in, which is just a ridiculous idea. It's so illogical. That's why he has to talk about me and not the actual point, which is he's saying vibration in a complete wrong definitional capacity.
All right, the only thing I'm going to say to this. So first of all, it's hilarious that he has to just baselessly lie and say, I'm just talking about him. It just specifically talked about the subject, but he claims I didn't address the subject at all, and I just talked about him, which is just a tactic. But this is how simple it is, Dyson, right? The profundity of the idea of etheric modality supersedes his ability to grasp. It's that simple. So to him, to even talk about something like that is woo-woo and stupid. And he thinks everything is materialism to such an extent that when I brought up that vibration doesn't require tangibility or a material object, and proof of this is electromagnetic radiation, which people call light, including visible and non-visible light. We can prove there's different vibrations and frequencies of what we call light, electromagnetic radiation, which is provably not a material object, where in which he responded, can you prove it's not a material object? Because until you can show me that something can exist that's not a material object, then we must assume it's just an object we don't understand yet. Then he proceeded to say, when someone brought up how light is in fact a real thing, he said it's just the air, or you need an object for light to exist. They pointed out sunburn, and that light is a real thing. And he said sunburn's actually air friction. And then the guy said, oh, so if I run in the air, am I going to get more of a sunburn? And then he refused to answer, and then said, oh, well, I'm wrong. I'll think about something else. So this is how incredibly remedial the conversation is, that sunburn is air friction. Light doesn't exist. Electromagnetic radiation is actually material objects. We just don't understand the object yet. Okay, so obviously people that are intellectuals know that light is a very real thing, and that there's background radiation, and that it's all vibrational resonance and frequency, And waving is not a noun, it's a verb. So the question is, what is waving? And it isn't material, which means there's something else that's moving. Okay. And if this is the base fundamental aspect of matter itself, and that at different frequencies and vibrations, you get a material composition, that would also explain density, mass, what people call mass, and weight, and light, and energy. And so it's actually a profound idea. It is not for the people that are materialists. They are not allowed to understand the profundity of it.
What's it?
Okay, that was let me just respond real quick because that was like over 2 minutes. And just look, you got to notice how many words he uses to avoid the point. Okay, so the point was, which he skated very beautifully, vibration by definition is an analog word to mean a physical object that occupies one place is then moving to another place. He totally avoided that. By definition, you need a physical object to vibrate. And he was like, yeah, no, you could just vibrate a non-physical object. And then when you try and understand it, right? And he's like, right the hand just lacks the intellectual capacity to understand the idea. Yes, because it's non-understandable, because what you're doing is taking an analog word, the physical movement of a physical object from one physical location to another, removing all physical nature to it, which is the entire basis of that vibrational thing, and then going, yeah, see, don't you understand it? It's like saying, I understand how baseball is played. A catcher, a pitcher, people in the outfield. Now he's going, okay, now picture baseball, but there's no players, there's no field, there's no audience, there's no TV. It works just like baseball, just without any of the baseball. And this is the point he just will not address. Now talk about me and go on your diatribe or whatever you're going to do.
I literally just addressed, like, this is what I'm saying. The reason the conversation is pointless is because his tactic is to jump in and just, like, as if everyone in the room is retarded, just say I didn't respond to it, even though I specifically just did it. He's done it 3 times in a row. That's his only time. I specifically addressed that his claim that material objects are required for vibration is provably wrong. And I even invoked with substantive specificity an example that refutes it. And then his rebuttal was, I avoided it. Okay, so it's just tactics. I just brought up electromagnetic radiation. His position is so retarded that it devolved into sunburn is caused by air friction. Okay, because light can't be a real thing. And then it also, another claim he made, which he's avoiding all of this, by the way, because it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Sunburn is caused not by light, which is vibrational but not material. No. It's actually caused by air friction. So if you sprint, you're going to get more sunburn because it's actually the air that's burning you. Okay. And then he said that light it has to be a material object because nothing can exist unless it's material object, which means we just don't understand the object that light is yet. It's an object that's material, even though it has no tangibility. There's no evidence for this at all. I have to prove it's not material. And he just says it's a material object he doesn't understand yet. And that sunburn is friction as a response to my refutation of the claim that you need material objects to have vibration. So I specifically addressed it. Now I had to repeat my whole point.
Well, no, you didn't address it. Let me explain why you didn't address it. So, by definition, okay, now what you're doing is just saying, yeah, I know that's what it means, but I believe that. Hang on. You're saying you didn't prove it. You just believe it.
You're breaking up.
When you say vibrate, you're talking about a physical object moving side to side.
No,
that's what that word means. Okay, so you need to think up of a different word that isn't vibrate.
No, I don't.
Okay, well then what you're doing exactly what a baller does. You're just taking a word that means a physical mechanical process, a physical object moving side to side, and you're just bastardizing it and using it in a way it doesn't mean. And then when people go, that doesn't make any sense, you just go, yeah, because you don't understand. That's just okay. If that's what you can do, good. That's all you got. I think that's all you got.
All right, talk to her. Yeah. All right. Okay, so like, look, dude. Like, are we supposed to? I'm just curious. Does everyone think that I should just continually repeat myself as he avoids the direct refutation? And his entire argument is quantum eraser. His entire argument is QE level, which is, I think this is the definition of a word, and it's based on materialistic assumption, which means you're wrong. Ha 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 ha. I will ignore all the evidence, the actual scientific approach, and I will continually repeat my dumbed down definition. You must obey the laws of my rudimentary vocabulary. Not today, though. I don't have to do that. I brought up light, electromagnetic radiation. Vibration is oscillation. It's displacement. And yes, we quantify that within a Cartesian coordinate system, which is inside the concept of what people call space, which is just conceptual. And yes, it's Cartesianal. So yes, we actually do quantify vibration based on Cartesianal displacement. And if these words are over your head, I promise that doesn't mean I'm just saying words. Okay. So everything I just said is very specific. It's a higher level point. I have stuff to do today. So objectively, I refuted you. You claimed that everything's a material object, and then you said that sunburns caused by air friction and that light is a material object. We just don't know what the object is yet. You're incorrect, of course. That's what ballers do. Just make up nonsense and think somehow that equates to a victory. But I pointed out light is not material. Provably, it's not tangible and material. Yet we do, in fact, measure oscillation within the electromagnetic spectrum. People call it light. You can physically measure the frequency, vibration, and oscillation. To such an extent, we use hypersensitive sensors to do this, to make technologies like X-ray. So if you deny that light exists, if you deny that there's vibration within electromagnetic radiation that we call light, and then you claim that it's actually an object that we don't understand yet, and then you claim sunburn is actually from air friction, okay? I promise it doesn't make me stupid.
Right to hand. Can you like
Okay, let me yeah,
clarify if
I'll
that's the
take care of it. I
position or
will.
not? Does that
Yeah, let
running
me verify. Let me verify. So the reason we think space-time is ridiculous is because it's immaterial, non-physical, and they can't demonstrate it. Now, all he's doing, okay, this you got to understand. He talks a lot. He talks a lot and uses a lot of words. But really, let's boil it all down. We're looking. It's bright outside during the day. Now, ballers think photons are flying off the sun, right? That's what they believe. Can they prove it? No. Now, he believes electromagnetic radiation is flying off the sun. It's the exact same thing as a photon. He just used more words. It is just words to describe invisible, intangible, immaterial objects. Now, what he's going to do is take some kind of sensor, right? Put it up to the sky and it's going to move. And he goes, see, the sensor moved. Therefore, the immaterial exists. And that's what ballers do. They drop a rock or they have their Ling Razor gyroscope or whatever they do, and they manifest space-time. Now, you have to understand, words are just words. We break down what the words mean. Space-time is a word for an invisible, intangible, non-physical medium that is holding the world together. Okay, and it powers everything. Now, when he says background radiation, aether, it is the exact same thing. It's just words for immaterial, invisible, intangible, non-physical things that he can't prove. These are two sides of the same religion. Ballers, flat earthers, they all believe the same. Hang on. He diatribed. Let me just finish it up. They all believe all of the same shit. They just call it different things. Space-time is ether. Level is, curved. They all believe the same shit, just different names.
Wait, but before he
Okay,
says it again, does running
quick.
cause sunburn? Oh, all right.
Let's
He is
sit
really
and
caught up on that.
right the hand go at it, guys, for a couple of minutes.
Well, I have to go. I have to go do a show.
See you later, man. Peace out, bro.
No, please. I've got one question for you.
Dude, buddy, but I have to go set up a show with a professor.
Yeah, I got it. It's
All right.
it's
I'm just going to explain this real fast. Okay. He is denying that light exists. If you guys want to play the game with him where he denies that light exists and constantly tries to gaslight me, bringing up the ether, when I didn't even invoke the ether, I'm acknowledging light exists, provably. So when he says you just make it up and you have no evidence for it, that's just called lying. It's a 5-letter word. It's a 5-letter word. It's not hard to look up the definition of lying. Okay, so there is evidence of light existing, believe it or not. Okay, I'm not making anything up. The evidence is that light exists. RTH says light doesn't exist, and if you run faster, you get more sunburn. Okay, I'm saying light does exist because we have we have an abundance of evidence that light exists. Okay, and all that evidence shows us it isn't material and it isn't a tangible object, but yet light vibrates. Okay, if he wants to keep on skating past the fact that light exists, You guys can talk to him about whether or not light exists. I'm not doing it. I have a lot of stuff to do.
Okay, he said he had. Hold on, let me just respond to that.
Well,
And this is the point.
real quick, because I was waiting. Real quick, right there in 2 seconds. Because the other day you said everything is material, including light. Now you're saying it's immaterial.
No, I don't. Again, you guys, this is the thing. You're just like ballers. It's like you're asking me to picture the disc in space, and you're going, and the ballers are going, yeah, we don't believe it's floating in space, right? So you're going, I have. I'm going to explain how this space. Okay, so the disk floating in space is light, and every time you bring up light, it's like you misrepresent my entire belief system, right? Just so you can insert your belief system, and it's, you know, I know why you do it. Like I don't even. There is no light. That's the thing. Light is a baller term. Ballers made up the term light. Ballers made up photons. Ballers made up non-tangible, invisible, unmalleable things to put up the holes in their model. They need that. I don't need invisible, intangible things to explain the physical world. Why would I? The only reason you would need non-physical, invisible, intangible ideas to explain the physical world is if you had beliefs you could not demonstrate physically because they didn't exist. Like ballers and space-time and the ether and electromagnetic radiation and the wave of a particle duality. It's just all things they can't demonstrate, so they just manifest the non-physical, say it's in that realm, don't question it, you can't, because it's just fucking bullshit, dude. It's religious bullshit is what it is.
So am I going to get sunburn if I jog or not?
Bro, talk to a runner. See his nipples get fucking ripped up from the shirt, constantly rubbing against it. And the idea is that, look, all you're doing is mocking me for hold on. All you're doing is mocking me for having your.
But after that,
okay, so but okay, if some.
You can't have taken a mortgage out in the belief that interest rates will be down near zero forever. So
I think you're hot micing, brother.
Yeah. What's it, please, man? Because you're still here. Fuck it. I want to ask you a
Yeah, I
question.
have just a couple seconds.
Okay.
What's up?
work hard, stack up enough.
Quiet riot.
Dude, just we'll talk later, dude. I got a show from 12 to 2. You know, like I said, dude. If you guys want to talk to him, it's a perfect time to do it. Because I have to leave. Talk to him about how light doesn't actually exist, and there's no evidence that light exists, and it's just a baller term. Okay, but we can talk later, Con.
Okay, evidence isn't proof. That's the biggest problem, right? So when you ask a ball, hold on. When you let me get this out.
Oh Jesus, you guys are back and forth the whole time with the same.
I know, but you got to understand this. He's using word magic, right? A baller says, "Oh well, I didn't prove that the ground is moving, but I have evidence for it." Evidence is not proof, right? So when you see the sun move across the sky, you can't say, "Oh, I saw the sun move across the sky," but that's not proof the sun moved across the sky. It's evidence that it didn't. And this is how the word evidence is used. This is why he doesn't have anything. And he says, "Well, I have evidence of it." No, you don't. Hey. Evidence just means your personal belief. You think
real quick.
Just because a light illuminates.
Is he breaking up for anybody else?
Yeah, it's breaking up for me, but obviously no one else has a say. So just let them fucking have their little bicker moment. And
you go ahead, bro. You have the floor right now. Go ahead.
Daiso, you understand Whitset's point with the light thing. So I had a question for Whitset, and hopefully you can answer it. Because as far as I understand, he says light doesn't travel, so which is cool. I would love to hear more about it. I've heard him try or explain it. I've tried to understand it, but could you try to explain it in a layman's term? Is it because as far as I understand, there's vibrations that go from one point to another. So if I shine a torch, I switch the torch on, there's an energy vibration that travels from that torch in the direction that it's facing. And mainstream would say that energy is there's vibrations that are quantified, which they are calling photons. But within that photon is a vibration. How's it not traveling from one point to the other? Daiso, hopefully you understand what's the point.
I can explain it real quick, right? So,
okay, cool.
This will be an analogy, right? If we want to take water or something along those lines, it doesn't take time for water to travel from one side of my pool to the other when it's already filled up. but it will take time for a disturbance within the water that I make on one end to get to the other side. But the water is not traveling from one side to the other. It's already there. The energy that I imparted into the water on one side of the pool will take time to get to the other side, but the water was already on that side to begin with. Hopefully that makes sense.
So
It
what's being
does.
measured is the disturbance. That's all you need to think of it as. It's just it's no different. It's just the interpretation. That's really all it is.
So
If
that's
you
the
Yeah,
can
way
have
I've always understood it. So that's the way I've always understood it. However, as far as I understand with what he's saying, so I could be misunderstanding him saying that it doesn't travel. So for me, it travels. That disturbance takes a period of time for that vibration from this point to that point. There's a time between the
hmm
two. Yeah. So technically, light does travel. Light in the sense of a vibration
Nope.
does travel.
Yeah, so the disturbance, the energetic disturbance within what comprises light is what we would consider quote unquote moving, but it's not moving from point A to point B. The energy that was imparted within what we call light is taking time to induce across that medium.
I got a question for you, Nate, when you guys are done, Napalm.
Yeah. No, thanks. You can go ahead if I'm
No, it's not
ready.
related, so I
Not
don't.
for it. Okay, cool. So
Well,
for me, it's
before
still
you
a
go, let
three.
me explain it to you, bro, and you'll
Okay.
understand it like this. I promise you. Before Tanks goes, you ever see a football game where they do the wave?
Yeah, Mexican wave, for instance. Yeah, I
Are
know that.
are the people moving side to side, or does it appear that the wave is moving?
So they're not moving side to side, but their arms are going up in the air, and it looks like a wave. There's a
Exactly.
disturbance. Correct, but
That's how
it's
they're talking about it. They're saying that the light is already there, but it gets excited. So think of when the person lifts his hands, it's that whatever that is getting excited. That's what they're saying.
so that whole thing is excited. It's just before
No
that part
movement at
gets
all.
excited.
It's just
Yeah.
perturbation in the field, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, yeah, I get it. Then I think I do understand it because, however, I still think it's measurable for the time that that amount of vibration will be excited at that level of excitement, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I would say
So
then it gets excited. Now it's switched on, but you're only going to notice that switch on at that time or in this amount of ticks or whatever, however you want to measure that timeline.
yeah, another perfect way to think about it is it can be somewhat analogous to sound, right? So what is sound? Sound is not a thing. All we're experiencing is um, energetic perturbations within the air that our ears interpret, right? So depending on the frequency and vibration of the quote unquote sound that we are creating within our mouth, right? Like we're not emitting sound, we're just setting up an agitation within the air that agitation or that energetic vibration will induce through the air to somebody else's ears. Their ears interpret that vibration of the air as sound. So if we're talking about sound, if I'm talking right now and I'm talking to you in front of me, it's not that the sound is traveling from my mouth to your ears as if it's some sort of uh, packet, like a tennis ball or something, that once you get that tennis ball you process it. No, the air is already in your ear. The air is between my mouth and your ears. The air is already there. The air is not traveling. I'm just establishing an energetic perturbation or agitation of that air that then induces through the air to your ear. So it's not, does that, does that kind of make sense?
Call it a vibrational disturbance, whatever you want to call it.
It
Yeah,
does,
it's
yes.
Like
just a
a
And
pebble in water. When you drop a
it,
pebble, that ripple, the water doesn't actually move, right? It's the ripple. That's how they're explaining it. Yeah.
Care if I
does,
take
yes.
a shot at it before it moves on? Maybe he'll draw from one of us. But if you have like a magnetic field and you have energy, it can move out like they said in a wave. And at the points where they cross at a 90-degree angle, at that point there's an instance of an interaction, which you either know, depending upon the intensity of the vibration, it'll be like an electron or it'll be a photon, like whatever they want to call it. It's an instance of an interaction which can manifest as light. It can either be polarized and travel with enough intensity where it appears that it's traveling, but that perturbation is what's traveling. At these nodal points along the way, those fields cross at 90-degree angles, that's where your light will be. It's points of interactions. So it's not like the light's moving by itself. It's not a thing that moves. These are nodal points of interactions. Crossed two fields that are crossing at 90-degree angles. Those pointers, that's where you'll see the light.
Like I could relate to right the hands, I guess his point about material being needed. Like could you show me light without anything around? Like so like I'm outside, so I can't really see the light, but I can see the house. So like if I remove the house, then when am I going to see the light, right? So like now I got the sky, so I can see the blue sky. When am I going to see just the light without the sky? It's like you need
you only see the object. That's all you ever see is the objects. And what they're doing is they're manifesting a God. And they're saying, no, you see that object because God, right? But instead of calling it God, because God is for religious people, they say light. And then this is how you make a lie sound like a truth. Everybody would, if you told people that God spoke to you, they'd be like, oh, that's a lie. There is no God. But if you say you're abducted by aliens, a little more believable now because, now it's not so supernatural. And then if you said a burglar broke into your house, oh, that's very believable because a person, neither one of those things just happened. I just told 3 stories. And your believability was based on how you view them. If you don't believe in God, it's ridiculous. If you don't believe in Helios, it's ridiculous, right? So all they're doing is bringing up what they believe and then showing other people. And then when people go, that's ridiculous, they're going, how can you say it's ridiculous?
What are you talking about?
I can relate to you on
Let's get going quickly. I'm fairly. Well, I wanted to address something that right hand just said. So, on actually, it wasn't what the right hand said. It was what I think someone else said. But with regards to not ever seeing light, I mean, if you've ever had a laser pointed at your eye, you can definitely see light because that really hurts, and it's not an object.
It's a laser, right?
But it needs my eye. It's hitting my eye because but it's hitting. It's got to hit something, right? Like I'm seeing it hit something.
Yeah, but that's one step from what you said before. You said, well, if you see an object, say like a house, I mean, I'm looking at a pub right now, so I'm seeing the object, i.e. the pub, and my eye is also present in that interaction, right? So then we've got 2 objects. So if the eye is an object and the pub is an object, and the light is that kind of tertiary factor. But if someone points a laser at my eye, there is no secondary factor. There's only the light itself in my eye. So what's
that was
there?
the other part. No, go ahead, continue. Right. Well, the other part was going to be that both sides, or all sides, maybe, are trying to find like the one, right? Like the one thing, right? But it's always an interaction of more than one thing. Everybody's trying to isolate the one thing, but you need an interaction. You need 2 things, and so it gets kind of muddied up, and then one person will claim, I guess they'll claim the mechanism, right? By trying to, dwindle it down. Everybody keeps trying to find one, but you're never going to be able to just have one thing.
Yeah, look, I agree. I'm fairly agnostic on this issue. Like, I mean, I'm open to the idea of an ether, but I'm certainly not sold on it. But it's just that you said that you need to see objects for light to be reacting with, essentially, right? But then that you can't see light directly, but you actually can, and that is actually directly testable.
And there is some light we don't see as well. That's not it's a spectrum. The point. I see the guy's point. I see. 1 second, I see the guy's point. I see what he's saying. But the thing is, it's like anything else. You could literally say that about anything. We've put a framework on a thing for its usability. Language, for instance. We've put a framework on a thing, And you've got to say to yourself, well, we use it, and it's used in our everyday life, and then it's worthwhile. You see, and I see your point, dude. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
RTH, with a question and an analogy. So if I got a stamp and I've got a little smiley face stamp, and I stamp it into an ink pad and I stamp it onto a piece of paper, and I'm using a 90-degree angle. I know that this stamp goes this way. Cool. I stamp it in there. On the piece of paper, there's a smiley face. So that information from that stamp to the piece of paper was a smiley face. As far as I understand, an energetic force. Let me use I'm in a pitch black dark room and I'm shining a torch onto my speaker in front of me here.
Just so everybody knows, torch is flashlight for him. Look at.
Oh yeah, flashlight. I'm shining it onto my speaker. Yeah, it's a pitch black room, but my speaker is black, orange, and silver. These colors have got their vibrational patterns. That's what makes it black. That's what makes it orange, and that's what makes it silver. But that energetic force at that angle is sending that information back to my eye when the torch shines onto it. But if I shine at the back of that speaker, I'm not seeing it because there's an object in front of it. That refracted light, that energy source is not refracting back to my eye. That's why I'm not seeing it. So the energy is making that light shine, or that information shine back to my eye, or that vibrational thing sent back to my eye. Does that make sense?
Man, I just had a quick thing to say, bro. Like that was pretty long. The human eye doesn't perceive light. Okay?
It perceives
You
a
don't see light.
vibration.
No. You see the byproduct of light, which is illumination. So when you shine the laser and the laser hits your eye, you're not seeing light, you're seeing illumination, which is the byproduct of light. Interacting with an object or medium.
I think most people would say that they're the same thing. I understand why you made the distinction, but yeah,
I don't know the difference.
Well, yeah, that was like not my point exactly, but yeah, I'm looking at the house. The house is illuminated. Well, I want to see just the light, so I'm going to remove the house. The house is now gone, but now I see the tree. Okay, that's illuminated. When am I going to see just the light?
Yeah, what's the difference?
Yeah, when the laser's pointing
Illumination is the byproduct. Yeah, illumination is the byproduct. So everything on the electromagnetic spectrum
Then what is light?
Know about is considered light, right? We just have a small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum that we call visible light. That would be the illumination that our eyes are trained to see, right? That is what our eyes are made to interpret, to give us the visualization of the world around us. So our interpretation, our device that we use to interpret a certain section of light would be our eyes, and what it interprets is the illumination within that spectrum, not
I have a
necessarily
question,
light
man.
itself. And since light is the electromagnetic spectrum, you can think of it this way, right? So somebody was saying earlier that really kind of need an object for the light to illuminate in order to perceive it, right? Like you don't see sunlight, you just see what sunlight illuminates, or what it's bouncing off of, what it's reflecting off of, what it's illuminating. Same way with like a microwave. If you put something in the microwave, the air in the microwave does not get cooked, but the energy, once it interacts with the food or the item that you place in there, that's when it starts to have this reaction, right? And it starts to cook the food.
Okay, then, if light is an illumination, then how would you explain a laser burning a piece of paper? What mechanism would you? Yeah.
Only a certain portion of light is illumination, or what we call illumination, what we can visually see. But why a laser can burn something? It's because of the energy, right? It's a highly condensed energy of light, or the energy of that light is highly condensed.
Is it physical? Is it physical?
Depends on how you want to look at it, right? So is a microwave physical? Not the device itself, but the wave? What it's establishing, is that physical? It has physical interaction with your food.
Well, that can be explained with magnetism. Because actually what that is a magnet moving stuff back and forth. That I could understand. Right?
Let's say
Because
it's right. Sorry, I thought you were
Sorry?
finished. I thought you were finished. Sorry, go ahead.
No, we're just gonna say you could understand like a magnet. You can move a magnet. You can take a compass and move it back and forth and understand. If it moves really fast, you can get that concept. But the laser, yeah, that's it.
It's
That's
a
what I'm
very
saying.
interesting.
So
a
what
very
what does
interesting
physical
point.
actually means?
Physical means a physical object, a tangible object, something you can touch.
No, I mean, if you go to the dictionary, it says relating to the body as opposed
Material.
to the mind, relating to things perceived through the senses as opposed to the mind, tangible or concrete.
Correct.
Right.
So
So is sight that a sense?
Okay, as far as it being physical, the instances of interaction, those are energy at the right frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Some physicality can manifest, like it can coalesce into matter. If you take a collapsible capacitor, and it's like the weight changes, but I even question that really. But I won't go into my own question of things. But this is what they've concluded anyway, that the weight does change. So with the right frequency and with the right intensity, depending on like where it's happening and the medium it's happening in, things can coalesce. But the light itself is just an instance of an interaction. It's not physical. It is energy, pure energy.
Well, I mean, sight is a sense, isn't it? So I mean, so how can it not be physical?
You think all of your senses only sense physical?
Well, I mean, as what the definition of physical is, it's relating to things that are perceived through the senses, as opposed to the mind.
Yeah, but you agree that like physical and material are not synonymous.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Well, that's the whole point, right? So light is physical, but it's not material.
Right.
It's
It's
physical as in
intangible.
it has a physical interaction. It has an interaction within our physical world. It can be detected by senses, but it's not tangible. It's not material. Although, if you want to really get into it, there's a strong argument that material is in fact condensed light with a low vibration.
Exactly.
It's almost like trying to push two magnets against each other. Is there something two opposite sides of magnets? There's nothing holding them against each other. There's some sort of fucking field there that you can't press them against each other. But I wanted to just point back to Essie made a very good point with the laser light, and then something sets a light. What's causing to set a light, but what's interesting is if you had to point and shine that laser onto a piece of paper, it makes a flame, and that flame itself is giving light. It's just like a combustion of even more energy. It's like wildness. Very interesting discussion. And yeah,
That's chemical light. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I just looked for synonymous for physical, and one of the things it says is material, substantial, solid, concrete, tangible, palatable, visible, real, and actual.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? If you just go to mainstream definitions, they're all derived from materialism, which is the philosophy that everything that exists is either matter or derives directly from matter, and that nothing can exist unless it is material. Basically, RTH's position, right? That's the assumption that all these mainstream definitions use, but that's just incorrect.
But that comes from the Big Bang, though. Physical comes from the Big Bang. You can only have physical with the Big Bang. You can't have physical in the historical cosmologies. That's a new cosmology to have physical, something that's physical in what's defined as physical.
Yeah, what about
Physical comes from reality.
Sometimes I get revelations from God.
Cool.
What?
Try and explain any process, right? And this is the problem what everybody does. They're like, oh, materialist. That already invokes that there's something besides the material, which is what you're trying to prove, which is kind of a ridiculous thing to state. But then it's weird how everybody laughs, oh, materialist, materialist. But then anytime you try and explain any of your ideas, you have to use physical material items, right? Oh, yeah, well, picture it's like a wave, you know, it's like water moving up and down, but just picture it without the water. Oh, it's like a photon. It's like a ball bouncing off your eye, but just picture it without the ball bouncing off your eye. This is what it makes it so crazy is you can't give a mechanism. All you can give is all you can give is an analogy to a physical process that I can understand and then go, okay, now understand it without the physical process you just understood. Oh, and then mock me when I can't understand it. Great job, dude. You're a genius.
So
Plenty of things. That doesn't.
no,
That's
hold
not
on,
even.
Crypto. I don't know if he's being irritated with me here. So I'm not. I'm not.
No,
mocking
he's irritated
anyone.
with everyone, dude. I won't worry about it.
Okay, so just the way he sounds is very irritated. So I'm
Yeah.
looking at mainstream's definition of, for instance, the atom. When you cut down the atom, you got the electron and the neutron or whatever it is called. But the way mainstream explains it, that those are all energetic. They all energy, and mainstream explains that in energy there's vibrations, and with a photon there's a vibration. So everything is a vibration. There's nothing that's hard that you can't cut, where you can't cut it anymore. So I don't know how you could get irritated with the alternative viewpoint of the Big Bang, where everything is vibration, because the Big Bang invokes a physical world, but science shows that there isn't something physical. Everything is a vibration.
It's not really even a new idea or an alternative idea. This is the original idea in Walter Russell's work, which is what Steinmetz and Heaviside, like what he did is interpret it and made the mathematics palatable. But this is the original work. He just watered it down so that people could actually work jobs and utilize the knowledge in a conventional way so that they can be good slaves. Like, this is the original.
Well, that's
This
the
is not
mainstream
alternative.
narrative. That's the mainstream narrative. You're gonna go with the mainstream narrative?
Hold on. The mainstream narrative is that Heaviside watered it down so people could utilize the knowledge. I've never heard that anywhere else before.
I didn't say Heaviside watered it down.
No, I'm not.
He did. Oh, well, I'm saying that when they teach you this stuff, right? When you get into the practical use of it, though, then these are things that you learn about. You don't go back to the original that it all was derived from. This is basic fundamentals that it was all built on. So it's not even alternative. It's just alternative what they. I'm sorry, did I overtalk? Joe, I thought.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Yeah,
No,
I did want to make.
yeah,
I just want to make. I really wanted to get in earlier when South African dude got in, Beer Man, and he kind of took over. I just want to say the thing I was going to say then. Right hand mentioned that everything is material, right? That everything is derived from material. I just don't think that's true.
You're a little bit robot-y. Crypto.
And the idea of
Robot-y.
ideas.
Yeah, you're a robot.
Like,
Robot and crypto. Yeah, I mean, this idea that everything is material, right? What is the basic foundation that makes up the material? Even the mainstream, when it comes down to a fundamental level, will claim that something like the atom, right, is 99.9% empty space. Well, what's taking place within the atomic structure of everything, right? How do they describe what actually makes up the physical material world? They describe it all with energy and vibration. Just because you guys don't understand that, I mean, whatever. We're just talking about the base foundation.
Yeah, I like to.
You back, Crypto?
I don't know. Am I back?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I don't really understand this idea of material. I remember having this conversation with Brenda a while ago, and Right hand is nowhere near as retarded as Brent, so I'm not gonna. I'm not comparing the two, but you do both seem to be
thanks, bro,
physicalists.
man.
Don't name call. No name calling, crypto.
Bro, Brenda doesn't even look down and see physical. How can Brenda be a physicalist? This is.
I've made my point. I got cut off twice, and I didn't make my point. Can I make my point, please? I will apologise for name calling, even though everyone agrees with me. Right. So we're talking about physicalists, right? How do you conceptualize the concept of concepts within a materialist framework?
You know, I've actually thought about this, and there are no. If you really think about it, through my lens, there can be no concepts, okay? Because even a thought is a physical process, right? There's a mechanical, physical, chemical process that goes on when you think. So when you think of a unicorn, there is something unique physically happening, right? So you could say, well, what is the concept of a unicorn? How do you explain that physically? I would say it is the unique physical process that happens inside your body that makes you visualize a unicorn.
Well, I mean,
Okay, so
sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Well,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, the part that says you're saying that's a physical thing, which actually it isn't. I mean, as a physics definition says, it can be something in the mind that is a physical mass. That's by definition a concept.
Well, but the mind is physical, right?
Well, the problem is these people think that the mind is derivative of the physical, but it's actually the other way around. The physical is derivative of the mind.
If you're gonna go with that, if you're gonna go with that logic, RTH, then the conceptual medium is physical.
Well, but then it would have to have a unique material that you can say, hey, and that's the point of existence, right? The only reason people can differentiate each other is because we're all different physical things, right? So if you can't show me this physical thing, then what are you going to be showing me or pointing at, or what is existing that isn't me and my surroundings?
So RTH, what is one physical, for instance? I couldn't explain anything else. So I said that you asked to explain non-physical process. So I'm just thinking it's a vibrational frequency. You're saying everything is physical. So what is the smallest amount of physicalness, if that makes sense? What is something physical?
I'm sure there's, like I said,
No, I'm
if you
asking
take a
you. You're telling
laser,
me I know.
I'm saying, if you take a laser, you can look at the air, and there's actually little bits of thing in the air, right? So picture how small that is, and we can't even see it. It's invisible almost until you put sunlight, the window, and you hit the cushion, and you see all those little particles. So smaller than that, I mean, logically it would have to be a size. It couldn't be so small that it doesn't exist.
So we got the atom, and they cut down the atom, and it's electron and whatever, neutron or whatever. But those are all vibrations. They're all energy. So it's all vibrations. So the smallest thing, as far as I understand, what science does explain is it's all a vibration. So, but it's been quantified to being something physical, but it's still a vibration. The smaller you go, it is still a vibration.
All right, somebody
Isn't that like string theory?
I don't know. I'm just saying what I've been learning.
Well, let me ask you this then. Let's say you have water. You got a cup of water. Okay, you cut it in half. Now 2 cups of water. You keep doing that. Do you think eventually the water will get so small that it's not water anymore?
I do. Yes, it'll become
okay.
a vibration.
So what would it turn into? It's not water. It doesn't turn into gold. It's not aluminum. What would it turn into at this very small scale if it's not water? And then my question, okay, hold on. And then I would have a follow-up question. How do you take all of these things that are not water, put them together and make water? Why wouldn't, if it's not water at the smallest scale, how come when you put it all together, it's not what it is at that small scale? That would be a very logical thing for...
Well, according to the mainstream, you're surrounded by water, and gas is always being pulled up with the heat, and then it becomes water again and rains back down on you.
So RTH, I'm not fighting with RTH.
Yeah,
So,
can I just
yeah,
address?
go ahead.
That's just the concept. That's just the concept of a mixture, though, right? So if I bake a cake, I mean, it's a Victoria sponge or whatever. It's made of sugar and butter and I don't know, cream, whatever else you put in it. So those things make up that cake. But every
But
part of that cake doesn't have to be each individual part element.
that's a
I
false
don't understand
analogy
the point.
because, well, it's because you made a false analogy because the cake has many components. Water is a singular unit, right? So water is not made
But
up
let's
of.
say that
Hold on. You don't take flour and eggs and sugar and then get water and then split it down. It would be like if you tried to split down just a piece of iron. Would a piece of iron ever turn into not iron if you made it small enough? That's the idea. So try and
Yes,
stick to a singular thing.
no, it's actually a. Am I coming through?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
the analogy is based on the fact that water is supposedly hydrogen and oxygen, right? That's the point.
Well, that's the debate.
I found
I feel like someone's hot micing. They got kids or something.
Yeah, I just moved them to hot mic.
Sorry. So, but that's what you're trying to prove. You're trying to prove that water is oxygen and hydrogen. So you can't start with that. We don't get to start with water, and I'm saying it's water, and you're saying no, it's hydrogen and oxygen, and we both start at the same spot. No, I have the water. Okay, I've got that. You got to now go out there and make the hydrogen and the oxygen. You can't just say if you cut water with a knife enough times, it turns into this gas, right? Like come on.
But that's what science does show, doesn't it?
it's not my claim, dude.
Does it show that? Did you see that happen? Have you ever saw that happen?
Yeah, you
No.
can actually
Have you ever
evaporate
seen
water.
water? You ever seen water turn into two gases?
No, so this if Crypto wants to go ahead, but this is what I'm asking the question, because as far as I understand, is that everything is made out of atoms. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I'm just trying to learn these things, man. So don't have to get so irritated. You sound so fucking irritated. It's horrible.
I'm not irritated. I really am not.
Okay, it's just horrible the way you talk. Then maybe
But
work on that.
you're just a piece of shit, man.
Yeah. Anyway, so as far as I understand that the science teaches that everything's made out of atoms, and within an atom, before the Greeks I think discovered that the atom can be split into two, and it's all energy. And within that energy is vibrations. So that's what's so intriguing. It's like, wow, they discovered that within what they thought was solid, there's even more vibrations. And I think it's fascinating. So yeah.
If you believe it.
Yeah, if you have to believe that.
I 100% believe that there's vibrations in everything. That's where I'm at the moment. That's
I do too, actually. I agree with you. I just believe that it's a physical thing that is vibrating.
Yeah, so cool. For me, I see it as all vibrations, and I don't know where that vibration stops. It can become something what we would probably classify as physical, but it's still a vibration. That's as far as science goes. Is it explains it as a vibration. Anything smaller than that, they don't know what it is. They only get these vibrations, which is just fucking awesome. Did I understand that incorrectly, or is that not what science says?
Well, I only had the last bit of the statement, but the Greeks couldn't have known such a thing. I mean, obviously, you get that, right?
Well, they said the atomos, and
No, I know, but I'm just saying they were theorizing a thing. They couldn't have possibly known such a thing. I mean, you obviously don't know that though.
I don't obviously know that. No, I was never there. I wasn't in the Greek times, and I don't know the history that well. As far as I understand, is that the Greek scientists theorized the atom, and then eventually science cut down this atom. And
well, I mean, what's funny is I think maybe I'm wrong, but the father of this is called Democritus, is it? And if you actually go look what this guy said, is quite similar to what they're saying today. Yeah, they've it's a little bit more complicated, obviously, but it's it's similar. It's very similar. So, I don't know.
For me, on my path, I understand and believe that they discovered the atom and they've managed to break the atom and found more vibrations, which they're calling the electron, and I think it's called the neutron or something like that. That's where I'm at, guys. You can't give me shit about what I believe.
No,
that's
I'm not getting your shit, dude.
research.
I'm not getting your shit.
Okay, cool. I'm just trying to make out of this realm that we're in as much as probably all you guys are. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Napalm still here?
Yeah, what's up?
All right. So, I mean, I wanted to ask a question. If you're aware of any experiments or demonstrations, like just the way you were describing I guess, the induction of the water with the wave, etc. So, are you aware of any like demonstrations or experiments? If I had a hose in a pool or a bathtub, etc., right? And it pumps, 3 gallons per minute, right? Does the pool rise evenly? And then what can you adjust? Now it's pumping 200 gallons per minute. When will the water fill faster than it can't? Is it instant? It can't be instantaneous, right? Like, so when will that water slope? Like, at what rate? If you're aware of any kind of demonstrations of this.
I'm not sure if I fully understand the question.
Okay. Well, the premise of it is tides, right? So we imagine that the entire ocean rises at once. How much water would have to be inlet, etc., right? And do you know of any demonstrations where this is done on a smaller scale to show that it's either the water will rise evenly on a slope, and does it matter where it's entered? Are you aware of any kind of experiments in this regard?
I don't know about it rising with some sort of slope. If you're talking about a tide and the appearance of the tide getting like higher against the walls of its containment, right? So if you think of the oceans as like a big lake, if you had an introduction of more water into that and then a reduction, like a filling and then a withdrawing of water into some other container, you would see an increase and decrease, kind of like a tide.
Right. Would that go evenly across the lake, or do you think it would be on one side at a time and then take time according to what distance and how much input? I just didn't know if maybe you saw something.
I mean,
somebody who
water doesn't tend to act that right because it's a fluid, so it disperses, kind of very quickly and finds its level or whatever. But if you'll have instances where you might see, like if I put my hose in my pool, if the hose, the water that's coming out of the hose is strong enough, like the jet of the water, it can push the water up on one side. But if it's fully underneath the water and it's not agitating the surface, it rises, from what I can tell, evenly all the way across. I don't know of any instance where you would have an inconsistency in that. The only thing I can think of where you might see a situation would be what they call shoaling.
Trolling.
Which is where water's kind of pushing up through like an incline in a shallow area, so you have a large quantity of water that then gets pushed up into a small volume very quickly, so it has what they call shoaling. But
maybe maybe that's maybe it's something for me to look into. Just because I'm just when you're describing like you guys were talking about light and a wave within a lake, etc., right? Propagation, but it made me just think right away of just tides rolling in, right? Like the wave coming in, crashing on the beach, getting pulled back out. Like, is there some kind of tilt to this water? Like, and where would it begin? It can't. I just can't imagine it being instantaneously rising perfectly uniformly across such a vast distance. There'd have to be time. I mean, there would have to be time and input involved. So if we're all out here using the ocean, as a level, I don't know of why boats is it higher? Is it actually higher 10 miles out than on the beach? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean you can track like swells and things like that, right? With buoys. So the buoys that they have offshore can give you height because the buoys are tied into, they're like anchored to the seafloor, right? So they can accurately measure height. So the rising and lowering of tides can be tracked via buoys, as well as the obviousness of the effects on the shore.
Nice.
What is the cause of that? That's a freaking rabbit hole. Good luck trying to figure out what the cause of the tides are, because it's certainly not what we've been told, that it's just some simple moon explanation. The moon phases seem to have some sort of effect on the intensity of the tides, but as far as when we're receiving a high and a low tide throughout the day, it doesn't seem to be in direct correlation to the moon's relative position compared to where you're receiving the tide.
Okay.
Tides are an interesting one. I know I had a conversation a while ago with Bacon about it. He thought it was just, the moon's very simple. He started to look into it, and I think he kind of gave up at some point because it's very hard to untie that Gordian knot of where the tides come from.
Yeah, I mean, that's just correlation, causation, but without a mechanism, but unless they invoke gravity, which isn't a force. So that's definitely can't be the right way to try to manipulate and create an experiment using the moon. It's just an observation.
Yeah, so they currently use the moon as an explanation for the tide. So where's the contradiction for it? So when is there a time that the moon is seen where it's supposed to do something where it isn't doing what it's supposed to do, if that makes sense? Where's the contradiction of the current explanation for the moon and the tides?
What is their explanation? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking where's the contradiction? So there's a current model explained with the tides. Where's the contradiction with it?
Well, the current explanation is that the tides are caused by the moon and the moon's position relative to the Earth. But we don't see any direct correlation to the moon's position as to when the tides are occurring. It's just too inconsistent for that to be a direct correlation or a direct causation.
So how and why are they using it though?
Because they don't really have a better explanation. To me, from my studying of the tides, right, that I've done, which isn't super extensive, but I have, tried to plot a decent amount of it. And you can go like even to your local tide charts, right, and just try to see if you can make sense of all of it. But the only thing that I can seem to draw a correlation to the moon with in regards to the tides is like our highest high tide throughout the month and our lowest low tides seem to have some correlation to moon phase. Not necessarily moon position, but the phase of the moon.
I'm going to disconnect quick. I just need to switch over to my inverter. Our power's going to go out here, so I'll be back in the next few minutes.
Okay.
Interesting discussion. Keep it up.
Woe to the man who ventures into hell in pursuit of wisdom.
What should you pursue?
You should pursue God. You should try to find God.
In hell?
No. Are you an atheist?
No, I mean, what do you? So it was woe to the man who were to enter hell in the pursuit of wisdom. So then, what are you like? What are you supposed to pursue in hell?
Well, you're not supposed to go there. Ever.
Holy shit, is that Sasha? What's up, dude?
Hello?
What's up, brother?
Hello, sir. I'm undercover, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm blowing your cover.
Oh yeah, big time cover there, Sasha. We had no clue.
Yeah, Sasha, we all know you. Welcome back, Sasha.
Wait, that's Sasha? Oh, cool. Hey, Sasha. How you been?
Hello.
Are
Your
you
reputation
flat
precedes
earther or globe earther today? What's the scoop? I never know, Sasha, and I'm just
I'm a theist. I'm not interested in the Earth question. I'm interested in God.
You're atheist. You're atheist.
Is that what's happening, Sasha?
Got him.
Yeah, perhaps.
Well, carry on
So,
then.
what do you guys think happens after you die? I
I'll
believe
try to let you know.
reincarnation.
After it happens, long time from now, I will try to let you know if you're still alive. I'll be like rapping on your door as a ghost. Bro, check it out. I gotta tell you this shit.
It's all an eternal cycle.
Another reason I make fun of it is because no one knows, and we won't know. I think that's the whole point.
Well, matter cannot be created or destroyed. Same with energy. So
So
your
far as we know,
conscious,
yeah.
it's only transformed. So it's just going to take a new form.
In this place, yes, you're right. In this reality, you are correct.
I'll send you something, Sasha. It's a podcast, and it was somebody's account that they I think they were in a coma and they had like their death experience or whatever. It was interesting. If you're actually interested, which I might just be wasting my time, but we have hope, right?
You're
Have you
definitely
guys?
time, 100%.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of like near death experience testimonies and stuff. So I feel like I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell directly from near death experiences, right? Because those people actually came back. So were they going to be in the complete stage of death, or were they in some sort of transition, right? And was their experience unique to them because they were going to come back? Meaning that the experience, if you're not going to come back, is going to be something different. Those are questions that I tend to ask. But I do find their testimonies very interesting. There seems to be a lot of similarities woven through a lot of them, which I find interesting.
What I find
That's
interesting
exactly
is
what I was gonna say because sorry, I just
Oh.
want to hop in. But yeah, I was gonna say because regardless, it's all speculation because yeah, we'll never know. But it is interesting because there's similarities, and why are there similarities when people have these experiences? So I just think it's interesting. But yeah, tons of questions, obviously. Carry on. No
I was gonna say what I find interesting is that it doesn't really seem to matter, like I guess like what religion he is, right? Because these mediums guys, they go around like there's this one guy's like a TikTok Uber driving medium, right? And the good guys and the bad guys are there. Like he's like, hey, your cousin who raped you for 3 years wants to say he's sorry, and the guy who murdered you said he was on drugs, he wouldn't have done it otherwise. Your mom misses you. And I'll see you later. Seems like they're all there. They're all somewhere. They're all coming at forward. It seems like it's like, they're on different levels.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I found it interesting. So I was listening to this, I think it was a lady's testimony of her near-death experience, and she was like, she was basically saying, it wasn't some sort of necessarily like judgment in the way that she thought it would be, as far as like, here's everything that you've done wrong. She was actually kind of shown the things that she said and the actions that she did, how those things affected people around her negatively, right? It was kind of a showing of like, not what you would think if you got to some sort of afterlife and you done something horrible or something that you would think is bad, right? I don't know, got in a fight with somebody or something like that, where they would look at this replay and be like, you shouldn't do this. It was more of a like, when you said this to this other person, let me show you how this negatively affected their life. And she was shown kind of these scenarios of how her what she put into the world and how she treated others around her was affecting them in a negative way,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
necessarily negative things that she did. Which
And to
I
that point, not yeah,
was
good.
right.
Yeah, no, and to that point, like, so not that any of it's true. Who knows? I don't know. These are just people, right? But like with the medium that I just put forward, right? Like, so it like also just tells you, right? You can infer that they were not absolved of guilt once they died. Like, why are you here saying sorry then? Like, you weren't absolved of and forgiven. Why are you here apologizing now? If that was the case.
Because they're Canadians.
You know what is crazy? I was just reading about near-death experiences.
What'd you read?
From NDRF. NDRF.
No, I mean, that was a bad question. What did you find out?
Oh, I was just like scrolling through the website, reading the archive. Like a lot of them talk about feeling peace and stuff like that. Others talk about hellish experiences. They're different. But mostly people talk about peace. Feeling peace and stuff in a sense.
Somebody said
Yeah.
that they got that God gave them, or God basically spoke to him. I forget the words they used earlier, and then I didn't hear anything after that. I don't know if that was you or someone else, but did that person want to touch on that at all? Sounded like they had something to say.
Must have been
Was
a
that
lot
you
earlier. I
earlier?
didn't hear it.
Yeah, it was kind of when Witsit was in the room. Somebody said, yeah, basically God gave him some kind of profound thing or something, and then everyone just kind of went on their way.
Sounds like a Sasha interjection. Was that you, Sasha?
I don't think that was me.
All right, never mind. Sorry.
He can neither confirm nor deny that it was him.
Maybe some of you guys in the room don't know, but Sasha is like one of the old school trolls of 24/7. So he's got serious history. Just to let you all know.
No, I actually changed. I'm not a troll anymore.
Time will tell, Sasha.
You
Prove us
transitioned?
wrong.
You transitioned?
I don't need time to tell.
You know what, Sasha? I like it.
I know, give people the benefit
You're
of the
constantly in a state of transition, just like science. It's never settled, and that's the wise way to be. Okay, I get it. I appreciate that.
Be like water.
Crypto, you were in the discussion earlier on regarding the physical and what we're seeing and all that. You sound like you might have your opinion as well. So how would you explain, for instance, in your experience, how would you explain a dream, a lucid dream, and things like that versus reality? Regarding physical, for instance, a lucid dream, if you've ever had one, that's really incredible, but that feels very much like the awakened life, inverted commas.
Well, I don't know if Crypto's got an opinion on it, right? But I can't tell you what these things are, where they come from. But dreams, like there's a saying like dreams do come true, but dreams will tell you the future. I mean, they can do it.
Oh yeah, I can understand how they can do it. It's just
I
it's
don't.
mind-boggling for me how I was told earlier on that I think RTH, if he's still here, said that your mind is physical. I'm trying to wrap my head around that one. I don't understand how he gets to that conclusion.
Yeah,
So,
but like I don't. Yeah, mine is physical. I don't know. It's just hard to imagine. I can empathize with RTH earlier, as in it's just extremely difficult and only speculative, but extremely difficult to imagine non-physical things. Like even those who are all about God, right? They imagine God, and then they with an image. They're like, okay, old guy, girl, beautiful woman, whatever, right? Like, because it's very difficult just to imagine anything that's not physical.
Check
And
this out, yeah. Because listen, you're using something non-physical to think about the physical, right? Your mind, you're thinking using concepts. Those things aren't physical.
yeah, I never thought about this until recently, till I was introduced to Buddhism and Hinduism and things like that. So I never even had the idea of non-physical, and then I started looking into it, and I was like, wow, fuck, there's actually no proof for physical. And then I dug even deeper into Hinduism and Buddhism, and moved away from Christianity, and that's where I'm at the moment in my path, and I find it absolutely fascinating. And these discussions seem to be brought up recently, so I'm glad I'm here.
What do you mean
you're on
there's
the
no?
opposite side. You're having like a hard time picturing anything physical. I'm on the
What
other
do you?
side of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, beer man. What do you mean by that?
What I
You
mean by
can't.
what?
But you can't prove physical.
At the moment, I don't know how to explain it, because if I look at star in a jar, just as an example, how do I explain that I'm seeing something? Is that a physical seeing? Is that a vibration? Is it an energy? What is physical? Where previously I would think of, if I touch my keyboard, that's something hard. It's physical. I can cut this piece and I can have a small piece of mini keyboard. How do I minimize something? When I look at it, at the science, it shows everything as a vibration. It's crazy, but that's where I'm at on my path at the moment, and that's why I'm here chatting to you guys about it.
I'm still confused. So you've got a nebulous example of like a star in a jar. Not sure if that's physical. Fair enough. And then you've got a keyboard. But a keyboard is tangible. You can touch it and you can feel it, right? So is that not physical? Does that not count?
To an extent, but if I cut that keyboard down to smaller and smaller and smaller pieces, eventually it becomes just an energy. So what is creating that thing to be physical? It's an energy, but it has to be built up from something. So for instance, what is a house? A house is generally it's made out of bricks here in South Africa. But a house is not just a house. You have to take a hard brick and build it up. What is that hard brick? It's something hard, but it started from something. But if you really dig down, it's still just a whole bunch of mini vibrations, a quantified amount of vibrations. If that makes sense.
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Beerman. Do you find it interesting that, like, if you play with magnets, right, and you play with the repulsion side of it, and you get them close together, and it almost feels as though there's some sort of like jelly-like substance or whatever that's in between them, right?
You're
You
making me
have
smile because I brought that up early on. Yes.
right, so you have this physicality, right? You can feel this interaction that's taking place, but is it physicality in the way that we would define physical? No,
That's exactly it's exactly what I asked early on. The
I would say
repulsion.
no, but it is opening up or creating this spatial idea outside of that in which the source of that field is emanating from, right? So you have this like emanation of a field from like a specific source, and then you have this establishment of some sort of spatial dimension around it that does have interactions with physical things. So what is that that's taking place?
Exactly. And that's why, that's why I brought up early on, because someone spoke about something physical, and I said, "How do you explain what you just brought up now with the magnets?" And I was playing around with it. I was trying to move things with it, but it's very difficult. And then I looked at a few experiments of how people move cups of water with just a magnet. and how the water interacts with it. But yeah, it's a fascinating topic. Crypto, hopefully I made sense with answering your question. But yeah, much more than that, I got no idea, man. That's why I'm asking the questions as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was actually cut out for most of that, but I hope everyone else enjoyed the answer.
Hopefully, I made sense to everyone else as well. If anyone thinks I'm a lunatic, recommend some psychiatric wards. I possibly do need it because I'm heading down a fucking deep rabbit hole, but I'm enjoying it. I still interact with my normal daily life very normally, but this is my spare time. I'm trying to get to grips of who and what we are. Fuck, I hate it when every time I talk, then everyone's silent afterwards. Come on, normally you guys bicker and fight and ask questions and give
Well,
everyone
we're
shit.
just all. I mean, we're all just lulled by your silky South African tones, and you know we have to recover after you speak. So.
Fair enough.
Especially napalm, I hear.
What? What did I do?
Am I making you guys scratch your heads, or am I just like, what the fuck's going on? Because yeah, normally when you guys talk, you guys fucking bicker and fight and argue, and then when I say something, it's like, okay, guys, I would love to hear your input, and then I just hear silence.
Well, you're doing it wrong. You have to model your conversation if that's what you're looking for. You have to model your conversation after after like the kind of like the globe, like what they did was they get you to like deny all your senses, right? To deny everything that you can prove, right? And they put you in like a state of turmoil. So you have to be in a state, so that they can then pull work from you and get production out of you. Because if you're if a man at peace, fully at peace, is useless. Right, he has no wants, he has no desires. He's just at peace. That's useless, right? And you can't get any work or productivity out of that. So you have the wrong approach. You got to kind of model it after the globe, put everybody's mind and soul in turmoil, separate the two things so that they're seeking each other. So your mind is seeking peace with your soul, and your soul is trying to find peace with your mind, and you can't get it together, right? So you're always trying to find the answer, right? And that's how you get productivity. You got to model it that way. So don't be nice. You're doing it all wrong.
Wait, what do you mean deny your senses?
Spinning, not spinning, moving, not moving. When I feel like I'm walking like level, like when I feel like I'm walking up a hill, I can feel that. Like, oh my God, I'm on an incline. Or if I'm going down a hill, I got to like kind of lean back so I don't go too fast. But they tell me I'm always walking downhill, but I'm just straight up and down. Like, right? But things like that.
The globe model doesn't say you're always walking downhill, though.
They tell you that water at rest is actually flowing downhill. Yeah, it's only at rest when it's flowing downhill.
Bro, what?
Yeah. Water like water at rest is going downhill on a globe. Yeah.
Who says that? I've never heard that before.
You've heard it. You just don't know that you've heard it. You just haven't made peace with it yet. That's why you're still, still at it.
So, what is water like when it's in like a cup, in my hand?
Probably moving.
Concaved.
No, but is it at rest or is it moving, or what's the state?
Exactly.
In the current model, it's moving.
No, you can't say exactly. I'm asking you.
Yeah, a concave would probably be the best description, because then it's moving towards that center point right there in the middle. So it's always like kind of moving, just to stay still.
But it's moving through the frame of reference with the model. I'm not saying this is what it is. I'm just saying with the current model, we are moving through space, and it's I would say it's concave and moving through space. That's with the current model. I'm not saying I agree with it.
Well, this is what I mean. This is what I'm describing with the water at rest, right? Like, so you know, we're on a lake. It's somebody measured it. It's got I guess a 10-mile or a diameter circle of a lake. You know, there's two boats and two people. Both are on either side of the shore. They watch the boats. They could disappear bottom first because there's a big hump of water there, earth curve, water curve, whatever, right? So it's you see the boat. You see the boat going down on your side. I see the boat going down on my side. So it's going down, and that's what makes it at rest. Only when it's going down.
Yeah, man.
That's
But
what
if you're gonna
that's what
go
the motto
against,
is telling you.
listen, if you're gonna go against the mainstream accepted consensus narrative, then everything you think about anything else is wrong. So if you're gonna be a flat earther, you can't talk about the light spectrum. I'm sorry.
What was that to?
That was to
What?
you. Buddy.
I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Well, technically, a body of water, like for instance, a lake, would be a concave body of water because of the meniscus. When it hits the shoreline, it would technically be a concaved body of water. But I could be wrong there. But that's what I observed.
Yeah, meniscus is only applied to smaller bodies. You know, with like surface tension, with the like higher edges on the shoreline, or you know. So I think it's only relevant to smaller bodies. I'm not sure if once it's a larger body, it's still described the same way.
It should be because it's still hitting something for it to be contained. So it would still have a meniscus. Meniscus is there because it's hitting a new medium. So you can see this on even between different mediums, even if it's both liquid, you would see a meniscus. So if you mix sugar water, I've done the experiment as myself. You can do it as well. If you mix two different mediums, you would see a meniscus in them. And you can test this with a laser light as well. You would see that meniscus where the two mediums meet.
Well, yeah. I mean, what about when you increase in size?
Yeah, you would still have a meniscus. The meniscus won't disappear because you've increased the size of it. It's still water tension.
No, I think it does disappear. I think it's only around the edge. I don't think that it exists. In the center of the lake.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So still, where it hits the new medium, for instance, if it's a piece of land, it'll keep. It says dead still, and this lake is surrounded by a piece of glass or surrounded by dirt. Every little piece of sand molecule is going to have a little meniscus to it. It'll still have a meniscus to it. It'll be very small. You'll only be able to measure it on that microscale, but it'll still have a meniscus because water tension exists. That's undeniable. At least for me, it's undeniable that we see a meniscus when water hits another medium.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I'm not disagreeing. You see what you did? You found like
Yeah.
a perfectly agreeable point and just killed the conversation. You see what you're doing?
My bad.
I'm just
I
kidding.
didn't mean to be that guy. But I'm just saying that technically, if you guys want to get into the nitty gritties, it would be a meniscus lake. When it comes to the curve of that lake, I think that still needs to be measured. I don't think it's been done. I would
Well,
love to see it done. I see a lot of guys
You gotta double down
presenting
on.
ideas.
The scale would be wildly different, though. I think that's the point that takes me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like this belief out there that everything's discovered. We just gotta like kind of add it. Like we could go get that information and somebody figured it out, and we just gotta apply it to the to what this world actually is. But I don't think that's the case. It seems like
So
that's what everybody does. Like I'll just Google it. Let me find out. How big is this? I mean,
I prefer DuckDuckGo
Oh.
versus Google because DuckDuckGo gives you alternative searches as well. But yeah, technically, if you want to use that term, Google is also not too bad.
So, do you guys believe in a biblical cosmology?
I don't know. Do you believe in like debating beliefs?
Who is you guys?
Yeah, and
Well,
why
I
do you
was
say you
curious
guys,
if
dude?
I was curious if it's like a scientific or if it's like a biblical belief. Like, I'm wondering where it comes from.
Oh,
Who
it's
is you
super
guys?
scientific. Yeah, like you have to actually understand the arguments, right? Versus just asking a blanketed type question, which is what you just did to put in this divide, right? Because as somebody like myself personally who tips his hat to scripture, I'll take the reins and say, yeah, I believe that it's a scriptural based design. But that's not the reflection of other people in here because other people don't believe the same thing, right? So for you to understand the makeup of the arguments and actually get to the base of the arguments yourself is probably the best approach.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was just trying to like understand how the server works.
Well, that's just it. Like, there's no Cole's notes that's readily available for this. If you understand, and again, this is more where the questioning gets flipped to the person asking the question, which is yourself, and engaging the Socratic method to see what you think it is. Like, what are your base axioms? What are you proceeding upon? What are the things that you tip your hat to, so that we can start unpacking what you think it is?
I think it's a ball. I think it's a globe.
Okay. And what are your base axioms for believing that it is in fact a ball, that it is in fact a globe?
I guess my base axiom is probably gravity.
Okay. So you're proceeding upon gravity. So if we were to take the idea of gravity, smash it to pieces, would you then still base your belief of this design of a universe on this principle of gravity?
Then I would probably base it on like scientific consensus or like
Okay. So that's okay. Go ahead. I apologize to interrupt. Go ahead.
or like the NASA photos, stuff like that.
Okay, so if we debunk gravity, you will then lily pad to scientific, appeal to science, or then appeal to images created of the place that you think it could be, correct?
Well, yeah, that's just how I would make my beliefs.
Okay. Have you ever opened a pop can?
A what?
A pop can.
Like
a Coca-Cola. Soda can.
Yeah,
Pop
yes,
can.
yes.
Cool. So you know that when you open that pop can, it goes, right?
Yes.
So there is a release of pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So do you think that pressure requires containment?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think an invisible field, an invisible force can contain air?
Maybe gravity could.
Okay. So how would you explain the invisible force? Because I've yet to see gravity actually show itself other than demonstrating itself within objects that we choose to say, hey, look, gravity's working. So question being, how would gravity keep air contained on the earth? That question's for you.
I mean, that's just how it works. That's like
How?
kind of a weird question.
No, it's not, because I can explain to you how it works, how I observe it to be, right? I can explain that to you so that we can make it an objective observation. But right now, the burden is on you to provide how objectively gravity works, how
I
gravity
don't think it
actually
is. I think it's on you.
On me?
I
No,
think
thanks.
it's on you. Yeah, I think it's on
Yeah.
you. You didn't make a claim, like too many claims. You made a claim that we live in a pressurized system. That was your claim.
Right, and then he
Yeah,
claimed
true.
that gravity maintains that pressure.
I mean, all right. So if if your claim is that we live in a pressurized system, where's your evidence of this pressure? What's pressing on what?
Well, But see, I'm not exemplifying anything right now. We were engaging our friend to understand what he understands it to be, and we were going to go down the road of gravity to figure out how gravity is able to keep the air contained. Because again, that's his claim as to how this system works, it being gravity holding air to the earth.
Oh. Yeah, buddy.
I mean, yeah, that's actually kind of a good point, what No Tanks was mentioning, because if you're going to assume a flat Earth model, then that means all of science is fake. So that means you don't know that space is not
Hold
pressurized.
on. No. Let's not poison the well of. Hold on a minute. We're not going to
Yeah,
poison
I
the
want
well of
to.
conversation.
In and then you talk to me, dude. So let me get in quickly, and then you can go. I'll be quick, I promise. The evidence of a pressurized system is that we have air pressure. It's really that simple. So when Tanks was like, "Oh, you've made a claim on the pressurized system," well, we have air pressure. So you have to explain that somehow. You can't just ignore it.
No, but his claim is that space has no pressure, but if the Earth is flat, that means, all of science is probably fake, so,
Well, again, that wasn't my claim. I didn't make a claim. If somebody made a claim that there's air pressure, okay, or are we just assuming it?
Well, that's the whole point, is that the thing being examined right now is in fact air pressure, right? I haven't made any statement as to how it works. We're going down the path of gravity, which was his explanation as to how air pressure is contained. So the claim is on him to be able to provide how that air pressure is maintained, how gravity, quote unquote, works, how it just works. That was his quote.
You're up, Sasha.
I'll withdraw, though. I don't want to confuse the conversation by any means.
All right, what was
I'm
the
confusing
question?
it.
I
I'm
mean,
definitely confusing it.
are you asking me to explain gravity? Because, I have a
I
basic...
100% am asking you to explain gravity, yes.
All right, so gravity is the curvature of space-time. So as there's a higher density of mass in like a lower space, it bends space-time. And
So, so gravity is the curvature of space-time. Can you understand how much of a word salad that is? I just asked you how to demonstrate locally, or I'm going to ask you, demonstrate locally how gravity works, because that's the whole thing, right? Is we're looking to find a demonstratable, objective observation that we can use to demonstrate how this thing called gravity that you claim is the design of your universe, how it all works. And you can't just walk in and say it's the bending of space-time. It's a word salad.
Well, that's what it is. That's how we understand it so far.
You mentioned lower space. Sorry, he mentioned lower space. So is there a difference between the upper and lower space? I'm asking the questions. I'm not trying to put you in a corner. I'm just asking the understanding of it because I'm trying to make sense of it myself. But you said lower space, the bending of space-time to lower space. What do you mean by that?
Oh, maybe I misspoke. I'm just saying, like, if there's like a high mass density, it's gonna bend space-time more.
To where?
It's gonna make it like pull in. It's gonna make the space pull inwards towards it.
To the more dense object
Yeah,
or more dense
yes.
medium?
And it
Okay.
also slows down time towards it also.
Okay. Just trying to clarify what you meant by that. Cool. Go ahead,
Okay.
Julian. My bad.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So from a standpoint of gravity, do you think, and I'm going to ask you, is there a way to demonstrate gravity locally? This bending, more dense attraction type model you're explaining?
Well, you could drop something.
Ah, okay. But I would have to pick it up first, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the actual force, in order for me to observe gravity, I have to act on this object myself and then say there's gravity.
Well, perhaps you could cut an apple off a tree. You're not lifting anything.
Right, but isn't the apple a growth of the tree? Therefore, the apple grows up, it grows from the tree, and when the apple is mature enough, the tree simply releases the apple, and the apple finds its new rest spot after the tree releases it from its stem. I thought that's the way that
Oh, wow.
growth works.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. But I don't think the cause is lifting it. The cause is the dropping it, though.
Well, let's. You sounded a little like you're looking for something. So let's go to the gym. Let's go to my favorite place, at least, anyways, and look at the weight rack. You've got weights rated from 5 pounds all the way up to 50 pounds. Each of those weights, I get to pick them up if I'm strong enough, and work with each of those weights' kinetic potential energy. Right? They pick them up from the rack. They become kinetic energy. I start working with them. I put them back on the rack. They become potential again because they have the potential, just like everything else in this world has, to do work, drop, fall, go up in the air, whatever. But those things, those potential energy things, have to be disturbed by an external force in order for us to start observing this gravity you're claiming, which is the design basis of your entire universe.
And wait, what is that external force that you were mentioning?
You're the one literally picking up those weights, working with them, and then you put them back down again, and gravity seems not to be working.
Well, what about the Earth rotating the sun? That's gravity caused by nothing.
Wait. We were just locally observing it. Now we're going to go to celestial observation, the sun,
I mean,
how it rotates on the Earth.
You know, locally
That's another
observed
plane.
it, I would need to drop something, right?
But that's a claim. In order to get to the claim, you have to have your substance to back it up. And this is what we're looking for. And right now we're still looking for gravity to prove it locally.
Killian, I've got a few questions for you, if you don't mind me asking, unless you want to carry on with.
I don't know. It's open conversation. It's open mic. Anybody jumps in anytime they want, please.
So with this whole space-time, curved space-time, when I read a little bit of Einstein's gravitational lensing, it looks a lot like lensing, the way refraction would work is something I actually wanted to bring up with Whitsitt, but it looks a lot the way you would see with atmospheric not atmospheric, just refraction in general. If you take an air bubble and you put it in water, or you take an object and you dip it into water, the way that light bends around that meniscus where that medium meets the new medium, in this case water, it looks very similar. Is it not possible, or is it not an explanation for because I don't believe in non-physical, this is what makes sort of sense to me, that the light is bending around in that medium, and when Einstein was talking about this curved spacetime because of a more dense medium, it's that meniscus between the mediums which is causing that curvature of that light, or whatever you want to call it, wave.
I'll say this quickly and then I'll withdraw. The meniscus seems to be related to the medium itself, i.e., the way that the meniscus behaves seems to be a characteristic of the surface tension of the medium that is acting within. So I don't know how, and I say this respectfully, of course, the interactions of two mediums and how, like, to me, if there was two mediums involved, there would be almost like two surface tensions really being involved. But I can't see, and I say this respectfully again, I can't see how the premise of an entire universe can be based on this one idea of gravity, this centrally attractive force. But thank you for engaging in the conversation, guys. Appreciate it as always.
Yeah, I like whatever you're saying. You guys are saying there. That's all right. I want to know how, so Sasha, he observed gravity. He said because the sun was falling down. That was interesting.
Yes, actually, so the orbit is caused when the Earth was launched towards the sun and then it fell in the gravity field, causing it to orbit.
No, like you said your naturally observed phenomena. You said was the sun, right? Like because you could see it's up in the sky, but somehow it's coming down to the ground and lighting up the ground. So that was yeah. Everything else is, you said, not going down.
What?
Wait, didn't you
No,
and
gravity makes things go down. What?
is that what you were saying? I thought you said you had to bring it up You agreed, at least. You got to bring it up, and then it'll go back down where it came from, but it's always going up.
Well, the bringing it up is that's just building potential energy, right? But you don't have to bring it up. There's potential energy that exists already independently.
Independently of
bringing it up.
The potential to bring it up. So the potential of what you might do in the future is always there.
No, I'm saying like the way the universe is structured, like gravity is always going to be interacting with other objects. Like you don't need to like you don't need to lift it up. Like it can just.
It's pulling. What's gravity? I guess maybe you weren't clear about what gravity was. Gravity is what? Pulling things down. What's it pulling down? Is that what it's doing? Pulling down?
It's the bending of space-time, the curvature of space-time.
Measured how?
There's no instrument to measure this.
Oh, all right.
Not yet, to my knowledge.
All right, real quick, I heard a claim of the Earth is orbiting the sun. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What would you say is like a good experiment I could do, like in my front yard, to figure that out?
You don't really need an experiment. You could just observe it, like with a satellite or something.
But you can't.
Doesn't it take like a year for that to happen?
Maybe, I don't know. I guess technically, if you want to fully observe it.
All right, real quick, how far away is the sun?
8 light minutes.
Okay, how far away is the moon?
I don't know.
How big is the Earth? Like circumference at the equator?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
All right, I would.
No, Tora, it's interesting that you asked that question. So, as far as I understand, there is not an experiment to do that without the use of dark matter and dark energy, which is all theoretical, which even the mainstream, I hate to use the term mainstream, but I'm going to use that mainstream because that's what most people would follow. I'm not saying I only follow them, but I would say, yeah, cool. It's awesome to hear from mainstream. But even mainstream would agree that there's no actual experiment because it would either be geocentric or heliocentric model. So we wouldn't be able to do it with an experiment. This is all mathematical and theoretical.
Well, I mean, yeah. How are we supposed to do an experiment? How could we do that experiment? Are we supposed to manipulate the sun?
No. That's
You
not
would.
my question.
Yeah, I agree with you, Cohen. It is interesting because I know Galileo did experiments years and years ago, and he himself, he's like, oh, we'll never be able to prove the Earth moves from the Earth, you know?
Yeah. So as far as I understand as well, all the data shows a geocentric model, but to prove the Copernican heliocentric model, you would need to invoke the dark matter and dark energy, which works out mathematically, but it hasn't been proven yet. And they currently scientists are looking for the proof for the dark matter and dark energy. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding right now. It's like a placeholder in the mathematics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they use dark energy to explain the universe expansion.
That's interesting. Expanding into what?
Yeah, so that would be from the Big Bang Theory. That they would for the Big Bang Theory to be correct, you would need to also invoke the dark matter and dark energy to mathematically explain or even observably explain why they are seeing what they're seeing. However, it's still all theory. There are alternative explanations, but if you do provide them, it is generally hand waved because it does appear that mainstream is pushing a Big Bang Copernican model, even though there's no, I would say, physical evidence for it or evident evidence for it, only mathematical evidence for it. But that's my understanding of it. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong from either side.
Well, mathematical evidence of it based on assumed distances or size, like based on what?
Based on the dark matter and dark energy. So what they see, and then they can explain it mathematically, but they would need to provide or add dark matter and dark energy, and then they would be able to explain the Big Bang theory, which would explain the heliocentric model and so on and so forth, or explain a physical realm versus a geocentric realm, or even a spiritual realm or rendered realm, or whatever you want to call it. But they would need to mathematically add the dark matter and dark energy for that to be evident, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Cone, I'd agree. I feel like you're right on point with what Tesla said, right? Einstein's relativity work is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors.
Yeah.
And that was Tesla, pretty smart dude.
It's awesome that they got the theory, and they've given an alternative of the geocentric. But as far as I understand, the geocentric is the most data fitting model with what is presented, where you can actually go test it, and geocentric would be the closest model. But to give an alternative is what they are providing, which is the heliocentric, is so far theoretical.
Yeah. When we look in reality, it just seems geocentric. Exactly.
Correct. Yeah, and the data shows that as well.
Isn't it kind of weird that there's a Greek god named Helios?
Kind of weird that all these Greek guys that we talk about went to Heliopolis to get all this information.
Isn't it weird how we worship our God on Sunday?
So, like, I heard good things
I don't.
about Einstein and Tesla and even this Sasha. But, like, Sasha, are you rusty? Or are you better than this? Have you been better than this? Like,
Also,
is this all you got?
Question for later.
I mean,
Why
I just don't really feel like hardcore arguing for the globe. Like, I feel like it's kind of already proven. You guys don't really want to learn.
No, that's wise.
You,
It's wise
you
not
don't
to
know.
argue it.
Well, you don't really know your globe model. I asked you very basic questions about it, and you couldn't answer those questions. So it's like, have you looked into the globe model?
I mean, you don't need to know much to know it's a globe. It's not super complex.
Bro. That's the line of questioning that you and I started going down when I was being very respectful with you when you asked for the Coles Notes version of this entire study, saying scriptural or science, right? And then I flipped it back to you to ask you what you believe in. And so far, and I'm saying this respectfully to you with, well, no real disrespect meant to you, you've rendered science, gravity, and I forget what the other thing was, but these are all appeals to authorities, right? If you understood the model itself, you should be able to steelman it, explain it without having to appeal to any of these authorities in order to get your point through.
I mean, we don't know everything. Like, gravity is not compatible with quantum mechanics right now, but it's the best we have right now.
Quantum mechanics is almost like a hostile witness at this point in time. What we're asking you for is something like, let's say we started venturing down the path of air pressure. We know that we have a pressurized system because we observed this claimed 14.7 psi at sea level, which seems to be pretty consistent. When you go down in the water, for every 32.8 feet you go down in the water, you get 1 bar. Right? The pressure increases by 1 bar. The same thing happens when you go up in the air. You take a rock up higher in the air, and the higher you take it, you release it, the more speed it travels with as it travels back down to the earth. That, simply put, is how this place works. The only thing that gravity does is literally select what bias, whether it goes up or down. That's all gravity does. Little g, if you will.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree on that too much. It's all just which one has higher density.
Ah, so have we debunked gravity then?
Well, I don't know. Do you believe that gravity exists or not? Like, it seems like we agree that it exists.
I agree that in order for us to observe gravity, you have to move the object yourself, i.e., input of external energy, in order for the gravity to start working. And that's kind of a problem because you can't claim a bunch of different things as all doing one thing. It's like one thing does this thing that causes this to happen. If this, then that. You can't just say, oh, the cause is happening.
No. Gravity doesn't need like an input. It's just the interaction between objects.
So how does gravity start working? Show me how gravity, or give me an example of gravity working without the input of an energy. Please.
I don't understand the question. Without the input of an energy.
That's right. So like earlier, you said you had to pick something up in order to watch it fall. So that would be the input of an energy, right? You're the input of
Yeah,
the energy.
okay. Like what about like a ball rolling down a hill? What about like a snowball, like an avalanche or something?
Right. So how did the ball get there? And how did the avalanche start happening?
There's gravity.
Okay, so
pack it up, flatties. Avalanches are a cause of gravity.
Killian,
So-
I got a question for you. What's the difference between a force and effect? And the reason why I asked that is because, as far as I understand, gravity is not a force. It's more an effect than it is a force. Is that correct? And
And
what's
that's
the
very
difference?
sorry. Okay, please go ahead, finish. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so the difference between the two, what I would understand is a force would be something, for instance, I would create an effect. So I would push the ball to roll, and an effect would be the cause of the force. So is gravity a force or an effect? And have I got the difference correct between the two? I'm trying to understand these things. I'm asking questions.
Saying, and humbly, respectfully, from my standpoint, that is the point. That is how I see it as well. Is gravity is the effect, the end result of something like happening. I.e., again, you're in a helicopter, you're holding a 10-pound rock, and the helicopter itself is going to go to altitude. It's going to go up in the air, and we know that work is being done because the propellers are spinning, the engine is working, the pilot is pulling back on the controls. We observe all this stuff happening, and then when you release that rock out the side of the helicopter, we know that the rock falls back down, right? So again, as you just said, it's an effect.
Then what events happened in Sasha's rebuttal to you? Like, so an avalanche, it just started going. Everything started going down. So is every single thing just started going down because of gravity? Nothing. Like, what other event could have happened?
Right. So from that standpoint, avalanches seem to be the result of seismic activity, whether there's a releasing or a change in snow or a change in the formation of the rock or whatever. But it seems to be that there's a release of energy in order for avalanches, and then it just becomes a full out release. We all seen avalanches, how they come down the hill.
Check it out. I think it's simple for the audience. Maybe we can do this. So we all observe and experience a fall, but the globe narrative wants us to think it's a pull.
Yeah, but I don't experience that when I'm in a swimming pool. That's why I'm asking the question, because for me at least, it feels more like an effect than it is a force. Because when I'm in a swimming pool, I don't feel pulled or I feel lighter. So in that sense, it feels more like something else is doing something, and well, what is called gravity feels more like an effect other than a force. Otherwise, it would push me through the water at the same speed I'm going through the air. But I could be understanding this incorrectly. That's why I'm asking the questions.
No, it's a good point. Just like he was rebutting the avalanche. Yeah, like something had to be displaced upward for like an event had to occur. Like something had to. He said seismic activity or whatever displacement had to occur. An event to then put into action the next event. Yeah.
Exactly. So whether it's again a seismic release, seismic activity event that causes it, an earthquake or a volcano erupting or whatever, but there's definitely a change or release that happens, like the as Glatt said, the pull and the push.
Yeah, it's almost like trying to push a ball through a wall, not downwards, but even sideways. But if there was water next to me vertically, and I push the ball through the water, which is now in this case the water wall, there will be some sort of resistance. But that would be a density issue. It wouldn't be a force issue. That's more an effect again. That's an effect on the density, which is something similar that I see down. Why it's going down, I fucking don't know. I can speculate a lot of different things, but I don't. At the moment, I would say there's a bias to the direction which objects go down, but I think that gets to a point. If it is the model that they provide us, what happens at the center? Do you end up nothing? Do you become nothing? What happens to you if you had to go to the center of the earth? Do you just go into a nothingness?
Yeah, it's equilibrium.
No, but then you got something pushing against from all sides. Do you become nothing if you go to the center of the earth? In the current model, that's the question.
You become the singularity. You become squished to a point.
Anyone think an avalanche could happen because like the snow at the bottom of the mountain starts melting, so the heavier snow on the top falls down?
I do believe that could happen. Yes, I think that could be the cause of various things. Yes.
That seems like a very Canadian thing to worry about.
It's something that us South Africans don't actually worry about. We worry more about being robbed and if we can put food on the table and if we even got electricity. At the moment, I'm working on inverter power, so yeah, avalanche is the last of my worries. But
Sometimes people shout too loud and it creates an avalanche.
yeah, but that's vibration again, and it can trigger that.
So we've got all these different mechanisms. What does gravity do? Man? Come on.
Gravity isn't a force. It's a downward accelerative effect. The ballers claim it. The Newtonian ballers claim it's a force. The Einsteinian ballers claim it's space and time shrinking between the object that's falling and the object it's falling towards.
Spot
Whereas
on, dude.
we just explain for what it is and what we see objectively in reality. They go a step further with their garbage.
Yep, gravity is actually an anti-force, but that's room for another conversation, I guess.
I think it would be very interesting. I've seen those videos where they got a ball in a glass of water, for instance, in the I'm going to put inverted commas space station, but it would be awesome to see that in a density gradient or more like say syrup, water, etc., to see what that ball does up that way, up in I'm going to put inverted commas space, or even in the vomit comet, to see what actually does in there. If you know what I mean, because I think it won't cross those boundaries. I think it will stick between the two boundaries eventually. If you know what I mean, I can try to elaborate if you guys don't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm interested for sure. I'd like to see stuff like that too.
Yeah, my wife is on the phone on the background, yeah, and it's throwing me off a bit on my discussion. So I think when she's done there, I'll try make that more clear what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Space and time curving. Couple
Hey,
concepts, and you add some physical bending to them. Got it.
I think Einstein was explaining with his gravitational lensing. I think he was showing the way light refracts through different mediums, just on a macro scale. That's what I'm busy trying to figure out for myself. And yeah, I think he's onto something. I just think we need to look at it from a different perspective.
Oh, for sure. I think he was onto something too, and I think his later works are kind of like missing a little bit too.
But guys, I say this respectfully. How do you utilize refraction, which is study of what happens between mediums, in order to determine the hard land that we're standing on?
So that would be medium. So for instance, if I take a tennis ball and I drop it in the air at the moment, it falls down. But if I drop it into a swimming pool, it's going to hover in that part. I think there's a medium where, for instance, if you go diving, you're going to get a certain amount of weights that you put your belt, that you almost got a zero gravity. I'm going to put it in inverted commas, gravity vibe to it, that you float around in the water freely. I think that's almost where we at, but we got a more downward bias. But oh man, what's your question again? I'm trying to get to it.
The definition of refraction
Yeah.
is
Okay.
literally
Cool.
what
Yeah.
happens
Yeah.
with mediums.
Yeah. So why we at where we at? So I think we're just a little bit more dense than what we're supposed to be. So, or not supposed to be, but then what? That's why we can't go through the more dense medium. In this case, would be dirt, mountain, rock, tree, etc., etc. But if you stand on water, you fall through it. But the more dense medium, which is now ocean floor, is penetrating through that water medium. Hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, we're able to walk on this medium, which is what we call earth, rock, mountain, tree, rock, whatever, wood. It's just more dense.
Yeah, you know what that makes me like want right now? Like I want to go online, like Amazon. There's shit, you can buy flippers like swim real fast through the water. There should absolutely be like, boat shoes, right? Like where I can just walk on water. Like how is this not invented? I want to walk on water. What's the problem? I'm
Yeah,
not sure. I think it's pretty possible, honestly.
100%.
Well, the
So I think
kayak,
no tank. I
the
think no tank.
surfboard.
You understand where I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, but I just want to walk on water
Yeah.
now. So
Yeah.
No Tanks wants to learn how to surf, brother.
no.
Oh,
I'm gonna see you out there. I'm gonna walk out there, like just be like, "What's going on, man?" I'll walk back in.
You're gonna come out to me and be like, "What's up with this space time curving, bro?"
Yeah, smoke a long drag of a cigarette. So how you doing? But yeah, no, I don't know why I can't get like blow up shoes and walk on water. I mean, this should be a thing already.
they've tried something, but I think the engineering part of it has failed. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of engineering in the future, but let's see what happens. But that's the way I see it, guys. I think that we just on different density layers. The higher we go, it gets thinner. The lower we go, it gets more dense. There's a guy on that undersea submarine that found that saline lake way down. Yeah, I think he found another density layer that he couldn't penetrate. Something like that. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. I'm sure you guys have. If you've been in this discussion for quite a while. Yeah, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll try get you the video.
Water, I feel like, throws a whole wrench in this idea because if I take some ice cubes and put them in the glass, they're like perfectly halfway.
What do you mean halfway?
Like half the cube is underwater and half of the cube is above the water.
Oh yeah. But you get stuff that you can put into a glass of water and it'll float in the middle of the glass. it won't go deeper unless you give it some sort of force energy. If you tap your finger, otherwise sometimes it hovers inside the glass. It's very interesting. It's
Yeah,
fascinating.
it is. Actually, that's how I test if an egg is good or not, right? If it floats or if it sinks. Crazy.
That is one way you can test. Yeah.
There's a better way. There's a better way of testing if your eggs are any good. By the way, don't know if you know
Oh
about
yeah.
it.
No, tell.
Yeah, you have to give. You have to give your eggs to me. I'll eat them, and if they're delicious, then I'll tell you they were good eggs.
Cool, and if you die, then I can have the rest. Then I know they're bad.
No, because
Fair enough.
you'd give me all of your eggs, so you won't have any.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Crypto. That's brilliant. Well done. Thanks for that constructive conversation.
Yeah, no problem. There is actually another way, but I forgot it. I can't remember.
Eat your eggs and then have yourself tested by a doctor. And they'll tell you if you're good or not.
Do you have to give it? Do you have to give your eggs like a COVID test as well, or is it just like a?
Imagine that.
Crypto, you need some chickens. Those chickens think all their eggs are bad. They just give them up, man.
Crypto, you need to eat some third world country eggs because these we still make on farms. So ours aren't made in labs. So yeah, I think our eggs are more realistic than your guys.
Do you buy them off the non-refrigerated section?
Oh yeah.
Looks like this guy built some shoes. These aren't bad. Oh, here's some good shoes too. Canoe shoes. All right.
Here in America, they're in the refrigerated section.
Yeah, we put them in the fridge when we buy them, but other than that, no, we buy them off the shelf.
Yeah, we buy them off the shelf here as well because we actually have farms.
Nice. Yeah, I keep them on the shelf because I just have the chickens.
Ooh, that's even better.
So you are the farm?
Well, I mean, some people when they come to my house would think that.
You're just like you walk into your house and literally there's just like chickens and you've got like a little herb garden at the back and there's even like a little there's like a little KFC in your house where you make up your own like spicy fried chicken. Yeah, I don't need to leave.
Bro, have you been coming to my house?
Go ahead, Tora. My bad. I was just saying he's describing my utopia now. I wish I could have a farm where I can provide for myself in that sense.
I thought he was describing my house like to a T because it's hilarious. I have one chicken that walks inside and then like roosts up in my closet all the time.
I have to ask, does your chicken refraction?
That's funny. That's exactly what they're talking about right now with Dave Weiss, Witsit, and Mr. Professor James Fetzer.
Yeah, fair enough. Call it a coincidence.
Coincidence. That's it.
I always have to clarify that I'm spelling it COHENCIDENC.
I got you.
So, Tora, you're on a farm, right? By the sounds of it.
No, I don't live on a farm. I live in a regular home, but I'm trying to turn it into a more homestead kind of setup.
Okay, but you got a large piece. It sounds like you got a large piece of land at least.
Yeah. I live on like a half. I don't live on like acres. I only live on a half acre, but you could do a lot with it. I have a smaller house, so it works out.
Yeah, nice. Well, keep it up. We sold our house. We living in an apartment now, mainly for security reasons.
But yeah, that's awesome. I
Yeah.
would love to move to a small holding eventually again.
But man, what he's trying to say is that it's not the size of the boat, but it's the motion of the ocean.
That's
Yeah.
it. You gotta see this pineapple I got. I think it's almost ready today.
Go on then. Put it in live stream.
It's too fucking dangerous for us to live on private properties anymore in South Africa. Well, to an extent, I guess. But for the nature of my work, we sold our house and we bought an apartment. I've got too much assets in stock to keep on a loose property, so we moved into a security estate. But yeah, I would love to move on to a private property again in the future, at least.
I threw it in there. I threw a picture too of my new Theodolite app. Me and the Globers triangulated the moon last night. It was hilarious. Azimuthal grid of vision proven.
So, what are the results from that? Did you get I would say, an agreed upon distance, or how does that work? I still don't understand. I would think that you could measure triangulate to something, to the center, and you should be able to triangulate the distance to the object that you see.
So the end result was that our apps are bad because when they mapped it out on a globe, every line diverged away from each other. And then, so they were saying the app was bad, so we went ahead and tested it against Stellarium and what Stellarium would read. And only my measurement was spot on with Stellarium, and theirs was off. And we did it with someone farther north. I'm closer to the Tropic of Cancer, and then we did it with a gentleman in southern Brazil, out of the past the Tropic of Capricorn. And it was really interesting because the one down in Brazil, his measurement was way off compared to Stellarium. And then the one up north was a little bit off. And it just, like, to me, it was like, whoa, on the flat earth, we say things get weird after the equator. And then, closer to my area would be more similar. And then towards the north, you also have to, like, expand the land, or like expand the area of land to fit it on a globe, essentially. So it was, I don't know, dude, it was amazing. They all conceded and said they're flat earthers now. It's all good.
I didn't know that the flat Earth side says it gets weird from the equator. Is there a reason for that? What do you mean by it gets weird from beyond the equator?
Well, like on their model, after you hit the equator, the longitude lines start converging back, and it would be difficult to map that out on a flat Earth, essentially. Like, to us, the longitude lines would constantly be diverging.
And it fucks with the triangulation, or what's the issue?
Well, the triangulation didn't work. Nobody's lines ever intersected. All of them diverged away from each other. And so my theory on the triangulation, like down in the south, the reason I think it's weird is because basically they're like, if the equator is 25,000 miles around, then they're starting to say it's getting smaller and smaller as the further you go south, when I think it's getting larger and larger, and that's why it messed it up.
Interesting.
But when we put it on a flat Earth, me and Florida and the guy in Brazil, our lines crossed, and it put the moon like right over top of his head, like not that far. Like, it was so funny, man.
Yeah, if I look at the flat Earth map versus the globe projection, or even the Urbano Monte map. The Monte map, when those lines of longitude, or I think it's called longitude, or longitude, when they go out, they go wider. Probably what you guys got words for it. It goes wider when it gets to the outer ring, if you want to call it that, or the outer lands. That would spread, that would be a measurement to spread out the land, to make it look wider than what it actually is. And then when you look at a globe map and they put that or Monte map, Monte map on a globe, it works on a globe, cool. It's the map that we basically use today. However, it almost appears as if they've mapped this piece of land and they've wrapped it around a ball, and they've said this is where you can go. Beyond that is off limits. That's what it looks like. I don't know if that's what it is. I don't know if that's what's been expressed in this Discord. But yeah, I'm just trying to research this stuff for myself. I listen to what you guys have to say. But yeah, it's a very interesting discussion. But your observations with this moon thing is fascinating. Have you posted any videos or shared any videos on it?
So it was on a Discord just stream. It was live, and we have the clips of it, but you don't get to see them mapping it because someone else was streaming their computer screen, and they don't put that on the live stream. I was wondering if that's how it works here. Like if someone streams, like when Dyslow puts 10-wheeler on, does the YouTubers get to see that, Gio or Jeremy?
Yeah, they stream it. They do stream here.
Wow.
You,
See,
you have,
they need to do that.
like if you say, "Hey guys, I want to share something," that's obviously valid. They'll give you screen share permissions, or if you're like myself putting on presentations, they'll. But they always, they share it live for sure.
Yeah, but even if you can stream it though, like that's something that needs to be done manually. Like Gio's got to go in and share it on the YouTube or something. It doesn't like automatically happen.
No, exactly, and that's why you'll usually come on and say, "I'm sharing on the live stream as well," whatever you're sharing.
Cool. I got you. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll big shout outs to Killian because he clipped it for me, so I can send him over to Beer Man.
But no, I mean next time if you like, if that's going on, because the full moon lasts 3 days, so it'll be around tonight too, right? So if you get something going, I can always throw on my live as well and screen cap. But the thing is, obviously, like I got to be screen capping whatever is being broadcasted by that individual. So
after the conversation last night, dude, they were like, "We're done with Blender."
That was awesome. You literally made them quit an application. Legendary.
Guys, I'm no scientist. I'm no mathematician, and I will use as much as I can from that. And I appreciate you guys taking the time. No one's paying you guys for this, or not that I know of it. No one's paying you guys, or not making any money from it. But from myself personally, I want to say I appreciate you guys doing these sort of things, and then having knowledgeable guys that are with the alternative viewpoint to actually do the calculations and math to their capabilities is phenomenal. I think it's amazing that you guys are doing it, and I'll always cross-reference and try and make sense of it to my best knowledge. So if it's going to help me on my path, and I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you guys so much for doing this work. I know it's not for free.
I think it's like part of a tactic of theirs, when they're like, "Okay, go get a sextant and do it." So like last night I was like, "Let's just do it." Because you guys are so confident that this works out. And in my opinion, it's in its apparent location, and it's different for all of us. I don't think we're going to triangulate at all. And sure enough, it turned out that way. And I think more people need to just stand up and it's okay if we're wrong. You know what I mean? It's okay if we can do a measurement with them and you get these different things. We just need to start doing it with them to show them.
And that's what faith is, right? Proceeding when you know the truth in your heart, standing up and saying, "This is what I see." Well done, man. Proud of you, Tora. Well done, man.
Thank you, brother. It's an action, isn't it? Faith is an action.
Exactly my point. I'm taking this information, and I'm doing it with what I can do with it. So, like I say, I appreciate it as much as I appreciate mainstream, and I appreciate you guys. It allows me to make my decisions for myself, at least, and share my thoughts and questions with you guys.
Dyslow popped in for a minute and left right before it got real good. I was upset when he left, man. I was like, dang.
I see Killian posted it. Killian, are these the videos that you put in the live stream? Yeah.
Yeah, those are the ones.
Yeah, those are the clips. And Tori, I know you checked them out. If you can just let people know where it gets good, because I went right from when you did the countdown, 3, 2, 1. I started recording there, but the entire interaction was probably like an hour and I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So I think part 3 is the hot piece, in my opinion.
Yeah, part 3 is where all the data has been plotted, and then they're like, let's match it up to Stellarium, and then the moderator came on and basically was like, okay, are you guys done letting Tora prove the Earth is flat to you, or what? Like, you know.
There's so many audio clips that you could just pull out and add to like a soundboard. They ever show up, you can just hit play. Run them out of town with their own sound clips.
I wish we would have had like someone like Beerman there too, because it would have been awesome to have your point. You have the app and do it on your phone as well, because you would have to be looking the opposite way, kind of, from us. So it would have been. I'd love to do that with a big group of people.
Yeah. So
Well, you
I
said
don't
it.
have a P900 anymore. I've got a S21 Samsung phone. I could possibly help with these sort of things if it may help. But I'll gladly help if you guys DM me and arrange some times. I can help where I can. But I sold my P900. I hated the ridicule of my research.
So right there, you got South America, and then myself. Obviously, I'm in North America, but like I'm further, I think, east of you guys. But dude, like you had a great idea when you said it on the live, that having everybody running at the same time and we do one big massive stream. That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah,
Broadcast Discord call.
Yeah, exactly. Broadcast. It'd be so awesome to do, and it was an app that I had to put on my phone. And the guy that told me to put it on, he already had it, and I'm like, dude, this is $9. And at the end of the whole thing, I was like, that was the best $9 I ever spent, man.
I think you could actually, while you're on the Discord call, can't you share your screen at the same time when you're on a Discord call?
Yes, I think so, as long as you have permissions to do that. Yep.
Yeah. So everybody could share their screen, and whoever's streaming it, recording it, would just literally show what everybody's showing on their screens, like on the grid layout from Discord.
Dude, the best part to me was when we were first discussing how to do this. I was like, "Don't we need to know our cardinal direction?" And they're like, "No, throw that out, throw that out." And then finally, the master Bacon comes in and he's like, "Okay, and what was your cardinal directions?"
Yeah, that was pretty damn good, dude.
But yeah, Tora, next time if you do something like this and you want a reference point, and I could possibly help with the equipment that I have, which is very minimal, but just some sort of reference, dude, DM me. I'll see if I can help at that time. I'm open for it.
Yeah, we're planning on trying to do it again tonight. It'd be cool. Like we should try to set something up like that in here, because that would be really cool. Maybe we'll talk to Jeremy or something. But yeah, I'm afraid it's gonna be real late, right? Because the moon rising for me is like 8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. or something. So for you, that would have to be pretty late. I don't know how many hours ahead you are of me. Right now, for me, it's what time is it? It's 1:16. What's it by you? PM.
7:20, so probably 6
6
hours.
hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, that would be like, whew, middle of the night for you.
What you say? It's what time? 8 o'clock your side. So that's 24 hours. That's 12 o'clock my side. That's not too bad.
No, it would be 2 a.m., wouldn't it?
Oh fuck, my math sucks. What were you saying? It's 6 hours, 8, So it's 10, 11, 12, 22. No, 24.
Yeah, it's 2 a.m.
2 a.m. Fuck it,
8
Jesus.
plus,
Fuck, I've had
8
too many
plus
beers.
4,
Yeah.
8 plus 4 equals 12.
Yeah,
And then I
2
2.
a.m. Yeah, you're right. Okay, cool.
But yeah, I'm in, dude. I'm 100%, and I'm gonna check the weather, see what it's like on my end. But I can track the moon with the Sky app. Let me know what the name of this damn app is. I'm in, man. Sounds
Nice.
hot.
Do you got an iPhone?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's just called Theodolite, and it costs $9. And it's actually a really cool thing because, like, if you ever go up in an airplane or whatever, you could do dip angles and stuff.
I'm also about 40, 50 feet in the air. So that my observation point won't be at the surface.
Yeah, no, and according to them, that doesn't matter. So it's all good.
I was doing the calculations from 1800 hours. My bad. Yeah, 2 a.m.
Hold on. Don't get the app. Didn't they say it didn't work?
Dude, the conclusion was everyone was like, I don't know if this app works, but then they tested it to Stellarium.
Hold on. Didn't they say the app didn't work?
No. Well, that's going to be their only out on it. But then when we put it on Stellarium, it matched up with what the app said in my location.
Tora, what I'll do is I'll see if I can put it. Oh, I will put an alarm on. If I wake up from it, I'll DM you and say, "Dude, I'm awake," and I will help you out at 2 a.m. I've got nothing on tomorrow, so yeah, I could possibly wake up middle of the night. Not a
Hold
problem.
on, Beer Man. Are you hot liking or?
No, I'm letting Tora know that I could possibly help him at 2 a.m.
Nice. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll give you a heads up for sure. It's probably it might be later because I know they got stuff going on, but we'll find out exactly when. And I have a feeling these guys are going to come up with it was too low on the horizon. You know, there's refraction to take into account. We need to do it more when the moon is up higher in the sky. So I don't know. I just have a feeling.
No problem. It's just we've got clear skies now. We've had cloudy most of the time, and tonight is one of the first nights in a long time that we have got clear skies. So I would possibly be able to help this evening or middle of the night. But like I say, I'll put an alarm and I'll let you know, dude. I'm awake. But if you don't hear from me, then I'm still sleeping. Otherwise, I'll see if I can help you.
Nice. Jeremy, I calibrated the app to I checked the app on the angles. I put my phone right up against the corner of my granite countertops where it's a perfect 90-degree angle, and it showed 0. So that it was on point there. And then the compass function was on point with just a normal magnetic compass. So they were trying to say the app doesn't work, but everything in reality showed it did until they went on to it's so weird. Like when you reference it to a computer program like Stellarium, they got wacky numbers in 2 places, but at my location, it was perfect. I think this is evidence, man.
So if I had to film this, what are you going to get from the data that I provide? What sort of data are you looking for from my side?
The interesting part to me is when you're farther in the south and the moon has been in the southern sky. And so was the guy in Brazil is obviously further in the south, and his angle of elevation was like 3 times ours. And I said to them, like, that's because he's closer to it. So perspective causes the moon to set, or look lower in the sky for us. And so that it like really helped with that whole thing because he was like, his measurement was like it was 56 degrees in the sky. And then my measurement was, I think, like 18 degrees in the sky. And we were only an hour time difference apart.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I started bringing stuff up like that, like the difference in our time difference and the amount of like degrees of the moon that it should be because of that and stuff. And yeah, they wouldn't even touch those. The original dude that wanted to triangulate it never even gave the number. He did all the math and never gave the number of what his math added up to. Because I told him, he's like, it should be around like close enough. And I was like, a range of 200 to 400,000 miles. And he's like, sure, it'll be around there. I'm like, okay, we'll take that. And then I told him after, I'm like, I think you're going to get millions of miles because I saw his angles. You know, his was like 12 degrees and mine was 18 degrees. So I'm like, dude, you know how long it's going to take till those intersect?
But wait, but now you're saying he's further. How does the time difference influence the south and the north, though? Because if he's only an hour difference, that's a longitude, not a latitude issue. How does that influence your observation? Sorry, I'm just trying to make sense of it.
I'm just trying to make sense of it too. I'm not sure if it would have an effect or whatever, but to me, it's like his moonrise was obviously a few hours before ours, but he's only an hour time difference. So it just like kind of made me feel like, oh, let's see, the time zones are all screwed up, which we already know that.
Yeah. Okay, no, fair enough. Yeah, let me see what I can do for you guys, and yeah, we'll take it from there, I guess. What I'll do is, if I do wake up that time, I'll check where the moon is. I'll photograph it. I'll give it the time, etc. And then, yeah, you guys use the data as you need. I'll give you my approximate location. I won't give you my exact location, but I'm on the coast of Cape Town, South Africa, which will give a general idea where I'm at.
Yep, that's all. We were just doing like latitude and longitude to the 100th rather than going out, to many decimal places. And what was interesting is we were actually all going outside at the same exact time and counting it down and snapping the picture at the same exact time. So the moon couldn't move, you know what I mean? Like we all got it within a couple seconds of each other.
That's sick. I'm gonna be LeBron James and not buy the app until I know the weather's good. Because if the weather's crap, what's the damn point?
I agree, dude. I'm not like trying to get anyone to get this app or whatever, but I will say it's been kind of fun because I've been like taking pictures of the sun and seeing the elevation change. It's kind of fun. I don't know.
Well, and what's cool is where I used to live in a building that like had rooftop access and stuff, so I got to see the moon and the sun, and even caught the moon and the sun in the same sky one morning. But with respect to where I live now, I have like these big ass like picture windows. This apartment's dope for that. It has views on views, and I always get to see the moon rising in the east and how it tracks. But what's interesting is the different placements of where the moon actually rises from that I've noticed. It varies quite a bit, and also the times that it rises I find it varies quite a bit as well.
Yeah, it's crazy. To me, from my understanding, I don't know if this is exactly correct, but from my understanding, the moon takes the same path as the sun takes in 1 year in 1 month, if that makes any sense.
I find it interesting that Killian said now that he saw the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time, and it sounded like it was an interesting thing. So Killian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I see that pretty often. What I don't understand though is how I see the sun and moon in the same sky and the moon is crescent. I would assume that the moon should be full because the sun is out as well. That's something I
Exactly.
don't understand yet.
I have I'll throw the picture in chat. The panorama I was able to catch with my phone. But I'll throw it into chat. The moon's on the far right hand side. You have to obviously really look for it because the sky is like bright orange. But if you track it on the right hand side, found it, you'll see it.
Yeah, just the thing is, I see it often that I see the sun and moon in the sky at the same time. However, a lot of the times the moon is crescent with the sun out. That's something I don't understand. How is that possible if the moon and the sun is beyond the horizon? I don't understand that. How is that possible?
I don't think they claim that it's the the Earth itself, but it's like the shadow casted off from the sunlight onto the Earth, then back onto the moon, or something like that. But tomorrow, I will wake up at sunrise. I'll go to the beach and get the sun rising on the horizon, and I'll get the moon setting on the horizon, and they'll both be in the sky at the same time, and the moon will be full, but on the opposite side of the horizon.
Yeah, and then sometimes I see it where the sun and moon are next to each other, but the moon is crescent and the sun is, yeah, it's just mind-boggling. I don't understand it. But yeah, I probably flunked that class, if anything. But yeah, for my mind, it doesn't make sense.
But that's the funniest thing is like if you've ever looked at stoicism as a philosophy, right, which is just literally like looking at things for the way they are without any other inputs of outside sources or definitions, appeals, anything like that. You just look at something for what it is, and you start from that base point and then start journeying forward. It's almost like you wipe your memory clean and just start observing things. Things actually start to unpack in a very simple, easy to understand design.
I think I've taken that approach, and I'm trying to make the best of it that I can, without being considered a lunatic, at least. And yeah, I'm enjoying the journey. I still get along perfectly fine in daily life, but I'm enjoying the journey and the path I'm heading down at the moment.
To me, it looks like exactly like my phone battery. I don't know. That's how I see it. It's like losing charge, so it's got to catch back up to the sun, and then it's got to get across from the sun to gain its full charge again. Exactly.
Yeah, for me, it's like a reflection of something. That's what I'm seeing, especially when I look at. I've brought this up quite a few times, where I'm watching TV and then the sliding doors next to the TV room, and I can watch the TV in the sliding door. The moon looks a lot like the reflection of my TV, for instance. It's a reflection of something. If it's a reflection of the sun or if it's a reflection of Earth, I don't know, but that's what it looks like.
That's exactly what it is, though. I thought I'm so sorry because, but yeah, that's if you the floor plan of the plate that we dwell upon is exactly a reflection in the moon, and you can see Australia clear as day.
Yeah, that's funny that you say that because my wife said to me the other day, and she's nowhere near this sort of discussion. She said, "Oh, she thought that the moon is the reflection of Earth, sort of thing." And I was like, "Oh, wow, it's interesting." The guys actually mentioned that in the Discord, and then yeah, I started watching a few videos about it, and yeah, it's what she thought.
So I'm going to show you an image, and oh shoot, I'm going to show you an image, and I just want to see what your thoughts are on it. Bear with me, carry on. I have to find it first.
No, all good. I'm gonna grab another beer. I'm gonna go on mute, and then when I'm off mute, I'll be back.
Well, it's in chat when you're
right
ready.
back.
Cool.
Cool. Cool, I'm back.
All right. So the reason I can back up this map that I just posted in chat is because I made an observation on the moon and collaborated with somebody located in Australia. So you being located in are you seeing what I posted?
Yeah, I see. I got it.
All right. So what are your thoughts on that as a map?
It looks decent. I've seen. I follow a guy that takes photos of the stars and moons and stuff, and he puts a lot of color into it. And even when I looked at that, I was like, "Oh wow, my wife may be onto something." And this
Okay,
is
so
nowhere near her thoughts. So
all right,
yeah,
let's do this together. So let's go to the 9 o'clock position. You see that green mass at the 9 o'clock position?
got you.
Okay, that's Australia. And then just to the let's say the south southwest of that position, you have New Zealand. The landmass, and we're going to go counterclockwise at this point. So we're at the, let's say, the 7 o'clock position. That landmass is suspected to be Lemuria. Skipping past that, going to the next landmass, which is about the 6 o'clock position, that would be the North and South American Strait. I'm so sorry, with the Caribbean islands slightly dotted off, like peppered off. You see what I'm talking about?
I got you.
North and
Yes.
south. Okay, so then we're going to journey towards the center at that cross point. That would be Hyperborea, North Pole, right? The very tip, North Pole, land of the four rivers. Then we're going to head west to that big green landmass to the west. That would be Eurasia. And then we're going to journey further north, and we're going to hit Africa. That, my friend, is completely pulled from the moon.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen one or two videos about this, but looking at it from again now, it is mind fucking blowing. I will give you that.
Well, I find that again, I say this respectfully. I'm not trying to claim anything. I'm just being very, again, respectful, and that's what I'm trying to be as best. And I know I can get very arrogant at times, and cocky, so on and so forth, overzealous, if you will. But when time is taken to actually speak to somebody who's willing to take the what you're showing them in, that's what I'm about. And you got those hand wavers naysayers show them their point is just to speak you off of the point that you're trying to make, right? The nuts. But a man is yourself that's open to, like, you're like, give me the information, let me throw it around, see what works. This is something where I can say, okay, take this in. This is this, and this is where it comes from. And we can just leave it simply at that. Again, trying to invoke the theory of stoicism, just looking at things for where they are. And then when you get to a point that you don't understand things, you start trying to take things like almost like Lego, take it apart further so that you can understand the structure better. Thanks for listening to that long rant. Appreciate you guys.
No, you're welcome, man. So, if I'm not mistaken, you did a presentation on this not too long ago. I was interested in watching it. It just overlapped my timeline. This should be recorded as well. You did a presentation on this, and if it's something about this, yeah, I would actually love to go through that presentation. So, if anyone can verify that he did this and can share the
Got you.
timestamp.
Don't worry, got you one better. I recorded the live stream on my channel and shared it on my YouTube. So bear with me. Getting the link right
Awesome.
now.
Yeah, DM it to me. DM. Then I can
No,
also
I'll throw it in
comment
chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
Throw it in chat for everybody. All good. If you guys are interested, digging in. There it be. Yeah, talk about the
Awesome
moon
stuff.
map quite a bit. And I presented this over at Medicinal Mass Media as well. And the only like real feedback, contentious feedback I got from the likes of like Ed Freeze and Trouble About was that that's not what Australia looks like, which is the thing that she always says. Fine, I accept you because you're Trouble, period. You proclaim it in your name. And then Ed Freeze, that's not the size of my country. I'm sorry that your ego is slightly offended by this potential moon map that I've just shown. But again, it shows everything referenced, and I'm sorry that your country is not represented correctly.
Yeah, and also overlooking all that, whatever's reflecting it could also be distorted. But the proportions or the probably proportions or orientation is incorrect. The order
I think would be a better word, would possibly be correct. So definitely it's something I'll be looking into. I have heard about this discussion. I just haven't looked into it much, and I'm glad you brought it up because my wife actually brought it up to me last week Friday. I think it was we were walking on the beach and there was a moon outside, and I was like, "Wow, look at the moon!" And we always spoke about the rabbit of the moon, and she always said that she thought it was the reflection of Earth. As a kid,
So
and she's nowhere in this discussion, so I was fascinated for her commentary on it.
well, Cone, check this one out. So, do you know what an MRI machine is?
Yes, I am aware of it. I know
Awesome.
what it is.
So, magnetic resonance imaging machine. So, the moon itself presents a characteristic where it actually flips over. Like when we have a magnifying glass and we use a magnifying glass as children, and we look at things on whatever's in front of us, maybe even using them now in our older ages. However, when we take that magnifying glass arm lengths away from our eye, and we realize that the image that we're looking at off in the distance flips over. Sorry to hit the table. It flips over. It inverts. So with that observation, you have that premise of some kind of image manipulating viewing thing being invoked. Like something is happening where that image is flipping over. Something is causing that flip to happen. So then when you take on the idea again, when you were a child, you sat in a classroom, there was a projector, the projector had a light source. We all know when that light source blew, the image would go out. However, when the light source was working, it would shine through the image and then the image would portray itself on the screen in front of us, right? So we have these ideas where all of a sudden we have a central light source, potential design, right? Where we talk about the black hole sun, things of that nature. Then we have this plateau that we dwell upon, right? Which is where we are. And then we have this thing that's being literally projected upon us, right? Using the principles of a theory that we think exists, which is electromagnetism. And if an electromagnetism is something that we have that we observe that works, then why can't we then implore the same ideas of an MRI machine, which is how this image gets formed? Thanks for listening.
Yeah, so the reason why I find this interesting myself is I've been doing a little basic refraction experiments myself on my channel, and I shine, for instance, a torch or a flashlight onto a piece of paper which reflects itself onto a glass of water, and it looks like a little mini Jupiter shining on it, which gave me the idea, wow, this is a possibility that we're seeing uh, the moon reflect or Earth reflected as what we would call the moon. And then there was that scientist, I think it was in the late 50s or late 40s, which spoke about it being a plasma, which said to me, "Wow, shit, am I onto something here?" And I thought to myself, like, Jesus, am I this unknown genius? And then I obviously put myself back to reality and said, no, no, dude, you're just this random dude. Um, but I research these things myself, and I speak to open-minded people such as yourself, and I enjoy these sort of discussions because it's cool to have these sort of discussions. It's very mind-blowing, and when there's more, I would say, I don't want to call it evidence, but more information about it, like what you're sharing. Yeah, it just adds to my own path at least, and I appreciate these sort of things because it's absolutely fascinating, and I think it helps me on my path. So if there's one life that you're going to change, at least it may be mine. So I appreciate you sharing this. Um, at least it's from one person that can share some sort of appreciation for your work that you're doing.
That's beautiful, Cone. Yeah, that was beautiful.
Thanks, man.
Bro, so slow to get to the mute button. Cone, thank you so much for those words, man. I greatly appreciate it. Truly.
Cool, man. No, I understand it. It's not easy to do these sort of things, and yeah, I don't know if you're getting paid for this, but I wasn't getting paid for what I was doing. So, but if I'm going to get paid in feelings, I would say, wow, it's really it is mind opening, which you can't put an amount to, and yeah, it's wowness. You can't pay for this feeling. It's really
That,
fascinating to
I mean,
research this.
just to get in on that, I mean, for me, it's the idea that if you're truly looking at things from the truth, no matter how stupid, and no matter how stupid you may sound at times coming across, I screw things up all the damn time. I misread scripture the other day and it was live, and I'm like, look, your heart's in the right place, right? You may say that one thing that causes an avalanche of people to start thinking a different way. So I'm just trying to put in a little base for thought, a consideration, splinter the mind, if you will, because it just takes one splinter to rip apart a house. Yeah, that's my only thought.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's awesome. But I'll definitely look into this. It's something that has been on my list of checking out. Because, like I say, it ties in a lot of the refraction work that I did, and I just played around with reflections and possible alternative black hole theories, and looking into Einstein's theory of gravitational lensing, which ties in a lot with my perspective, or my translation of his mathematical to English language. So I would say from his math to my language, that if I had to speak a language, it says, wow, fuck, I'm on the right path of understanding what he's saying. So yeah, dude, all this sort of information is gets interpreted by different people different ways, and this resonates with me, which I appreciate. And I'll say, wow, dude, don't stop what you're doing. I think it's amazing. Even if it's not 100%, there's something that's helping me on my path, at least. And yeah, dude, well done.
Exactly. We throw the ideas out there, not fearing sounding stupid. That's the important part.
Well, I'll be honest with you. That's why I fit with Stoicism so much. Studying architecture all my life, it's like we just look at buildings and we're like, hey, that's a cool design. And you may get into studying the styles of architecture, but at the end of the day, I study numbers, right? Measurements, so on and so forth, how a wall section, what the makeup is, air vapor barrier, insulation, brick, veneer. These are the things that we care about when it comes to that. So with Stoicism, it's I don't have to look to Einstein. I don't have to look to NASA and none of those people. I don't even have to look at your stupid computers and how you create your stupid images. Because again, we're strictly looking for an observable, say it with me now, DOD, drop over distance, meaning that if you're dealing with a structure with a set dimension, 3959 claimed radius, which is the thing we get to examine all the time, then that's on a macrocosm scale, which they tell us we're too small to understand, then let me divide it further and show you and state that over a 100-mile distance, there has to be a 1.25-mile drop. That's not a script. That is an examination of numbers. And when the numbers don't show up, you have to fall back. You have no choice. Your ego is tied to something that's not showing up. I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Killian, how did you get to this, if I'm asked? Like, for instance, the reason why I'm actually looking into that now because of my wife that mentioned that it looks like it's a possible reflection of Earth. So I was like, wow, someone that doesn't even know or consider these sort of discussions can say that. Got me into saying, okay, well, consider this, look at it. I've bookmarked it. How did you get into this sort of discussion or this sort of research? Yeah.
Well, ultimately, that boils down to the whole conspiracy hole. We all jump into the conspiracy hole at some point in time. For me, it was 2020 with the whole the thing that we all dealt with all over the world. But from a standpoint of falling back to then scripture, as I was raised knowing about scripture, what was created on the second day? And I was like, oh, wait a minute. The thing that was created on the second day is why we get to, talk about mediums requiring containment. That's the structure that gives us that credence. No, that's the structure that gives us what we need to start talking about the second law of entropy being second law of thermodynamics being entropy and things of that nature. So for me, the firmament, and then obviously like how the firmament interacts with the structure or the surface beneath it. And then to boot, like every single building that gets built around this plane, everywhere you go, London, Tokyo, Australia, South America, Alaska, they all get built observing level. But yeah, so my
That's fair enough.
original. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So I was brought up Christian. I was in a Methodist church, and I would say my late teenage years is when I didn't go to church anymore. I became, I'm probably going to say, too cool for it. When I was about 17 years old, and I used to go to this old church thing, blah blah blah. Long story short, it left. I was always Christian in that sense, and I always, if I swore or did anything, I was just like, "Oh, sorry God for doing this." I'd say it in my head and move on. Whatever, it was like a very small part of my life in that sense. And recently, I was introduced to an alternative cosmology, alternative religion, just looking outward, and I discovered Alan Watts, and introduced that Alan Watts introduced me to Eastern religions or cosmologies understandings, and which completely flip flop my life, like 180, and my understanding of Christianity has completely changed, and I've been following this flat Earth, globe Earth discussion since about 2015, 2016, and my understanding of physical and non-physical has also completely changed. And I'm under the impression now that nothing's physical and everything's a vibration. And that's the path I'm on now. And looking at this moon map, looking at anything actually is absolutely fascinating. It's mind blowing for me to look at anything almost, which is awesome. It's like I'm looking with brand new eyes, but I haven't reached that stage of nirvana, if you want to put it that way. I think I'll get there one day, if that's the day I die. But dude, I'm open to so many things now. It's not even funny, and I really enjoyed the discussion.
I'll check out this channel as well. Nope, that's not it. Sorry, boys. Bear with me. Vibes of Cosmos on YouTube. That's the only place I go to for my information when it comes to the actual structure or the model itself.
I've heard of him, but I haven't watched his stuff.
So that has everything in it. That has the maps. That has flight paths, nautical maps as well. They have everything in there. They've got, and everything's laid. They also have a grid scale, 1,000-kilometer grid scale laid to the map as well. So have fun.
Awesome stuff. So I follow a guy, Divergent, that's been recently referring to Vibes of Cosmos.
Exactly. So Divergent just bought their book, and he's now showing everything. So he's about to go gangbusters for sure. He's at, I think, 109,000 subs. Shout out to Divergent, but yeah, he just got on the Vibes of Cosmos model and through Awaranon. He was on Awaranon stuff. That's how I found Vibes of Cosmos, through Awaranon.
Yeah, because I'd say last week is when, or at least when I started watching Divergent's recent videos. I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. He started bringing up the moon map, and then you did that presentation. I was like, okay, cool. I want to watch this. I just trying to find the time for all this stuff is difficult, but yeah, very very interesting. And yeah, it's like these are like my spirit guides putting me on the path here, man. It's really awesome how this is all lining up now, and you sharing this information is amazing. Thank you.
Absolute pleasure, dude. I mean, other people listening too, right? Live stream, they're all would imagine taking in the information that's being shared. So when information is being shared from a genuine place, think it can't do nothing but fall on ears who are earnest in their search.
Yeah, I'm not defending any position, so I'm like I've always said, I'm generally here just for questions, and I'll share a bit of my experience. Other than that, I appreciate everyone's viewpoints because I think everyone is valuable to the discussion. I just find it a bit disgusting when it gets defensive, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because I was mocked today for my putting forth an idea. I guess because it went against what people believe, they decided to just laugh at it and continue mocking it. When actually, the idea that they were mocking is that air causes sunburn. Now everybody talks about vibration. Vibration can cause friction, right? Can you vibrate air? And if yes, can you vibrate air to the point where it causes friction and burns? If so, maybe that's what's happening. Doesn't sound so stupid. But hey, do whatever you got to do to make yourself feel better.
But
I've never once mocked you though, so if you want to say everybody, then I think you should refrain from saying that because I never said that was ridiculous at all. So I think.
Oh, there was Witsit and his little cronies said it was, and they
Yeah,
continually.
well,
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it
let's
is.
be real about
It just
things.
shows the
Like
person.
I have a bit of an issue, and I'll be honest with you. The other day, you and I engaged, right? And we engaged yesterday, and we spoke about the potentiality of a density layer, density gradient. But with respects to actually engaging with somebody with on an intellectually honest level, I have a hard time speaking with somebody who doesn't tip their hat to light, doesn't tip their hat to magnetism, and again, now the idea of a density gradient. So when it comes to light, like light, you mentioned yesterday within your confines of conversation that things have to appeal to your senses, you're right, your vestibular system, which I totally agree with. And light has a really interesting characteristic because it can affect things and cause things to burn, which you can smell. So light causes all kinds of different effects, and then you also get to actually affect light by by introducing things that block light and cause the light to reflect. So for you to take light away as an observation of just saying that it's something that you see by perceiving it makes people not want to talk to you because you're being like you're trying to take the conversation to a level of almost like a hostile witness.
Okay, but see, I see it different. Okay, so from my point of view, you have this invisible reason that's no different than gravity. Okay, because you never see light. You see objects. Just like you never see gravity, you see the effects of it. And that's one of the biggest bullshitters. You know, when somebody goes, well, I can't show you what I'm talking about. I can just show you the effects of it. And that's where the Earth curve comes in. They can't show you Earth curve. They'll show you the effects of it, though. Therefore, Earth curve must be true. So you're seeing your reflection in a mirror.
All right, can I debunk your stupid ad hoc?
You can just
again?
interrupt. Yeah, you could just interrupt and
I'm sorry, you
yeah,
cut
just
out.
interrupt me. Yeah, go ahead. Let's go. Go ahead, interrupt.
You cut out
because you're emotional. I know.
RTH, you actually cut out on my end. I heard you lag out, and Tora came in to respond. So you don't need to get defensive. Tora, thank you for giving up the mic. RTH, why don't you finish your thought, and then Tora can respond.
Okay, so when I see my reflection, where is the light? Can you point to it?
Real quick, can we just go to the sunburn thing? You said vibration could cause that. I could go to the beach and put an umbrella up, and I no longer get sunburn. Did I remove air from underneath the umbrella?
The sun or whatever you believe is vibrating the air. Now, when you put an umbrella up, the vibrating air hits the umbrella and then doesn't hit you. So you're actually not getting hit by. See, now this is the problem. You are so into a particular mindset that you can't think outside that mindset. Now, what is the mechanism of sunburn? How does my skin physically get burnt? How would you explain the physical process of a non-physical light burning my skin? How would you do that?
Can you please stop? Hold on. Give me a second. RTH, you can respond to him without attacking
him. Thank you.
And he could do the same, right? Like he doesn't
Nah,
need to
he
say
didn't
that
attack
my
you, dog.
viewpoint
He
is
hasn't attacked you
completely
once
dishonest.
yet. As long as I've been
He
hearing right
did. No,
now,
he did.
that's 5 minutes.
Well, he did. He said if you don't believe in light, you're dishonest. If you don't believe in magnetism like he does, you're dishonest. That's what he said.
You believe in light?
So,
You mentioned light a few minutes
no,
ago
well,
when you something.
again, when you say light, what are you referring to? Like what are, it would be like me saying God, and I'm going, yeah, you say God all the time. Just because you say the word God, does that mean the man in the Bible is real? Like, where is he? Where is the light? Where is God?
So
It's
we
the
have
same
to
argument.
agree on a subject, though. If we're gonna have a conversation, we have to agree. And what are we talking about light? Now, if you have a different view of what we're talking about light, then that's a different story.
Well, when you say light, are you talking about vision?
Okay, so we're
Can
having a
you answer
pointed
that question?
conversation here, and okay, so you're asking the question, what is vision or what is light?
No. I said, when you think of light, or when you say light, do you mean the fact that I can see? Is that what you're saying? It's a yes or no?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so vision is not light. Okay, are the different colors that I see, is that light?
No, the colors that you see are a byproduct of the light.
Oh, okay, so it's not the light, it's the effect of, just like half a boat isn't the earth curve, it's the effect of. Do you not see the similarities in your argument there to what the ballers do?
Oh, so it's
No,
whatever
not at all.
shining,
Rayleigh's
100%
whatever
no.
shining that causes difference in brightness.
Hang on, Rayleigh's criterion is not what we're discussing at this point in time. We're discussing how light is perceived by the eye, or we're discussing how light exists within a system. These are two different ideas.
That's not what we're discussing. We're discussing, does light, how you understand it, even exist? Just like if I was talking to a Christian and he was telling me how God is the reason I can see, I would be like, well, hold on. I would be like, before we go and debate how God works in vision, we got to first establish that God is part of vision. So that it exists. So first God needs to exist, then he can be part of vision. So first light needs to exist, then it'll be part of vision. So where is light in its existence?
Okay, hold on, real quick. How did you measure the difference in vibration above the umbrella and below the umbrella?
Okay, but here, that doesn't prove what you believe light to be true. So again, when did you establish that light, even though it's a heliocentric model component, when did you establish that light, whatever it is real? Well, then what is
Real
it?
quick,
Just show me light.
So you don't have any.
Just before you answer, this is getting kind of heated, and if you guys are open to it, I'd be happy to like mute and unmute for you so that nobody gets stepped over. But just try to keep it like non-attacking and just more of a conversation or a dialogue.
RTH always speaks like that way.
No, but I think he's onto something. I think it's very interesting what he made me think of something now. So correct me if I'm wrong, RTH. Are you questioning, for instance, if I got a blue ball in front of me here now in my room, and I've got it's daylight outside. Now I see it's blue, but if I switch off the light and it's a pitch black room, why is it not shining blue at me anymore if that ball is actually blue? I think I get what you're trying to say here now, because why don't I see that blue? That light or that wavelength should still be hitting my eye, but why am I not seeing it unless there is a light source shining onto it? Is that correct? Because I think that is actually fascinating. It's a very good question.
Well, yeah, because again, my understanding is that there must be you must manipulate something, right? So air, to me, I'm like, you have this air, and you ever see water get hit with sound and how it can make water actually like a triangle formation? Have you ever seen that?
I have not, no.
Okay, well, check it out. It's kind of crazy. You can have water come out of the faucet, hit it with a sound, and it'll go left, right. Like it will defy every convention, right? So the fact that sound or the vibration can make something change like that, it's not out of the realm of my logical thinking that if you picture it on a very small scale.
Electrostatics does that as well. You know, you ever run your hair through a comb through your hair and then hold it to a light faucet? The light dripping.
Well, yeah, but now you get into electrostatic. What is the physical mechanism of electrostatics? Electrostatics is not physical. It falls into the realm of non-physical, non-tangible, right? Like space-time. So I dismissed it.
You can feel electrostatic. What are you talking about?
So the comb didn't do it before I ran it through my hair, and then it did it after I ran it through my hair. So if you want to just say it's friction of air again.
Well, that's what I would say. I would say your hair rubs against. You got to picture what's happening. The hair is going through the combs. Now there might be very little particles on on the comb.
Yeah.
So
Particles?
Toro, why would that happen? For instance, there's that blue ball in front of me now. I'm in a room that it says nighttime. I've got the light switch on, and I can see now the blue ball, and that blue is hitting my eye, and I'm seeing that blue ball. But if I switch that light off, why is that blue from that ball not still triggering my nerves? Do you
Well, if you
understand?
brought it closer to you, you would know it's blue.
Well, also that you still are getting triggered to the nerves. You're just not getting the same information. You're getting different information. You're getting a darker.
You're not triggering anything.
You are. You see, black is not nothing, and this is another baller tactic to create the void of the night sky.
Now.
Yeah, nothing
well,
is what
hold
I
on,
see
hold on.
behind my head.
Is black the same as nothing?
No.
It's just another trigger question.
Well, no. It's. I'm asking you. If you see dark. Or you see black, is
you're not done yet.
Nothing.
I would
so
say
roboting
no.
RTH. Yeah, we're roboting.
Yeah, no. So RTH just asked me if you see black, do you see nothing? I would say no, because nothing would be, if I'm looking ahead of me, what's behind me, that would be my nothing. I can't see it. I can't comprehend it. I can't anything.
So so the night sky, how would they, and this is why you got to understand that fundamentally all of this bullshit is to explain heliocentrism. They need black to be nothing so that when you look up, there's no ceiling. Like how else would you, like if you're in a dark room, right? You turn off the light, you don't think the room is a void. You don't think just because you can't see the walls, they're not there. So why would we then go outside and apply a completely opposite logic? Because of this. This is the fundamental way they get you to think retardedly by going, oh, black is the absence. So when you see black, you're not seeing objects, you're seeing a void of nothing. Therefore, when you look up, you see this void of nothing. And that's that's what it is, dude.
No one's thinking that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're all over the place today, brother.
No, I think it's
You don't understand that? You just talked about me, not the point. I thought we were going to talk about the point, not the person.
I think everybody agrees with what you just said about blackness not being nothing. I think it's just more like so it'll be a flat earther will kind of like try to engage with you, and you'll be like, oh, that's the same like baller, tactic, and it's like I don't even think there's a single baller in here.
Well,
so
no, you got to understand. Well, the idea that black is nothing started with the ball, right? The ballers looked at the night sky and said black is nothing.
Who here said black is nothing? Who said that?
I remember RTA saying that.
Bro, that's if you look at the mainstream model, that's what they say. They say black is the absence of. That's what they'll tell you.
of what?
Does anyone here believe in the mainstream model?
No.
Well, do you believe that? Okay, well, but if you believe that you can look up and see no physical object but still see black, then you do believe in the mainstream model, because that's what the mainstream model believes, that you cannot see any physical object and see the color black.
Models don't believe anything. Models actually just attempt to explain stuff. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. When I look up at night and I see the stars, I see holes to heaven.
Okay, well, I mean,
I don't think
believe
I'm
whatever you
looking
want.
at nothing. I don't think I've ever looked at nothing before in my life. I don't think anyone has personally.
I think we got an obfuscation expert.
Platypus, I think when it comes to nothing, the way I would explain nothing is, like I said to him early on, is I can see ahead of me, but I can't see anything behind me. If you were to ask me what I'm seeing behind me, I would say nothing. That would be nothing. Or look at my eyes. I can't see my eyes. Does that make sense? That would be nothing.
It does, but I think a more accurate response, just intellectually accurate, not like you're being intellectually dishonest or anything, but just a more descriptive way of what you are seeing when they say, what do you see behind you, is I do not see behind you, rather than saying that you see a thing that is nothing.
Well, I mean, I think there's.
I think the word nothing is the same thing as the word soon, bro. Because soon could be what? Now, later, maybe. But then nothing could be actually something or anything in your hand. If I ask you what you have in your hand right now, you say nothing.
right?
Well,
But
I get
No, but you
what
don't.
he's. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying you don't have nothing in your hand. You got air in your hand. So what can you see? You can describe nothing in that sense. Um, close your eyes, look behind you, or open your eyes, look behind you. While looking in front of you, that's nothing. You
so I
can't
guess
have
the word
something.
nothing is arbitrary then.
No, it
Possibly, yeah.
refers to not anything, right? Like if you're trying to refer to not anything, right? Like you were saying, hey, go out and don't buy anything, right? Like you could say buy nothing, because now you're saying nothing specific. And that's really what nothing means. No specific physical thing. No, there is no, it's not the existence of a void, right? It's just not a specific thing. So it is not, again, trying to make
the word
nothing
nothing is
exist.
not specific. It's not specific. It's very vague.
I get it now.
It's
We're
not
arguing.
even
We're
vague.
arguing about nothing right now, aren't we?
I was gonna
Is
say,
that?
like, can
Do I
we
get
get
it?
back
That's the
to
point.
the
Correct.
observation of
You
how light?
That's what ballers do.
Can we get back
I
to
just
the
want to say
point of
that.
how light propagates to further this conversation? I really feel like now we're getting stuck in the mud, becoming sticks in the mud. Like we're not moving forward at all.
Yeah. What is the black that was being referred to? I want to know what that
So,
is.
well, I want to put forward the idea. Sorry, apologize. I cut you.
No, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just getting back to this idea of like light being a thing. And I still say that if we're dealing with a closed system, that light is always around us because we have the gas pressure, which is always around us. And I believe firmly that the sun does nothing more than ignite those gases that are present within the system to provide light if the sun is present. If the gas is there and the sun is there, light will be produced. You can affect that, again, by standing behind buildings, going inside of a room, right? But as soon as a window comes into play, light gets introduced again. Further to talk about even light bulbs and things like that. But to remove light off the table of us being able to talk, again, it provides a blockade for a conversation. Like you can't venture forward and have a good game of catch if somebody when the subject of light comes up and it hits them in the face.
Well, you would just explain everything that light explains differently, right?
But then you become a snowflake, right? And then we
come on, man. Let me. So the idea that when you say light, you're referring to something. Now I asked, is it vision? Is it this? So what it's referring to is the bouncing photon. Now, if you're not going to present the bouncing photon, you're going to present the waving of a rope type thing, and it gets electrified. It's all these ideas. Right. So light is an idea. So to say that I can't argue with an idea, that's the dishonest part, if you ask me.
Here you go. Light is a spark, fuel, and air mixed together.
And that's
fire.
Why? And
what is fire, bro? Why don't we get into it?
Fire is fire.
Oh, is it not? What is it emitting? Heat?
Oh, it's warming the air. It's manipulating the air, which has been my point all along.
And what is it? What is it when you're looking at it? Why, when I touch it, what happens if I stick my hand in it?
Yeah, things are moving so fast off of the log, you get burned from the friction. That's what it is, dude. And the friction, you ever think, hold on. You're interrupting again.
Sorry.
I have a unique idea and you just don't. So the idea that things glow when they from friction, like if you took a machine and rubbed two pieces of metal together, they'll glow. So the same thing is happening with fire. It's just things are moving so fast, they're so small, they're rubbing against each other, they light up and they burn your skin if they go against it with friction. Don't just say nuh-uh. That's a physical process you can understand in your head.
Define glow for me.
Do we got to define?
Well,
it's the.
I'm sorry. I want to jump in here real quick. Can you show me how we can measure the speed of fire? Because you're saying it's friction that's causing it.
What is that? What?
Well, you said it's
measure. Wait, you got to measure.
Yeah.
What? So you can't walk a mile without measuring it to know you walked. Like we're not here to quantify reality. Measuring quantifies
no,
what
actually, we are here.
Okay, I'm not trying to quantify.
That is
hold on.
why we're here.
Let me wait.
Well,
no,
okay,
quantify
look, if you tell
means
me that
to
fire
count
is caused
the
by
number
friction, You tell me
30
that the heat.
seconds.
I just want to understand.
Remember when we
like, okay,
weren't going to mock ideas? Remember when you said
I'm not
we won't
mocking
mock
you.
ideas?
No, he's trying to clarify.
Yeah, I'm definitely not mocking. I'm just trying to understand. You made a comment about friction and fire, heat. So I'm just wondering if there's something there that we can measure to help us better understand the idea.
Okay, so hold on. Let me just again, measuring is the quantification specified value. Now, reality doesn't need to be measured in order to be real. Okay, do you understand? Does that make sense? Do you agree with me on that?
I disagree with you. I think that real
Okay.
things can be measured, and that's what helps us understand them. I don't base whether or not something is real, whether or not I can measure them. I just like to measure things to better understand what they are.
Okay, and when you say so, if I watch a rock fall, did I measure the rock falling or I observed it?
I don't see what that really matters.
That's experience.
Well, because okay, so let me explain since you don't understand. Because when you say measure, right? I like I told you, I love to boil down what you actually mean. Now I want to know what you physically mean, what you really mean when you say measure. So I'm going to say, what if I put a tape measure next to the rock and then dropped it? Would that be a measurement?
Well, even observing it is kind of a form of measurement. You know, if you saw the rock fall down the hill and somebody said, you know, how far down did it go? And you're like, oh, well, you know, from there to there, you know, from there to that tree where I saw it. And you have, you know, sort of an approximation of how far the rock fell. That's really all I'm.
It would
I
be
agree.
based on a measurement eventually, because it's from experience. But carry on, RTH. I would like to hear where you're going with this.
I was just saying you wouldn't need to measure it, right? And this is one of the things about the measuring, right? Because I had the same exact conversation with a baller who was trying to convince me gravity was real, even though he couldn't present it, he could just measure it. And I was like, but how do you measure it? And he was like, with a gravimeter. I'm
You
like,
don't need to bring up another.
well, no,
thing
but
that's not being
you don't need
discussed,
to interrupt me.
I
You
don't
don't need
hold
to
that
interrupt me is what you really don't need to do. Okay, remember, we don't do the
I
interrupting
felt-
thing here. We don't
I
do the
felt the
interrupting
need-
thing here.
I felt I'm a moderator. Felt the
But then
need
you should
to
know
just-
better. Then you should know
All right.
better, right?
Oh, dude. Okay, here's the thing. You're acting super defensive.
You're
getting a
talking
little
about
heated.
me now.
I am, because you're the issue.
Well, yeah,
I
but
want to
the
continue
moderators
this conversation.
should.
I want to continue this conversation without being interrupted and without feeling the need to interrupt you and like keep us on topic. Because I asked you.
Yeah,
a
we're
simple
gonna have to
question.
do the mute and unmute then. We're gonna have to do it with right the hand. It doesn't seem like it can happen any other way. So who wants to mute and unmute him? I can do it. Or someone else wants to.
I volunteer
I mean,
for
why
tribute.
not give him? Why not give RTH temporary mods and he can unmute himself and he can unmute me and whoever's talking to him. Let's see how that goes.
All right. Well, does somebody want to debate with him?
I was trying.
I didn't interrupt anyone. Just so you know, whoever was talking admitted to interrupting me. Just so you know.
I know. It's just I know. There's just too many little things. There's too many little things that happen. You know, in terms of like, you thought they were done. Like I heard a little pause. It sounded to me like you were done when he came in. It didn't sound like a complete interruption. So there's just too many little things that happen. So let's just keep the audio really clean. So I'll unmute and unmute Platypus and write the hand. Or right the hand, I could give you mod, and you could unmute and unmute whoever you're talking with. What do you want?
Bro, I will concede the floor. Like I'll just, you know, I don't want this to be like, oh, you got to wait to talk. I'll just concede the floor. But when I speak, just do the same.
No, we have to do it. It doesn't work. I'm sorry. It seems like whatever your engagement is, it doesn't seem possible. So who was just, let's go right on the point. Was it Platypus's point or right the hand?
I'll mute myself. He can talk. I'll mute myself and I'll wait.
Gio, maybe you could do it because I think I would love to hear what Right the Hand has to say, but every time he gets to the point, it gets interrupted. So I would like to get to hear what Right the Hand has to say. So maybe you could do the modding between the two and allow others to ask questions. I think that would help. But I think he's got something very interesting to share.
I think right the hand point is that every time somebody puts out something that's obvious, he compares it to like how it's just like the globe or just like God or just like religion, and therefore, you know, it's a bad argument that light is light, and yeah, that's what the ballers do. I think that's right the hand's point, if I've been listening correctly.
that's when he gets interrupted. But I think right hand, stop bringing that up and just carry on to the point, because I think what you have to share may be very interesting. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense.
Right hand does get interrupted a lot, and well, like if you want to engage with them, you know, then engage and don't interrupt, kind of thing. Now, there's potentially maybe you do go on a bit long at times, and people might consider it a monologue, or because I know that when people tend to link like 5, 6, 7, 8 ideas together, it gets very intense. So maybe people may be feeling like, whoa, you've said a bunch of points. You know, something's got to happen here. Like, so I don't know if you could try to keep the points more concise too. I think probably the mute unmute with the 30-second limit would probably be pretty killer for this type of an engagement in this scenario, because 30 seconds limits the monologue. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to really concise your point and then throw it back to the other person, instead of like, once you go past 30 seconds, 45, a minute, minute and 15, minute and 30, it gets very difficult to even think of responding to that many points usually.
Also, if you can't make the concise point in under 30 seconds, you're rambling at that point.
I agree.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead, right? I want to hear what you had to say about what the darkness is. If you guys don't mind, if we can carry on from there, because I would love to hear what his point is from that. I think that would be awesome.
So if you take an object, right, and it has color, and you kind of rotate it, the color will change, not drastically. You're not going to get orange to red, but you'll get a shade difference. And I believe that's because of the physical structure of the object. You know, if you have diagonals, you know, however it'll appear a different way, or however it is, right? So color is, to me, there's no electrical or non-physical component to color. There's a physical reason why things are that color. And then, so light just becomes color to me. And then when you could say turn the color off, right? To me, that is much more descriptive of what we see, that you turn the color off and everything is black, instead of you turning the light off and it's dark. Because, you know, if I was to say, hey, paint my car dark, you would have no idea what dark red, dark blue, which dark what. But if I said paint my car black, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I like to be more specific than vague. So to me, it's more specific to say dark than to say black than dark.
That's interesting. So, for instance, if I've done it a few times now, because we get this thing called load shedding in South Africa, where they switch our power off. So if I shine my torch on my towel and it's got a dark color on it, and it's got dark yellow. There's a picture on the towel, but I shine it on the dark part. The room doesn't shine as bright, but I shine on the yellow part, or the lighter part of it. The lighter part of the towel makes the whole room shine up. Sorry. Anyways, the whole room shines up lighter when I reflect the light of it. So, what's causing that? I understand the torch is shining against the towel, which is now reflecting light or reflecting some sort of vibration. How's the torch doing that? Does that make sense?
For me, yeah. So I see it as there's a constant connection. That's why you don't see staticky. You see everything. So the idea, I know you don't believe it, but the photons. To me, I'd be like, wouldn't you see it like in spots? You wouldn't get this. So I think there's a constant connection. And if you could, which is the air, right? And if you can manipulate that air, you'll manipulate that connection, and therefore it will look different.
So what don't I believe? Because I think that makes sense.
Because I have, there's only 3 components to vision for how I see it. You have a 4th component, which would be light.
No. So I'm asking the question. You telling me what I don't believe. So no. So I understand.
Or not so much you.
Yeah. So as far as I understand with photons, is they're taking vibrations and they're quantifying an amount of vibrations and they're calling it a photon. But within that photon, there's vibrations. That's as far as I got from that. Do
you ever? But think about, the photon doesn't hit your eye in a wave; it hits it at a singular point. So how is it defining? To me, it didn't make sense that it would understand the wave difference if it's just striking your eye. It's just going to hit your eye. You're not going to get a wave unless it's going through your eye and your eye is processing that wave, continuously.
Yes. So
my eyes receiving that information, that amount of photons with that amount of vibrations, it's like almost like zeros and ones of a computer, and my brain is receiving that information. Those photons, I'm going to put in inverted commas photons, but that quantification of vibrations is information that my brain is receiving. That is what's hitting my eyeball.
I just think it's the vibration of the air. So I'm almost with them. I just, instead of the photon, to me, it's just the air vibrates. And you can split air up very tiny, and it does things. Air does weird things when you
But you
vibrate
can
it
remove the
at
air and have light.
ridiculous speeds.
No, I think that we're on the same page. I honestly believe that RTH and I are on the same page, or at least for me, at least I would say, dude, I think I agree with you. Just what I'm understanding, what's been presented is they taking a certain amount of vibrations in the air, and they're saying, okay, this amount of vibrations, they're putting it, they're quantifying it. They're saying, okay, that amount of vibrations, they're going to call a photon. They're not separating it and saying, okay, it is a photon now. I'm just saying they're quantifying it. But yeah, I think I would agree with you. But
But wait,
yeah,
how
go
can you
ahead.
have light without how can you have light then without air? You can actually have light in a vacuum.
Yeah, you can still
Because the
have a
vacuum is,
vibration.
yeah, the vacuum restructures the air. It doesn't remove it. That's,
You
again,
can
in
you
my
can actually physically
worldview.
remove the air. Air has properties.
I
you
know
can
what you
actually,
mean, Johnny.
yeah, you can remove the air. You can actually remove it and make a vacuum at any level you want. And it doesn't affect the light whatsoever. So if you were having scientific experiments saying, I think it's air or something vibrating, well, you keep on removing or keep on changing that variable, you should see some change. We don't see any change.
It's still a frequency. It's like
Well, you do see it.
skipping underwater.
You do see a change.
No.
Isn't
You don't.
like a clear day versus a foggy day, right? That's a
Well, that's
that's
not
a completely different vision thing. And yeah, that's
that's not
you
air.
know, what do you mean? It's
The
the
fog is
air is
not
not
air.
in the air.
Fog is actual water droplets, condensed water, which is 1,000th the size or 1,000 times larger than the air. So it's a completely different scenario when you have, say, there's fog. On a clear day, there's not particles in the air, just gases. Gases are invisible. It doesn't affect if you're in a vacuum, there's no air. If you
Well,
put
but
air
what
in
if
there, it's still clear. You can't tell whether there's air or not in there.
maybe you're just removing the water from the air, right? And that's so
No.
you have this super
We can
dry
measure
air
that.
inside, and it's very.
We can measure
Zanik,
that. We can measure
yeah, yeah.
can measure the water in the air, because if we drop a temperature and pressure, we can actually get that water in the air to condense and turn into fog again. So no, everything you're saying is it's an interesting idea, but it's easily disproved by just simple tests.
But Zanik, is it do they change speed in a vacuum versus in air vibrations?
No,
Or
light
light?
doesn't change its speed in a vacuum versus some kind of dense air or dense medium.
But it does.
No, it doesn't.
Then how does refraction work?
It doesn't
Yeah, he
change the
got you
speed of the
there.
light. The light you can think of as taking little stops along the way.
But it's I've read that they say that the reason for the change with refraction, the speed of light changes in its medium.
What is the requirement of refraction? Do you know the three requirements?
Oh man, dude, I'm no fucking scientist, but
I know. But you're making a
different
statement. You
density
should know
mediums.
this.
Yeah, yeah. So all I know is that the light travels at different speeds in different
Well, no,
mediums.
but there's some. You got to really understand. So you're not a scientist, but you can learn a real simple concept. Refraction requires three elements. You need to have a differential medium, a change in the medium. There has to be some change, but more importantly, there has to be a change of angle. Angle of incidence has to be available as well. If you don't have a change of angle of incidence and a change in the medium, then there will not be any refraction, because those two components are
That's fine.
required.
That's fine. But
So
hold
if
on,
you're
but
shooting light through,
change of medium, you're gonna change speed. So
yeah, but we're not
travels at a
changing the
different speed
medium.
in
We're just
different
going through a
mediums.
medium. If the medium is going to change its speed, then we should see it when we fire it through different types of mediums, and we don't.
But we do.
We don't. It has to have an angle of incidence.
No,
It has to. It has to have a change of medium. A
light
homogeneous
travels at
medium.
different speeds in different mediums. That's what mainstream.
I guess you're not
does
getting the
teach.
point. So let's just stop.
Yeah.
So what's the refraction index then? What would that be even invented if it doesn't change?
We're changing.
I wanted to hear right the hand.
No, I understand that, but because he's saying light doesn't slow down through medium, but it does. Light, it doesn't matter the angle of incidence, because it says, okay, well,
by DSY. He says yes, light is slowed down in transparent media such as air, water, and glass. The ratio by which it's slowed is called the refractive index of the medium and is always greater than 1. This was discovered by John Foucault.
I wanted to hear Right the Hand and Zanuck go back about
I did too. I was really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I was about to jump in with the mute and unmute if those two are going to go. We can make it really clean and good audio. See, the bottom line with it, okay, when it gets into the debate and it's an open panel type mode, it's pretty simple. Some combinations of people can totally do it without issues, with no interruptions, clean as is, good to go. But most combinations of people, like for whatever reason, it tends to go off the rails. You know, we all know what happens. Little interruptions, little ad homs, little you don't understand, you're not educated, whatever the things that happen, or just the person paused. The other guy thought he was done, so he went, but then the pause was actually just a pause. It wasn't you know what I mean? And when it gets heated like that, it's not in that kind of flow of like a podcast mode where you're just sort of sharing ideas and it's not a big deal if you're interrupted because people really want to get in. And then if there's fallacies and these other things. So yeah, it's cool. We'll just mod it so it's good, clean audio. The thing is, like if we mod it like this, nobody none of the mutes are personal or anything like that. We're actually just doing it so that everyone can be heard, have their voice fully heard, and then and the other side, both sides can be heard by the audience. So it's not like personally like, oh, you're muted because for any personal thing. It's actually just making it so that each side can be fully represented and have their time, and then it makes for a way better listening experience.
Just seemed like we had too many people with too many different topics at once. Like if we can try to reduce it down to one topic, a smaller amount of individuals, I think we can get somewhere.
If we can go back to the original one, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we were going back to the original, but the thing was that was just a little off topic because we had had to do some clarification of that light does slow down depending on mediums. But then we could go back to the main point, which was the damn it.
Can you have a vacuum? Can you ever pull all of the air out of the vacuum? That was kind of where Right the Hand and Zanuck started off. I don't know if Zanuck's still here.
Yeah, you can keep on removing the medium and see how it affects the speed of light. Now you're talking about the speed of light from one point to another. I have to concede that in that context, yes, the light slows down overall because we say in science, in physics, they say that it's making stops along the way. Even though speed of light is not slowing, it does have a rate of propagation because of the way it's transferred through the medium. But if you start removing the medium and have a vacuum, then that'll be the fastest speed because there's no material there. So that's kind of what you're saying. I mean, so we're both kind of saying two different things. I was being, not pedantically accurate, but I was just telling that the speed of light itself does not change, but there are ways that it can seemingly change via refraction, and the refractive index is an indication of 1.06 or something, or 0.4 for air, and then 1.4 for water. It's quite a bit greater, obviously. 30%.
And still, the issue with what RTH was saying was that what was with the light, and then you said, we could do that in a vacuum, light would still be there.
Well, the point is, he said that you need the medium, the vibration, so it'd be the opposite effect. If you start removing it, there'd be less of it there, so the vibrations would be, you think it's slower in the vacuum. Whereas with the water, like sound travels faster in the water. If it was vibrations, that's a great analogy, right? Why does sound travel faster in a more dense medium? It's opposite of what he's saying. So it's his idea. He knows it's his only idea that no one would agree with, and it's okay that he brings it up, but it doesn't make much sense when you look at other types of true vibrations and speeds through different types of mediums for sound, for example. Not like sound.
Why are we comparing sound to light, though?
Because he said that he thought that light was something that actually interacts with the air to be able to propagate, and sound does that. We can show that. No, so his idea that sound is similar to light in that respect is completely oppositely wrong.
Well, let me clarify my point. There is no sound. Sound is merely the manipulation of the air. Okay, so just like I don't know the South African guy's name. He was saying how the photon is the quantification of whatever it is. Yeah, that's what sound is. So like the particular vibration that makes a huh sound, we call huh, when in reality it's a very particular vibration of the air. And then we break down these unique vibrations and we get words and sounds.
Correct.
Well, I'll just say you said that with a lot of chutzpah.
But there is no sound. Like and this is my point is you can't separate. You're trying to create so I manipulate the air, it hits your ear, and then we have me manipulating the air and hits your ear, and we also have sound. Well, like why did we need sound? Why couldn't we just stick with the air?
It's the air pressure. It's air pressure change. It's a frequency of the air pressure change. It's a force that acts on objects. It can act on a wing. It can act on your eardrum. It can act on anything. It can break glass.
Yeah,
so we all agree that sound is this manipulation, as you said, of the air. I wouldn't disagree with you there. But light is not like that. Light doesn't do that.
Well,
you're saying
then don't you can't.
Sound itself
Well, then you
is
can't compare light and
a
sound.
product of the human condition and the way in which we interpret sound.
No,
Because it's effectively, don't argue. I'm just trying to say, like, sound is effectively a series of clicks. Like any kind of tones are clicks. They're a series of clicks that can be broken up, and like we hear them at a certain speed and density, and it's what makes things sound like how they sound to us. So, yeah, it's kind of subjective, like to call. Yeah,
no,
it's just energy.
It's not human. Hey, I thought you were done. I thought you were saying it's a human condition. No, I can use sound to break glass. No people in the room. Just I could create sound, and I will break glass. I have a wall move very quick, or a plate move very quickly toward you, and it will create a sound. And it can have a force, and you'll hear it. Or you can see the effects on some other object. It's just being able to.
What you think like a person sounds like is subjective because of your scale and how your ears work.
No, it's not per se. You can actually measure all the frequencies that come out of a stereo system, or a car horn, or an explosion, or a clap, or someone saying "uh-huh." All those have fingerprints, and we can with pressure and frequencies.
At a certain scale, yeah. Okay.
But it acts very differently and oppositely to how light works. Light doesn't do that.
Well, it's pulses though when you get right down to it, isn't it?
Which way?
It's just a series of pulses.
It doesn't have to be a series. It can be just one pulse.
It's
it's called frequency.
Sound has a frequency.
Specifically, I thought we were talking about light. My bad.
Well, we were.
The media.
Oh, wait a
itself,
minute. They're the same thing, aren't they?
the media that it goes through is the quantizer of that energy.
You understand what happens, for example, with sound when you break the sound barrier. What happens when you break the sound barrier?
You know, light has a barrier too. There's what's called the light barrier.
Light barrier, yeah. So when you go fast at the speed of sound through a particular medium, what happens to the medium? What happens to the sound? These are things you have to think about when you compare it to how light reacts in that same medium. They're very dissimilar.
Now the question is, Zanuck, because we haven't had a quote unquote perfect vacuum to test it. So when you say we could try in a vacuum and light will still be there, well, what have you done it without? Well, in a perfect vacuum? I mean, I don't think that's even possible, right?
We understand very well how light works, and we can remove as much air as possible in a tube, and it will never be perfect. Although elements within it will be perfect because there's actually distance between these atoms or molecules. So, but as we start, it's just like when we talk about refraction, differential measurements is how we determine what is happening in that particular experiment. So you keep on removing some and do a test, remove more, do a test, and keep on removing until you can't remove anymore, and see what the effect is of the light or the sound. You can then determine what actually is going on pretty accurately. with predictive qualities too.
Zanik, isn't the sound wave and the light wave very similar in the sense that they're both waves, but the shape of them would determine what they do? So I've read something about it's called a picosecond. I could be wrong. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But there's a picosecond, yeah, and that's the one where there's where light would begin or something like that. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Have you ever heard of picosecond?
Yeah, of course. It's a billionth of a second.
Yeah, and that's where light would come from. But it's still a sound, or a
No, it's not
sound
a sound.
wave. It's a sound wave, yes.
It's not a sound wave, because sound wave is implying and inferring that you are moving a medium. Water, the speed of sound in water is much faster than the speed of sound in air, for the reasons what define what a sound is, what the word sound means. Light, it doesn't do that. Light will travel slower, effectively, over one point to another in water due to refraction.
So what is a picosecond?
How is that an argument?
Billionth of a second.
Wait, so
But
sound?
that's time. What is a picosecond? What is it in reality? How
It's
is
a
it
unit measure.
measurable?
It's measurable. You can measure a picosecond.
So when you say that about sound traveling through water, does that mean a sonic boom happens at a different speed underwater?
Well, sonic boom is when you start breaking through the speed of sound in that medium. So yes, the speed of sound would be different in water. I mean, breaking the speed of sound would be different in water than air, because obviously it's faster, much faster.
So the mantis shrimp isn't like going hitting something at 666 nautical miles per hour or whatever. He's actually hitting it slower than that to create the sonic boom he makes.
He makes it with tentacles, with his body. You do something quickly, you can break the sound barrier. And like for a whip, when you hear a whip crack, you're breaking the sound barrier at the end of the whip. Or propeller.
This question still sounds, which I think, that definitely has to be correct, because if you're saying that sound moves quicker in thicker medium, then he's not moving at the 600 and something knots.
He's moving much. He's not moving. I think he's referring to something that an animal creates in water that breaks the sound barrier in water, which is much faster than 760 miles an hour.
So it'd be a measure of like torque in a way, wouldn't it?
No.
Zanik, I don't mean to downgrade you.
It's a measure of a compression of the actual medium.
I don't mean to downgrade you to the level of Google, but when I Google picosecond and sound picosecond, the sources appear to point to that sound is a acoustic. There's some sort of sound vibration, which is now quantified as a picosecond, but it does appear to identify as sound vibration. I'm not too sure if that makes sense to you at all, or if you understand better.
Well, a picosecond is just a unit measure of time.
No. So what I'm saying is that when I Google it, they all point to acoustic measurement, sound measurement, and vibration measurement. When I Google picosecond, and it all points to acoustic measurement, so a quantifiable amount of sound vibration, not a measurement of time. That time would measure
a
time.
picosecond is a trillionth of a second. I think I said billion. It's a trillionth of a second. It's a very small unit measure of time.
But of what?
Of time. If you have a second, it takes a second to do something. It's a unit measure of time.
What? Time of what?
Time is just a progression of existence.
Yeah,
It's
so
a
they
unit
saying
measure of
it's,
that.
but they giving it as a time of acoustics. They talking about acoustics here in this, a picosecond acoustics. They're mentioning it in a vibrational level.
Well, they know how long it takes certain things to happen. Like in the computer world, they would use picoseconds to say how long it takes some certain process or some certain function of a computer to take place.
It's a convention, pretty much a convention.
No. So for me,
it's a unit
what
measure of
I
time.
read is No, for what I read is it's a measure of time of an amount of vibrations. So there's a measurement of time between so and so vibration, which they call a picosecond, but it is a vibration. This is what they are saying. So you saying it's just a measurement of time. Cool, great.
It is. Yeah.
It's an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, that's fine. I don't want to go further. Cool.
I mean, yeah, there's things that they can say are defined by the picosecond, like how long it takes certain processes to take place, like I mentioned in the computer, but or how far light travels in in a picosecond. I think it's less than a millimeter or something. I mean, so it's not a unit measure of that. It's just we know how far light will travel in that amount of time, in any amount of time, because we know it travels at 186,000 miles per second.
So what is light? Then we go back to the RTH point that what is light though, right? Because we're going off to off topics, and RTH says that light isn't. Well, light isn't something physical.
Yeah, he was talking about colors and.
No, well, light and sound are no longer things, right? They're just byproducts of something, according to RTH.
How many picoseconds do you need to be in the sun before you get sunburned?
It depends on how much friction you're creating.
Yeah, I really want to get back to my question of how we measure this friction. Because I'm about to go get sunburned right now. I'm actually kind of excited. But
about 50 minutes, about 40 or 50 minutes, you might get a sunburn.
And I'm trying to figure out.
Depends on your melanin content, my dude. Come on.
And I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how the chicken nuggets that go in the oven have friction created around them in order for them to start changing color and actually start changing, not form, but thawing out, if you will, in the oven. Because I'm not understanding how friction propagates inside of a closed box.
Well, I want to understand how people with different colors of skin are reducing friction, and reducing vibration around them. Like my buddy who's very dark colored, he doesn't get sunburned. And so what is it about the color of his skin that is changing the vibrations or the friction of
where are you using the word friction? Where are you using friction? There's no friction.
They're addressing me. They're addressing me, Zanuck. So first, can you vibrate air?
Wait, hold on. But when you said dark colored,
this is for Zanuck.
Hold on, I know. No, it wasn't for Zanuck.
Yes, you can vibrate air. Yes,
so platypus.
Pretty sure Zanuck doesn't believe sunburn is air.
No, air can be vibrated. You can have sound travel through air. It can show easily measured vibration in the air.
Okay, well, how about that? Let me ask you this: can you vibrate air to the point where it creates friction on a surface?
Can you vibrate air so it creates a friction? Well, friction is usually between surfaces of objects. Even though drag is considered a type of friction force, it's really more of a drag, more of a.
Why do you think meteors burn up in the atmosphere?
Because the air in front of it is compressed, not because there's friction. You didn't know that, did you?
Bro, come on. Everybody says when it enters the atmosphere, right? It enters that thick medium going so fast it creates friction. Yeah.
No, everyone doesn't say. A lot of people say that. That are not educated. A lot of uneducated people say that, but that's not why meteors burn.
My teachers in school.
I will. I'm your teacher right now.
Okay, well, but that's again the
compression. Hold on. The compression of the air in front of the meteor gets so great that it creates a tremendous amount of heat, just based on simple gas laws, simple understanding of how gases work. You compress the air, it gets hot. It gets so hot, it starts melting the meteor. It's not because of friction; it's because it's compressing in the air. You can validate it anywhere you want.
Okay, but okay, but I was actually I was just trying to analogy, but back to my actual point. We can vibrate air, and we know friction is when surfaces rub together. Air has a surface, so can we create friction by vibrating air?
Vibrating air alone is not going to create friction.
No, it's rubbing up against, you vibrate the air, and then as, picture you got a drill or whatever, you got this thing, and in front of it, the air vibrates, and then you put that vibrating air up against metal. Could you heat it up?
Yeah, you'll heat it up, but that's not because of friction. It's because of you're compressing the air around it. Yeah, the air compresses,
So
it gets very hot.
Why does compressed air get hot?
Part of gas laws.
What's the mechanical process that creates this heat?
Well,
Would it be friction the friction of the molecules, right?
The temperature has to go because the energy goes up per unit volume.
What is?
You have certain so you understand, if I have a glass of air and I have a lid on it or a plunger on it, and I was able to push the plunger down, do you understand why the air, why that cylinder would become hot? Or if I was when you release a soda can, why it gets cold real quick when the pressure is released? These are the simple properties of how gases work. How a lot of molecules.
Okay, I'm aware of the effects. Okay, but
so if you compress,
why does compressed air get hot? Like, what is the physical mechanical process behind the generation of heat when you compress air?
Because all the energy you had in a larger volume is now compressed in a smaller volume. So the temperature has to go up because now these molecules, the mechanical reason for this is that now these vibrating molecules are much closer together. Still same energy content as you had when it was larger, but it's in a much smaller size. So that would create a rise in measurable temperature. The heat energy would be the same.
But you said we put air into the. Sorry, you just said we put air into the tank, and then you compress the air. Yeah, you compress the air in the container, and it gets hot. And then you said because of energy. But we only put air in there. So where is this energy coming? I thought the air was being compressed, not energy. It's like you're adding this.
No, I'm not adding anything. That air had a certain temperature when you put it in there. If it's at 70 degrees, for example, that gives us the temperature will give us the average velocity of these molecules in the container. They are moving. That's what we know. This happens. They're not static. They're actually dynamic. They're moving, and that speed, the velocity, dictates the temperature. And the total amount of velocities of all the molecules would be the heat in that container. When we compress it, that temperature would then go up because now we're making a smaller volume for the same amount of energy, and that energy it manifests itself in a temperature. You can measure that. The total kinetic energy would be the heat. The temperature would be the average velocities.
I'm just like, and this is nothing against you. It's very hard to have a conversation about, because like you view everything different than I do, right? So you're going, oh, we measure the temperature, and to you, temperature is the speed at which a ball hits the thermometer or whatever, and that's not what it is to me. So it's almost, I don't really know where.
Well, if you go back to the basics of how we measure the velocities of air, you have to understand. You probably agree with Newton's laws of F equals ma, right? You probably understand that. And so why do we measure a container of compressed air to have 10 pounds more air in it when it's full than when it's empty? How does the scale interact with that air molecules? It's a container. Maybe it could be a round ball. Put it with a little nozzle on it. You can fill it or release the air. Put that ball on a scale. And why does that ball weigh 10 pounds more when we have compressed air in there than we did when it was empty?
You realize things weigh less when you weigh them underwater, right?
Why would you even say that? I'm talking about something very specific.
Because
answer my question first.
Let me. Don't interrupt me, Zanuck, please. I sat and listened to your spiel. So the idea that you have three components to weight. You have the scale, you have the object, and you have the medium. Now, water is a thicker medium, so it creates more lift on the object, so it won't weigh as much on the scale. Then you take it out of the water, you have less lift in the air. So if you thicken the air by putting, like I've said, I was talking about this yesterday, when you put salt in water. If you start throwing air into a tank, air's not perfectly clean. You're going to be throwing deposits of microscopic particles and little bits of water in there. So to say you're just making more air is, again, in my view, not actually what's happening.
Okay.
So you can't just use that as the explanation.
Successfully diverted a very, very interesting and possibly productive conversation to something completely off the rails. Let's go back to the freaking ball.
According to you, no. Let's stick to the container.
Water. I'm not talking. Let me. I let
but
you
there's
talk.
water in the
I
air.
let you talk. Let me talk. Hold on. Let me talk. You talk, and now it's my turn. Just real quick. I'll address.
All right, guys, hold on real quick. If you can do it without the mute unmute, then carry on. If not, then we'll jump in. If you can't,
I'll make sure. All
right. Yeah, just let me respond because I'm going to address both your points. So you went into water. Yes, buoyancy is a real thing. We all can talk about buoyancy till the cows come home. Let's just talk about the ball on the scale. Now, if you want to take that ball filled with 10 pounds of air or empty and put it in water, well, yes, it would have different floating characteristics. It might sink a little lower with 10 pounds in it, and without the 10 pounds, it'd float more because, yes, the denser medium is for every unit volume is going to have more force acting up on it because the force of buoyancy is related to and directly proportional to the amount of the weight of the volume that's been displaced. Whatever you displace, whatever that displaced medium weighs, that's the force acting up on it. Even in air, even sitting on a scale, we're displacing some air. That's a force acting up. Not a lot because air of that volume doesn't weigh very much, but that's the force acting up on it. So let's move on to what I was talking about, because that would be more productive. The ball of air is now containing 70-degree air inside of a ball, 10 pounds of it, because we weigh it on the scale. How is that 10 pounds registering on the scale if those molecules inside the ball are running in all directions and don't have velocity?
One, I don't believe that air is balls bouncing in all directions, and two, I've already stated that. The air at sea level or around sea level or wherever, it's not pure air. So when you start, quote, pumping air into this container, you are putting, this is why I brought up the water, you are putting droplets of water and droplets of dead skin and all this stuff in there. So of course it's going to weigh more. Yeah.
All right. We have a filtration system. We filter out all dead skin. We filter out the water because remember, water can only be about 1% of the air, even at 100% humidity. So we filter out the water, and we do this called air dryers. And we have this container full of 10 pounds. We can open it into some other, like a vacuum, and see what comes out of it, and it'll just be air. They can measure it and see if there's any tests of anything else in there. They don't think we can determine what's in the this vacuum. If we evacuate this ball into a vacuum, we can determine. So just kind of run with me. We have this 10 pounds in this ball, and I can use this 10-pound ball of air with a little nozzle on it to fill tires or blow leaves around or do whatever we want to do with compressed air because it's got a lot of force potential in there. So we have the 10 pounds of air. It's got maybe 1,000 psi in there. How is the scale registering the 10 pounds? What's interacting with this ball? Empty weighs let's say it weighs 10 pounds empty, and now it weighs 20 pounds when it's full. What changed? What is acting on the scale when I put the air in there so that it actually measures? Because nothing's solid in there, just air. It's not liquefied.
Didn't I just answer that?
You said, oh, it's dead skin and water vapor. No, water vapor is 1%. It's dead skin.
But how do you
filter that out?
But again, you're assuming that, if you have a 50 micron filter, everything under 50 microns is going to go in. And if you have air that is full of stuff that is under 50 microns spread out, and then you just start throwing it all into a container, yeah, it's going to get heavier. I feel like you can.
So there's 10 pounds of stuff in there. So you're saying there's 10 pounds of stuff that's not air inside that container. That's what you're saying? And it's sitting at the bottom of this. Even if you had stuff in that suspended, that's even a good segue, actually. So let's say there is little pieces of stuff in there. How is that registering on the scale? Is it sitting at the bottom of this container? 10 pounds of whatever it is?
Well, it would be like if you put a boat on a scale and then you started throwing things in the boat. It's going to pick up the weight of the stuff in it.
Yeah, because all the stuff would be at the bottom of the boat. It'd be like your ice chest and your beers and your shovels and your water skis. All would be sitting on the floor. We can see that. So we have a clear plastic ball. Make it even so a clear glass.
Wait,
ball.
Hold on. The beer is sitting at the top of the water.
No, you just said in our boat, we put the stuff in the boat. It weighs more. Come, let me just finish this one thought.
Oh yeah, wait, hold on. Let me.
So we got just one thought. It's real quick. We got a glass ball. We can see in it. All right. We pressurize it to 1,000 psi. It's not liquefied. We can look at it, shake it. We can use X-ray vision. We could use a microscope. We can't see anything in there. But let's say we have some dust in there and some skin. What do you say? Dead skin, whatever you said. We see those pieces in there. We put it on the scale. What are we weighing? Why is it 10 pounds more? Do you think there's 10 pounds of dead skin in there? How is it weighing? What's
So
the mechanism?
if you have a container, okay, now picture a scuba tank. You fill it with liquid. You put it on the tank, or you put it on the scale. You get a weight. Now you start putting things into the water that is inside that scuba tank. The weight's going to go up, right?
I guarantee you in my scuba tanks when I go scuba diving that when I get my 10 pounds of air to go down 60 feet, there is not a gallon of water, over a gallon of water in my scuba tank. Okay?
Did I say there was a gallon of water?
Yes, by saying that there's 10 pounds. Hold on, by saying that
Well,
there's
how do you,
10 pounds.
again,
Hold on, let me explain before you start running your mouth. When you talked about the 10 pounds worth of water and other shit, you realize that a gallon of water weighs 8.26 pounds? And so to have 10 pounds worth of water and other shit, it would require over a gallon worth of water?
Yeah, okay. What do you if the water was vaporized
You're
to
gonna
the
tell me
point
that
where it's like a vapor,
You're gonna tell me that there's a gallon
it
worth
would
of
be the
vaporized
same as
water
water
in my
pressure.
You're gonna tell me that there's a gallon worth of vaporized water in my scuba tank that holds 2.5 gallons worth of like space. Is that what you're gonna run with?
So
Is
what
that
do you
what you're
think?
gonna run with?
And what do you hold on, don't interrupt me. And what are you going to run with? That it's oxygen which the ballers invented and gave to you? Is that what you're running with?
The oxygen that the ballers and what?
You right the hand. Come on, man. You're just being comical now.
It's like two sides of stupidity are posted up against each other, yapping like little
talking
dogs.
to the spiller. Well, but who invented who discovered oxygen? Right?
The Greeks?
Who made this great discovery of this this ball of oxygen? And that's how we breathe.
What?
I mean,
That's a mad,
that'll be a question to find
unsophisticated
out.
retelling of history.
Yeah,
Dude. What's
ask
wrong
yourself
with
who invented oxygen? Who found oxygen? Well,
you?
what if Newton was the person
why do you
that
paint history as in a question and then paint it incorrectly? What is that?
Well, because your oxygen, right? Like when I was
No, I said,
growing up,
what is
I
that?
was
Not-
told a whole
not-
bunch of things.
not
You're
justify
interrupting.
yourself.
Okay, well, when I say it, well, then maybe if I didn't answer. So when I was growing up, I was told a whole bunch of stuff. Like the earth is a ball, Santa Claus exists, we breathe oxygen. And then as I got older, I started seeing a lot of these lies. So now I'm at the point where I'm like, oxygen, they lied about that. They lied about everything else. Why would they, and where is this oxygen? How can I verify it? And I couldn't. So I stopped believing.
What? So instead of actually investigating it, you just threw everything out. Like,
I tried to verify that
Yeah,
oxygen
okay.
existed. I
Sure.
couldn't do it. So I tried to verify
So
God
because
existed.
you
I couldn't
couldn't
do it. I tried to verify.
Therefore,
Why don't you try to run an acetylene torch without oxygen? Maybe just an air paint.
Can't do it. If I can't verify it.
Did you hear what I said? You can verify. Try to maybe see how it reacts with other types of fuels like acetylene. So take acetylene and take oxygen.
How what reacts?
And when you light it on fire, you mix the
oxygen. We're trying to prove the existence of oxygen.
I know. Let me finish. You don't even know. You have no idea what I'm even going to say. Because you just keep on interrupting. So you have acetylene and you have oxygen in tanks, and you mix them together out of a little nozzle, and you light one. The acetylene torch is pretty, almost like everyone knows what this looks like. You know what it sounds like. Now you have an air nozzle, comes with an air tank that you pumped up with a hand pump. You know you pumped up with hand, whatever's in the air, dead skin and all. And then you mix it with the acetylene and try to light it and see what happens. It won't work. So you know that there's a difference between air and oxygen. And the oxygen seems to be very, 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 very. Hold on.
Can I respond, please? And secondly, because I cannot talk to you. This is the last time I've ever
You're lagging pretty hard right now, bro.
What you totally represented what I said. Good. I
Yeah,
don't even want to talk to him.
yeah.
I don't know if
He's
anyone can hear
roboting.
you. Okay,
No,
yeah,
he's
you're roboting.
roboting. Yeah, but I want to say that I appreciate where right hand is actually coming from. I see a lot of myself in right hand. However, right hand, the only, I don't want to say advice, but the experience that I've had is I didn't take the approach you're taking. I'd rather ask the questions and do some more research and then possibly keep it to yourself. Otherwise, you're going to get a lot of hostility. But yeah, dude, I appreciate where you're coming from. I was where you were as well. And I'm not saying that I know it all. I'm just saying that I resonate with a lot with what you are saying, at least.
Yeah, it's the skeptical nature, you know. And the thing that Zanuck was saying, right? Like, fuck. This is what he does. He just keeps going and then misrepresents, and it's hard to get back.
Don't get me wrong. I don't agree with everything that you're saying, but I understand why you are where you're at. And
Okay.
But dude, just take a step back and just hear what they have to say. Just get a little bit of trust, and then do some research. I'm not saying that they're all correct. I'm just saying just have a little bit of trust before you attack the people, because sometimes they are correct, and that's something I learned later on. But
Here, this is the thing I was going to. Let me just say this. Me and Zanuck were trying to. We were having the debate of if oxygen exists, and he goes, "Yeah, you can prove it by taking a tank of oxygen." And I'm like, "Okay, do you not understand the whole? It would be like me trying to prove that the Bible is the word of God and going, yeah, so you just take the Bible, which is the word of God, and like you're starting with what we're trying to prove. So this is why I think it's just totally pointless to talk.
I think you're like misunderstanding what he's
Yeah.
saying, because hold on, shush. You can take different gases and see that they have different effects, and notice that one specific kind of gas has one specific kind of effect that we attribute to oxygen. But I guess you're just either being like willfully like ignoring that part, or just maybe you're just not grasping that argument. Who knows? I don't really care.
So my point then would be that you're not giving me a different substance, you're just giving me a different effect, right? So it would be like if I smashed two rocks together and made a spark, right? I didn't create a third thing. I just made the rocks hit each other to the point where one chunk of the rock got so hot it came off and got red, right? So it's the same principle.
Because even when you have that burning rock from like smashing like a piece of like flint with a piece of steel, you're still coming up with a new thing. You're not going to be able to convert it, or you're just not going to be able to cool down and all of a sudden be the old thing.
Well, yeah, it will. The little rock chip will still be the rock, right? And this is.
Well, go try and do that in an environment where sparks can't maintain. So just pick any gas that you seem to just disannul, right? And then you won't get that same effect. So the question then has to be raised: why is that? And what's your suggestion?
So this is my suggestion. So you can light some metals on fire, like magnesium is very flammable. So if you shaved magnesium into a vaporous powder and then put it and mixed it with air, it would explode. Does that mean that air is now constituted out of a part that can be separated and exploded? No, that's not what that means. Right. So again, this is why
that's kind of like a half non sequitur to what I asked.
Okay.
Right?
All right. Okay. Well,
so
if
when
you
go and smash those two rocks, in something that doesn't allow a flame to continue, right? Pick any gas, right? Of the claimed gases that you seem to have a problem with. What is your explanation for that happening in the air perfectly, but then when you put it in that container or that situation of another gas and it doesn't happen? How do you explain that? What's your proposition?
Okay, you just want me to use because the air has things in it, and when you remove those things in it, it won't light up on fire anymore, right? Like take two rocks, you smash them together, a little piece comes off. If what's around it is flammable or whatnot, it'll make that, like the magnesium in the air, it'll combust it. If you remove all of the stuff that is combustible, it won't do it. Like this is pretty simple.
So when you remove the gases that are flammable and you put it in a non-flammable gas environment, there's no flame. So
no,
what's your problem?
Because you're making the fact that there's different gases. I think there's only air and then things that are suspended in it, which create different effects.
How do you define air then?
What do you mean? Air is air. Like, and this fundamentally comes
No,
to the
hold on, hold on. What do you
wait.
mean?
So
What do I
come
mean?
on, you're
I'm
interrupting.
asking.
Let me
You're
finish. Let me
bringing up
finish.
something. Yeah, but you dismiss my question as
man.
if it has no validity. How do you define air?
You're okay, and you didn't even let me get to my full answer before you interrupted. So that's at least, the dismissing, at least I let you get it out. Okay, so air, right, is like water. You can put stuff in the water just like you can put stuff in the air. That doesn't mean it's two separate things.
Yeah, so what are we taking out of the
Are
air
you
that no longer
finished?
allows it to burn? Can you answer that
Wait,
one?
could I reply to that? Because that was a reply to my question eventually, right? So, could you repeat that for the room? Your definition of air.
So air would be like water, the singular medium that we exist in. Air is air. And please don't interrupt this. This is the key part. Now, saying air is air, gold is gold, I get laughed at. People are like, gold is gold. Yeah. Well, what else would it be? And then if you're going to say, well, it's not gold, then why are you calling it gold? So you keep asking me what air is. Air is air. Are you going to keep asking me what a rock is? A rock is a rock. Things are what they are. And to keep asking somebody, hey, this thing that is what it is, what is it? I think that's dishonesty on your part.
I'm confused how your short reply turned into a long reply when I asked you for clarification because the other guy interjected. I just wanted it to be clear. So anyway, your explanation, so your definition is the same word that you're defining. That's not a fit definition by any means. And then when you say it's like water, again, that's really vague and nebulous. So from what I'm hearing, according to language and proper understanding, you have failed to give a definition. So it's no wonder people don't really know how to converse with you and that you seem to just disagree because you don't have a defined position.
Okay, so you don't define objects. Okay, a rock, you don't define a rock. You just name it. Okay, this is the
what?
Wow, that was a quick interruption. So if you go outside and you don't define that, it's a rock. It's a physical word, rock, tree. We name definitions come into when we start talking about. I was going to go for a run. Well, what do you mean run? It's not an object. I can't show it to you, so I then need to do.
Is he roboting for everyone or just me?
Yeah, I think it's a weird way to just dismiss all of these different parameters and examples that people give. Like even Zanuck in his confusion that you were both being confused talking to each other earlier could give a really simple description of, hey, here are two different representations of gas that we have defined as oxygen and acetylene and all these different things, right? The naming convention is irrelevant. The characteristics are different. But you're then saying that somehow those characteristics and those differences don't matter at all, and then therefore air is air, and then what comes from that?
I'm still curious as to what
So
you
you
take
can't
out of
accept
air
that
in order to make it like flame resistant now.
So we can't. Nothing is what it is. Nothing is itself. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I mean, if I had said that, sure, you could make that statement. But seeing as I didn't, it's kind of a waste of your breath.
Well, it's just
But so when I said, hold on, but I said air is air. I said air is air, and you said you wouldn't accept that, and I'm going, okay, so you don't accept that things are themselves. So do you accept that everything is it?
Again,
Hold
I
on,
didn't
hold
say
on,
those things.
dude. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Well, no.
Are you? So you're not going to let me finish?
You
You're
threw the
not going to
ball
let
in
me
my
finish?
court.
Or you're not going to
You
let me
threw the
finish?
ball in my court.
No, I didn't. I was still talking.
Hold on. If you can't do it,
You did
that's
throw
on
the
him.
ball in
That's
my
on him.
court.
Hold on. I'm going to mute you both for a second. All right. If you guys can't do the going one at a time, we'll mute and unmute. We're not going to try to give warnings for interruptions and get into the whole timeouts thing. We'll just mute and unmute so everyone can hear. So either you guys can do it without interrupting, or we'll mute and unmute. It's up to you. It's all good. We just want to make it a good listening experience. So if you want to do a one-on-one so no one else jumps in, you can ask for that too. That way no one else will jump in. So just let everyone know you can always do that. So go ahead.
Well, he just admitted he can't do it, so you need to mute him.
He tends to.
I don't think it needs to be
Elisha,
a one-on-one.
Can you do it, or should we mute and unmute? Because we can do either one.
Well, I mean, I didn't say I couldn't, so I don't know what he's on about. But as to the one-on-one thing, I don't think it needs to be that. The only reason I asked earlier was because he it was a direct question. So once you replied, I wanted to follow up, but I don't want to stop other people jumping in if they want.
Okay, so the question was, do you accept that everything is itself?
What's your point, Karen?
Do you accept that everything is itself? A equals A. A is A. Do you accept that?
I mean, if it's so, then why not? What's the problem? What's your point?
Okay, so then you accept air being air. Great, good.
So it seems like a really simplistic way to look at things, considering that we know that things are made out of stuff. It's like saying that, oh, a person is a person, and like a person is made out of a person stuff and nothing else other than person stuff. Like, you see how fucking simplistic that sounds?
Well,
we know that as
would...
humans that we're made up of water, and water's made up of other things. We know that humans have calcium in them and other things, right? And that's all we're saying is what's happening with air. But for some reason, you keep refuting that idea, that basic concept.
Okay, no, but see, you it was a misanalogy you just made. You took, hold on, don't interrupt, please. You might have to get muted. You took a whole bunch of parts, right? Water, which I believe can be broken down because water is water. Calcium, which is calcium, right? And then you put them together and said, oh, look, you're saying not everything is itself. No, water is water. Okay, if you want to demonstrate that water is not water, I'm here waiting. I would love to be shown that water is not water, and I've been wrong my entire life. When I went into a pool and swam in water, I was actually swimming in something else. Would you do that?
Yeah, I can show you that water is made up of other things besides like that make up water, I should say.
My question is, what exactly is air?
Yeah,
if air
simply
is air, what
electrophoresis.
is
I
it?
can get that for you.
So, you're not accepting anything. So and this is what ballers do, right? It goes to, well, atom is made up of electrons. Electrons made up of quark, and then a quark's made up of gluon. Gluon's made up of gluon. A gluon's made up of deplecon, and it just goes down and down and down, and nothing could ever be itself. And then what happens is you get to the point where you have this small thing that has no mass, and that's what makes up everything that has mass. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's like Legos, dude.
Yeah, so the Legos are all made of a Lego that has no Lego in it. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, what is the difference between the air at sea level and the air at, say, Everest height? That means that humans can't really like propagate their existence up there for very long.
Well, you're missing the real question, which he honestly refuses to answer for one reason or another, which is, what are we taking out of air that makes it no longer able to like sustain a flame? And I would love to see him like try and argue that like that, or at least babble out some sort of answer.
If he doesn't want to answer or he's incapable, like pressing it,
I did answer
forever is kind of long. But I'm still curious. What's the difference, RTH?
Okay. First, let me answer Sitting Chief. So take a laser and shine it in air. You'll see a whole bunch of little particles. That's what you're pulling out. You're not pulling out the air. You're pulling out those things.
So what are
and
those
then
particles?
To you, hold on. I'm addressing the other ones. You can go look at them under the microscope. And then to the other guy, again, we have to work under the foundation that A is A. And if you won't allow there to be some sort of fundamental things that separate each other, like everything has to be made from this one singular thing, and you'll just keep asking me what is gold until I say it's not gold, it's something else, then I can't have a conversation.
I never mentioned gold. I'm just asking you what the difference is between when you're down on sea level and you can breathe fine, and then you're up in Everest and you're like, oh shit, I'm dying.
I told you, there's little things I like, oh my God, they don't listen. Take a laser, shine the laser. You're going to see a whole bunch of these little particles in air. That's what you use. You don't use the air. The air is a medium to hold those little things.
So can I have filtered air that? Hold on. Can I have filtered air that still is able to sustain a flame?
I'm just curious if he's aware how nebulous a response that is.
Oh yeah, sorry, mate. You guys interrupted it. Also, his
anyway,
internet is like, it's just
to clarify,
lagging a bit. Just take.
You were roboting. The other guy was roboting. I'm just gonna jump in now. I'm confused. Like if light doesn't exist and sunburn is air friction and air is just air, then how is there air friction? What causes the friction?
What?
Can you vibrate air?
And it vibrates against what?
Your skin. Thanks. All right, I gotta go.
Oh, so there's not air friction. It's the friction between the air and the skin.
Yeah, he ran.
Witsit, I got a question for you. He's gone, but who cares? Do you know the name of the gas or what they choose to call the gas that for those feelings people out there that they did this little thing on YouTube where they would pour it into like I don't know what you call it, like a glass house, a fish tank. There you go. They pour it into a fish tank and then they would just start bobbing stuff on top of it. So they're containing it within those 5 walls, right? Just to show that this particular gas is denser than other stuff and can like hold material. Do you know the name of that gas? Or are you aware of what I'm talking about?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, well, I just thought because it would be nice to know the names of what I'm citing, but I just remember visuals more often than not. Anyway, so there's this. It's just one example of a particular gaseous substance that is denser than air and can hold things on top of it.
Oh, argon.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I was
Argon's a really
thinking,
thick
I was
gas.
thinking argon, but I don't know enough of the names, right? And it can either hold up certain things that are light and not too heavy, or at least retard the fall of them significantly to show that okay, there's something here, there's something, even though we can't see it, something's going on. Now the guy left and he scarpered because for whatever reason, but the question is, how does anyone with that worldview address something like that? Regardless of the naming convention and all the other narrative associated with it, what do you call that? Because if you didn't know, you would go, oh, there's some air in that glass tank. And then you put your hand in, you're like, oh, this feels weird. Or then you drop your, I don't know, your tennis ball in it, and you're like, that's strange.
Well, this approach has been one of my biggest beefs with a lot of flat earthers for a long time, like not just RTH or anything. Like the whole just say nuh-uh and straw man what the other person's saying and then not address the phenomena, because like as a community we're not actually going to grow in knowledge or understanding if we do that. Like what the whole FED approach to my position is about the ether, about light and magnetism. If you ask them to define light or magnetism, they won't, right? They just ignore the phenomena altogether. But then they say your definition of magnetism isn't right. That's not the proper definition of magnetism. So then they're implicit invoke a definition that they won't actually stake or address. So it's like it's just a very regressive approach. Like believe it or not, magnetism does exist, light does exist. It just is what it is. I mean, there's parts of what he's saying that's not untrue though. This whole idea that like gas molecules bounce everywhere, that is just conceptual quantification of the way that gas fills the available space. You're not going to ever see a gas molecule or particle, and a lot of the quantum materialistic quantification is also incorrect, and it's a lot of pseudoscience just used to count things as well. But that doesn't actually, you can't take that and then run so far the other direction that you regress to the inability to address any phenomena, right? Like, I mean, you certainly can. It's your decision, but I don't encourage or suggest that truthers do that, because we need to actually figure out what's going on in the way that the world works, right? We don't need to just say, well, everything is what it is and deny that light exists and stuff like that.
Because if you're going to say that, it would be more honest to go, I don't know. Because if you don't know, then there's no problem there. So, okay, well, that kind of stopped the conversation, but at least there's no nonsense going on. But
then you can say,
if you're just stopping the argument by going, it is what it is, it's like, yeah, but dude, if you say it is what it is when you fail to build the aircraft hangar that I hired you to do, that's not an excuse. I ain't paying you, and I'm probably going to prosecute.
Well, that's basically what I told. That's what I told Oakley too, right? I'm like I'm choosing to try to address and figure out the phenomena that is light and magnetism or electromagnetism, and you may choose not to do that. Like that's okay, like that's your own prerogative. It's my own prerogative. Like if you don't want to try to figure that stuff out, that's fine. But I don't really see the motivation to come try to talk about, to just try to prevent other people from talking about it. It's very stagnant, like I don't understand.
Because if the approach comes from seeking truth and getting rid of lies, why would you throw out the potential of learning truth just because of some lies? That's silly. Because the thing that was happening earlier before you spoke, I don't know how long you've been in the room, but was something like, I don't buy the narrative of of the molecules and all that. It's like, okay, sure, but if you're just going to dismiss it altogether and not done any research, then claim that you've done research, and it just sounds obviously like they haven't. It's stupid, because I have no problem throwing out the molecule model, because I don't give it any respect, because it doesn't hold any scientific weight, right? It's silly. But that doesn't mean that the elemental structure isn't there, because if you go and research what Mendeleev did, regardless of all the other connotations with a guy like that, the mystery religion stuff, all that boring crap, right? He had a methodology that he employed. I'm of the opinion and the agreement that his harmonic understanding of this is paramount to what actually is going on. But you can't then say that, oh, that's what Globers did and that's all comes from Globers, because that's not the case. He wasn't a Glober. He was just an investigator. Maybe he was a bit of a magician, but who cares? That is a kind of conversation that I could get down, because, yeah, they're saying that this is the case and they're naming it oxygen, they're naming it argon, whatever. But the reality is there's certain frequency uniqueness to it. There's a certain harmonic structure that goes through all these quote-unquote elements that we've defined. And just dismissing it out of hand because it's become associated with stupid narratives is intellectually lazy.
Well, I mean, yeah. Honestly, this is what's so profound. This is the conversations regarding some of these subjects are actually very profound, and I'm under the belief that it's not for everyone. And they're also not old. I mean, they're not new, right? Like even the Vedas talk about how everything is intrinsically vibration. These aren't even like new concepts. It's just that materialism got shoved down science's throat, basically. And that's the problem. And you know, even just taking a purely scientific approach, you're going to be materialism falls short. You know, like what's the famous saying? The first sip of science will have you an atheist, but at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. And that's actually true,
That's
right? Like
interesting.
the more you learn about like science or actual like observable phenomena in the natural world, the more you find out there's really no way around having to invoke some type of metaphysical glue to this place and some type of interaction between that metaphysical and us. And you know, I think light is a good example, but it's sad because there is a lot of fruit that can come from this, like challenging the periodic chart. That would sound crazy to people, but when you really break it down, it makes sense. And everything's intrinsically vibrational, even density, because you would have to have, if you have higher frequency, you have more waving in a small area, so that would be more compact vibration as opposed to less compact vibration. And so if matter itself is actually a condensed version of light or vibration, then it actually all ties together beautifully. To such an extent, it seems that this has been known for a long time and hidden from us on purpose, where the planets are actually the same symbols as these elements of like mercury and gold and silver. They're represented by the same exact symbol, being as if that what we call color, that vibration, that modality of what we call light, in a condensed form actually creates that metal, gold, silver, mercury, etc. The planets are showing us like the metals, the vibrational resonance that turn into those metals. And this is like an ancient truth that's been known for a long time, and this is what alchemy was built upon. And so basically all they did was just pull out a very basic concept that everything is tied together vibrationally. They pulled that away from us, and then they just replaced it with a bunch of pseudoscience. I don't think that we should fall for the trick and be like, get so caught up in exposing their lies that we burn everything to the ground and don't go back to the truth, right? Like that would be them still winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like to point to certain examples of this kind of frequency, vibration, different order stuff, because there was this stuff with new water that I've spoken about before. So new water, plasma water, whatever you want to call it, there's like a different state of water. And I know it's just an anecdote, so don't get offended, whoever has feelings over that. But the long story short is they were working on this mineral. These geezers working on this mineral supplement in water, and they had this one supply in a glass jar, and then next to it they were also working on something else, which was like this fourth state of water or easy water, whatever you want to call it. Right? Go and look into it if you're not aware. Easy as in the letter E, the letter Z. And what they found is by just leaving these two things, this wasn't a plan, this was an accident. They left these two things on a bench somewhere, exposed, and it happened to be exposed to the sunlight. And the easy water had the same mineral content of the mineral content that they've been working on in the other bottle. And these things were separated by different containers. And the conclusion that they came to, which I think is a sound conclusion, is that because of the state of the water, because it was, I guess, super pure or whatever, and the fact that the light was interacting with them both, that somehow there was a transmutation there. And it wasn't as if one was transferred to the other. It was that one was generated in the easy water. So hopefully that is a picture that people can clearly see with how I'm describing it. But this isn't the only one. This is just one of my favorite examples of how our understanding can be so much better and so much more practical in the day-to-day if we don't dismiss things out of hand, and we also don't just take the mainstream model and snort it like cocaine.
Yeah, I agree. Just like I've just.
So it's a long story, but it's the idea of transmutation. You can only ever understand that by understanding what light is, and like, okay, how do we actually have different elements? What is the link here? I suppose you can. I don't know if it's linked directly, but Witzer, you're aware of there's certain elements or certain nutrients that we can generate internally, even though
You
we
gotta
don't
give
have
me a second.
them. Okay. Everyone just tapping out.
I just came back. What happened?
Just having a little back and forth with Witzer, but he had to do something.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, my bad.
That's all right. So, have you heard about this stuff where for our us as the body, like the being, we can generate certain nutrients that we don't physically have in our body?
Not in detail, no.
Okay. It'd be, I don't know if you're interested, you could look into it. I can't speak on it in great detail, but it's an interesting topic that might be connected to what I just mentioned previously, because the question would be how exactly does the body go about doing that? Is it taking raw materials and just reconstituting them like a cake mixture maybe? I don't think so, because that just doesn't quite sit right with what I understand about the body. So I'm kind of thinking that because everything in the body requires voltage, right? This is like the easy way to describe it. So a cell to be alive has to have a certain amount of energy within it. So it has that energy, it has that light, if you want to call it that. It has the perfect state of water within the cell, or it should have. I wouldn't be surprised if there's certain mechanisms within the cell structures that's able to do a similar type of thing to what I described earlier with the apparent transmutation.
Yeah. So, well, what I do know is I wouldn't lean towards the idea that basically minerals consumed are necessarily the cause, if that's the case, because if you fast, which is actually the opposite of introducing stuff, right? It's actually just leaving your body alone. Your body begins to, what it does is it's like, oh, we need to strengthen ourselves. So because it's not getting like substance. So it immediately starts to get rid of all the weak cells, the cells that will eventually be classified as carcinogenic right? That they'll cause cancer and all these different illnesses. The body will actually start to get rid of them. And then what they do is they start honing in on the other cells and repairing them and making them stronger. And that's called autophagy. Your body does that during fasting.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems as if really, and it actually was discovered in like the 90s that that you can actually make new brain cells, which it was believed up until then they just die over time. Your body actually makes new brain cells. So if someone suffers like a crazy car wreck and their brain damaged or whatever, they can actually recover. So the body can seemingly create everything that it needs. And I certainly wouldn't like limit that to just cells. It could be the minerals needed for the cells as well, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a combination because what you said is interesting, and I would kind of go with what Scripture says, right? Like it's not by bread alone that we live. So there's more than one aspect to life. So it's the same thing with the way that people view everything materialistically. If they only ever do that, then they're only ever understanding half the story at best. But with respect to what I said about the cells generating different nutrients, this is just from all the like biology stuff that I've looked into. Certain nutrients that if you're deficient in, you do need to outside. It appears that you need to get it from the outside. But certain other ones, if you have the rest of your system operating okay, your body's generating it itself. And the question is, well, how does that happen? And that's why I raised it because it's interesting.
I wanted
But
to
it's
add
not
to
like
what Witsit just said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so after a 72-hour fast, and I think I said this in here before, but in case anybody's listening that's interested, if you do fast, you got to make sure that you fast for at least 72 hours to really achieve what you want out of it, which is the release of stem cells. And so if you eat a Twinkie, if you eat a cookie, or even if you have a high sugary drink in between the fast, you can actually break that fast and prevent your body from going through a chemical reaction that literally releases naturally reserved stem cells that are found within the bone marrow itself, right? And like you were mentioning, how does a body create these different things? Well, this isn't exactly a comparison because it's not as atomic in scale, but the stem cells, many people already know that they're basically like base cells that can transfer into bone cells, kidney cells, brain cells, eye cells, lung cells, heart cells. Like stem cells are being used worldwide right now. Well, it's illegal in America, but you can go to Mexico, I'm not sure about Canada, and you can actually get stem cell therapy done, where they basically inject foreign stem cells into your body or stem cells that have been cloned in the lab. That's why it's still illegal in America, because it's still kind of controversial. And a lot of the ways that they get the stem cells is through fetuses and stuff. But anyways,
Yeah, they do a lot of degenerate ways, but it's unnecessary because I don't know if you're familiar with Bas Rutten, but I think he's the guy that I heard this from.
real quick, I'm almost done, bro. Let me just finish my
But
chain of thought.
it relates. It's just an
All right.
addition, and then you continue. So
All right,
there is
cool.
a way to generate from your own body. So that I think they'll do something with the guy's blood or the guy's inflammation system, and they'll be able to extract stem cells from the person himself and then give them back to him. So you don't need to do it the degenerate way.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that. But I was gonna say, so like, yeah, 72 hours, the stem cells get released into your system, and from what I know, they're mostly stored within the femur bone, or the biggest bone in your body, which is your leg bone. I think that's the femur, right? Which one's the one that's connected to the hip?
Yeah, femur.
Probably
That's
the
femur.
femur, yeah.
The femur. So yeah, these stem cells are located within the femur bone marrow, bro. And it's like the body only releases these things when you go through a 72-hour fast. I don't know why that is, but that's just the way it is. And like, so if you've never been without food for more than 3 days, then your body's probably really never released these stem cells into your system to repair things that unknown to science, for the longest, that they tell you, oh, your heart muscle, once it's damaged forever, or that you can't recreate or you can't reproduce brain cells, which is all bullshit, because like what's it just said, that they found out that neurogenesis is now a thing, and it's being studied with psilocybin mushrooms that can grow the brain. And I believe you can heal the heart, you can heal the lungs, contrary to popular belief. But yeah, that's all.
No, everything can be healed in the body. I would say, except like very specific, rare, weird things. I would, hold my opinion on them because it will take the conversation somewhere else. The fundamental design of the body is, if damaged, repair. The reason repair doesn't tend to happen is because people are lacking or overfilled, so lacking in what they need or overfilled in stuff that hinders the repair, to put it simply. And one interesting study that I've looked into, or not a study, but a field of study, is that hydrogen is really important with this. And I'll cite a few things, but if you go and look up, I think it's hydrogentherapy.org or something. I'm not sure if that's the right title, but it just shows a bunch of, it's like a collation of studies about like the different proofs and double blinds and stuff that they've done. But basically, if somebody is they went, so one study that I thought was pretty cool is they studied the centenarians in, I think it was in Japan. So there's like different regions around the world, like blue zones or whatever they call them. And they studied these groups of people who had generations of living into ripe old age, right? And they measured their off-gassing from their air, I think it was. So what they breathed out, and the hydrogen level in the ones who had the generational high age count, their hydrogen levels were higher than those other sample tests that they pulled from of people who didn't have good family history of longevity.
So tell me this, right? Why? Because my friend just bought. He's a 2-time vet, but he just bought a hydrogen thing that basically it puts more hydrogen in your water. But I'm a little ignorant on chemistry. It's been a long time since I studied chemistry, since high school. And how do you add more hydrogen to water? Isn't water H2O?
Yeah, but the problem is you can. Okay, are you aware that if you had a volume of water, let's say it's just distilled, let's not bring up other stuff. You have a volume of distilled water with almost any gas, you could saturate that volume of water to a certain level with an amount of gas. Right. So it has similar with salt, right? Salt might be an easier way for you to get your head around it. You pour a tablespoon of salt into a cup of water, and a lot of it will dissolve. But if you put too much, there'll be a little bit left down at the bottom. So that means that you've reached the saturation point of what that volume of water can take. So do you understand that principle? Does that make sense?
Yeah, saturation. Okay. It's that word alone makes me understand.
It's the same with hydrogen. I don't know how it's molecularly specifically interacting in that case, but it has a saturation point. But then because of the nature of hydrogen, right, and because water already is what it is, to quote the other guy earlier, it's that extra hydrogen is not going to be able to maintain itself in there. So once it's saturated, you have a certain amount of time to consume it if that's what you're aiming to do before it's gonna leave. So it has like a half time, and it's really difficult so people who sell this stuff, they're kind of just selling you lies, because even with like aluminum sealing, because of the nature of hydrogen, it will leak. Sorry.
So like, okay, well, quick.
Hydrogen's super tiny is what I'm getting at. Like,
so yeah, so there's a growing community right now that are like buying these hydrogen kits, or these kits that basically turn regular water and they add hydrogen into it through some electrical process. I don't even understand it, right? But there seems to be like, I've read some literature on it that seems to be legit. That does have like healing effects, but I don't understand the mechanism how hydrogen can have healing effects in the body.
I can talk on that. Again, I would encourage you to go and look up the source. I'll try and find it, but it was something like hydrogeninstitute.org or something like that. So you could find it before I could find it. But the gist that I heard that I think helps people picture it the best in terms of just a discussion as opposed to a detailed study is that by volume, we're about 70% hydrogen. Now, people might argue percentages, but I don't care. We don't need to get too special. So we require it for function of our body. Now, when you think about that, knowing what you said about water, right? That water is hydrogen and oxygen together, right? Then it's not too far fetched to go, oh, okay, we do require a lot of hydrogen in our body. So that's an obvious thing. But when you actually look into the biology and the chemistry of how our body functions, I don't know the percentage again, so please don't get all twisted. But I think the general position is something like 80 to 90% of the bodily functions that happen require hydrogen to one extent or another. So in order for your body to do what it does, it requires hydrogen. So the reason this becomes a healing thing is not that without it, it's not that necessarily people don't have it and they're not functioning, but because of the state of the world now, people don't have it to the extent that is optimal. So because they don't have it to the extent that is optimal, they're not able to heal effectively. So when you then reintroduce it into their system, they're then able to do what, like I said earlier, which is the fundamental of the body, which is to heal. Because once you get the things out that don't belong there and put the things back that should be there, the body will just heal. Because it's not as if the doctor does anything unless it's like putting a bone back in its position because it got cracked or whatever.
Now,
a proper doctor is only helping you get back to where you should be so that your body can do its thing.
just to add a disclaimer, I'm not exactly sure what water is. Like I've heard it said that it's H2O, hydrogen, one hydrogen atom and two oxygen atoms or whatever, and that's what makes up water. Well, has anybody actually witnessed like somebody making water from oxygen and hydrogen together, like mixing it in the lab and creating water? I haven't, so I have to just put my faith that that's actually a thing, right? But with that being said, there's a whole science that I haven't really I keep seeing it on the internet, it keeps popping up on YouTube, but like trap water and vortex water, and when I used to grow weed, I used to look into that stuff, but I didn't really give it too much mind. I was interested in like fulvic acid and shit legit, but like the idea is that the magnetized water or water that's been through a vortex or like it's whirled down into your jug, it does something to it. Like, do you agree with that? What do you think? What are your?
It structures the water. It structures the water.
Yeah, so that I think if you look into the way plants operate, this will probably help you a lot. So look, actually type into your YouTube right now if you have the ability to. Type easy.
No, I don't. I'm driving.
Okay, well, remember it for later. Easy, the letter E, the letter Z, and then water. And there's a guy who's done
Real
loads
quick,
of.
side topic. You say Z for Z?
Yeah.
I had to
the
listen.
guy-
I had
the
to pick on you, bro, because you said
I'm
I say
English.
tyranny, and you said it's what, tyranny, or I
Yeah,
say
because I'm
nihilism,
English
and you
and
say it's not. No,
I speak English. But the person who's coined it, he calls it easy water, but the letter is a Z. It's not my fault. Anyway, don't get all emotional.
no, it's
So-
all good, bro. I'm actually smirking over here, bro, because you say Z.
Type
It's so
E
funny.
and then Z and then type water, and there's this old geezer, some kind of professor guy, and he's done lots of talks on it. And I'd rather you go and listen to what he says because I don't think I could paraphrase it well because I haven't studied it enough to have it by rote memory. But basically, what he's talking about is the way that the plants generate the water and stuff. It's something to do with that. So anyway, the reason I mention this is because the structure of the water is really important.
What does that mean, dude? Witsit or you structured water? I never heard of that.
You know what? It's like I would, because again, if I can't show you it, it's difficult.
Can I try real quick? Structured water. Okay, all the water we have on Earth flows through rivers with wide bends and curves, and then the water that we put into our house has to go through copper pipes with 90-degree angles. Is that what you're kind of talking about, Elisha?
I mean, I'm sure that contributes to it, but I think to answer his question, it's like if you take pond water, it's going to be stagnant, right? So where I was going to go was with the music. So if you have something that's like just messed up and whatever, there's no, like, the notes kind of sound weird or whatever, it's out of tune, it's going to be a problem. But when you've tuned it all, and it's harmonious, it's proper, basically, is how I'd put it. And Witzer just posted a good picture. So where I first heard about this stuff was with the silver stuff. So the whole colloidal silver thing. You can do it at home, and you can get okay results. And as long as you don't go overboard, you're gonna get some effect. You're gonna get some effective results. And as long as you don't go overboard, you won't get any negative side effects. But the issue with that is it's not as optimal as it could be. And what this guy one of the guys who developed the patents for it, what he discovered is that by being able to structure the water into this, I think he called it like I think he brought up the term tetrahedron or something. But anyway, it's kind of like a triangle pyramid, I think is the description he gave. Anyway, he was able to suspend the silver, so the nano silver, he was able to suspend it within the structure of the water, so that when you transport it, when you keep it for long times, it's not falling out of solution. Because one of the problems with making solutions is that the substance can tend to fall out of solution. So you're then kind of not really getting an effective delivery. And then also when you then ingest it or take it into your body's not necessarily assimilating it in the most efficient way. Did that make sense?
I mean, yes, I'd have to look into it, but yeah, I appreciate you trying to describe it.
Yeah, so basically it's like the structure of the water itself. It's either all discombobulated and incoherent, or it creates like a lattice structure, like a coherent, symmetrical, cymatic pattern. Basically, like the vibrational resonance of the water becomes like more in equilibrium, and it creates like a cymatic lattice structure, as opposed to like this discombobulated nonsense because of the chemicals they put in the water, the directionality in which the water is presented, and all that. That's why if you use a vortex, and you can even put one on the end of your hose, it'll structure your water. So you can actually still have like an amazing garden with permaculture. And Dr. Baer talks about this a lot, by getting a vortex and structuring the water. You can also show that it'll actually separate water. You can use magnetism to separate the water based on alkalinity and acidity, based on the structuring of the water. There's something to, once you basically make the water in a vortex, it starts to get more into its natural state, and that's because everything's in a torus field, which has a vortex in the middle, and basically everything is fractal. So when you start to get it back in alignment with its natural movement with the vortex, then it begins to structure itself in like a more balanced, distributed equilibrium. So, but of course, now they're gonna explain structure versus unstructure with molecules, and they're gonna call it molecular structure, and they're gonna start to invoke things like hydrogen and oxygen and stuff like that, and talk about how the molecular structure aligns. But either way, you can look at water under a microscope, and you can look at its behavior and see that there is a difference between structured and unstructured water. And actually using a vortex structures the water, which is very fascinating. That's why some people suggest that you only drink out of glass, and that you do a little vortex with your water in your glass before you drink it.
And this is something you can test. It's going to be subjective, of course, Lion, but if you have a glass or a bottle of water that's just sat there for a while, taste it. You can kind of taste the stagnancy of it, even if it is good quality water, right? Then you
That's
just
hilarious.
spin it. Then you just spin it in your bottle, like you used to do as a kid at school or whatever, right? You just spin it, looks cool. Drink it. You will notice, if you're not completely dense, you will notice a tangible taste difference. So this could just help you kind of appreciate what we're talking about a little better.
Now I see it. So like I've heard, monoatomic gold. What's the difference between elemental gold and monoatomic gold?
Monatomic gold is also it's like a lattice structure, and it's using their idea of an atom. That's what atomic means. Monatomic atomic, meaning singular atom, is that it's the width of a singular atom. It's a super thin lattice structure of the gold. It's basically like the purest vibrational state of what people call gold. Which then you get into what is gold, what is matter, and what is light, and is actually everything just vibration, and then condensed light is matter, and then you have a certain vibrational state that gives you different like modalities of the elements, including gold, and that if you can get it in this monatomic state, as they call it, which is, again, it's always about a cymatic lattice structure, and because that's like the like it goes to the flower of life, and then you can spin the flower of life, and it gives you like a more complex geometry. If you ever get something in that state, that's like it's close to its state of equilibrium, because it's never in perfect equilibrium because it's vibrating. But anyway, I actually have to step away.
Yeah, and I'm
that was a
pretty sure
lot.
that I'm pretty sure that things in that state are the most, like, I guess you could say bioavailable when you're talking about the body, but I would say, like, generally speaking, they're the most cooperative. I think is a good word to use, because, like, one of the reasons I say this, so with the hydrogen therapy stuff, because you've got a bunch of different applications of it, but the thing I think is the best is the HHO generators or Brown's gas, because you're not separating the hydrogen, you're actually doing it all together, and one thing that comes out of it is, again, that other state of water. And why that's so important is because of what Witzer just said about the structure and the formation of it. That type of water, when in your body, is able to pass through these permeable layers or semi-permeable layers, whatever you want to call it, these different kind of internal barriers and structures that we have within our cell structure, within our tissue structure, and all of that. And because it can do that, it can then deliver. So it's the perfect delivery mechanism for this fuel, because effectively hydrogen is the fuel for your. I should have said this earlier. The reason it's so good is because it's like a fundamental fuel for existence, right? So it's able to deliver it through an area that otherwise wouldn't be able to get reached, which is also why the structured water silver stuff is so much better. It's not that the other stuff isn't good, it's just this one is way more effective because it's able to interact and pass through these barriers or these systems in our body. Do you get me?
Yes, because basically I've messed around with colloidal silver, like regular, like they have at first when the companies first started coming out with colloidal silver on Amazon and on the internet, they were poisoning people because they were using elemental silver, right? And then people started realizing, well, that's the wrong silver. We got to use monoatomic silver. But then there was like this community of academic elites that are like, oh, that's bullshit. There's no such thing as monoatomic silver. And then come to find out, actually, there is monoatomic silver. Now it's taken more seriously. But 20 years ago, people were being ridiculed for, monoatomic silver was like taboo, or not taboo, pseudoscience.
So
well,
I
at least
think
from my experience.
Yeah, I think the guy who did Silver Soul specifically is the one I researched a lot because he had the patent. He just called it nano silver and structured water, and he went into explanations of how he did this. But I would say it's kind of like all much of a muchness, just different naming conventions. The only thing I would say though is it doesn't mean that doing the other like traditional way of silver is a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just the reason people were getting poisoned. I think that was hyped way out of proportion because the guy himself went and detailed what that was about. The guy turning blue and all of this hype that they'd done. The reason he turned blue is because he was taking that form of it and he was taking it to an extreme stupid degree. But if you're just taking it like a normal human being, yes, it's less effective than the structured water version, but it's not going to do you harm because it would be equivalent to you just drinking from a river, or not equivalent, maybe like a semi-equivalent for you drinking from a river that was laced in silver, and it just happened to have that kind of amount of silver in the water naturally. You know what I mean?
So real quick, so there's this idea that mineral water, right? The minerals in mineral water don't really get assimilated. They're not bioavailable. They're not chelated, or so the idea is that elemental silver, your body can't really assimilate it. It's not chelated. It's not, like you mentioned earlier, bioavailable, where monoatomic silver is.
I wouldn't, because based on my study, I wouldn't say that. It's just one is more efficient. but the other one still works. Because, I mean, have you ever heard the expression "born with a silver spoon in their mouth"? Now that's just turned into folklore and whatever, and people don't realize. But the reason that came out is because during the plague times, these people who had that kind of wealth and ability to do stuff, they weren't getting affected by the sickness in the same way, because their stuff was being purified or being decontaminated because of the silver, to the point where people would actively put pure silver coins in their milk to clean their milk. That was like how things operated back then. The only thing is that with greater understanding, I don't think it's like new understanding, but with a greater understanding, the structured water is more effective. But think about it this way: if you're getting something that is already structured, right? So if the quality of your water is already structured, and then you start doing your own homegrown electrolysis with the silver, you're effectively doing your own version. The only difference is you don't have access to high level equipment. But why wouldn't it be the same? So I think the reason people had issues is because either they were doing it on their own, the company who was producing it wasn't producing it very well, or they were overdosing. But like the general principle is, silver is good for you, like so many other things are good for you. So I think the reason I go on about stuff like this is because I don't think it's wise to just dismiss something altogether just because it's not the best. Like it's an effective thing. It's just here's another thing that's more effective because we like to research.
Okay, so like this might be boring to most people, but I find it fascinating. That's why I'm like talking. Usually I'm quiet unless I really like the topic. And this is one of those topics, bro, that kind of hits home only because I've experimented with all these different elemental silvers and gold and copper, because they all have different attributes. Copper and silver are similar. They both are known to be like antibiotic or antiviral, a bunch of anti stuff. But feeding it to plants, bro, the soil microbes, what do they call it? The soil biome, the mycelium, all this stuff that produces life, and you want to get it out optimized, bro, and get the best plants possible. Like it becomes a sport.
Mm-hmm. What I think's cool with that is if you give it, like, as long as you're not poisoning your plants or being unhelpful, because certain plants have certain desires and characteristics. So even if you give them a good thing, give them too much of a good thing, it's not good, right? With that bio soil, whatever you would call it, like that substructure to the soil, that actually helps a lot, because whatever you give it, it takes it and runs with it. And it helps kind of distribute it in the best way. And the way plants operate, unless you're like, they won't take what they don't need unless you're using stuff that's like degenerate for them. You know what I mean? So that, like, the chemical sprays, you're kind of forcing it upon them. But if you're just giving them access within the soil to a whole bunch of everything they need, they're going to go, okay, let me send my roots here. Let me absorb this. Let me ignore that. They can kind of pick and choose and work in a better way, to the point where you have these conventions of this plant likes acidic soil, this plant likes alkaline soil, and all this chit chat, right? The reality is, when you actually have proper structured soil, you like the no dig method, all of this good stuff, you can put two conventionally opposing plants right next to each other and they will grow perfectly. So it's not necessarily that their understanding is wrong. It's just that when the whole environment is correct, they can take exactly what they need. And one really cool example of this that I saw on this channel that I like is there's this particular plant that develops flowers, and depending on the soil, it will develop either red or purple flowers. So I think red was acidic, purple was alkaline, or something like that, right? And what was interesting is he had a neighbor who had like crappy soil and they were all red or something or something, whatever. But he had his one that he developed his soil really nicely with the no dig method. And his plant or his bush was developing both red and purple plants together. So it was like it was able to be more of itself because it had the proper flat line as it should be method.
Sweet. So
Anyway, so this stuff is endlessly fun to talk about.
For growing weed, there was ways to cheat, right? Where you could spray them with CO2, or you could for like color to try to get the more purple colors out of the bud. And then like if there was like different feminizing sprays, which I only really tried one time. I stopped doing that, but I just experiment. And there was people also would spray silver on their plants to try to get them to female or feminize, and I guess it works because now they're selling products with silver in it. But
Interesting.
so building soil, right? This is the thing, building the soil so that when you put the plant in it, it's gonna blossom beyond belief, right? I've seen grows where like in Alaska and other places where people have like giant vegetables, right? And if you look into their books, it's been a while, bro. But when I used to grow weed, I was very passionate. And when it comes to horticulture, bro, that's where I shine, bro. As you know, that used to be my hobby for like 10 years, bro. But we can change the subject. We don't have to talk. Continue talking about horticulture, but
Yeah, that's all right. I'll just try and find you that link so that you can look into the studies yourself for the hydrogen stuff.
all right. So, anyways, since nobody's talking, I'm gonna keep going. So, I'm near a place where they banned it now, but they used to race greyhounds, right? Greyhound dogs. And then I'm also from the islands where they fight cocks. And like literally they have cockfighting rings in Puerto Rico. Like it's still common today. I think the Puerto Rican government might have just regulated it, like to try to ban it, but for the longest time it was like part of the culture, so they allowed it. And I also know some people that race horses, right? And I've done it like okay, so I was gonna eventually try to make some big money gambling on horses. I haven't got to it yet. Maybe somebody can beat me to it, and if you do, the more to you. But there's this product, right, that I mentioned a couple weeks ago that's from Ambrosia Corporation, right? That deep sea extraction where they go 2,000 feet deep and they extract 50 gallons of seawater per bottle. They concentrate it right into like an 8-ounce bottle, and it has all the plankton, the sea life, the algae, whatever is in that water. It has it all in abundance, all the rare earth minerals, and I'm sure they're in monoatomic form. Plus, talk about trap water. This thing has to go through a giant vacuum pump that they basically release at the bottom of the ocean. And by the time it gets to its source, trust me, it's been gone through a couple vortexes, right? Well, long story short, this stuff right here, bro, they tested mice with it, and they had the mice. This is unethical, but this is what it is. It is what it is. So they had the mice float until they exhausted themselves and drowned, right? And they had a control tank, and they had a couple different variables that they messed with, a couple different products, from what I understand. But this fulvic acid, bro, or this sea crop they call it, it made the control group swim. I think it was like, well, no, not the control group. That would be the one that doesn't have. So the group that was given the fulvic acid, bro, they swam like 8 hours longer or some crazy shit like that. It's been like 10 years, bro, since I read this study. But dude, it was like a 10-hour difference between the control group and the one that was given fulvic acid, and it's natural, bro. So that's a long ass time, bro. 10 hours.
Yeah, I
now
don't doubt it.
give that to a horse, right, and bet on it, right? And it's perfectly legal. You're not using roids. You're not using anything that can get caught by, the whatever it is that they whatever. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Yeah, there's some other stuff I've seen with, mitigating exhaustion. Apparently you can just take like a tiny, not even that much of bicarbonate of soda, and it will help. It will help with your endurance. Like you do it prior to a workout or whatever. I linked you the thing in the chat, by the way, if you want to look at the website.
By the way, I am driving in the city and I gotta concentrate. But
Oh, okay. I'll put it in your DMs then.
nah, it's all good. I'm in and out of here, in and out of traffic.
Yeah, I had another one. Studies with mice are kind of funny. They do some crazy shit. But I had another one where what did they do? They put it into it until it was almost drowning, and then just as it was going underwater, they took it out. And then I think this was like a psychological thing, I guess. And then it just kept going for longer. So I think it was the hope that allowed it to last longer. And then they repeated it, and it kind of, because they had already had that thing inside them, that mental memory or whatever, it allowed them to last longer than they physically thought they could. Which is just an interesting understanding of how creatures work. Messed up, but yeah, I wouldn't know if I retold the story accurately though, but I remember hearing something like that.
So if you're in the business of racing or any kind of animal racing, try that out. I'm curious. There's people that spend big money on hiring like nutritionists for their horses or their dogs, or people that fitness coaches, and if you go to graduate and get a certificate and become a fitness coach or what do they call them? There's a name for it, dude. Help me out.
I don't know. I'm not a horseman.
Physical trainer or whatever. People pay in California, dude. They pay thousands of dollars to be a physical trainer, and they have like 10 appointments a week. All you need is a little stupid certificate, dude. And you got these suburban moms just going. So if you can actually help people out with the knowledge that you have, bro, there's big money to be made over here. That's capitalism.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, I don't know that. My method with the horses would just be every time they go for their race, I'll just be like, if you don't win, I'm turning you into glue. If that doesn't motivate a horse, I don't know what will.
What do you think about no sex before a game?
What, for a horse?
For anything. But I'm just saying, do you think there's something to that? Or like the night before, no sex?
I think it's got a fair point. But I guess it depends how much, like how soon before the competition.
Semen retention.
I suppose it depends on the individual, but I don't see a problem with it. I wouldn't know how effective it is because I'd need to I guess have a bunch of studies done to really get the gist. But I've heard things that I think Tyson spoke about it, and I think he was in favor of it, but I can't be sure. So
you gotta keep the jazz, man. You gotta hold the jazz in.
Gotta hold that energy.
Yeah, maybe.
Nah, I don't know either, bro. I'm just celibacy seems to be something important for focus too. Try to get, I don't know, something to it. Or abstinence.
I reckon if you're sufficiently trained and your skill is high enough, I don't think it should matter.
I'll tell you, my wife doesn't agree with that for some reason.
Doesn't agree with what?
She don't want the jazz in, man.
She doesn't agree with abstinence.
Oh, okay. I heard you, Ron. No, I get. Yeah. Well, that's her right. She's your wife, man. It can't be withholding your husbandly duties from your wife. That's haram.
Of course. It's a joke.
Now, women they'll get jealous because they'll think that you're getting it somewhere else or something like that. They'll start thinking too much.
Oh well, that's where they start going wrong.
They are such an emotional being. It's a beautiful thing to really watch. It really makes me respect emotion so much.
True that.
Well, like the same way you respect thermite when you're handling it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
More like nitroglycerin, right? Careful,
I
don't whisper. It might explode.
I got a mood ring for her. I'm good, dude. I can tell now.
Now, girls respect men that can say no to sex. They'll be like, wait, what? We're in America, because most of these girls in America, man, every generation is worse and worse, and they're controlling men, dude, and men don't have like a spine no more, bro. They're like cucks and beta males.
Every man should say no to a girl offering sex, yeah. The only context is within marriage, otherwise it's wrong.
That's what makes you an alpha. Denying girls.
Then within marriage, the only context for denying it would be for fasting for an agreed amount of time. Because otherwise it makes no sense. So everything's contextual. But as far as composition and how effective it is, I could see it from both sides. Because I think unless it's like directly before a competition, like 10 minutes before, then that might be foolish. But if it's the night before and the competition's in the evening, then I'm like, the only thing it could really affect is something subtle or something psychological. I don't quite see them from how a man operates and how he's ready to go again in like 10 minutes. I don't see how that could affect his physical performance like 24 hours later, for instance. That just seems a bit odd. But I don't really know.
No, I think that you're onto something only because like they teach you like don't let anything become an obstacle. You know, train yourself to be like consistent no matter what, you know? Sex, no sex, food, no food. You want to be consistent and push your body to its limits, but still be reliable. I seen some guy on TikTok or something like that, and I don't even have a TikTok. I only have one just to, I don't know, look at the videos because some of them are actually really interesting. Their algorithm is different than like Facebook and Instagram, but I feel like Facebook's catching up and Instagram too, because now I see flat Earth everywhere, where before it was only like on TikTok. But anyways, dude, like, what do you think about growing plants, right, with in a greenhouse that filters out certain rays and a lot like somebody did this like 120 years ago where they had like a greenhouse and apparently they filtered out the UV rays. But I thought that doesn't like regular glass pane filter out UV. So like I don't know, but I still got questions. But he was able to like grow giant some.
Yeah, it filters out some UV, but not all of it. Because obviously you can still get, I don't know if you've ever done this, if you ever stand in front of, you can still get the effects of it. And for instance, like the damage it can do to paper, because I've had this like with a piece of art that I left out. Like it copied the artwork onto the other page and it was inside a window, right?
What?
So there's still like that. I'm assuming that's a UV effect. I might be wrong. But sorry, what was your question? I just wanted to add to that UV.
No, that's pretty cool. I actually noticed something similar this last week. But anyways, I printed something out on my printer and I put it next to the window. And I actually, what I printed was Gleason's map of the world, right? And I put a dome over it, like a glass dome. And I had it just chilling there as a decoration, and it looked really cool because it was like Gleason's map, and like it just on my windowsill. And I came back, and the map was all like rainbow colory, and like it was like weird looking, and it was from
Oh
the
shit!
UV.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, because it's not just a pane of glass. The destructive effect would have been patterned after the dome.
Be careful,
Yeah,
you
that's
could start
interesting.
a fire like that.
Yeah, bro. I actually, I'm like, yo, I think this is gonna start a fire. Actually, yeah, bro. That came to mind. That crossed my mind.
But
Funny you
to
say
your
that.
thing, of people growing like by filtering out wavelengths, I'm not a fan of that, because I don't, except for just understanding how things work. Like if it's just for study, sure, but if it's for consumption, I think that's foolish, because if you see all of creation, except those things that grow underwater like seaweed and that, everything is exposed to all of it. So if you're then putting something in the way of it, and by definition it's going to filter something, right? You can mitigate how much it's filtering, but even like the best silicon glass is going to filter some element of the sun. You're limiting it. You're limiting the amount of whatever the goodness is that the sun gives, that the plant can absorb. And this has been tested. So people who grow tomatoes in greenhouses, I understand the logic if you're trying to do that in the UK because it's flipping cold most of the time. But problem is, the phytonutrient levels that you get with tomatoes grown under glass to tomatoes grown outside in the natural environment is a great disparity. I think it was something like, naturally speaking, in the hundreds. I can't remember what hundreds, but in the hundreds of phytonutrients and the different like that you can test in the skin of the tomato, or even the whole tomato. But those grown under glass, it's like under 100. So it affects the quality of your food.
Even the like good LED grow lights, they'll be like 120 pieces. Like 4 of them will have UV, right? So.
Oh
some
yeah,
of them.
I was just about to say that.
But see, again, I don't think growing with LEDs is clever either.
Why is that? Just wondering.
Because of the nature of what it is. It's not like it's not the same light as sunlight.
No, it's not. Not even close.
So does it work? Sure, but does it work the way it's supposed to work? No bloody way. No bloody way at all.
I mean, it works pretty darn good, dude. But I think it can be better.
But is it right?
I mean, the thing. Okay, so hear me out, right? Because I'm actually built LED lights, grow lights. Just when they first started coming out, they had like the LED boards, and you can customize them and shit. But anyways, so like they just started coming out with the UVA and UVB lights for LED boards, where they have like these diodes that are specifically UVA and UVB, and they leave out UVC, which is the harmful UV, and they leave the good UVs in. And basically, what you get from a black light is the same thing. It's that black lights aren't strong enough. Like the most fluorescent black lights aren't strong enough to produce like the actual UVs that you need to see an effect. And even the diodes that they have now, the LED diodes, are like they're debatable whether they're actually doing anything. Some say that they're not really reaching the plant like they're supposed to, because LEDs are like, I don't know, man. They're not as strong, like you were saying. But there's also like a hertz, right, that LEDs run at. That you're getting like half the light that you would from like the sun, if not more. I'm just throwing out a number out there. Wild number, I forget what it is exactly.
Right. No, look again. I don't blame people for doing it, and I don't. I'm not just gonna say stop doing it because that's just stupid. But in terms of wanting everything to be as correct and pure as possible, it's obviously failing that test. Well, if that's your only option, do whatever. Like if
that's
you
the
live
best
in a
we
flat,
got, dude.
if you live in a flat and you can't grow in a garden because you don't have access to one, grow on your windowsill. That's the best you can do. It's the best you can do. I'm not going to fault that. But in terms of it being the correct and purest way, there's no way. There's just no way. What I would suggest, but this is even more difficult than just going outside, right? Is if you understand the radiant energy stuff, you could probably produce a sunlight or an actual perfect replica of the same kind of light you get from the sun indoors. Because I'm pretty sure Tesla was doing that.
That's the idea. That's
But
what
if you
people are
could,
trying to do with LEDs is get full
but
spectrum lights. The
they
only
will
way you can
never
get
be
it.
able. But they will never be able to do that with LEDs. That's the problem.
Bro, they're
Fun,
getting really good. The technology is
fun.
getting
But
way
see, it's not even an analog though. Like for them to do that, they would have to switch complete operation to no longer using conventional electricity. There is, like, I'll leave like a caveat for me being potentially wrong, but I don't think it's contextually or fundamentally possible to make something of this order produce something of another order. So the electricity they're using to do the diodes, no matter how close a facsimile they can create, it's not the same as using radiant energy, because that's what the sun actually is. So if you do it that way, sure, you produce that light in your little basement.
Well, hear me out.
Go at it. Go ham. Grow all the illegal crap you want, and heal your neighborhood. But that's just my comment. But it's easier to just go outside than to make that work in your house.
Yeah, so with the radiant energy, LED lights do lack radiant energy. They lack in the red spectrum. Even when you have full spectrum white LEDs, they don't have enough radiant energy to really heat up a grow room in the wintertime like conventional grow lights do, right? Because like HPS lights have that radiant energy that you speak of, which is heat, right?
Well, I should specify. Apologies, because when you're using Tesla terms, you have to use his definitions of them. So when I say radiant energy, I'm talking about that special stuff that he was working on. So it's not just the word radiant, but how, like, because I think he calls it radiant electricity. If you want to understand like the depth of what I'm saying, go and read Jerry Vasilato's book, best book out there. Or
yeah, I'm ignorant.
If you don't want to read that, you could watch Peter Lindeman's lecture on it. So he kind of distills a lot of it in a format that people might be able to listen to more easily. But if you like to read. Don't be lazy.
Deep. So yeah, they got deep red, photo red, right? And I think they're like around 820 nanometers. I want to say is the spectrum that they use. But dude, like it's ironic because conventional LED lights lack these frequencies. They're adding diodes. So you have like photo red diodes, you have deep red diodes, UV, UVB, and then like they want to complete the spectrum to replicate it indoors, and that's the closest that we've done. Unless you use like they have like plasma lights that are like $5,000-$10,000 per light. That
those
I
are
don't.
nuts.
I haven't used them myself, so they're getting cheaper. They're getting affordable now, but I don't know.
That might be
I've heard mixed
something
reviews.
that would work. The plasma.
I just think that what Elisha's saying does play part, like in 2015 when they were all the blurples and stuff, with the blue and purple. But I mean, they're pretty on point, dude, for dollar. And if you are, like you said, live in a flat or something like that, it's worth it.
Right, if it works, I'm not saying like. That's why I wanted to add the nuance to everything that I've been talking about. If it's working to a degree, sure, but to ever suggest that it could be the same as just going outside and using what's naturally been created, I don't think it's possible under that convention to ever do that. But under the convention of what Tesla was looking into, I do believe it's possible. But the problem then arises, if you're going to go for all that effort to try and recreate the sun in your basement, wouldn't it be easier just to either move to a state that lets you grow it outside, or find a patch of ground somewhere You know what I mean? It's about what's the most sensible. But if you don't have that option and you want to get the best of the best, then yeah, I've seen all these LED stuff. I've researched it because from where I stood, I was like, I don't want to use LEDs if it's not the closest to the sunlight as possible.
Check this out. Sometimes people lose their entire crop because of an early frost in the fall.
Oh, diddums.
So the idea is to perfect your environment, right? We can manipulate the environment. We can produce the craziest buds or tomatoes you've ever seen, right? Just for experimental purposes and to increase electromagnetic frequencies. Because apparently the Earth used to be like the electromagnetic field, the natural one, used to be a lot stronger, allegedly, right?
Yeah, it was
And
popping.
it was popping, and it's actually getting weaker.
To have been. There's no way it couldn't have been. I
And that catalyzes things.
I think part of that is the fact that there was water above, and now, according to my best understanding, there's less water above because of the flood. That, I think, has a direct link to this Gaussian service thing. I think the quantity, or whatever the word would be, of that interaction between those two surfaces must have changed post-flood. That's my position.
You've heard about the Vajras? I think they're called in India, the ancient Vajras.
No, I haven't.
I think they're like the forked spear that shoots out electricity.
Okay, maybe I've heard something about it, but I'm not familiar.
Where's
with
Snacks at? Snacks knows what I'm talking about.
He's eating snacks.
Yeah, I know it too. Vajras, man, like the trident.
Yeah, the trident. So what if them things just don't work the way the Earth is? You know, the way the Earth is today, where back in the day they used to work because the frequency, the electromagnetic spectrum, or whatever, the gravity. I don't know what you want to call it.
I think the most you could say
dielectricity.
I think the most you could say is their effectiveness could have been diminished compared to back in the day, pre-flood. But to say that they just don't work at all, I think that's incorrect.
Yeah, it's honestly just a hypothesis. It's something that I was thinking myself. I can't prove it, but like, what if Tesla were able to recreate some of the technology that he stole, right? That he read up on, and he tried to rebuild it, and it wouldn't work as efficiently as it used to, maybe back when the Great Pyramids were in action.
But he would never know, though, would he? Like, you can't make that comparison, except if you're trying to recreate specific things from a book that's referencing a pre-flood time. But I don't even think any of those books are referencing pre-flood times, because all of those books were written in languages that came after Babylon, after fall of Babel. So I don't think that's the case. I'm just thinking, because I like the topic, broad spectrum wise. Certain magnitudes and certain full expressions, I would propose that they have been diminished because of the flood, or as a result of the flood and what changed. But that's that. We could kind of leave it there, I think. So the thing I wanted to bring it back to.
So, anyways,
I want to bring it back to what you're talking about.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, so like, if we were to produce an environment where we can manipulate all the variables, right? Humidity, oxygen levels, CO2 levels, hyperbaric pressure, right? Like, increase the pressure, like stimulate, like to simulate a greater vapor canopy is what they would call it back in it. That's what we had. We had a vapor canopy, which the Earth lacks today. And you could reproduce that, right? Recreate that. Oh man, you guys lose me?
No, you're still there.
So yeah, we produce a vapor canopy, right? And then increase hyperbaric pressure, or whatever they call it. I forget. Because they have these hyperbaric chambers that LeBron uses, right, to heal after a game. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah,
you do that.
I think you could do similar stuff without having to have a physical barrier, which is going to be funny, right? I get it.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Well, actually, I think you can do pressures, so it wouldn't have to be a complete barrier system. So you could leave the roof off, and I think you could maintain a pressure differential between the outside and the inside, and you could maintain a saturation of certain gases between the outside and the inside. But it would require a lot of energy, and I don't know how useful that is, and I don't even know if anyone understands what I'm suggesting. But like maybe with some kind of plasma shield or something, you could. Because the reason this is the thing, the reason I'm going on about trying to do it this way is, from my understanding, to get the most effective results, if you're getting in the way of the sunlight, you're diminishing the plant's capability. But if you can maintain higher oxygen levels, maybe higher pressure levels and stuff, without impeding the sun's communication with the plant, as it were, then you're in the golden territory. But I wanted to circle back on this thing that you said about blocking certain frequencies. The only thing I think in nature makes sense as to blocking frequencies is it seems to be that the convention is this, that if you grow things in full sunlight, they're better off, but certain things can't handle it and they prefer shady conditions. But from the testing that I've seen people who actually do this, for not for a living necessarily, but for a lifestyle, they tend to get better yields from plants that they're growing under canopy growth. So like there's another tree or an orchard or whatever, and they're able to get better results than when they grew them in full sunlight. So my thing is, it's not only the sunlight that plays a part in the growing, because obviously, like you were talking about earlier, it's the soil and all of that. So it's a combination of the two, and that any of the blocking that does happen from the sun, from the plants, seems to all be in the green spectrum. So if you're giving it like a green shade, a green, like the leaves would. This is just like my basic thinking on the subject. That would be the kind of light blocking that might be appropriate, but I don't know if that really is a fair representation of what's going on when you're growing crops under trees.
I'll tell you this, right? I've experimented with light levels, and the bottleneck isn't okay.
Oh, we did lose you that time. You completely roboted out.
We can argue this, but photosynthesis going back to photosynthesis going back to biology, right? I don't know all the technicalities. I forget. But in order to achieve proper photosynthesis at a high rate, you need the bottleneck seems to be CO2. But then again, like I've heard
the gremlins are going after you. Keep cutting out.
I've read other studies debating that so people have actually inclined to get air, moving over the leaves. My bad, dude. It's all good. There's 5G towers all over the place, dude. Nah, for real. That's what did that. Because my phone goes from 4G to it goes from LTE to 5G every time I go past a 5G tower, and that's why 5G sucks. Because I never had that problem with 4G, bro.
Oh, the integration of the two systems is what sucks.
Shit's bullshit, bro. My iPhone, the last iPhone I had didn't do that shit, and then I got this phone. Now you can't have a conversation. But anyways,
better phone.
So photosynthesis, there's a bottleneck, dog. There's a bottleneck, and it has to do with the CO2 levels in the room or in the atmosphere, right? But then they realize that if you increase airflow, it compensates for that. So you don't actually need as much CO2. So they're learning, to how to make plants more efficient. And the idea is that if you don't have enough CO2, certain plants can't use up all that light, and it's gonna burn them and hurt them.
Okay.
But if they have enough CO2, you can blast them with light, and they'll be straight.
Oh, that's probably. I wonder if that's why certain plants actually do better when they're in a group of groups of other plants and they're not in direct sunlight, because it's like the entourage effect. Because whenever people make these conventions, they're oversimplifying everything. They're kind of being retarded. It's like, oh, direct sunlight is what grows a plant, but if you grow a plant in direct sunlight but in concrete, it's not going to grow as well as if you grow it in good soil, etc. So I think it's appreciating everything in its like harmonious operation. So I was thinking like the CO2 thing is interesting, but I was thinking maybe because there's always gonna be enough sunlight, as assuming you're not in complete darkness. There's not even sunlight, because it's not just sunlight; it's daylight as well, right? There's always going to be enough light, generally speaking, unless it's like dark clouds. That maybe it's more a fact of when you're growing things with other plants, they're able to, like, say if a big plant, you got a massive tree, he's doing all the direct photosynthesis, but you got another plant down below, they're able to communicate through the roots. And then there's also like an energy transfer with, like, if you looked into the electroculture stuff. So maybe that whole thing combined is what's actually making the plant better, and it doesn't require as much sunlight, because I think it only requires, like, if you can look at the plant, then there's enough daylight, and that should be enough for the plant to operate well. And I think only certain plants tend to suffer when they're in a little bit of shadow, or in a lot of shadow. Because, I mean, I don't know, like my favorite example is the berries. The wild strawberries? You get a lot in England. Don't know what it's like over there in the States.
No wild strawberries.
All those wild strawberries, they grow in shade. They grow low lying to the ground, and they grow in the shade. They grow in like the undergrowth kind of thing. They're super tiny, like size of your little fingernail on your pinky finger. Like they're that, like that's about.
I went strawberry picking last month, but at a farm.
Yeah, but so those are different types of strawberries, right?
I suppose.
Yeah, so those strawberries are a combination of wild strawberries and then some Peruvian berry that was thicker. So they just wanted to make bigger things that were that sweet. But the original ones are better. But I just always find it interesting because whenever you stop thinking the conventional way, you start looking at nature. You go, hold on, we don't actually need anything to be in direct sunlight, because the permaculture method kind of expresses this really well. If you had like a secret garden, closed off garden, everything's all trees and stuff, you can still grow flowers, you can still grow all this stuff, and they get the light, but it's all diffused light. It's all like shaded light, green, like partially green light, kind of coming in from different angles. And if anything, I think knowing how much sun can destroy things, like it can degrade your metals, it can degrade your papers, all of this stuff. Actually, it's not needed to be directly in sunlight, but that's just part of the process. And one way or another, assuming you're not completely blacking off the plant to no light at all, then it's going to get what it's needing.
From what I understand, the maximum amount of light that you can give a plant on average is like 90 to 100 watts per foot squared.
Interesting. And what kind of wattage? What's the measurement of wattage you get from direct sunlight?
Yeah, I was wondering that myself. But they have like lumen output. I don't know if they have per watts. You can probably find an equivalent lumen output.
Yeah, that might be an interesting thing to try and see.
But I think it's around 100 watts per square foot, probably. To be honest, pretty close to that.
I might want to look that up.
And the thing is, you're talking about with lights that have transformers, digital transformers, right? They're called ballast now, and they're like 93% efficient. 96% efficient at the most. So you're gonna lose 4% from the wall, and then you literally get almost 1-to-1 watt per gram, dude.
Oh, okay, so the amount is 1,353 watts per square foot, I think. Oh no, sorry, per square meter. So per square meter, it's 1.3K. So that's see how different that is to what you're saying. That the plant's maximum is 90, and that the sun delivers 1.3K. I know it's per meter, so it's different, but either way,
it's per meters. No, it's actually pretty close to what I said, because I said 90 to 100. So times 3. Foot times 3.
Say again. You completely went off.
Hello, mic check.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're talking about per square meter. How many feet are in a meter, right?
Like 3 point something.
Yeah, so I said 90 watts per square foot.
Yeah, but that's nowhere near 1 point. It's nowhere near 1.3K, dude.
Yeah, 1.3K. That's 1,300.
Yeah.
Yeah, so per meter.
So divide that by 3.
What's one square meter, right?
No,
12 inches times 12 inches, right? And then what's a meter? And then do the math. I can't. I'm driving right now. I do it in real quick. I can't do it in my head.
Well, you just do it roughly. You can just tell, roughly speaking, that it's completely different.
Well, a meter is 3 times more, so 3 times 3, bro.
Like if you were gonna do that conversion, it would be like 430-ish or 400-ish per square foot. There's a lot more than 90.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, if that's what the sun gives, or the solar energy, or direct sunlight, you don't need that much, because what you said, and I've taken you at your word, I think it's accurate, is sufficient for the plant to operate, and that's way less than what you'd get from the sun. So I think the whole understanding of the sun and all of that needs to be reinvestigated, because otherwise, well, I mean, just nature says it itself. You got plants growing in shade, and they're growing fantastically, and they grow better in shade when people do it properly than they do outside of shade. So I think that tells you that the idea of direct sunlight is not necessary. I mean, just look at the Amazon. Just look at the Amazon jungle, man. You got the massive canopy at the top. Then you got all the other trees operating at the bottom.
I'm interested.
All the low growth, and you got all of that stuff. So depending on what type of plant it is, I guess depends on where it needs to fall in that hierarchy.
The intensity of the sun from the whole day, from the morning to dusk, it must shift, right? Obviously, clearly, it's probably its strongest around noontime. And you can simulate that too with grow lights. You can have it like so it like slowly wakes up your plants, and then its intensity goes up within 10-15 minutes. It's at full intensity. But in real life, it could take longer than that. By the time the sun,
according to this thing that I'm reading, this is the constant. That wattage is the constant over the day. And what does it say? Okay, and the actual output of the sun has a very slight variations, seem to related number of sunspots. So I think the variation is this over the year or over the day? I think the variation over the year seems to be 3%. Interesting.
It's a lot of things you have to consider, when growing indoors. try to replicate nature to the best of your ability.
I guess the question I'd have is, if you could find a glass-like substance that wouldn't have the results of taking away how much phytonutrients the tomato could have, for example, if you could mitigate that altogether, then you're onto a winner, because then you could create an enclosed system and you could go ham, and in terms of the purist mentality, you wouldn't have to deal with any of the negatives, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know if that's possible.
But electroculture is popping on the internet lately. A lot of people talking about that, putting copper pipes in their gardens now. It seems to be working. I don't know. I haven't tried it myself.
I've tried it a little bit with some small plants. It makes sense. It's not. I don't see. The logic is already there, and when you go and watch people who have actually done it, and they're doing like control studies of one plant with, one plant without, stuff like that, it speaks for itself. So I don't really think questioning it is really worth the brain power. If it applies to you, do it. If it doesn't apply to you, don't do it. That's my simple response. And you can do it a lot more simply than a lot of these other people are talking about, because the fundamental principle of an antenna does not need to be as elaborate as they're making it. You can make it very simple and save on resources. But if you want to have a lot of fun and go make a lot of pretty antennas, go for it. But it's not necessary.
You ever heard of a product called Mammoth P?
No.
Not that I'm just wondering, random chance. But so they've found rare bacteria in like volcanic vents and like deep in the earth and stuff, right? And for whatever reason, these bacteria have certain properties that you can't find easily in any random bacteria in any habitat, allegedly, right? And they're using these bacteria to basically form their own what do they call them? Aerobic aerated teas or ACTs or something like that. Aerobic aerated teas, where you throw a stone, an air stone inside of a 5-gallon bucket or a 50-gallon drum, and you make your own bacteria or your own fungi, depending on how you want it, and you create your own life forms, dude. And they're getting like these bacteria from volcanic vents, and they're like replicating them in the lab, and they're selling these kits where you can give them to your plants, dude, and they do all kinds of stuff like convert phosphorus into something that's like, dude, it's weird. It's like a hobbyist thing. But the idea is that they're starting to genetically engineer these things, right? And they're feeding it to the plants.
Interesting.
It's weird, dude.
I'm glad you brought the bacteria thing up, because that was one of the things I forgot to mention earlier that I meant to say. So when we're talking about the hydrogen stuff, one of the things that's pointed out is we're supposed to, like, because the question is, if we don't have enough hydrogen and it's helping us heal, why is that? And then where would we have got it naturally, right? Because it's not like you naturally are born with a machine to make it. So the thing is, you're supposed to get it from your food, and the way you're supposed to get it from your food is from the bacteria that you're supposed to have, or the probiotics, or whatever you want to call it. Doesn't really matter. Don't care. And what's happened is that there's a certain section or a certain subset of these bacteria that are known to produce this, that have been, I would say directly, but you could argue indirectly targeted because of things like antibiotics and that. Because what those antibiotics do is they destroy that bacteria, and then people become they get into a state of not producing sufficient hydrogen in their body. So you can actually fix that, and it has a name and it has a study. I don't know it specifically, but this is like a detailed thing. This isn't just a conjecture thing. So, and I believe it's because, like, this is why when I cited that study with the Japs or the Nips earlier about how certain of those historically long living families, when they test them, they're breathing out hydrogen. It's because the quality of what they're eating, they're maintaining that good hydrogen generation within their gut. Whereas other people, they're eating crap, they've taken too much antibiotics and all this stuff and all the other outside effects, and their body's just not producing it properly. So that was the last thing I wanted to mention. So in terms of doing it naturally, you don't necessarily need a machine, but a machine does help.
So like I remember the name, dude. It's been a long time since I actually brewed one of these, but aerated compost teas, and it's a simple thing to most growers that know what they're doing, but like you can involve that, right, and make your own like cultures. And like I remember I used to feed my plants aerated compost teas, bro, that were brewing for like 48 hours. I put molasses in there. I made sure it was it didn't become anaerobic or that all the life died off. So and it would foam up, dude, and I would give it to my plants, dude. It would eventually get to the point where the soil, the top layer, had like this mycelium. Uh, it looked like mold, dude, but it's not like bad mold. It's good mold. It's like this foamy white stuff, dude, that grows on top of your soil. It looks so cool, bro. Growers, they nerd out when they see that stuff. They'll see that like that foamy back mycelium growing on the top soil, and they start nerding out. But then you got like cover crop, right? And you got low stress training. You can do all kinds of stuff with growing, dude. It's what we were meant to do. Humans are meant to cultivate the land, dude.
I agree. Just you get the most fun with the stuff that can be abused. But I remember studying that like you would like pinch the plant a bit to generate like nodules for it to get stronger and stuff. I thought that was interesting. The different ways you can manipulate.
It's called super cropping.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's
I think
what
the most
label
fascinating stuff I've seen with weed is when people grow it outside in the tree variety. They get these massive trunk things, and I'm like, now that looks good, because they're like huge plants with like tree sized trunks, and I'm thinking, yeah, that looks better.
Even if you don't smoke, dude, it's wonderful oil for your skin and lotions and soaps. Dude, you can do all kinds of stuff with hemp.
I like eating the seeds myself. Because they have like I think they have the almost perfect balance of amino acids. The complete balance as opposed to the one-sided one.
It's one of the best proteins, hands down.
Yeah.
That could substitute meat, red beef.
Right.
Not that it can, but the closest to it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like one of the perfect balances. So in terms of shit hits the fan type situations, it's the ideal what would you call it? Famine food, because you'll be able to maintain through the famine on that. Whereas if you're just eating potatoes, you're a bit screwed because you're going to start having like deficiencies. And then you can grow what? You can grow your clothing, you can grow your building material. It's magic. Absolute magic.
And then to complicate things, right? If you want to add crystals, right, to refract different types of light. I'm not trying to bring up refraction, dude, but when you shine light through different crystals, it does different things, and depending on that light, right, you can manipulate it and see what it does to the plant. And they've been shown to do different things. So you think about the firmament. If the sun's in the firmament has a certain structure. If you manipulate the crystal structure that light shines through, you can see
right. If you knew what that thing was made of, then you could make another dome of that and make a whole flipping community under that. That would be great. But I just don't know. I have no idea what the firmament's made of.
From what I understand now, right, they're starting to, like, when it comes to quantum computing, like I remember like thinking this when I was a kid, bro. like in the future they're gonna, because I remember seeing a movie, I think it was, or I don't know where I got this idea from, but like computers in the future will have like precious jewels in them, even if they're synthetic, right? Like they're gonna replicate, because jewels are actually very important when it comes to the future of technology. Like we already see it now, right? Go ahead.
They've been perpetuating this in the media for years. This idea that you can store information on crystals is old school. And really, when you think about it, you don't actually need metal for computing or for electricity. You can do it with silicon. Silicon is silicon, right? So it's not that far fetched.
Yeah, well, silicon's old now, dude.
Is limited.
Like
Yeah,
silicon
but
chips is what they've been using for decades, right?
I'm just giving you the
Transistors.
principle, right? Because silicon
Yeah,
isn't metal. Silicon is effectively just a crystal. So when you think
True
about
that.
that's what's already been done. Then the principle of being able to have, some, like, for instance, those future things of a phone that's just a piece of glass, or what appears to be a piece of glass, that's completely plausible. It just doesn't appear plausible to people when they're limited in their thinking. But hey, I don't want to cut you off if you want to carry on, but I'm actually going to leave for a bit right now. So just so that you know, I won't.
All right, yeah, I'm on mute too then. It's
All
been
right,
nice,
peace,
like
peace.
always. Peace.
Yeah, maybe someone else can pick up the stream.
Yo, Dicelo, you there?
Yo.
What's up, man? What do you think about the future of circuitry and circuit boards? What do you think the next level motherboards are going to be? Next generation, or 10 years down the line?
Well, it seems like it's all going to solid state drive. But I'm not, I'm not very technologically advanced when it comes to like computer stuff, so probably wouldn't be the guy to speculate on that. But I would say, if I had to guess, they're going to be utilizing a lot more graphene within computers somehow.
Well, I could see that. The reason I ask you is because I know that I think that you seem to be against quantum, right? Quantum computers, and I'm not saying the name. Clearly, the name doesn't accurately describe it, but just like the idea that they have these computers that are called quantum computers, that they're not. You don't think that there's any potential in that or any real uh, practical use for quantum computers, like, right?
Well, from how I originally understood it was that traditional standard computers compute in a lineal fashion, where this is like non-lineal. So, I mean, there might be something with that, but as far as like something being within the computer that denotes quantum itself, like, I think is a farce, and people get misconceived by that. So, I mean, however it's might, but I don't think there's anything specific in the computer that is like quote unquote quantum itself. You can call anything a quantum device, but what are you really saying, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
I know you definitely don't like that word because I brought it up a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, it triggers me a little bit, but just because it's like everybody's got this conception that like there's something special about these quantum devices, but again, like I think it's just being stretched a bit.
It's pretty crazy though. I like what I'm seeing is liquid nitrogen flowing through these tubes, cooling this processor. You know, like the delta wave computer that has like this pump that you hear it pumping. It sounds like a heartbeat, dude. And then it's like the machine is alive, dude. It's crazy. Gold and copper everywhere. And circuitry, like these wires. But like I don't think that they can really tap into it either. And I don't know what's going on in there. I can only speculate. I don't think they even really know.
Well, I don't think there's necessarily like a ghost in the machine, if you will. I think it's all, you know, fairly explainable. But I'm probably not the guy to, you know, dive into that just because I'm not, that's not my forte, you know?
Nah, me neither. To be honest. Skim the surface on it.
Yeah, if that, you know, if even that, but I just hate when they use that word because it's like there's nothing in nature that denotes quantum existing. It's a misapprehension of terminology.
I foresee, not that I'm prophesying, I'm just, you know, I'm guessing on what's going to be the future. And I think that they're going to have like, they're going to start realizing that different Jews have different qualities when it comes to this new technology. And I don't think, you know, I think that transistors will be a thing of the past. Silicon boards will be a thing of the past. And they're going to have something that's way more efficient, less heat. And instead of maybe some laser like product shining its light through like different crystals, but not just for memory, but like, because I know that, you know, that's like the simplest thing that you can use a crystal for, probably, besides like transmitting radios, like those old radios that they had crystal tuners. But like they're gonna have ways to transfer data and electricity through like a different medium, bro, and it's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be way more efficient. It's gonna make everything, cell phones and cars, way more efficient.
Well, I'm with Ken on the fact that he says the next major like revolutionary invention will be using or utilizing 0 point energy. So I'm pretty much on board with that. Like I think all major inventions coming from here on will be utilizing that specific technology.
What is that?
It's no different than what we call a laser or a magnet. It seems to come from nowhere and goes to nowhere, kind of like a laser or a magnet.
They're gonna have to utilize these 3D printers too to design like the newest phones or the newest computers are gonna be designed at like at an atomic level or close to atomic, right? Where these 3D printers can get in and build things that humans can't.
Oh, like nanotechnology.
Yes, nanotechnology. It doesn't have to be that scale, but yeah, even better if they could.
Yeah, I could see that being a thing. I don't know if you're interested. I could play something on the whole zero point technology inventions that could be coming forward.
That's not really up to me, but if nobody's talking, dude, I'd rather watch a video.
Yeah, I'll do that, and then if somebody wants to have conversations or whatever, I'll stop it at any moment. So give me a second.
Yo, Dice Low, is everybody watching something? I lost reception.
I was just playing that video for you, talking about a 0 point technology.
I watched it, dude. Don't think like I didn't watch it, bro, because I watched up to the part, and it's funny because he basically re-emphasized everything I already believed, dude. Like to an extent.
Well, I heard when you dropped out, but unfortunately, I think you dropped out at a very crucial time because he was talking about a magnifying glass and analogizing how the magnifying glass takes that light and essentially brings it to a focal point. So instead of
single point, he was talking about single source, single point energy, and how lasers, basically LEDs are lasers.
it's signal to noise ratio. You eliminate the spatial dilution and bring it to a smaller concentration by means of geometry, and within that you get this concentration of the signal, if you will, whether it be light or radio or what have you.
That's a good way to put it. And you know what's funny is I don't really like Ken Wheeler like that, bro. But everything he said today was, as far as I've seen, resonated with me, and I already actually believe that. Like, because the thing is, like, they make these diodes on the market, right? And each diode has a different frequency range. For the most part, like white light. In order to get white light, they had to put like a phosphorus coating on the LEDs, right? But like you can replicate, like earlier I was saying, like photo red, right, or deep red. Those are literally certain frequency ranges, right? So you said noise, right, ratios.
Yeah, it's just condensing or concentrating out that component, that variable component that's not, what it is we're trying to amplify, I guess.
So yeah,
So kind of
they can amplify a certain resonance frequency, and that's how you get photo red. That's how you get all these different spectrums that are part of the electromagnetic spectrum. You can replicate it in the lab with LED lights because all you have to do is match that frequency range, and you get that light. But what he's saying is that light's already present in the atmosphere. So all you're really doing is
bringing it to a smaller point.
That's where he loses me. But
so like in like a radio telescope, for example, like you've got your primary lens that's bringing in all of that light, and it's reflecting it back to the secondary lens, which is significantly smaller. So that geometry of that first focal lens is convex. So everything is kind of being focused at that point and reflected back to that secondary at a smaller spatial footprint, which is then reflecting it back to the transmitter or the hole, if you will, on the primary. Like the primary's got a hole somewhere on it. So it's just basically bouncing the light from the source to that first lens to the secondary lens, and as it's making that reflection back and forth, it's just getting smaller. The spatial footprint is getting smaller and smaller to the point where it's eliminating all of that potential spatial dilution, i.e. noise, and giving you just a pure signal, if you will. And he's saying that it's usually considered amplification, like that's how most people perceive it as, but it's not really amplification, rather than the opposite. It's the decreasing of that variable you don't want, which is concentrating the signal or whatever that primary source it is that you're trying to
I heard him bring up
utilize.
telescopes and reflective and refractive telescopes and how like refraction plays a part and how crystals. Dude, he literally like reconfirmed everything I already believed, and he doubled down on what I believe the future is gonna be. But like okay, so I just posted a picture of the electromagnetic spectrum, right, from 400 nanometers to 700 nanometers. Now, actually, this one's missing a lot of the spectrum. Let me see if I can find a better one. Yeah, this
Well, I
one's
can't look at it because I'm driving, but I'm listening
it's
to you.
alright. So you have ultraviolet C, all the way up to infrared. Radiant energy is what you would call
All the
it.
way
but-
down to, well, you mean.
and it starts at 380 nanometers. Now, I don't know how I don't know that metric nanometers. Like, how do they get that, right? Somebody asked that earlier this morning. How do you like get, what was it? They were asking Zanuck about a certain metric for the speed of light, right? Or some shit. How do you get these metrics, right?
Is that your question to me?
No, yeah, I'm wondering myself, like, how do you get a nanometer? Like, I don't know how they get that metric, right? Do they use sound? Earlier, there was a metric that apparently they use sound, but for light.
I think it's based on the frequency, but I mean, I could be wrong. So like infrared has like a much larger frequency bandwidth, I guess, than ultraviolet per se.
Well, see, that's the thing. So, real quick. So, Zanuck said it was a trillionth of a second. First, he said it was a billionth of a second. Then he said it was a trillionth of a second.
Well, it's
the speed
so like,
of what though?
Yeah, so like it's this what they're considering the speed of light, but it's so like instead of cycles per minute, like you would measure infrared and like a lot of those lower wavelengths. Stuff like ultraviolet and gamma radiation is measured in voltage per second instead of cycles per minute.
Yeah, that would make sense. So I was gonna bring. That's what I was gonna bring up next is refresh rates
from A to B, rather than having like this scattered effect of that transverse propagation in like something like infrared or radio.
So, because what's the refresh rate of the sun?
What's the what?
The refresh rate of the sun.
What do you mean by refresh rate? I never heard that term.
Well, all light has a refresh rate, allegedly, right?
Oh, is that what you're? Yeah. So like that would be
even electricity.
Like really. Yeah. So like starlight is like super coherent. It's like pure in frequency, I guess you could say.
I seen a guy
giving
get
off a bunch of different frequencies, but I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, do your thing. Interrupt, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, the sun's giving off a bunch of different spectrum, right? Infrared, gamma, visible, invisible.
So what's the difference between sunlight and starlight?
That's what I'm asking, and I'm wondering how they get these measurements, these metrics, because they're coming up with labels for measurements of time, how fast light goes. But what light are you talking about? White light? You know what I'm saying? You get me now? Like you got violet light, you got indigo. Violet lights, we can't see that, but bees can. So because we can't see it, is that now not light?
Well,
still light, right? And at what point this is all semantic? So at what point is it not light anymore? When you can't see it?
Yeah. Well, all visible light is the byproduct of light being illumination, and we only perceive a small portion on that full spectrum of light, like a really, really tiny small portion of the byproduct of that light. And so, yeah, light is non-perceivable to the human eye, but we perceive that interaction of light interacting with like a medium or an object. But without that, like you don't even have illumination. So in order to have illumination, you have to have a medium or an object for that light to interact with. And that's why I say, like, the fact that we can see starlight should tell you that there's either a medium or an object there in order to have that aberration being visible.
So the reason I bring up refresh rate is because this is something that in the growing community was a thing a while back, where you had certain ballasts or amplifiers, right, that amplify that LED light. Compared to a magnetic ballast, you had different refresh rates for that light. Like you wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye, but like if you had a camera, it would pick up, and that's when the screen, the LCD screen, would start rippling, right, because of the refresh
Oh, you're
rate.
talking about 60 megahertz versus
Exactly
50 megahertz.
So the thing is, to combat that, they made them faster. But then they found out that HPS had a greater refresh rate compared to LED. LED had, like, even though it's still, it might be might not be perceivable with an iPhone, but like you could still quantify a difference between HPS and LED. So like that's why I was
like
asking, well, what's the refresh rate of the sun?
I don't know. It's a good question. But yeah, I mean, I've taken pictures with like my iPhone in one of my grow rooms back in the day where I had like all LED lights, super high end LED lights, versus like a HPS or a sodium halide, and you could see those lines in the video or the image that I took, depending on that frequency, that megahertz or whatever that it was operating at. And I don't think I had that effect with the LEDs, but I can't remember. But with the sun, I don't know. I'm not sure, man. Couldn't tell you.
So I seen a guy get electrocuted, bro. He didn't get like electrocuted, but he had like 1,000,000 volts running through him. But there was something about, I want to say it was a refresh rate or the hertz or something like that, that kept him from dying. But he was still like you could still see arcing coming from his fingers, dude. Like, I don't understand how that's possible.
So how was he getting electrocuted? Can you explain that?
What happened? He was on top. He was standing on top of a transformer, and they turned it on. But there was something about, I don't know, man. I want to say it was a refresh rate or the hertz or whatever it was. You could still produce, dude. Like there was arcs coming from his fingers. Like I could see it. He had to put metal tips around his fingers to prevent his fingers from burning up. He actually was holding a 2x4, and the 2x4 lit on fire, dude. Just from him holding it. That's how much voltage was going to that 2x4. And he wasn't grounded, dude. Let me see if I can find the video. Before I find that, so the refraction, and he talked a little bit about that. I mean, I don't know what he meant by it, but I know that different crystals refract light differently. I don't know how that could apply with light in the future with bulbs and stuff. I'm sure they've already experimented with it. That's why I don't know what's so novel about it. You got Pink Floyd back in the day. That was their album cover. Like, that's why how are we so behind?
Well, it's intentional. Humanity's understanding has been stunted intentionally.
But yeah, the best indoor lighting would definitely. I think that the future is gonna have all of this spectrum, bro. I mean, it's good for you too. It's healthier for you. You don't need the UVC, but if you have UVA, UVB, and the photo red, deep red, nanometer wavelength in your house, it's good for your health. And or you could just go outside, take a walk around the park. But I still like indoor lighting. I like the effect it gives, home decor stuff. Not that I don't have any homosexual tendencies, but I'm just saying there's something about being prideful. Even in your you got a little office room with a library and you want good lighting or a cool fish tank.
You got to have an LED bubble wall. Have you got one of those LED bubble wall?
I can't say I know what you're talking about.
It's like a perspex acrylic wall, and it's got like bubbles coming with LED lights. That's
You mean
so
like
cool.
like a star in a jar?
No, it's like a feature in your house, like maybe up against the end of your kitchen counter or whatever, just like 2 meters tall, and it's got these sections inside the acrylic wall, which is transparent, obviously. And it's got like bubbles that come up from the bottom, and it's all lit up with like LEDs. It's
Okay,
called
so
a bubble wall.
the bubbles are fixed, right? They're not like moving or anything.
No, they're moving from the bottom. There's a little tiny little like a fish tank pump in it, and it pumps the
Okay,
yeah, they're called
I think I get what
bubble
you're
wall.
saying.
I've
So the
used them
light's
quite
not
a lot.
coming. The light's not coming out of the bubbles. The bubbles just kind of gives it a cool effect as the light like reflects off of them or something.
Yeah, it's got like a row of LED lights through the perspex and maybe on the bottom most of the time, and then the light and the bubbles just come up through the water, which is filled with water. This tank, it's like a freestanding tank, a really thin sort of a tank. You just search acrylic bubble wall.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I'll check it out.
Yeah, I've used them a lot in my shop fit outs.
Yeah, I could see that in an office or something.
Yeah, if you're a photographer, bro, and you don't have good sunlight indoors, right? That's what you want. You want like full spectrum, the best. If you add the photo red, the deep red, and I keep harking on that because it makes such a big difference, bro, in the lighting and in the pictures.
I just did a job at this guy's house the other day. He was an underwater photographer. And he had some really cool work that he's done. I was looking at. Yeah, that's really neat.
Yeah, and if you add the UV lighting in your house, like you can't see, you can't see the black light when it's paired with full spectrum white light and the deep red. The black light, honestly, what you normally would see is like it just it becomes amalgamated inside the white light. You can't see it, bro, but it makes everything pop. And same thing with deep red, dude. You'll look at like if you have like a good natural wood grain table, you'll see the table start popping out at you, bro. Like the color itself, it's nuts, dude. Because I've experimented with photography and full spectrum lighting, dude, including all the frequencies, dude. It's pretty crazy what you can do without having to edit it in After Effects or like post edit.
Right. Actually, Ken Wheeler talks a lot about that kind of stuff. He's a photographer himself, specifically medium format, and yeah, he talks about a lot of that stuff, like how to adjust your ISO properly and so that you don't have to like do as much editing and you get like way cleaner results. I'm not really into that whole topic of conversation because I don't really have
No, I saw. That's
much background in that.
basically it. That's a sum of it right there.
But yeah, he talks about that quite a bit. You could find a lot of videos where he goes through that, and man, he really knows what he's talking about when it comes to that stuff. So I think he actually wrote a book for Fujifilm.
What? All right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's big into Nikon and Fuji.
I like Canon myself, but I love lenses, dude. Fluorite lenses and.
Oh, dude, he's got thousands of videos on lenses and all the latest and greatest. And yeah, he's really big on that.
Yeah, I don't listen to him at all, bro. I just I respect that. That's basically all the stuff I like. It's an expensive hobby though. A lot of things I can't afford right now.
Oh yeah, he's got like lenses that are like tens of thousands of dollars and shit, man. It's like wow. No thanks.
Well, the next thing is astrophotography, right? That's the next frontier for me that I'm yet to really dip my feet in. I do study the luminaries, their motions, but I do want to eventually, if I can afford it, buy like a $10,000-$20,000 telescope, set it up. I want it to have its own, like observatory, right? Like the shelter for it, where the roof automatically opens up. You can build them pretty, as long as you know what you're doing. You get the blueprints. They're beautiful, dude. And I'm part of this another group, and they post here. I'll see if I can find some of these. Give me 1 second. I'll just post a couple for reference. Well, actually, this one's like looks like a college or something, but.
Bluetooth just died. Give me a second. I'm putting on my other one.
It's all good.
All right. What did I miss?
Not much. I'm actually looking for pictures right now of like amateur astronomers.
Do you know that male seahorses are the ones that get pregnant?
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily. From what I understand, that the female transfers the zygote to the male.
Yeah. It's the only
Are
generous
you an
male in the world.
abortionist?
Who?
I don't know. You said zygote. I was just being funny.
It's like, well, yeah. Actually, that word pops up in Enoch, dude. But anyways, I'm not trying to go there.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
no,
You got like
embryo.
a
I'm
whole.
sorry, embryo. The word embryo pops up.
It's just weird how
Almost
you got
same.
a whole
Well,
division within
fair.
Christianity on that scripture, that particular scripture.
To be fair, Enoch was translated into English in like the 1800s, so there's going to be a little bit of modern stuff in there.
I think Lion speaks Hebrew.
Nah, I take classes. I'm learning. I'm still I can't my dream is to eventually be able to speak it fluently, but I can't speak it fluently just yet.
He only knows a bad word.
I don't know any bad words yet.
Oh yeah, you do. Goyim. There's a bad word.
That's not a bad word.
Not a bad word.
Mm-mm.
What does it mean again?
Nations.
Yeah, he knows. Nations.
I thought it was like a farm animal or some shit.
No.
Well, there's slang in every language, right? So it kind of depends on how it's used, right?
So are Jewish people Goyim?
No.
Why not?
Yes.
If it means
No.
nations.
Yes. I would say yes.
Go ahead.
I'll explain. But I didn't really want to get into this. I'm still looking for astronomy picks, dude. Give me 1 second.
Oh my bad. Nah, we're good. I was just
Nah,
being
because
funny.
I don't want to. I don't want to divert the conversation. But real quick, just to answer. So, Goyim is Hebrew for Gentiles, right? But the word Gentile didn't really come into existence until people coined that term because it was a way to describe normie Christians who deviated from the narrow path, which is the keeping of the commandments, and attributed to a Jewish thing, right? But the irony is that the people who do believe in Messiah and keep the commandments are not Goyim, because a Goyim by definition is a non-believer, right? So literally, that's what it translates to in the Hebrew, non-believer. And when you say the nations are known to be non-believers. That's what in the Old Testament, that's what it means. And Jews are non-believers. They don't really believe in the Messiah. Therefore, by definition, they are Goyim, and they're not in covenant. When you're not in covenant, you're a Goyim. When you're in covenant, you no longer are a Goyim, because you're a believer. Anyways, let me try to find. I found this really sick backyard observatory, dude. It's crazy, dude. Over here. There's
So
more, dude. There's a ton of these.
Sorry.
Now go ahead, bro.
Basically, the way I understand it is there's different types of Mexicans, right? There's like Mexicans that are like mostly Spanish from Spain, Mexicans that are like mostly native, and then there's like white Mexicans. There's different types, right? Well, it's the same thing with Jewish people. There's like Karaite Jews, Messianic Jews, Orthodox Jews, non-Zionist Orthodox Jews, Zionist Orthodox Jews. So there's a bunch of different types, right? And so when I mentioned the Karaite, like they reject the Babylonian Talmud stuff, right? So a lot of the Karaite Jews, they're non-Zionist. I'm sure there are some that are, but basically what it boils down to is like there's different types, right? So if you were to say like all white people are racist, obviously that would be a dumb thing to say, right? But if you were to say that all Jews are Zionists, that would also be dumb. So there's ethnocentric types in every group, right? I'm sure you guys know about like Hebrew Israelites. They're ethnocentric, right? The Farrakhan type, and then there's also people that are Jewish that are like that are extremely ethnocentric. And my brother explained it to me this way: like if you have two teams, and one team is the shirts and one's the skins. If the skins pass to everybody, but the shirts only pass to the shirts, who's going to win the game? And the way the racist point of view is that we're all in a race against each other. Whereas the tribalist point of view is that, we're one human race together and we're just different family groups. And I subscribe to the tribalist point of view. Thanks.
But yeah, I posted some more examples of these home observatories. Some more extravagant than others. But yeah, my goal is to eventually have one of these setups. Right now, I just take advantage of apps like Skyview and Stellarium. You can have like this holographic projection on your phone. It's pretty cool. People, they've rigged their P900s to like telescopes and stuff. But P900, personally, I don't think is a good camera. Popular amongst the flat Earth community, but it's really not a good camera. It just has a really good not even optical zoom. Most of its zoom capabilities, let me see. I don't think it is optical. A lot of digital zoom. But Larry, if you want to go downstairs and talk more about that chat, it might take 20 minutes so we can expound on it a little bit more down there, and then just come back here.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
North, if you want to come too, bro. You can talk to Larry, try to talk to him about this idea, because I know North's on board with this.
Or we're going lounge.
You pick.
Let's see. Yeah, let's go there. Livestream 2.
All right.